Tonight on Chesterton Radio Storycraft, we step into one of the strangest and most haunting experiments of the atomic age.
Yeah, we really do.
Welcome to the broadcast. Pull up a chair. It's late here at our small independent radio station in Atchison, Kansas. And if you look out the studio window right now, the rest of the town is just completely quiet.
Pitch black out there.
Yeah, the streetlights are buzzing against the dark prairies, and our station's transmitter is just humming softly in the background. And we are spending the evening doing what we love to do, which is digging through the forgotten, dusty archives of classic radio to explore the ideas, the terrors, and, the hopes that once crackled over the airwaves and into millions of dimly lit living rooms.
It's the perfect atmosphere for what we're going to unpack tonight, honestly.
It really is.
Because there's something about the isolation of a late-night broadcast that mirrors the isolation people must have felt listening to this specific program. We are opening a true audio time capsule. Tonight, we're going to explore a remarkable, sweeping, and genuinely unsettling 8-part radio anthology series from the summer of 1946.
Right.
It was called The Fifth Horseman.
Fifth Horseman.
Yeah.
And the year, 1946, is the entire lens through which we have to view this show. We have to mentally place ourselves in that specific razor-thin moment in time.
You really can't separate the show from the year.
No, absolutely not. World War II has just ended. The world is utterly exhausted. The global population is reeling from the incomprehensible destruction of a multi-continent conflict, and specifically, the recent bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August of 1945.
Just a year prior.
Exactly. Humanity had just crossed a threshold that it could never, ever uncross. And the central premise of this radio series is right there in the title. The writers looked at the biblical 4 horsemen of the apocalypse war: famine, pestilence, and death. And they imagined a new rider joining them.
The Fifth Horseman.
A fifth horseman, which they explicitly named the threat of the atom.
And, we shouldn't think of this as some obscure, late-night, experimental broadcast on a fringe frequency. This was a massive, heavily funded, star-studded Hollywood effort. We're talking about the biggest A-list names of the era offering their voices to the cause.
Oh, yeah, huge name.
Henry Fonda, Glenn Ford, Robert Young, William Bendix, Dane Clark, J. Carroll Naish. But the agenda of The Fifth Horseman wasn't just to entertain the masses with a thrilling science fiction serial.
Right, it had a real mission.
The explicit mission of the show was to persuade the American public, directly and urgently, that nuclear weapons simply had to be placed under international control. The creators dramatized the absolute darkest, most apocalyptic nightmares of atomic war. But they also, and this is important, they also painted incredibly vivid utopian promises of peaceful atomic energy. They presented the listener with a stark, terrifying fork in the road.
Let's actually put ourselves in the minds of the people tuning in on a Thursday night in 1946. The world had changed so abruptly the year before. For centuries, military advancement meant a slightly better rifle, a faster ship, maybe a heavier artillery shell.
Incremental changes, yeah.
Right, incremental. But suddenly, it wasn't just that the military had invented a bigger bomb. It was, as the show's own writers pointed out, a completely new condition of human existence.
A new condition. That's a heady phrase.
It is, because for the first time in the multi-billion-year history of the planet, a species had acquired the literal mathematical ability to completely destroy its own world.
And think about the medium of radio itself in that exact context.
Mm-hmm.
In 1946, television was barely a novelty. Radio was the undisputed dominant mass medium. It was the absolute center of gravity for the American family.
The hearth of the home.
Exactly, the electronic hearth. So the creators of this series were handed a monumental task. Take an unfathomable, abstract, highly classified teranuclear physics, gamma rays, the splitting of the atom, uranium enrichment, and explain it to an everyday person sitting in their armchair.
Right.
How do you take an invisible force that vaporizes cities and make it comprehensible to a farmer in Nebraska or a shopkeeper in Brooklyn?
Well, you make it real by making it horrifyingly visceral.
Yeah.
And they did not hold back. They did this right out of the gate in episode 1, which was titled Rehearsal, and it starred Henry Fonda.
Such a powerful first episode.
The framing device they used is brilliant. They didn't put the listener in the cockpit of the Enola Gay. They put the listener on the ground. The plot follows a group of American prisoners of war who are being held on the outskirts of Hiroshima when the blast actually happens.
That shifts the perspective entirely.
Completely. And remember, the American public had not seen video of the blast yet. They had read newspaper reports, sure, But the imagery the radio writers used to convey this horror to an audience who had never experienced an atomic detonation is just staggering. They don't just call it a flash of light.
No, they use that incredible metaphor.
The script describes the blinding light as having a piece of the sun placed suddenly only 600 yards away.
That phrase alone, a piece of the sun, it strips away all the military jargon and hits the listener on a primal level.
It really does.
And the physical details they chose to broadcast into people's living rooms were completely unsparing. Imagine the Foley artists in the studio trying to recreate this. The script details blisters the size of hen's eggs rising instantaneously on human skin just from the thermal flash.
Horrifying.
They describe a victim whose skin was scorched completely black, except for where the shadows of the window bars he was standing behind were permanently tattooed onto his flesh, because the light literally bleached his shadow into him.
I'm just picturing a family sitting around their wooden Philco radio console listening to this. The blast wave. The writers don't just call it a shock wave. They call it a super hurricane blowing at 1,000 miles an hour.
1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah. They describe this demonic wind snapping massive ancient trees out of the ground by their roots and carrying them, blazing with fire, twisting crazily through the air to start new fires wherever they landed. They had the sound effects department using massive wind machines, cracking timber, layering screaming sirens beneath the roar of the air. It must have sounded like the sky was literally tearing open.
What stands out when you study the structure of that first episode is the complete and instantaneous erasure of the structures of society.
Right, the infrastructure.
Yeah, the writers wanted to emphasize that when an atomic bomb hits, it doesn't merely knock down buildings, it destroys the very mechanisms we rely on to survive a disaster.
Because the first responders are gone?
Exactly. There are no hospitals left to take the wounded to. There is no firefighting equipment because the fire engines are melted. The narrator paints a scene where the entirety of a modern city's medical infrastructure is reduced to a makeshift dressing station on a riverbank, with an old German priest giving last rites to the dying while charred corpses float lazily in the water.
That's so bleak.
All personnel, all medical records, all heavy machinery, everything by which men work and live together ends in a fraction of a second.
Oh, wait. Here's where the broadcast takes a turn from standard war drama into something resembling science fiction horror.
The invisible killer.
Yes. The writers of The Fifth Horseman didn't stop at the blast and the fire. They introduced the 1946 audience to an entirely new, invisible terror, which was radiation poisoning. There is a deeply unsettling scene in that first episode. Henry Fonda's character meets a young Japanese man who had been deep inside a concrete basement during the blast.
Safe from the heat and the wind?
Right. He wasn't burned. He wasn't crushed by falling rubble. He seems completely fine walking around talking. And then, a few days later, he suddenly begins bleeding directly through his unbroken skin.
The audacity of broadcasting that specific medical detail in 1946 is incredible, and the episode uses this gruesome moment to explain the science of the unseen. The script actually pauses the drama to have a medical officer explain what just happened.
It becomes almost educational.
It does. He tells Fonda's character that gamma rays traveling at 200,000 miles a second went right through the concrete walls of the basement and right through the man's body at the exact instant of the explosion. The radiation instantaneously destroyed his white blood cells, the corpuscles that fight infection.
His immune system was just gone.
Erased. The victim was completely unaware he had been fatally wounded until his body simply gave out. He dies because his biological defenses were quietly erased. To a 1946 audience, accustomed to bullets and shrapnel, the idea of a weapon that kills you invisibly, leaving you walking around as a ghost for days after the explosion, must have sounded like dark magic.
It's like they were trying to traumatize the audience into paying attention. And the philosophical takeaway of this entire first hour is hammered home by the episode's title, Rehearsal.
Just a rehearsal.
The show explicitly, directly tells the listener that Hiroshima was not the finale. It was just a rehearsal. The real terror was looking forward. At the end of the broadcast, Fonda's character stands on a hill looking down at the smoldering, radioactive ashes of the Japanese city, and he shudders at the thought of this happening back home.
And he brings it home for the listener?
He does. He doesn't use abstract terms. He names American cities. He looks at the wasteland and says Indianapolis, Omaha, Seattle. He tells the audience that if an atomic war comes, it won't just be one single bomber dropping one single bomb. It will be armadas of bombers dropping hundreds of them all at once. And American cities will simply disappear from the map before lunchtime.
Which forces us to look at the underlying intent of the entire series. It brings us to how radio was functioning as public persuasion.
Right. This wasn't just art for art's sake.
Not at all. This series wasn't just a drama designed to sell soap or cigarettes. It was, as the historical record describes it, dramatic public philosophy. It demanded that ordinary, everyday citizens confront the atomic issue head-on. It absolutely refused to let the listener believe this was a high-level problem meant only for four-star generals or politicians in Washington. The show pointed a finger right through the radio speaker and said, "This is your problem."
That makes you wonder, was this pure propaganda? Or was it a sincere, desperate attempt by a group of artists and scientists to prevent human extinction? Imagine being an exhausted citizen in 1946. You have just survived years of brutal rationing, endless fear, and the agonizing loss of loved ones in Europe and the Pacific.
You're just totally spent.
You finally have peace. You just want to settle down, buy a car, listen to some big band music, and live a quiet life. And suddenly your radio is screaming at you that you must immediately worry about the fiery end of the entire world. It's an incredibly heavy burden to place on an exhausted public.
It is a massive burden, but the producers clearly felt it was a literal matter of survival. We see this overt public persuasion shift into high gear in episode 4, which was titled Crisis and starred Robert Young, and then again in the final episode, Memo to Mankind, starring Charles Bickford. The show explicitly argued for the creation of the United Nations Atomic Energy Commission and specifically championed what were known as the Baruch Proposals.
Let's break that down for a second, because the Baruch Proposals are a crucial piece of this puzzle that most people today have forgotten.
A lot of people have, yeah.
Bernard Baruch was an elder statesman appointed to the UN. His plan, essentially, was for the United States to turn over all its atomic secrets, all its uranium, and all its bomb-making facilities to an International Atomic Development Authority.
Which sounds radical today.
Completely radical. In exchange, all other nations would agree never to build bombs, and this international authority would have absolute, unhindered power to inspect any country, anytime, with no veto power allowed by anyone, including the Soviet Union. If you break the rules, the international authority punishes you. It was a massive, unprecedented proposal for global governance.
And The Fifth Horseman dramatized the fierce political debate surrounding this idea. The writers set up two very distinct political factions regarding what the United States should do with its atomic monopoly. And to their credit, they presented the arguments of both sides with strict, compelling logic. We need to be clear about that. They were surprisingly balanced in how they framed the debate, even if the show had an ultimate stance.
Yeah, we aren't taking sides here either. We're just looking at how they presented these historical arguments to the public.
Exactly. On one side, you had the nationalists, represented in the audio drama by characters like a fiery radio commentator named Hackamore and a stubborn politician named Congressman Bellows.
Right. And the nationalists' argument was deeply rooted in national security and basic return on investment. They argued, quite forcefully, that the United States developed the bomb, the American taxpayers paid the staggering $2 billion to fund the Manhattan Project, and therefore the United States should keep this secret locked in a vault.
It's a very understandable stance for the time.
It is. They viewed the idea of sharing atomic knowledge via an international control authority as a terrifying surrender of American sovereignty. You can hear Congressman Bellows arguing in the script, why should a nation that holds the ultimate trump card willingly disarm itself? Why put American security in the hands of foreign nations like Stalin's Russia, who might smile at the negotiating table while secretly building their own arsenals? To the nationalists, sharing the bomb felt like handing a loaded gun to a neighbor who has threatened to rob you.
On the opposing side, you had the internationalists, represented by characters like Warden, a weary scientist who actually worked on the bomb. Their counter-argument was that keeping the secret was a complete and utter illusion.
There is no secret.
Right. They argue that there is no secret formula that can be locked in a safe. The principles of nuclear physics are universal. The atom behaves the same way in Moscow as it does in Chicago. The internationalists insisted it was only a matter of a few short years before other nations figured out the engineering and built their own bombs.
And the internationalists added a terrifying caveat to their argument. They warned that the United States is actually highly vulnerable in an atomic age, precisely because of its success.
How so?
Well, its population and massive industries are heavily concentrated in about 85 large cities. If another nation gets the bomb, those 85 cities are sitting ducks. They argued that without global international control, a massive arms race is totally inevitable. And an arms race, they warned, wouldn't just cost money. It would force the United States into permanent, militarized regimentation.
A total change in the way of life.
Exactly. The government would have to forcibly disperse cities, establish a massive police state to constantly watch for atomic saboteurs, and ultimately it would lead to a total loss of the very freedom they had just fought World War II to protect. And even then, it would eventually end in certain destruction.
It is absolutely fascinating to listen to these dense geopolitical arguments play out so explicitly in a dramatic, primetime entertainment format. It's a stark contrast, but also a direct precursor to how modern media attempts to shape public opinion today.
It really is.
Think about our modern media diet. We have 24-hour news networks, algorithmic social media feeds, and thousands of voices arguing over the existential threats of our time, whether that is climate change, bioengineering, or artificial intelligence. But in 1946, they didn't have cable news panels. They used the format of the radio play with high-end orchestral swells, terrifying Foley effects, and trusted movie stars to have a direct, nationwide debate about foreign policy and the literal survival of the human species.
And the imagery they used to frame that public debate was incredibly potent. Let's go back to the title itself, The Fifth Horseman. It is a direct reference to the apocalyptic visions in the Book of Revelation.
A very heavy, culturally loaded reference.
Very loaded. The original four horsemen are war, pestilence, famine, and death. Those are the ancient scourges that have plagued humanity since the beginning of recorded time. They're seen as natural, or at least inevitable, tragic parts of the human condition. A drought causes famine, a plague causes pestilence.
But the fifth horseman is entirely different. The fifth horseman is entirely man-made. That is the crucial, inescapable moral dimension the series explores. Humanity didn't invent famine, and we didn't invent death, but we absolutely did invent the power to completely destroy our own civilization. We brought the fifth horseman into existence through our own intellect. We forged the sword that is hanging over our own neck.
Which brings us to a concept that feels perfectly fitting for us to discuss here on Chesterton Radio Storycraft. It's what the creators essentially framed as the Chestertonian paradox. Humans had suddenly achieved what earlier ancient ages would have confidently called godlike power. We literally captured a piece of the sun. We learned how to unmake matter. But the immediate terrifying paradox became, are we wise enough to possess the power of gods while still maintaining the flawed morality of men?
That is the absolute crux of the entire atomic age. Science made mankind exponentially stronger in 1945. But strength alone doesn't save a civilization. Strength merely magnifies a civilization's existing moral character.
It's a great way to put it.
If you give a godlike, world-ending weapon to a species that still settles its political disputes through tribal warfare and geopolitical posturing, the results will inevitably be catastrophic. The central thesis of the Fifth Horseman is that our technology vastly outpaced our moral evolution. We built the engine of a Ferrari, but we still have the emotional maturity of a toddler behind the wheel.
The writers hammered this terrifying reality home with a recurring, ominous catchphrase woven throughout the entire 8-week broadcast. It is the 11th hour.
The 11th hour.
When you hear a phrase like that today, it sounds like standard dramatic flair for a movie trailer. But to the 1946 listener sitting by the radio, this wasn't a metaphor. It was a literal ticking countdown. They genuinely felt they were out of time. There was a chillingly clear audio quote from Bernard Baruch himself included in the broadcast, where he addresses the United Nations. He tells the gathered delegates that the world is here to make a final choice between the quick and the dead.
The quick and the dead. No ambiguity there.
None at all. We must elect either world peace or world destruction. There is no middle ground, no muddling through anymore.
The way the producers delivered that absolute ultimatum was a masterclass in the golden age radio aesthetic. The production value of The Fifth Horseman is astounding even by today's standards. They utilized booming, commanding narration, dramatic Hollywood voice acting that treated the material with dead serious reverence, and deeply immersive cinematic soundscapes.
The Foley work is just incredible.
Because it was radio, it forced the listener's imagination to do the heavy lifting, which, as any fan of audio drama knows, often makes the horror much more profound and personalized than seeing it projected on a movie screen. Your mind fills in the shadows.
The theater of the mind is always more terrifying than the screen. Let's look closely at how they executed this in Episode 2, titled Dawn, starring William Bendix. This episode is an absolute brilliant piece of dramatic storytelling. The narrative setup is simple, but incredibly claustrophobic. A crowded subway train stalls deep under a river in New York City, plunging a disparate group of everyday Americans into total pitch blackness.
It is a classic locked room scenario. And the writers deliberately crafted the characters in that dark subway car as archetypes representing the different facets and attitudes of American society.
Right, it's a microcosm.
Exactly. You have Wardle, the cynical, wealthy building manager who only cares about the bottom line of his real estate syndicate. You have Congressman Kershaw, the pompous, blustering politician obsessed with his own status and protecting free enterprise. You have Sig Popper, the pragmatic working-class mechanic heading home from the McKibben manufacturing plant. You have a frightened, exhausted mother, desperate to just get home to her two young boys. And sitting quietly in the corner among them all, you have the calm, rational scientist.
The tension in that audio play builds beautifully in the dark. The train has no power. They are trapped under millions of gallons of river water. The darkness is absolute. And the scientist uses this pitch-black, trapped environment as a direct, inescapable metaphor for the new atomic world.
He really leans into it.
He essentially terrifies the entire subway car. He explains that if the diplomats fail, if we don't achieve lasting international peace, future survival will require abandoning cities like New York entirely. He tells the wealthy building manager that his towering skyscrapers will be nothing but massive, radioactive tombstones. He tells the politician that the government will have to forcefully order people to live underground, permanently regimented, living like rats in a hole, just to survive the inevitable atomic rocket attacks.
It's fascinating how the episode uses the darkness to strip away all the illusions of power and status. The politician, Kershaw, blusters about constitutional rights and the American way of free enterprise, and the scientist coldly points out that there is zero individual freedom under the constant ticking threat of atomic war.
Freedom becomes a luxury.
Right. A government trying to protect its people from a single bomb that can kill 40 million people in an afternoon will not have the time or the luxury for democratic debate or constitutional protections. The darkness of the stalled subway car becomes the darkness of the unknown future. The mother asks a heartbreaking question in the dark. What is she supposed to teach her children in a world where the sky could catch fire at any moment?
And the resolution of the episode is so incredibly poignant. When the power finally flickers back on and the lights illuminate the car, it's not the blustering politician or the wealthy building manager who saves the day. It's Sig Popper, the working-class mechanic, and a brave young woman on the train who had crawled up to the front in the pitch black to help the conductor fix the mechanical failure.
But people who actually do the work.
Exactly. The politicians and businessmen had just sat there helpless, complaining about their rights. The series is sending a very clear, deeply populist message to the listener. Ordinary people are the ones who must understand the danger. The mechanics, the mothers, the shopkeepers, they're the ones who must find a way out of the atomic jam because the people in power are just as trapped in the dark as everyone else.
It's a direct call to action for the radio listener. The subtext is, don't wait for the leaders in Washington to figure it out because they are paralyzed. You, the citizen, must participate. You must demand international control.
But the creators of The Fifth Horseman were smart enough to know that you can't just bludgeon an audience with unrelenting doom for 8 weeks straight. They also wanted to show what humanity could achieve if we actually chose the right path. They wanted to show the carrot, not just the stick.
Which brings us to the future predictions.
Right. This brings us to their wild predictions about the future. Episode 3, titled The Promise, starring Glenn Ford, is a fascinating, almost dizzying look at a utopian timeline.
Yes, The Promise acts as a massive pressure release valve for the series. The episode jumps ahead a full century to the year 2050. The protagonist mysteriously wakes up on a massive, luxurious stratosphere plane traveling globally at incredible speeds. He learns he is visiting a place called Samoda. Samoda is this lush, green, sprawling, hyper-advanced atomic community built directly over what was once the barren Great American Desert. The entire massive city is powered by one single, silent, central atomic station.
The vision of the future they broadcast in 1946 is incredible. They imagine a world with zero coal pollution, zero oil dependence. The sky is perfectly clear. Cars run silently on long-lasting batteries charged wirelessly by atomic power. They use limitless atomic energy to pump massive, ancient underground oceans to the surface to endlessly irrigate the desert, turning dust bowls into endless farms.
It's a true utopia.
It's a world's pure, clean air and total absolute abundance. Poverty is essentially engineered out of existence.
And it is not just infrastructure they predict. They dive deep into medical science. There is a subplot in the episode where a mysterious, deadly virus breaks out on the coasts. global scientists who are now working in total unhindered cooperation without any national borders or military secrecy used radioactive isotopes as tracers.
Almost like medical detectives.
Exactly. They inject the isotopes, track them through the bloodstream like finding a microscopic fingerprint, and identify the virus's structure. They share the cure globally within a matter of days, completely stopping a pandemic in its tracks. The message is clear. This is what science can do when it is finally unchained from the dark basement of military weaponry.
But the writers couldn't resist a bittersweet ending. There was a tragic irony to the promise. The protagonist, who has walked through this beautiful, peaceful 2050 world, suddenly realizes he has to go back to his own time. He drives out into the blooming desert and finds the crumbling, dry ruins of Boulder Dam, realizing it's an obsolete, forgotten relic of a primitive age.
A monument to the past.
He understands that this beautiful future is only possible if his generation, back in 1946, figures out international control. And the tragedy is that he can never truly return to his own time without viewing it as hopelessly primitive, dangerously violent, and heartbreakingly fragile.
But what if that utopia fails? The writers didn't just give us the carrot, they brought out a terrifyingly heavy stick. That utopian vision is sharply, brutally contrasted with the dystopian reality the series explores if international control fails and the diplomats go home empty-handed.
The darker timelines.
The writers mapped out a terrifying and, in some ways, incredibly prescient alternative timeline of the future. Let's look at episode 5, titled 0-1, which is set just 10 years in the future, in 1956.
This episode is pure, unfiltered Cold War paranoia, broadcast years before the term Cold War even entered the public lexicon. It details a society where the Baruch proposals failed, and the arms race has escalated beyond control. The government is forcibly evacuating major cities because they are giant targets. Massive industrial factories are being dismantled and moved into deep holes in the ground out in the desert.
Everyone is living in fear.
Constant fear. Security police are everywhere, conducting midnight raids, searching homes without warrants, looking for smuggled atomic bomb parts. Citizens are cowering in backyard bomb shelters, jumping at every loud noise, waiting for the wail of sirens. They've been completely stripped of their civil liberties in the name of total national security.
It sounds disturbingly like the absolute worst fears of the McCarthy era, preemptively dramatized for the radio. Then the timeline moves forward again to Episode 6, Doomsday, set in 1965. This is the nightmare scenario. The actual outbreak of war with an unnamed, shadowy Nation X. The entire episode plays out inside a claustrophobic military communications center. The radar screens suddenly fill with luminous green dots, atomic rockets hurtling across the ocean at supersonic speeds.
The tension in that room must have been palpable for the listener.
Unbearable. Reports flood in of sabotage in the vital waterways. High-flying enemy planes drop silent paratroopers and spray the American airfields with invisible radioactive dust so the American fighter pilots are killed before they can even reach their plans to take off.
The sheer escalating panic conveyed through the audio in that episode is overwhelming. The communication officers in the bunker are helplessly listening to radio reports of their own hometowns, places designated only by cold military grids like C-1000 and C-642, just blinking off the map one by one. Millions of people gone in a static flash over the headset.
Reduced to grid coordinates.
And the absolute darkest, most soul-crushing part of the episode is the realization that their own retaliation strikes against Nation X won't save their own destroyed cities. The generals press the button to launch the counterattack and destroy the enemy. But the officers in the bunker know that their own mothers, wives, and children are already dead. It is a perfect, terrifying dramatization of mutually assured destruction, written years before MAD became official, terrifying military doctrine.
Which logically and tragically leads to the bleakest episode of the entire run, episode 7, titled Aftermath. This episode stars J. Carroll Naish, and it paints a picture of Dispersal Area 743. This is a crude refugee camp set in the bitter, freezing first winter after the atomic war has ended. There is no United States government left. Washington is gone. There is no medicine. The survivors are living under brutal mob rule, shivering in the freezing mud, surviving on meager, scavenged rations of dried corn and squash.
That episode is the one that really shook me when listening to the archives. There is a character named Harmon, who was a former resettlement worker from New York before the bombs fell. Harmon looks around the camp and realizes with absolute horror that human knowledge is dying right along with the people.
The loss of collective memory.
Yes. All the libraries were in the cities are radioactive glass. He tries to frantically convince the people in the camp that they must sit down by the fire and try to write down everything they can possibly remember from the books they once read. History, geography, basic arithmetic, literature. Before the older generation dies, civilization is entirely forgotten, and humanity slips permanently back into a new dark age.
It's a race against time.
But before he can finish his work, Harmon catches a simple strain of influenza and dies in the dirt, because there are no antibiotics left anywhere in the world. It's a devastating, quiet look at how quickly the complex veneer of civilization can be stripped away, leaving us in the mud.
It truly is devastating, and when you step back and compare these highly dramatic 1946 predictions with the actual lived realities of the Cold War that followed, it's uncanny. The writers of The Fifth Horseman predicted the crushing paranoia, the duck-and-cover generation of school children hiding under desks, the constant psychological shadow of mutually assured destruction, and the geopolitical brinkmanship that eventually culminated in near-apocalyptic events like the Cuban Missile Crisis. They looked at the raw trajectory of the technology in 1946, and they extrapolated the human, political, and psychological costs with terrifying, almost prophetic accuracy.
So we have spent the evening deep in the archives, and you have to ask yourself, why does a forgotten melodramatic radio series from nearly 80 years ago still matter to you, listening to us tonight?
That's the big question.
Because opening this specific audio time capsule captures the exact, raw, unfiltered moment when humanity first realized it held the power to erase itself from the cosmos. It is the audio recording of a species looking in the mirror for the first time and asking a terrifying question: are we the monster?
It constantly brings us back to that core philosophical question we discussed earlier. Technology always outruns wisdom. The atom bomb was the ultimate, inescapable test of that theory. Now, nearly 80 years later, we have to look around and ask, have we grown morally as quickly as we have grown scientifically? Have we become wiser or just more powerfully armed? The historical evidence is highly debatable.
We absolutely have to consider our own responsibility in the modern age. We aren't just looking at the atom anymore. We are currently watching entirely new, world-altering technological leaps emerge. Artificial intelligence, advanced bioengineering, autonomous cyber warfare. These technologies are rushing forward with the exact same rapid, unchecked, deeply secretive momentum as atomic energy did in the 1940s.
History repeating itself.
The new conditions of human existence that the radio announcer warned about, they keep updating. The ground keeps shifting under our feet.
The writers and actors who poured their souls into The Fifth Horseman fundamentally believed that ordinary people had a profound duty to inform themselves and to demand solutions from their leaders. They didn't think any citizen could afford the luxury of ignoring the existential threats of their time. They believed that turning off the radio, tuning out the news, and retreating into blissful ignorance was essentially a passive choice for destruction.
Which leaves us with a lingering, uncomfortable thought for you to mull over as the night gets much later here in the Midwest. If a modern Fifth Horseman broadcast were produced today, what new horseman would it warn us about? Would the writers dramatize a rogue, uncontrollable AI, a synthetic lab-grown virus, the collapse of the digital grid?
Or something we haven't even named yet.
Right. And perhaps the much more terrifying question for our time in our highly fragmented, endlessly distracted, algorithm-driven media landscape, would we even be willing to sit down by the radio in the dark and listen to the warning together?
That is a question that demands an answer from all of us, even if we are terrified to look for it.
From our little studio here in Atchison, Kansas, thanks for listening. And remember, the past is never silent if you know where to tune the dial.
Hi there. Welcome to Chesterton Radio.
Where a thriving audience loves its radio shows.
Don't take our word for it.
Here's what listeners say about Chesterton Radio.
TV is so overrated. Chesterton Radio rules.
I feel my IQ going up by the minute.
I am enjoying these so much. I haven't turned on my TV in weeks.
Lying here on my sofa with my eyes closed, I can picture the whole story. I've seen the movie version. This was just as grand, if not more. I thought I'd doze off, but no.
I am hooked. Gotta listen to one story every night before bedtime.
I love this channel. It gets me through my workday.
I'm new to radio plays. Excellent story and played out wonderfully. Thank you for the hard work and love you put into bringing us these shows.
I found Chesterton Radio over a year ago. I'm forever thankful.
I love the Lord. This is a guiltless pleasure. I bet even he likes to listen to Chesterton Radio.
I love this channel. I've not watched TV in over 2 years.
I've never heard anything like this. Mind-blowing. Enjoy our shows? We need your help today. Keep Chesterton Radio afloat. For half of what you pay the cable guys, you can support Chesterton Radio. Go to chuckthetv.com for links to our pages on Patreon, Subscribestar, and Buy Me a Coffee. Or use the link in the description below this video. Thank you for your support. It means a great deal.
Imagine buying, like, a premium ticket to a world-class magic show.
Okay, I'm picturing it.
Right, so you walk into this ornate theater, you find your plush velvet seat in the third row, the lights dim, the crowd hushes in anticipation, and then,
Let me guess, something goes wrong.
well, the usher walks over, taps you on the shoulder, and just ties a heavy, completely opaque blindfold tightly around your eyes.
Wait, what?
Yeah. You are sitting there, perfectly primed and ready to be amazed, but you've been completely stripped of the visual apparatus required to actually see the illusion being performed. You can only hear, like, the magician's footsteps or the rustle of the cape or the gasp of the person next to you.
I mean, it sounds like an avant-garde nightmare. You're removing the very mechanism that makes the trick function.
Exactly.
A magician relies entirely on misdirection, you know? Getting you to look at the left hand while the right hand does the work. If you take away sight, the illusion doesn't just fail, it theoretically ceases to exist. It becomes a fundamental misunderstanding of the medium.
Right. And that mechanical paradox, the idea of an illusion thriving only after you destroy its primary mechanism,
Yeah.
is exactly why we are diving into today's subject. Welcome to the studio, everyone. We are broadcasting to you right out of Chesterton Radio, our small, independent, listener-supported station in Atchison, Kansas.
So glad to be here.
And today's deep dive feels, well, perfectly aligned with the namesake of our station, the great writer G.K. Chesterton. Because Chesterton loved a profound paradox.
Oh, absolutely. He lived for them.
Right. He believed that things which seem completely upside down often reveal the most vital truths. And today, we are analyzing arguably the most successful, logic-defying paradox in the history of American entertainment.
We really are. We are dissecting a defining broadcast from the golden age of radio. Specifically, we're looking at the historic old-time radio phenomenon featuring Edgar Bergen and his wooden companion, Charlie McCarthy.
The ultimate paradox.
Exactly. And just to establish the timeline for you, their national debut took place on December 17th, 1936, as a guest act on Rudy Vallee's Royal Gelatin Hour.
Which was huge at the time.
Massive. And the response was so seismic, so immediate, that by the following year, they were handed a regular starring role on the Chase and Sanborn Hour.
Which is the broadcast we're looking at today.
Right. And this wasn't just, a popular program. It became an absolute cornerstone of 1930s broadcasting. It fundamentally altered the landscape of American comedy.
But let's address the elephant in the room here, which brings us right back to my blindfolded magic show analogy. Edgar Bergen was a ventriloquist.
Yes, he was.
That was his entire trade. And the art of ventriloquism is predicated entirely on the visual deception that a wooden dummy is speaking, while the human performer's lips remain perfectly still.
Right, it's a visual trick.
So picture yourself in a 1930s living room, right? You're staring at a wooden radio cabinet. You cannot see the dummy. You cannot see Bergen's lips. Aren't you just listening to a guy doing two different voices?
Essentially, yes.
I just struggle to understand why an entire nation bought into the illusion of a carved piece of wood they couldn't even see.
Well, the answer lies in the limitations of Bergen's actual physical act, which is honestly the brilliant irony of his whole career.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, Bergen was, by most professional standards of the vaudeville circuit, a remarkably mediocre physical ventriloquist.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, his lips moved constantly. In a live theater, the visual illusion frequently broke down because you could literally see him working the voice.
Oh, wow. So radio didn't hinder his act.
Radio saved it.
Yeah.
By removing the visual element, the medium stripped away his technical flaws and forced the audience to focus entirely on his true, unparalleled genius, which was his character writing and comedic timing.
That makes so much sense.
It was no longer a visual parlor trick. It became a pure exercise in character design.
So radio acted like a filter, hiding the bad ventriloquism and highlighting the brilliant dialogue. It is a sort of audio-like split-brain experiment.
That's a great way to put it.
Bergen had to give Charlie McCarthy such a distinct, fully realized three-dimensional personality that your brain automatically assigned the second voice to a completely separate entity.
Exactly. You stop hearing one man and start hearing two distinct people.
And looking at the source material from this broadcast, Charlie is aggressively well-defined right from the opening bell. I mean, he's not treated like a prop at all.
No, not in the slightest.
He is established as a 12-year-old boy,
Yeah.
carved from an old oak tree, but he's laced with this precocious, deeply cynical mischief. He operates on a level of awareness that completely outpaces the adults in the room.
And notice how the writers codify that personality immediately. I mean, in a 1937 variety broadcast, the standard operating procedure was relentless, polished sycophancy.
Right, everyone was just so incredibly polite.
Exactly. The glamorous stars would step up to the RCA ribbon microphone and exchange these glittering, polite compliments in that cultivated mid-Atlantic accent. But
Charlie shatters that instantly.
Instantly. When Donna Mecce and Bergen ask him how he likes Hollywood, Charlie doesn't play the grateful guest. He complains.
He's totally unimpressed.
Right. He says his body might be in Hollywood, but his soul is still in Radio City. He openly pines for Rudy Vallee, their previous host. He establishes himself as the dissenting, unimpressed voice in a room full of manufactured glamour.
And the anecdotes he brings to the table are just incredible. They ask him about his flight out to the West Coast, and Charlie casually mentions hitting on a stewardess.
As a 12-year-old wooden dummy.
Right. He explains that she served him lunch, chatted with him, and then slapped his face, which Bergen dryly notes he entirely deserved.
It's so good.
But the narrative escalates from there. Bergen presses him on his behavior on the aircraft, asking what possessed Charlie to go into the washroom and drop empty pop bottles out of the moving airplane.
Which is insane.
And Charlie doesn't apologize. He just casually says he was playing bomber.
And see, that playing bomber line is a perfect example of the dual-layered comedy Bergen mastered.
How so?
Well, on the surface, it's a childish game, right? A 12-year-old dropping objects to watch them fall. But contextually, in the mid-1930s, the shadow of aerial bombardment was really beginning to loom over the global consciousness.
Ah, right, with conflicts escalating in Europe and Asia.
Exactly. So it's a dark, edgy joke masquerading as childhood innocence. This dynamic functions because Charlie is acting as the unrestrained id of the American public.
Oh, well, I like that.
Bergen, the human in the tuxedo, plays the societal superego. Bergen is polite, apologetic, and desperate to maintain decorum. Charlie is the block of wood driven entirely by impulse, ego, and base desire.
It's the ultimate societal pressure valve. Charlie can say the quiet part out loud because technically nobody is saying it. He's a puppet.
For six.
Like when he complains about the size of the hand towels on the airplane, he whines that they were so small, he was almost ashamed to steal them and pack them in his suitcase.
Right, that base urge to swipe hotel amenities.
Yes. It's such a relatable human impulse. But when a wooden dummy admits to it, it strips away the polite pretense of the era. And this constant subversion of Bergen's authority perfectly tees up the escalating absurdity of their sketches, particularly that brilliant one about employment.
Oh, the Bertram the Butler sketch. It is a structural masterpiece of radio comedy pacing.
It really is. Set it up for us.
So Charlie announces he is flat broke and needs cash, so he volunteers to act as Bergen's butler. He even pads his resume, claiming he was formerly trained as Rudy Vallee's valet.
A tenure Bergen quickly reminds him ended in complete disaster.
Right, but what fascinates me here is the rhythm of the bit.
It's like a tennis match played in the dark. You have to follow the audio bounces perfectly.
Yes. So Bergen agrees to hire him, but lays down strict corporate ground rules. He demands absolute efficiency and unwavering courtesy.
And Charlie instantly adopts the persona. He affects this stiff, subservient tone, saying, "Oh, definitely me, Lord," and christens himself Bertram.
But the second they initiate the role play, the power dynamic completely inverts.
Completely. Bergen steps into the character of a visiting aristocrat, Lord Fithersby, seeking an audience. But before Bergen even knocks, Charlie declares that Thursday is his not-at-home day.
Which is brilliant. The servant dictating the terms of engagement to the master is a classic comedic trope, dating back to Comédie de l'Art and Shakespearean fools.
But here, the speed of the delivery just makes it lethal. Charlie explains that on Thursdays, he prefers to stay home and give visitors the bum's rush.
And the resulting dialogue loop is so surreal, it feels almost like Dr. Seuss wrote it.
Oh my gosh, yes. Bergen, as Lord Fithersby, knocks. Charlie answers and immediately stonewalls him. He says, "I'm sorry, but it's Thursday, if you know what I mean. He's not in."
So Bergen asks where the master of the house is.
And Charlie replies that Bergen is in and he's out. He's popping about, as it were.
Bergen, trying to pin him down, asks what he's actually doing.
Charlie says he's sleeping.
So Bergen counters logically, then he's not out.
And Charlie spins it again.
What?
He says, no, he's all in, and that's why he didn't go out. But if you think you're going to see him, you're out of luck. He finally dismisses the Lord from the Isle of Wight by telling him to just wait until tomorrow.
Notice how Bergen is playing the straight man, not just to a joke, but to sheer linguistic chaos. It's brilliant.
It culminates in the financial negotiation, too, which cuts right to the economic anxieties of the era.
Oh, absolutely.
When they break character, Bergen tells Charlie he will receive a small starting salary, one that will start and then limp along.
And Charlie demands to know exactly how small.
Bergen demurs, saying he can't specify. And Charlie's punchline is just a razor-sharp economic critique. He says, oh, they don't make money that small. Go away.
That line hits so hard when you remember the historical context. I mean, you have to imagine tuning in during the Great Depression.
Right. Millions of listeners are feeling utterly powerless. They're ground down by banks, indifferent employers, and a collapsed economy.
And beaming into their living rooms is this cheeky, defiant character who refuses to grovel for a job.
Who demands transparent salary negotiations. And who gleefully gives an aristocrat the bum's rush. Charlie was giving voice to the buried frustrations of the American working class.
He was providing immense psychological catharsis, and the context of where this subversive comedy lived is just as crucial.
Tell us about that.
Well, the Chase and Sanborn Hour was not some niche underground comedy hour. It was the premier variety show in the country. The sheer density of star power packed into one 60-minute block is staggering by modern standards.
It's unbelievable.
You had Donna Mach, Dorothy Lamour, Ann Harding, Werner Jansen conducting a full orchestra, W.C. Fields, and legendary composers Rodgers and Hart all occupying the exact same audio real estate.
It functions like a high-end cultural buffet. But you know what really caught me off guard reading the transcript were the transitions between these acts.
Oh, they are fascinating.
They are not smooth thematic fades at all. They are jarring, deliberate hard cuts. For instance, the transition into Dorothy Lamour's musical number. She is introduced as Hollywood's newest glamorous star, right? And instantly, Charlie starts hitting on her. He tells her she's not half bad and invites her to ditch the show to knock off a schooner of lemonade with him.
And Lamour handles it beautifully. She gently curves his advances by explaining she has to perform. Then she steps to the microphone and delivers "What Will I Tell My Heart?", which is a deeply melancholic, emotional, complex song.
It's all about the painful pretense of pretending a relationship hasn't fallen apart.
Exactly. She pours genuine heartbreak into the performance.
And the moment she finishes, I mean, practically before the final orchestral chord has decayed in the studio, the broadcast pivots with a speed that gave me absolute whiplash.
It really is sudden.
Announcer John Huston and Donna Mach jump straight into a hard pitch for Chase and Sanborn Dated Coffee. But they don't just say, drink our coffee. They launch into a dense logistical breakdown of the company's supply chain.
This is where we see the raw mechanics of 1930s radio marketing. The sponsors didn't just buy ad time, they own the production.
Right.
The pitch emphasizes two core consumer desires of the 30s, luxury flavor and Depression-era economy, but they spend their time explaining the how.
It's so technical. Mech boasts about their rapid delivery system, explicitly noting it is the exact same logistical network used to deliver Fleischmann's fresh yeast.
Yeah, they explain the concept of the dated bag printing the roasting date right on the paper packaging to guarantee freshness.
Which eliminates the need to package the coffee in expensive, heavy tins. But I struggle to believe an audience, even in 1937, just passively accepted a 5-minute lecture on coffee supply chains and yeast delivery trucks right after a heartbreaking ballad.
It sounds crazy today.
We complain today when a podcast host smoothly transitions from a true crime story into an ad for a meal kit. But this is incredibly aggressive. Dorothy is devastated about her breakup, but let's talk about the economic advantages of paper packaging. Did audiences actually tolerate this?
They didn't just tolerate it, they understood the transaction. The audience knew that this deep dive into supply chain logistics was the toll they had to pay for the magnificent art that surrounded it. The sponsor integration was the economic engine of the golden age of radio. And to prove the value of that transaction, immediately after the coffee pitch, the producers steered the show into an entirely different echelon of entertainment. High theatrical drama.
Right into Frank Molnar's The Guardsman.
Exactly.
This was a highly regarded stage play, and they brought in heavyweight dramatic actors to perform it. You had Anne Harding playing the role of Marie, and Donna Mesh stepping into the role of her husband, Tony.
And the premise of the play is this tense exploration of jealousy and deception. Tony, who is a celebrated stage actor, is consumed by insecurity regarding his wife's fidelity.
So he decides to test her.
By utilizing his acting skills, he disguises himself using a wig, a fake mustache, and a heavy accent as a Russian guardsman, Prince Versilov.
And he visits his own home.
Yes. He attempts to seduce his own wife and is absolutely horrified when she appears to completely surrender to his advances. She tells the guardsman she is unspeakably happy and promises a rendezvous.
Let's focus on the audio acting here, because this is where Amek really shines. He doesn't have the visual crutch of a wig or a uniform to sell the disguise to the radio audience.
That's a great point.
He has to convey that he is Tony, pretending to be Prince Versilov, while making sure the audience tracks both identities. He alters his vocal register, plays with the proximity to the microphone, and shifts his cadence.
And the tension builds beautifully until Tony returns as himself, claiming his out-of-town obligation, mentions he was at the opera, and asks Marie who the soldier was in box number 4.
And the scene just explodes into absolute melodrama. Tony aggressively interrogates her. Marie reacts with righteous indignation. She cries. She accuses him of insulting her honor. She threatens to pack her bags and leave him forever.
Her performance of outrage is so convincing that Tony completely breaks down. He apologizes profusely, utterly convinced of her innocence and ashamed of his suspicion.
But Tony can't let it go. Once he believes she is faithful, his ego demands that he reveal his masterstroke. He goes back, dons the guardsman costume again, and re-enters the room to spring his trap and expose her.
And Marie, without skipping a single beat, brilliantly flips the entire narrative on its head.
She doesn't panic at all.
No, she laughs at him. She claims she knew it was him the entire time. She looks at her husband in this elaborate disguise and says, "Do you think for a moment you could fool me, your own wife, just by dressing up with that ridiculous costume?"
Tony is stunned. He demands to know how she saw through this supposedly flawless performance. And her reasoning is just a masterstroke of emotional manipulation.
What?
She tells him she recognized his kiss, but more importantly, she recognized the sweet, warm, sad look in his eyes. She insists she was merely playing along with the charade to see if he actually had the nerve to go through with his ridiculous test.
And he buys it.
Hook, line, and sinker.
He realizes he has been completely outmaneuvered by his wife's emotional intelligence, and he ends up apologizing to her all over again.
But the structural brilliance of placing this scene here really cannot be overstated.
It's wild. Consider the cultural whiplash the producers are intentionally inflicting on the audience. You have a genuinely compelling, psychologically layered piece of European theater requiring intense emotional investment.
And it is sandwiched directly between a ventriloquist dummy making lemonade jokes and an announcer hawking dated coffee bags.
It shows an incredible respect for the listener's intellect. The producers didn't silo their programming into highbrow channels and lowbrow channels.
Right. They trusted that the exact same Kansas farmer or New York factory worker who laughed at a piece of wood insulting a host could also appreciate the nuanced marital politics of Frank Molnar.
And that high society tension in The Guardsman is exactly what makes the subsequent segment so explosive. Because if Ametch and Harding represent the refined, dramatic ego of the broadcast.
What happens when you introduce pure, unfiltered, chaotic anarchy?
Entered W.C. Fields.
Yes, this is the moment I was waiting for in the transcript. W.C. Fields was a titanic figure in vaudeville and film, but he had been absent from the public eye for over a year due to a remarkably serious, near-fatal illness.
His return to the microphone on this exact broadcast was a massive pop culture event. The anticipation was through the roof.
And the moment he steps to the mic, Werner Jansen introduces him, and Fields immediately initiates his trademark subversion.
He refuses to acknowledge the prestige of the room. He pretends he doesn't know who anyone is. He refers to the esteemed conductor, Werner Jansen, as Jackson.
He intentionally addresses the glamorous Anne Harding as if she were Edgar Bergen.
He mixes up the suave Donna Meche with the slapstick duo, Laurel and Hardy. He is deliberately tearing down the polished facade of the network broadcast. And then his comedic radar locks on to Charlie McCarthy.
It is instant, legendary verbal warfare. It's like watching two heavyweight prize fighters who despise the referee just start swinging at each other.
Fields asks Bergen how old the dummy is. Bergen replies 12. Fields squints at Charlie and drawls, "His face looks as though it was hewn out of a piece of sassafras."
And Charlie doesn't hesitate for a microsecond. He fires back. "If they had to cut your face out of a piece of wood, they'd have to use redwood for a nose. And an ample bit of it, too."
That is a vicious, hyper-targeted strike.
Because of Fields' nose, right?
Right. Fields was legendary for his bulbous, red, rosacea-scarred nose, a physical trait heavily associated with his notorious alcohol consumption. For a carved dummy to attack a living legend's most sensitive physical insecurity on live national radio is breathtakingly bold.
Fields counters by calling Charlie a pretty fresh little punk and a little rat, ultimately declaring that the dummy is full of termites.
And Charlie's retort is pure venom. He says, "I may be drunk, but I'll be sober tomorrow and you'll still be full of termites."
They are relentless.
Yeah.
But amidst this crossfire of insults, Donna Mage, ever the professional host, tries to steer the segment back to the planned script.
Right. He earnestly asks Fields to explain the nature of his prolonged serious illness.
And Fields uses this earnest setup to launch into a wildly escalating, surreal, tall tale about his medical history.
Fields weaponizes his real-life trauma into absurdist comedy. He begins by claiming the root of his near-death experience was a very stubborn case of pernicious dandruff.
He then casually adds that he also suffered a broken neck.
And he details the accident. He claims he was peacefully riding a bicycle when he was suddenly run over by a Paramount truck.
And this is where the live nature of early radio produces absolute magic. Edgar Bergen, realizing Fields just dropped the name of a rival corporate entity on a tightly controlled sponsored broadcast, legitimately panicked.
Oh, you can hear it in his voice.
He breaks into the bit, his voice tight, pleading, "Please, please don't mention any names, just say a truck. This is a Chase and Sanborn program."
And Fields' recovery is a masterclass in improvisational dominance. Without breaking his drawl, he corrects himself. He says, "Could I say a Paramount truck loaded with Chase and Sanborn coffee? Would that be all right?"
It's so good. He saves the sponsor requirement while mocking the very nature of network censorship.
It's brilliant. He continues his medical saga, stating the doctors diagnosed him with the broken neck coupled with the pernicious dandruff. He is sent home, where he attempts to self-medicate with an invigorating stimulant he refers to as red milk.
Which is obviously a thinly veiled reference to booze.
Obviously. In his stupor, southernmost portion of his spinal column, but notes he was most devastated because he spilled half his drink.
The litany of ailments just spirals out of control from there. On his next fictional hospital visit, he claims he was diagnosed with a pulled tendon, a broken left foot, Paget's disease, double vision, an infected toe, a nervous breakdown, and a slip sacroiliac.
And the climax of the absurdity is his claim that he developed lobar pneumonia and spent 3 agonizing weeks in an oxygen tent playing Fields the Campfire Girl.
It's incredible. But let's dig into the why of this dynamic for a second. Why did the audience erupt for this specific pairing? You have Fields, a flesh and blood vaudeville survivor, and Charlie, a block of painted wood. Why does their chemistry eclipse everything else in the broadcast?
Because they are kindred spirits of misanthropy in a world that demanded forced politeness.
That makes sense.
Look at the rest of the cast. Amesh, Harding, Lamore. They are playing by the strict rules of 1930s high society. They are deferential, romantic, and endlessly accommodating. Fields and Charlie are the anarchists.
They see through the phoniness of the variety show format.
Exactly. Fields, with his barely concealed references to alcoholism and his disdain for the host, and Charlie, with his blatant disrespect for adult authority. When they clash, you aren't watching a hero fight a villain. You are watching 2 tricksters, 2 con men, recognizing the grift in each other and battling to see who can out-hustle the other.
It's an auditory street fight in a ballroom.
That's a great way to describe it.
And just when the audience has adjusted to this cynical, chaotic energy, the producers execute their final, most profound thematic pivot. They transition from the slapstick of a fake hospital stay directly into an exploration of musical innovation and grim American reality.
Right, with the segment featuring All Points West.
The show introduces Richard Rodgers and Lorenz Hart, cementing the broadcast's status as a cultural epicenter. I mean, these are 2 of the most significant composers in the history of American theater.
Donna Meche interviews them about their creative mechanics. He asks the eternal songwriting question. Does the melody or the lyric come first?
And their answer really demystifies the romanticism of songwriting. They explain it's almost architectural. They don't start with a straight tune or a poetic stanza. They start with a title and a concrete idea.
Once the foundation is set, Rogers mathematically constructs the tune, and Hart engineers the lyric to fit that specific melodic structure.
And the piece they premiere here, All Points West, is a testament to that structural brilliance. It was originally commissioned by the band leader Paul Whiteman for a modern music concert with the Philadelphia Symphony.
Rogers and Hart describe it not as a simple pop song, but as a hybrid. It's a tone poem, an oratorio, and a one-act play. The entire piece revolves around a single, stationary perspective. A world-weary train announcer observing the relentless churn of humanity passing through his station.
The performance by Ray Middleton is just haunting. He doesn't just sing, he acts the role of a man who has to scream over the hissing steam and grinding iron of the locomotives.
And the vignettes he observes are razor-sharp reflections of 1930s America.
The first scene is somewhat standard. A traveling salesman burdened with sample cases kissing his wife on the platform, promising he'll remain faithful on the road. But the tone shifts quickly.
He spots a mother weeping uncontrollably as her young son boards a train heading west to find work. The announcer dryly notes, "They say there's lots of jobs for any young man out west."
That lyric is a direct, unfiltered injection of Great Depression reality right into the broadcast. The displacement of a generation of young men riding the rails to escape the Dust Bowl or industrial collapse in search of rumors of work was the defining tragedy of the decade.
And Rogers and Hart force the audience to confront it. Then, the announcer shifts his gaze to rookies boarding a train for Plattsburgh.
Plattsburgh was a well-known military training camp in New York, and the announcer's melody turns martial here. He sings about the boys lining up, obsessively polishing their brass buttons, the drums blaring in the cold air.
You can practically hear the boots on the platform.
Yeah, it's late 1936. The world is watching the Spanish Civil War, Mussolini is marching, Hitler is rearming. The shadow of a global conflict is bleeding into the edges of American consciousness, and it's reflected right here in this song.
He provides a brief moment of contrast by describing a gaggle of college girls from a finishing school, noting their youth and innocence. But that only serves to make the final vignette more devastating.
The announcer's attention is drawn to the Honeymoon Express, a train bound for Ossining, New York, which is the home of Sing Sing, the notorious maximum security prison.
The auditory soundscape Middleton creates here is intensely cinematic. He describes a man chained to a police officer, a burglar, or perhaps a killer, heading up the river, maybe for keeps.
And on the exact same platform, a crowd is cheering and throwing rice at a newlywed couple. In the midst of that celebratory chaos, the prisoner makes his move. He breaks away from the cop.
The announcer's voice drops the melody entirely here. He starts yelling in panic, narrating the action in real time. He describes the police drawing their weapons. He screams into the microphone, "Don't shoot, you fool! You will hit someone!"
And then, the climax of the piece. A gunshot rings out over the music. The prisoner is executed right there on the train tracks, dying amidst the scattered wedding rice.
The piece ends on that grim, breathless note. If we analyze the architecture of this broadcast, All Points West serves as the vital anchor. You have spent 50 minutes bathing in Hollywood glamour, ventriloquist comedy, aggressive coffee commercials, and European marital drama. Rogers and Hart use this final act to drag the listener out of the escapist fantasy and plunge them into the harsh, gritty realities of 1930s, America, economic desperation, the drumbeat of war, and violent crime.
It proves that the 1930s variety show format was capable of immense thematic weight. It wasn't just disposable audio candy. It was a mirror held up to society, capable of making you laugh at a wooden dummy one moment and forcing you to confront the brutality of the justice system the next.
And all of this happened live, broadcast simultaneously across the airwaves to millions of isolated living rooms, creating a unified national experience.
To synthesize the journey we've taken today, this single broadcast really is the Rosetta Stone for understanding the magic of the golden age of radio.
It truly is. It utilized the theater of the mind to make a carved piece of wood, be it sassafras or oak, feel as remarkably real and arguably more vital than flesh and blood celebrities.
It demonstrated an incredible trust in the audience, seamlessly blending the high art of Molnar's theater and Rogers' compositions with the low, visceral comedy of W.C. Fields' brawling with a dummy.
Above all, it forged a shared cultural event. It was a campfire that a fractured, economically devastated nation gathered around for 1 hour every Sunday.
It truly is a masterclass in the enduring power of classic storytelling. And preserving that specific kind of magic, the innocence, the sharp wit, the profound history of earlier entertainment, is exactly what we strive to do here at Chesterton Radio.
It's why we do it.
Exactly. And as a quick reminder to you listening, we are broadcasting out of Atchison, Kansas. We are a small, fiercely independent, listener-supported station. We don't have a massive network or yeast delivery company backing us.
No Paramount trucks either.
Sadly, no. So, if you enjoyed this deep dive into 1936
And want to help us keep exploring the paradoxes and the history of the airwaves, there are a few simple ways you can become part of the mission. You can subscribe to our Substack for deeper written analyses, you can share this deep dive with a friend who appreciates history or the mechanics of comedy, or you can support the station financially. We rely entirely on your patronage to keep the vintage microphones hot and the stories flowing.
And as we sign off from Atchison today, I want to leave you with a conceptual thread to pull on. We have spent the hour exploring how Charlie McCarthy functioned as the ultimate avatar. He was the wooden id that allowed the constrained, polite society of the 1930s to safely express its deep-seated mischief, its economic cynicism, and its quiet rebellion.
He was allowed to voice the frustrations that real humans could not.
Precisely. So, if you examine our fiercely curated, highly polished, modern entertainment landscape today, with its own complex web of unwritten rules and social constraints, what or who serves as our modern dummy? Through what medium do we safely vent our collective, unfiltered anarchy today?
Broadcasting from Chesterton Radio, right here in Atchison, Kansas. Welcome. We are so glad you're joining us for another deep dive today.
Yeah, thanks so much for tuning in. We've got a really special one for you this time.
We really do. And, you know, usually when we talk about experiencing some sort of monumental piece of art, there's this built-in expectation of visual spectacle.
Right. Absolutely. Like you expect to see something grand.
Exactly. Like if you're preparing to step into a massive, centuries-old cathedral, you expect to be just totally overwhelmed by the stained glass, the sweeping Gothic arches, you know.
Right. The sheer physical scale of the masonry pressing against the sky.
Yeah. But I want you to imagine stepping into that exact same cathedral in pitch black darkness. Like you can't see the vaulted ceilings at all.
Oh, wow. That's a completely different experience.
It is, but you can still feel the weight of the stone pressing down around you. You hear the echo of a single footstep just reverberating against the marble.
And suddenly the space feels infinitely larger, but also strangely intimate. Yes, terrifically intimate. You aren't just observing the cathedral anymore. You are entirely encompassed by it. And that is exactly the acoustic landscape we are exploring with you today.
It's such a great analogy because taking away the visual plane, it forces a completely different kind of cognitive engagement.
Right, you have to build the world yourself.
Exactly. When you remove the visuals, you can't be distracted by the pageantry or the scenery. You are trapped in the dark with these characters.
Just their voices.
Yeah, with the specific cadence of their breathing, the suffocating weight of their moral terror, the theater of the mind. It requires you, the listener, to act as the set designer.
The lighting director, the cinematographer, all of it.
Exactly. You do all the heavy lifting.
Which is just a beautiful way to frame our subject for today's deep dive. We are immersing ourselves, and we're inviting you to immerse yourself with us in a truly mesmerizing piece of cultural heritage.
It really is a masterpiece.
It's the 1937 Mercury Theatre radio production of Victor Hugo's epic 1862 novel, Les Misérables.
Such a massive undertaking.
Right. And what makes this particular broadcast so staggering is that this entire auditory cathedral was adapted by, directed by, and stars a 22-year-old Orson Welles.
Just 22.
Yeah.
The sheer gravity of what Welles accomplished at that age, it kind of defies ordinary comprehension.
It really does. I mean, what were we doing at 22?
Definitely not defining the golden age of radio, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. But our mission today isn't simply to recount the story. I mean, if you're listening to this, you likely already know the
Systemic poverty, the pursuit of redemption, that's all very well known.
Yeah, so what we want to uncover is the architecture of the production itself.
Right, we're going to examine how Welles takes this sprawling, dense masterpiece, I mean, a novel that runs over 1,500 pages, and distills it into a purely auditory experience.
It's fascinating. We want to understand how he uses that profound, almost intrusive intimacy of early carbon microphones to force you to confront the darkest and lightest parts of the human soul.
And to begin, we really have to look at the hook. It's the very first thing you hear when the static clears on this broadcast.
It's a warning, right? Pulled straight from Victor Hugo's original text.
Yeah, and it's delivered with this chilling, resonant authority by Wells. He opens by declaring that this story matters, and I quote, "so long as ignorance and poverty remain on earth."
Man, that is powerful. Let's situate that for a second. That warning was penned back in the 1860s, but it was broadcast by Wells in 1937.
Right in the grueling depths of the Great Depression.
Exactly. To audiences who were literally sitting around wooden radio cabinets in farmhouses, crowded tenement apartments.
And sitting here today, talking to you from Kansas, it retains every single ounce of its terrifying relevance.
It really does. That historical layering is just essential.
Because if you put yourself in the shoes of a 1937 listener, maybe someone who's just watched their farm turn to dust.
Or lost their job in the manufacturing collapse.
Right. Hearing Wells declare that society buys slaves from misery, it hits with the force of a physical blow.
It establishes the stakes instantly. This isn't just some historical romance or a swashbuckling adventure in 19th century France.
No, it is an active, blistering indictment of a broken world.
But to achieve that impact, Wells faced a frankly insurmountable structural challenge. The original novel is famously enormous.
Sprawling is almost an understatement.
Right. It's this massive ecosystem filled with, 50-page digressions on the Parisian sewer system.
Oh yeah, and the tactical minutiae of the Battle of Waterloo.
Yes, the enclosed theological world of convents. And Wells had to condense all of that literary geography into just 7 distinct radio broadcasts.
And the structural choices he makes to achieve that compression they're just fascinating.
Because he can't rely on sweeping camera pans or elaborate costume changes to show the passage of time.
Exactly, or a change in location. So he adopts this very specific technique. He doesn't just play the lead role of Jean Valjean.
He also acts as the omniscient narrator.
Right. He literally reads directly from the book, using his voice to bind these intense dramatic episodes together.
He's serving as the bridge across decades.
And it's a brilliant adaptation strategy. If we look at the evolution of audio storytelling, that running narrative acts almost like a cinematic voiceover.
But this is before modern cinema had fully perfected that form, right?
Exactly. It allows the production to leap across years and traverse entire cities without ever losing the emotional thread.
But I wonder, and I want to push back on this a little bit, does that lack of physical scope actually hurt the story in some ways?
How do you mean?
Well, when you experience a stage production or a film adaptation, the sheer visual scale, the grime, the massive architecture of Paris, it contributes to the overwhelming sense of societal oppression.
That's true. The visual weight of the city is huge.
Right. So without that visual spectacle relying entirely on Wells's voice right in your ear, does the story risk feeling too small, like trying to fit an entire symphony into a music box?
That is a completely fair critique of the medium. But I'd argue that in this specific case, the restriction actually acts as a magnifier.
A magnifier. Okay, explain that.
Well, without the distraction of the physical world, the internal psychological landscape becomes the primary setting. Think of it like a magnifying glass focusing sunlight into a single burning point.
Oh, I like that.
The architecture of the story ceases to be about the streets of Paris and becomes entirely about the architecture of conscience.
So we are no longer observing a man walking through a city. We are observing a man navigating the labyrinth of his own morality.
Exactly. And that intense claustrophobic focus perfectly sets the stage for the narrative's inciting incident.
Which is, fundamentally, a single staggering act of grace that completely overwrites a man's existence.
Let's step into that incident, because the mathematical cruelty of Valjean's life up to this point is simply brutal.
It's horrific. So it's October 1815. Jean Valjean has just been released from the galley, those floating prison ships at Toulon.
And as many of you listening probably know, he was originally sentenced to 5 years for stealing a single loaf of bread.
1 loaf of bread to feed his starving sister and her 7 children.
5 years of hard labor for that.
And then, because the human spirit naturally rebels against cages, he kept trying to escape.
Right, and his sentence was extended over and over again until he served 19 brutal years.
19 years, and he emerges into the world and is given a yellow passport.
which is a document that legally brands him as a dangerous ex-convict. It effectively exiles him from the human race.
Yeah, he walks into the town of Dinya. He's exhausted, starving, trying to find a bed. He actually has coin to pay.
But every single innkeeper, the second they see that yellow passport, throws him out into the freezing night.
19 years of torture for a loaf of bread. The justice system we are introduced to in those opening minutes, it operates on this massive deficit of humanity.
It's an economy of absolute retribution. The punishment doesn't just fit the crime, it completely consumes the individual.
Yeah. So when Valjean finally collapses on a stone bench, a local woman points him to the home of the local bishop.
And this bishop, Monseigneur Bienvenu, he operates on an entirely different economic model.
The scandalous, completely unearned economy of grace.
Yes. Valjean knocks on the door, and the bishop doesn't ask for ID or the yellow passport. He simply says, "Come in."
And the audio performance by Wells here is just remarkable. Valjean is so traumatized, so defensive, he basically yells his resume of misery at the bishop.
He's got this raspy, feral voice.
Yeah. He barks out, "I'm a galley slave. I've been in the galleys for 19 years. I have a yellow passport that says I am highly dangerous."
He expects to be struck. He expects to be thrown out.
And the bishop's response, delivered with this incredibly calm, steady cadence, is to just tell his housekeeper to set another place at the table.
And to bring out the good silver plates.
It is a complete subversion of Valjean's reality.
Totally. For 2 decades, society, the law, the physical brutality of the guards, they've all taught him that he is a monster, a mere number, 2, 4, 6, ever 1.
He's been trained by the whip to view the world entirely through the lens of power and violence.
Right, and the bishop, just by treating him as an honored guest, shatters that paradigm.
But trauma of that magnitude runs incredibly deep, you know? Valjean internalized the brutality of his captors.
The survival instincts surged in the galleys. They don't just vanish over a single warm meal.
Exactly. So in the middle of the night, he reverts to the only logic he knows. He wakes up, steals the bishop's only worldly treasure, those 6 silver plates, and flees into the dark.
And the state's retribution is swift. He gets caught by the police almost immediately.
They drag him back to the bishop's house the very next morning. I mean, put yourself in Valjean's shoes in that moment.
It's terrifying.
You are standing there, the silver plates in the hands of the police, bracing yourself to go back to the galleys for the rest of your natural life.
And the bishop looks at him, and then looks at the police and says with absolute serenity, "Ah, there you are. I gave you the candlesticks too, which are also silver. Why didn't you take them with your plates?"
The absolute shock of this moment for Valjean, but also for the listener, it cannot be overstated.
Yeah, bishop deliberately and treasonously lies to the state apparatus to protect a confessed thief.
He casually dismisses the police, using his authority as a clergyman to override the law.
And then, once they are alone, he hands Valjean those 2 heavy silver candlesticks and delivers the lines that anchor the entire philosophical weight of this epic.
Jean Valjean, my brother, never forget that you have promised me to use this silver to become an honest man. I have purchased your soul. I withdraw it from the spirit of perversity, and I give it to Almighty God.
I have purchased your soul. The acoustic space in the broadcast during that line is so quiet.
It's completely devoid of background noise. The words just hang in the air.
And Valjean takes the silver and runs away. And then for the first time in 19 years, the ice around his heart shatters and he just bursts into tears.
But let me play devil's advocate here. If we look at this practically outside the realm of romantic literature, is the bishop's act actually justifiable?
The utilitarian argument.
Right, because he is releasing a violent, traumatized man who has just proven he is willing to steal from his benefactors back onto the streets. Isn't that deeply irresponsible?
It's a massive risk.
Isn't radical grace inherently dangerous to the fabric of a society that requires order?
That is the exact tension Hugo is exploring. And it's a theme that G.K. Chesterton often touched upon when discussing the paradoxes of Christianity.
Chesterton loved a good paradox.
He really did. And no, the bishop's act is not responsible or fair in any legalistic sense. Grace, by its very definition, defies fairness.
Because fairness is justice. Fairness is getting exactly what you deserve.
Exactly. If Valjean received what he deserved under the law, he'd be back in iron chains. The bishop introduces an asymmetrical force into Valjean's life.
It is incredibly dangerous.
Yes, because it relies completely on the fragile hope that radical forgiveness can accomplish what 19 years of physical torture could not.
the actual rehabilitation of a human heart.
Right. Chesterton argued that the only thing capable of breaking an unbreakable cycle of punishment is an unjustifiable act of forgiveness.
The bishop shatters Valjean's worldview just as violently as the galleys did, but he uses light instead of iron to do it.
And it's a gamble that ultimately saves Valjean. He disappears, uses the wealth from the silver to completely reinvent himself, and emerges years later as Monsieur Madeleine.
A wealthy, benevolent factory owner and the mayor of Montreuil-sur-Mer.
But just as we witness a soul miraculously saved by wealth and compassion, the broadcast immediately pivots.
Yeah, the narrative machinery wrenches us away from the heights of theological grace and plunges us into the crushing mechanical reality of the Industrial Revolution.
It shows us a soul utterly destroyed by poverty and societal cruelty.
We move to the year 1817. And the transition here in the audio is sharp, it's unforgiving. We are introduced to Fantine.
The auditory portrayal of Fantine's descent is just agonizing.
We all know the tragic arc, right? A young working-class mother abandoned by the wealthy student who fathered her child.
And to find work, she has to leave her daughter, Cosette, with a family called the Thénardiers, who run an inn in another town.
Fantine actually finds employment in Valjean's, well, now Mayor Madeleine's synthetic jet factory.
She works relentlessly, sending her meager wages to support Cosette. But the societal morality of the time is a trap.
Her secret is discovered by the gossiping women in the workshop. And without Valjean's direct knowledge, his forewoman fires Fantine.
For the moral crime of being an unmarried mother.
Here, Wells really uses the medium to dissect the anatomy of poverty. Fantine is cast out not for a legal crime, but for a moral infraction judged by a profoundly hypocritical society.
Hugo uses her descent as a searing indictment of the bourgeoisie. Wells, as the narrator, drops his voice to deliver this devastating line.
Oh, I know the one.
What is the history of France? It is society buying a slave from misery.
A listener in 1937, surrounded by breadlines and shantytowns, would instantly recognize that Hugo wasn't just talking about 19th century France.
Fantine is forced to systematically dismantle herself. She's literally selling off pieces of her own body to survive.
Because the Thénardiers operate a relentless campaign of extortion, they send these demanding letters claiming Cosette needs woolen skirts or that she's sick with a military fever.
And that she requires 40 francs for medicine. They are mercilessly squeezing Fantine.
So Fantine sells her beautiful blonde hair, and then the audio captures the most horrific degradation. A traveling dentist comes to town, and she sells her 2 front teeth for 2 gold Napoleons.
The broadcast describes her sitting in her freezing, unlit room, her mouth bleeding, her face hollowed out.
It is a literal physical dismemberment by capitalism, and the Thénardiers are the active agents of that dismemberment.
It's vital to understand the specific kind of evil they represent in the acoustic landscape. They aren't grand, operatic villains with deep philosophical motivations.
Or tragic backstories.
Right. They represent the banal, parasitic evil of everyday exploitation. Their code as innkeepers is explicitly detailed.
They charge the traveler for the open window, for the closed window, for the dog, for the cat.
For the wear and tear on the mirror. They literally monetize mere existence.
They're like a predatory toll booth on a bridge that is already collapsing. I mean, Fantine is just trying to survive the winter of her life, and the Thénardiers are extracting every last drop of sap.
Simply because the structure of society allows them to.
And I want to challenge you on this. While the story gives us grand ideological antagonists later on, aren't the Thénardiers actually the most realistic monsters in the narrative?
Oh, without a doubt.
Because they aren't driven by grand philosophy, just petty greed.
They're the most recognizable monsters in the text because they are entirely unregulated by conscience.
We encounter the legacy of the Thénardiers in any system that preys on the vulnerable.
From company stores in mining towns that kept workers in perpetual debt to predatory lending structures today, they thrive in the dark spaces where law and compassion are absent.
But this introduces a terrifying dichotomy. Because while the Thénardiers exploit the vulnerable through lawless greed, the state crushes the vulnerable through the absolute unbending application of the law itself.
And that brings us to the most formidable, complex antagonist in the story, Inspector Javert.
The introduction of Javert in this broadcast is a masterclass in establishing dread. Wells, in his narrator voice, describes Javert's origins with chilling precision.
He tells us that Javert was born in a prison, the son of a fortune teller and a galley slave.
The narration uses this visceral animal metaphor. It says that in every litter of wolves, there is one dog that is killed by the mother.
Give a human face to this dog son of a wolf, and you will have Javert.
He is this relentless dark shadow following the beloved Mayor Madeleine.
Javert's psychological architecture is deeply unsettling because it is just so rigid.
He isn't malicious in a personal vindictive sense. He doesn't take joy in cruelty.
No, he is the terrifying embodiment of institutional rigidity. He divides the world cleanly into two impermeable categories: those who uphold the law and those who break it.
And once you cross that line into criminality, you are forever tainted. You belong to the abyss.
To Javert, the idea of an ex-convict doing good works, a galley slave becoming a benevolent mayor, is not a story of a redeemed man.
It's an impossible glitch in the universe. It's an existential threat to the fundamental order of reality that he has dedicated his entire life to protecting.
We see the danger of that perfectly calibrated, mindless machinery in the snow scene.
Fantine, who has now been driven by starvation into prostitution, is attacked in the street by a wealthy bourgeois man.
He shoves a handful of snow down her dress just for his own amusement, and she snaps. She fights back like a cornered animal.
Javert arrives and arrests her. He sentences her to 6 months in prison, completely ignoring the wealthy man who instigated the assault.
But Mayor Madeleine Valjean happens upon the scene, uses his authority as mayor, and overrides Javert's sentence to free her.
And Javert's vocal reaction in the audio is incredible. He's not shouting. He is vibrating with this suppressed, furious indignation.
But he is forced by the hierarchy of the law to obey.
Obedience for Javert, however, does not mean submission. He secretly writes to the police prefect in Paris, reporting his suspicion that the respected Mayor Madeleine is actually the missing parole jumper, Jean Valjean.
But Paris writes back and informs Javert that he is mistaken, because the authorities have supposedly just captured the real Jean Valjean.
Which leads to one of the most psychologically fascinating scenes in the broadcast. Javert comes to Mayor Madeleine's office, not to gloat, but to confess.
Javert stands before the man he deeply despises, the man he just attempted to ruin, and formally demands to be fired for insubordination.
He states, "I denounced you. I must be discharged."
Madeleine, showing incredible restraint and mercy, tries to refuse his resignation and forgive him, and Javert's response is chilling.
He says, "I hate your kindness. It's easy to be kind. It's hard to be just."
If we look closely at this, doesn't Javert's demand to be stripped of his badge show a twisted kind of integrity?
It absolutely does.
He applies the exact same merciless standard to himself that he applies to Fantine. He is perfectly, dangerously consistent. Can we even call him evil if he's just a machine executing its programming?
That is an excellent way to conceptualize him. Javert's integrity is entirely real, but it is fatally divorced from empathy.
Right.
He worships authority and structure above humanity. When he demands his own dismissal, he proves that he is not a hypocrite. He is a zealot of the social order.
He's a machine designed by a society that values punishment over rehabilitation, order over mercy.
And his dangerous, unyielding consistency acts as the catalyst that forces Valjean into the most agonizing crucible of the entire epic.
Because in the process of demanding his own dismissal, Javert casually drops a grenade of information on Valjean's desk.
He mentions that the real Jean Valjean, who was captured, is an old, confused vagabond named Champmathieu, who was arrested simply for stealing a branch of apples.
The authorities looked at this poor man, noted his physical resemblance to the missing Valjean, brought in some old galley convicts who falsely identified him.
And now this completely innocent man is sitting in a cell in the town of Arras, about to be sent to the galleys for life.
Javert is satisfied because the ledger of justice is being balanced. But Valjean is left sitting in his office, alone in the dark, holding the horrifying knowledge that another man is about to be buried alive in his place.
It's the ultimate crisis of conscience, and it strikes right at the heart of utilitarian philosophy versus absolute moral duty.
Let's break that down. For years, Valjean has carefully built a sanctuary in Montreuil-sur-Mer. As mayor, he provides jobs, wealth, and economic stability to an entire region.
He funds the hospitals. He's currently nursing the dying Fantine, having sworn a sacred oath to rescue her daughter, Cosette.
If he simply stays silent, he continues to do massive utilitarian good for thousands of people. All it costs is the freedom of one idiot who is likely going to rot in a local prison for stealing apples anyway.
From a purely mathematical utilitarian standpoint, the greatest good for the greatest number, staying silent, is the logical choice.
It's like the ultimate nightmarish trolley problem, right?
Oh, that's exactly what it is.
He's a railroad switchman standing at the levers.
On one track, a massive passenger train is hurtling forward, carrying the entire prosperity of his town, the orphans, the sick Fantine, and his own freedom.
And on the other track stands one confused old man he has never met.
Does he pull the lever and derail everything he has built to save a stranger? Valjean realizes that if he doesn't pull the lever to save the innocent man, he might keep his town rich, but he is throwing his own newly purchased soul onto the tracks.
The audio representation of this internal war is a triumph of radio. Wells performs Valjean's internal monologue, his voice echoing with reverb to simulate the chambers of his mind.
Jean Valjean, behold yourself, an honored man, the rich man who feeds the poor. There shall be a man wearing your red blouse and bearing your name and dragging your chain in the galleys.
Valjean rejects the utilitarian mathematics of the state. He chooses the absolute moral imperative. The bishop purchased his soul for God. He cannot allow another human being to be crucified to subsidize his comfort.
No matter the greater good of the town. So he travels through the night to the courthouse in Arras. And the way the radio medium handles this courtroom scene is a brilliant exercise in auditory focus.
We don't see the judge or the jury. We just hear the murmurs of the crowd, the false witnesses condemning the old man, and then the sudden piercing clarity of Valjean's voice cutting through the acoustic clutter.
He steps up and tries to confess, to tell them who he really is, and at first the court simply does not believe him.
They think he's the respected, wealthy mayor, Madeleine. The judge literally thinks he has suffered a mental breakdown from overwork.
Valjean realizes that his word is no longer enough. He has to provide physical, undeniable proof. So he turns to the old convicts on the witness stand, calls them by their specific galley numbers,
And strips his shoulder bare to reveal the permanent brand burned into his flesh in the galleys.
He says, "Release this man, he is innocent. Gentlemen, I am Jean Valjean." To hear Wells deliver that line with a mixture of absolute defeat and profound spiritual victory is unforgettable.
By choosing truth over power, Valjean executes a profound act of moral courage. But practically speaking, this ethical victory plunges him straight back into the physical nightmare of being hunted.
The narrative shifts instantly. We move from a slow, agonizing psychological thriller of the mind into a visceral, heart-pounding physical escape.
Valjean rushes back to the hospital to try and save Fantine, but Javert is already there, hot on his trail.
The shock of Javert's cruelty, his absolute refusal to grant Valjean 3 days to fetch Cosette, literally kills Fantine in her hospital bed.
Valjean is arrested, sentenced to the double chain for life in the Toulon galleys, but manages a desperate escape by falling from the rigging of a prison ship into the sea and faking his own drowning.
Which brings us to a transition in the story that perfectly highlights the unique power of the medium. Valjean is legally dead to the state. He immediately travels to the Thénardiers' inn on a terrifying, freezing Christmas Eve.
Pays them an exorbitant sum of 1,500 francs to release Cosette and flees to Paris with the little girl.
But you cannot outrun a bloodhound like Javert forever. Javert spots them in the city. And what follows is a sequence that fundamentally changes the rules of a chase scene.
They are cornered in a blind alley at midnight. A squad of police is closing in, blocking the only exit.
This is where we must dissect the audio architecture of suspense, because on a cinematic screen, a chase scene is a visual adrenaline rush, fast cuts, dynamic camera movement.
But on radio, it is a terrifying exercise in localized sound and acoustic isolation. You hear the heavy, ragged breathing of Valjean. You hear the terrified whispers of the child.
You hear the methodical, echoing footsteps of the police squad on the cobblestones getting louder and louder.
You hear the whisper of the wind in the blind alley. Valjean spots a street lamp mechanism with a rope.
And the listener hears the slice of the knife cutting the rope, the friction of the cord being tied around Cosette.
And the physical exertion as Valjean scales an 18-foot vertical stone wall in the pitch dark, pulling the child up, just seconds before the police burst into the alley.
They drop down the other side, finding themselves in the enclosed, silent garden of the convent of Petit Picpus.
But dropping into the garden doesn't solve the problem, because the convent is a strictly cloistered environment. No men are legally allowed inside the walls.
By pure providence, Valjean runs into an old man working as the convent gardener, a man named Fauchelevent,
whose life Valjean had personally saved years earlier when he was still Mayor Madeleine.
Fauchelevent is eager to repay the debt and hide them, but the logistics are impossible. Valjean has to be legally smuggled out of the convent so that he can officially re-enter through the front gate, presenting himself with forged papers as the gardener's brother.
And the only way out of a cloistered convent is inside a coffin. A nun has just died, and Valjean must take her place in the wooden box.
The coffin sequence is arguably the pinnacle of radio horror in this broadcast. It relies entirely on Foley art.
Right, the physical manipulation of objects in the studio to create sound effects. It induces this suffocating claustrophobia.
Fauchelevent's desperate plan is to let the government pallbearers take the coffin to the cemetery, assuming they will leave the actual burial to his friend, the usual drunken gravedigger.
Fauchelevent plans to get the gravedigger drunk, pry open the coffin, and free Valjean in the dead of night. Valjean agrees to be nailed inside the wooden box.
Let's think about the psychological effect this has on you, the listener. We often default to thinking of visual mediums as the ultimate thrill ride.
But doesn't radio actually make this claustrophobia infinitely worse?
Yes, because if you are watching a film, your eyes can wander to the edge of the screen to the exit sign in the theater. You can look away.
But sitting by your radio in the dark, you are trapped in that box right beside him.
You hear exactly what he hears, muffled by the acoustic deadening of the wood. You hear the jolt of the hearse, the clattering of the wooden wheels over the uneven pavement.
And then, the terror of the unforeseen variable. The plan disintegrates. When the hearse arrives at the cemetery, the usual drunken gravedigger is not there. He has died.
A new man has taken his place, and this new man is strictly professional. He does not drink.
Fauchelevent tries desperately to stall him, to lure him away to a tavern, but the man insists on completing his state-mandated job immediately.
Valjean is lying in the pitch black of the coffin, breathing the stale air through tiny cracks in the wood, listening to the muffled Latin chanting of the priest performing the requiem.
And then Wells unleashes the most terrifying sound effect in the production.
A sudden, thunderous crash right above his face.
It is the heavy, wet sound of earth hitting the wooden lid, just inches from his nose.
If you are listening to this broadcast, you hear that thud, and you instinctively feel the air being sucked out of your own lungs.
You hear a second shovel of dirt, and a third, and you can hear the dirt stopping up the tiny air holes in the wood. Valjean is literally being buried alive.
It is pure, visceral auditory horror. Miraculously, Fauchelevent manages to steal the new gravedigger's certification card or bribe him away just long enough to frantically pry the lid open.
He pulls Valjean from the grave just as he is losing consciousness. Valjean is pulled from the earth, and he is symbolically reborn once again.
He successfully re-enters the convent as the assistant gardener, and for years, decades in fact, he and Cosette live in profound, secluded peace behind those high stone walls.
Cosette grows up safe, educated, and deeply loved. But the world outside the convent is not static.
The tectonic plates of French society are shifting. The bubbling, explosive unrest of Paris is about to drag Valjean out of his sanctuary and hurl him back into a direct, final collision with his eternal pursuer.
Which brings us out of the shadows and into the bloody streets of 1832.
Cosette is grown, they have eventually left the safety of the convent, and she has fallen deeply in love with a young, idealistic student named Marius.
But Marius is a revolutionary. He's part of the Friends of the ABC. The streets of Paris erupt in rebellion against the monarchy.
Massive barricades of furniture and cobblestones are thrown up across the narrow streets. When Valjean intercepts a letter and realizes Marius is at the barricades and is almost certainly going to be slaughtered by the National Guard, he puts on his old uniform and walks straight into the war zone.
He doesn't go to fight for the political revolution. He goes entirely to protect the boy his daughter loves.
And it is here, amidst the chaos, the relentless crack of musket fire, and the groans of dying revolutionaries, that the moral threads of the epic finally pull tight.
Valjean discovers a prisoner tied to a post in the tavern serving as the rebel headquarters. It's a police spy who had infiltrated the students and been exposed.
It's Inspector Javert. The rebel leader tells Valjean he can have the honor of executing the spy. Valjean takes Javert down a narrow alley, alone, away from the barricade.
Javert looks at the man he has hunted for decades and says, "Take your revenge." He expects a knife in his ribs. In his mind, it is the only logical conclusion of the universe. The criminal must kill the lawman.
But Valjean does not strike. Instead of a knife to the ribs, the listener hears the sound of the blade cutting the thick ropes binding Javert. Valjean tells him he is free to go.
He even gives Javert his current address in Paris, just in case Javert survives the battle and wishes to come arrest him later.
Javert is left standing in the alley, absolutely paralyzed by confusion. Valjean then returns to the barricade, finds Marius horribly wounded and unconscious after the army breaches the defenses.
And he carries this grown man on his back. He pries open an iron grate and descends into the hellish, bloody, pitch-black labyrinth of the Parisian sewers to escape the advancing soldiers.
He wades through waist-deep slime, dragging the boy to safety.
The descent into the sewers is a masterful piece of symbolism by Hugo, heavily emphasized in the audio production through the echoing, dripping Foley work.
The sewers represent the physical manifestation of the societal waste, the corruption, and the forgotten misery that runs beneath the gleaming, wealthy surface of Paris.
Valjean navigates this literal underworld, carrying the future of his daughter on his shoulders, and finally reaches a heavy iron grating that leads out to the River Seine and to freedom.
But the grate is locked. He manages to get through with the unwitting help of Thénardier, who does not recognize him in the filth. Valjean emerges onto the muddy bank of the river, exhausted, only to find a tall figure waiting for him in the shadows.
It's Javert, the ultimate confrontation.
Valjean does not fight. He asks for one final human favor. Help me get this dying boy to a doctor, and then I will surrender to you without resistance.
Astoundingly, Javert agrees. They put Marius in a carriage, drop him at his grandfather's house, and then Javert drives Valjean to his own home so Valjean can say a final goodbye to Cosette.
Javert says, "I'll wait in the street." Valjean walks upstairs, looks out the window, and the street is empty. Javert is gone.
This moment marks the ontological collapse of Javert. We really need to unpack that term deeply because it is the crux of Hugo's philosophical argument.
Ontology is the philosophical study of being, right, of what constitutes reality and existence.
Exactly. Javert's entire reality, his reason for existing, is built on a binary, unshakable foundation. The law is infallible, and criminals are irredeemable demons.
When Valjean spared his life at the barricade, Javert's foundation didn't just crack, it evaporated.
If a convicted galley slave can act with profound mercy, then the law can be wrong. And the law can be wrong, then his entire life's hunting Valjean, punishing Fantine, enforcing the rigid hierarchy of society wasn't justice. It was just blind, horrific cruelty.
It's as if Javert is a navigator on the open ocean, and he has relied on a single compass his entire life. Suddenly, he sails into a massive magnetic storm. The needle just starts spinning wildly.
The fixed point of true north that he used to define his entire reality is gone. He's completely unmoored.
Is Javert's leap into the Seine an act of cowardice, or is it the only logical conclusion for a man whose fundamental operating system just crashed?
The audio production highlights this internal destruction brilliantly. We hear Javert walk slowly to a police post near the roaring waters of the Seine. He sits down at a desk, takes out his notebook.
The exact same notebook he used to meticulously track Valjean for decades.
And he begins to write a list of administrative reforms. He writes things like, the prisoners should not have to take off their shoes. The guards shouldn't charge them 2 sous for calling their names.
This is a heartbreaking detail. He is moments away from death, and he is writing about footwear in the prisons.
By drafting those mundane, bureaucratic notes, he is making one final, desperate attempt to assert order over a universe that has just collapsed on him.
He is trying to fix the system to make it fair, but he knows it is fundamentally futile.
He has realized the devastating truth. The monster he hunted for decades was nearer to the angels than he was. He cannot return Valjean to the galleys because his awakened conscience recognizes that would be a crime against a saint.
But he cannot let him go because his ingrained duty demands he enforce the law. He is trapped in an impossible, fatal contradiction.
So unable to exist in a world where mercy supersedes law, he walks to the edge of the parapet, places his hat neatly on the stone, and falls straight into the black abyss of the river.
With the law permanently defeated by grace, the external conflict of the novel is finally over. But the internal conflict of the protagonist has one last devastating chapter.
We move to the year 1833. Marius has recovered from his wounds. He and Cosette are married in a joyous, beautiful ceremony.
Valjean has provided them with an immense fortune, over 600,000 francs, saved from his days as Mayor Madeleine.
But Valjean fakes an injured arm, so he doesn't have to sign the official marriage documents, because he is still using a fake name and refuses to commit perjury on their marriage certificate.
And the day after the wedding, he goes to Marius alone, in a quiet room, and confesses everything. I am a convict. I have been in the galleys.
Marius, who is a product of his bourgeois societal conditioning, is horrified. He doesn't know that Valjean is the man who carried him through the sewers. He only knows the overwhelming societal stigma attached to the galleys.
Valjean, seeing Marius's revulsion, slowly and deliberately distances himself to protect Cosette from the stain of his criminal past. He visits the young couple less and less.
He refers to Cosette formally as Madame. Eventually, he stops coming altogether, retreating to a cold, bare room to quietly die of a broken heart.
He gives away his wealth, his hard-won freedom, and finally, his only source of joy in the universe, Cosette herself.
Watching him fade away like that, it brings to mind the image of a generational transfer.
The bishop handed the heavy baton of grace to Valjean. Valjean carried it through decades of mud, blood, and the literal sewers of Paris, constantly hunted, enduring unimaginable suffering.
Just so he could hand it, clean and pure, to Cosette and Marius.
But I look at that and I have to wonder, did Valjean ever truly get to enjoy the grace he was given? Or was his burden simply to carry it so that someone else could live in the light?
That is the tragic, transcendent beauty of his redemption. Let's return to the bishop's exact words. I have purchased your soul.
Valjean's life, from that moment in 1815 onward, was no longer his own to enjoy in the traditional sense of earthly comfort.
He was a currency spent entirely on the salvation of others, on Fantine, on Fauchelevent, on Marius, and ultimately on Cosette.
But the story refuses to end in complete tragedy. It provides a final, perfect symmetry. Marius eventually discovers the truth, through Thénardier, that Valjean is not a thief, but the savior who dragged him from the barricades.
Marius and Cosette rush through the streets of Paris to Valjean's deathbed, and the auditory imagery in this final scene is profoundly moving.
The frantic pacing of the broadcast slows down completely. The acoustic space becomes incredibly intimate.
Valjean is lying on his bed, his breath shallow, and he has lit the 2 silver candlesticks the bishop gave him 18 years prior. The light falls on his pale face.
He tells Marius and Cosette to love each other always. He leaves them the candlesticks. And then, his voice fading into a whisper, he dies, enveloped in the exact same light that birthed his conscience all those years ago.
The silence that follows his final breath in the audio production is heavy. The purchase of his soul is fully realized.
It brings the entire epic full circle. The auditory journey ends not with the clash of iron chains in Toulon, nor with the roar of musket fire at a Parisian barricade,
but with the quiet, breathless silence of a soul finally at peace, bathed in the light of an impossible grace. Wells understood that the greatest crescendo he could offer at the end of this massive, turbulent story was absolute stillness.
It is the kind of silence that leaves you completely speechless in the dark room with your radio. We have spent this entire deep dive exploring the salvation of one man's soul, analyzing how audio engineering and brilliant adaptation brought it to life.
But I want to leave you, our listener, with a final thought to explore on your own.
Remember the opening warning from the broadcast that we discussed at the beginning? So long as ignorance and poverty remain on earth, Valjean was saved. His soul was redeemed.
But the Thénardiers of the world are still out there, extracting blood from the vulnerable. The brutal galleys, in whatever modern form they take, remained.
The crushing system that sentenced a starving man to 19 years of torture for a loaf of bread did not fundamentally change just because Jean Valjean became a saint.
So we must ask ourselves, does individual redemption matter in a structurally broken world? Or, as Hugo might argue, is individual grace the only thing that actually has the power to change the world, one soul at a time?
A profound and enduring question, and exactly the kind of critical, unsettling thinking that Victor Hugo and a 22-year-old Orson Welles demanded of their audience.
If you enjoy these rich, intellectual conversations about classic literature, the golden age of radio, and stories that challenge our understanding of the world, remember that Chesterton Radio is entirely listener-supported.
Consider supporting our work so we can keep bringing these vital masterpieces out of the archives and into the light. Until next time, when you find yourself sitting in the dark, remember that sometimes that is exactly where you need to be to hear what matters most. Take care of yourselves and each other.
From Chesterton Radio in Atchison, Kansas, this is the Chesterton Wireless, a weekly dispatch from the world of G.K. Chesterton.
And, if you're tuning into this deep dive today, it's highly likely you already have a dog-eared copy of Orthodoxy or The Everlasting Man sitting on your bookshelf right now.
Oh, exactly. You already know the man. You know the cape, the sword stick, the booming laugh, the relentless paradoxes.
Right. But our mission in this program, it's not to simply offer a retrospective on an Edwardian man of letters.
No, not at all. Instead, we are here to unclutter and really analyze the staggering real-world infrastructure that is currently being built in his name.
We are tracking a century-old literary fandom that has suddenly and aggressively, I'd say, morphed into a brick-and-mortar reality.
Over the course of this hour, we'll be examining 4 main pillars of this modern renaissance. We're looking at the rapidly expanding global network of Chesterton Academy high schools.
Which is just a massive topic on its own.
It really is.
Yeah.
We're also looking at the continuing organized influence of Chesterton's societal movement, the latest news surrounding his legacy from classical education communities, and the brand new scholarship that is actively debating his ideas today.
It is a remarkable sociological phenomenon to observe. I mean, we are looking at an author, a journalist, a lay philosopher who died in 1936.
Right.
By standard metrics of literary history, his work should be safely relegated to, university syllabi or niche literary society.
Dusty library basement archives.
Exactly. Yet, the data we are reviewing today paints a completely different picture. He is currently the animating spirit of a 21st century grassroots educational and cultural explosion.
Yeah, and we're going to be dissecting a directory that currently tracks 91 distinct physical schools.
91.
91, alongside international expansions that are crossing profound cultural and linguistic barriers.
It really compels us to ask a rather urgent question. What is it about the specific anxieties, the institutional disillusionment, and the aspirations of parents and readers today that makes this particular voice from the early 20th century feel not just relevant, but entirely necessary?
That is the precise tension we need to explore here.
Yeah.
So let's begin with our first pillar, the Chesterton Academy movement.
Let's do it.
When you look at the origins of this network, it does not trace back to a massive corporate endowment or a top-down diocesan mandate.
No, not at all. The timeline points to the year 2008 in Edina, Minnesota.
Two men, Dale Alquist and Tom Bankston.
Right. They were evaluating the educational landscape for their children, and they were searching for a Catholic high school that didn't merely offer a standard secular curriculum with a theology class just sort of tacked on to the end of the day.
Yeah, like an afterthought.
Exactly. They wanted a model that integrated rigorous intellectual formation with deep spiritual roots. And finding a void in the market, they just initiated a local solution. They founded the first Chesterton Academy.
And the year 2008 is a fascinating anchor point for you to keep in mind as a listener.
It really is.
It was a year characterized by profound global institutional failure, economic anxiety.
The financial crash.
Right. It was a moment when many people began to seriously question the trajectory of modern utilitarian systems. But, and this is where it gets crazy, what elevates this from a localized Minnesota story to a global phenomenon is an incredible historical parallel.
I love this part of the story. In that exact same year, 2008, thousands of miles away across the Atlantic Ocean, in the Italian coastal town of San Benedetto del Tronto.
A man named Marco Sermarini.
Yes. Marco Sermarini and his local community were undergoing the exact same crisis of education, and they arrived at the exact same solution.
They founded a school called the Scuola Libera G.K. Chesterton.
They adopted the exact same patron saint, essentially.
They implemented a remarkably similar classical model of intellectual and spiritual formation. And for 5 years, these two groups operated completely unaware of the other's existence.
That parallel discovery is just striking. It suggests there was a shared cultural catalyst operating in both the American Midwest and the Italian coast that suddenly made Chesterton's philosophical framework highly functional for a completely new generation.
Yeah, the source texts indicate that these two communities were finally introduced in 2013 by a Father Spencer Howe.
That introduction initiated what the network describes as a bridge of prayer and visits between Minnesota and Italy.
And it was from that specific synthesis that the global franchise, if we can use that term loosely, was born. Because when we examine the comprehensive spreadsheet tracking this network today, the scope of the data is staggering.
The directory lists 91 active schools. Let's just contextualize that data for a second. Establishing 91 independent physical schools in slightly over a decade and a half is an astonishing rate of growth for any grassroots educational initiative.
It's unheard of. And when you analyze the geographic distribution within the United States, distinct regional hotspots emerge that really warrant closer scrutiny.
California, for instance, is currently experiencing a massive surge.
Yeah, they already operate schools in municipalities like Dixon, North Highlands, Yuba City, and Menlo Park.
But look at the directory for the future. It shows 3 more campuses slated to open in 2026.
Visalia, Turlock, and Walnut Creek.
Right, which will bring the California footprint to 7 schools.
7 schools just in California. And when you look at those locations, alongside the aggressive expansion in the American South and Midwest, it reveals a really distinct pattern.
Florida is booming. They currently operate schools in Winter Park, Pensacola, and Sarasota.
With a new campus in Vero Beach opening in 2025.
And another in Melbourne planned for 2027.
Michigan has 5 campuses, ranging from Petoskey to a new foundation in Battle Creek. Ohio also hosts 5.
But what becomes clear as we review the local news reports covering these openings is the fiercely localized nature of this alternative education wave.
Yes, that's a crucial point for you to understand as we unpack this. These are not standardized corporate franchises being dropped into sterile suburbs.
The reporting emphasizes the organic sweat equity involved. In Wichita Falls, Texas, local residents recently purchased a former church to physically house their new Chesterton Academy.
In Framingham, Massachusetts, regional news is tracking the opening of a new co-educational Chesterton school as a metric of private education bouncing back in New England.
And in Bend, Oregon, the newly opened Mater Dei is functioning as the city's first ever Catholic high school. It is characterized entirely by parents and community leaders actively building the infrastructure themselves.
It's an entirely subsidiary movement.
Which is so fitting. The principle of subsidiarity, that matters ought to be handled by the smallest, lowest, or least centralized competent authority, is central to Chesterton's socioeconomic thought.
It's fascinating to see it manifested in the very organizational structure of these schools. But that local drive is now translating into an aggressive, cross-cultural, international expansion.
According to reports from Catholic media sources, the network's stated goal is to add 22 schools worldwide within this calendar year alone.
The geographic variety of the upcoming 2025 and 2026 international openings is perhaps the most compelling data point we have in this entire deep dive.
Oh, absolutely. The directory lists new Chesterton academies launching in Tokyo, Japan.
Oxford, in the United Kingdom, which places the movement right back in Chesterton's own intellectual backyard.
Barcelona, Spain. Londrina, Brazil.
Lagos, Nigeria. Cordoba, Argentina. And Johannesburg, South Africa.
This is no longer merely an American alternative education trend.
Not at all. Which forces us to analyze the pedagogical machinery at work here. What exactly is the educational model that translates so fluidly across such vastly different cultural and linguistic landscapes?
How does an Edwardian English philosophy resonate in Tokyo or Lagos?
Right. The data points to a very intentional, unapologetic revival of the classical education model, rooted deeply in the Catholic intellectual tradition.
Modern mainstream education has increasingly moved toward a STEM-heavy hyper-utilitarian model, where the implicit goal is primarily economic output.
Training students to pass standardized tests so they can secure placement in a corporate hierarchy.
The Chesterton model actively rejects that premise entirely. The curriculum is built on 3 inseparable pillars: intellectual, character, and spiritual formation.
It revolves around engaging with primary sources rather than synthesized textbooks.
It utilizes the Socratic method of rigorous questioning. It requires the study of formal logic, rhetoric, Latin, and the fine arts.
Integrating theological and philosophical reflection into every single aspect of learning.
And a phrase that consistently appears in the press releases and local news reports covering these school openings is joyfully Catholic.
Yes, that specific modifier joyful seems crucial to understanding the attraction here.
In a modern educational landscape that is frequently characterized by extreme academic pressure, ideological polarization, and a pervasive sense of student anxiety, these institutions are presenting themselves as a countercultural refuge.
They are utilizing Chesterton's specific brand of robust, combative, yet fundamentally optimistic joy as a magnet for families seeking a holistic approach to human development.
They are fundamentally shifting the baseline question of education. Instead of asking a student, what specific skills do you need to acquire to become a viable economic unit? They are asking, what kind of human being are you becoming?
They are returning to the classical idea that education is about the formation of the soul, the cultivation of virtue, and the capacity to recognize truth, goodness, and beauty.
And that philosophical foundation brings us perfectly to the organizational engine that is quietly powering, sustaining, and resourcing so much of this cultural infrastructure.
Let's move to the second pillar of our dispatch,
Yeah.
the organizational structure supporting this renaissance. Because behind these 91 schools is a deeply established entity known as the Society of Gilbert Keith Chesterton.
Spearheaded by its president, Dale Elquist, the same individual who co-founded that initial school in Minnesota.
This society operates under a banner they call the Apostolate of Common Sense.
The core mission of this society, as articulated in their materials, is essentially evangelization through education, utilizing Chesterton as the premier model for lay spirituality.
They are providing the necessary intellectual scaffolding for this entire movement.
It is vital to recognize that you cannot sustain a network of classical high schools if the parents and the surrounding adult community do not share the intellectual culture of those schools.
Exactly. The society exists to foster that adult intellectual culture. They maintain a highly structured suite of initiatives designed to keep the adult demographic consistently engaged.
They produce the Uncommon Sense audio program. They publish Gilbert magazine 6 times a year, which serves as a central hub for new essays, cultural commentary, and networking.
They facilitate a prayer initiative called the Francis Chesterton Rosary League, honoring his wife and her profound influence on his spiritual life.
They have even developed tiered membership groups. Individuals can join the society as a squire or a knight.
While that terminology sounds wonderfully chivalric and perfectly aligned with the aesthetic of Chesterton's own fiction, it functions practically as a tiered patronage system to fund their expansion.
The aspect of their cultural infrastructure that merits the most analysis, however, is their commitment to physical incarnational gathering.
In an era where intellectual discourse has been almost entirely subsumed by the digital sphere, often degrading into the hostility of social media algorithms, the society is actively bringing people together in physical space.
They host an annual conference, describing it as 3 days of intellectual stimulation, spiritual edification, and fellowship.
But even more crucially for the grassroots momentum, they manage a massive international network of local societies.
The local societies are a fascinating cultural phenomenon in themselves. Their directory provides an interactive map where individuals can locate a chapter in their immediate vicinity.
And these chapters regularly host events branded as Chesterton on Tap.
The concept is intentionally modeled after Chesterton's own life. You have groups of people gathering in local pubs, sharing a pint, and engaging in vigorous face-to-face debate over philosophy, literature, economics, and theology.
They are actively attempting to resurrect the culture of Fleet Street in London, where Chesterton and his great friend Hilaire Belloc famously debated the political and literary figures of their day.
It is a deliberate rejection of digital isolation. It is a profound recognition that true intellectual life requires friendship and physical presence.
But we must return to the central paradox of this entire movement. Why Chesterton?
Right.
Out of all the brilliant, prolific 20th century thinkers, why does his writing specifically possess the velocity to drive this modern infrastructure?
I would argue it comes down to his incredibly unique multidisciplinary output. He was a master of accessible apologetics. His book Orthodoxy remains a seminal text that continues to serve as the gateway for countless modern readers.
He was a brilliant essayist who could seamlessly pivot from a rigorous critique of global capitalism to a profound metaphysical meditation on the significance of a piece of white chalk.
And, crucially, he was a deeply entertaining novelist and poet. He embedded his philosophy into the beloved Father Brown mystery series.
He did not write dry academic treatises. He wrote vibrant, journalistic prose that was meant to be read on a commuter train.
However, that very prolific nature presents a distinct challenge. His output was so massive that it can be deeply intimidating for a modern reader to engage with.
He authored roughly 80 books, hundreds of poems, and over 4,000 newspaper columns.
To mitigate that overwhelm, the Society curates his work for the modern attention span. They offer a highly structured reading plan on their platform to guide beginners chronologically and thematically through his works.
They also produce the Chesterton Minute collection, short, bite-sized audio reflections designed to acclimate new readers to his dense, paradoxical style before they tackle his major books.
Furthermore, there is a complex, deeply spiritual layer to the Society's work that we must examine. Prominently featured on their platform is a section dedicated to the status of the cause.
Yes, the ongoing formal push for his canonization within the Catholic Church.
This dynamic fundamentally alters the nature of the movement. It elevates the engagement from mere literary fandom or philosophical appreciation into the realm of spiritual devotion.
The cause for his canonization has been a subject of significant internal debate within the Church, as the news articles we'll discuss later point out.
Elevating a cigar-smoking, beer-drinking, fiercely combative journalist to the altars is not a standard procedural move.
But for the members of this movement, it adds a profound gravity to how they interact with his texts. They're not merely reading a clever Edwardian author. They are seeking the intercession of a man they believe exhibited heroic Christian virtue.
That intersection of literary legacy, modern institutional building, and spiritual devotion creates a highly complex public profile.
Which leads us perfectly into the third pillar of our dispatch. We have aggregated a massive stack of current news clippings, academic publications, and cultural commentary from all over the world that explicitly engage with Chesterton's legacy today.
Treating these items as a cultural barometer, we can see just how thoroughly and sometimes controversially his ideas are penetrating modern discourse.
Let's begin with the realm of pop culture and media, which serves as a highly accurate metric for how deeply a historical figure has permeated the collective consciousness.
There is a fascinating development in the television industry for fans of the classic British mystery. A report from the Killing Times indicates that the BBC is currently developing a new historical crime drama.
But this is not merely an adaptation of the Father Brown stories. The premise of the show will actually feature G.K. Chesterton himself as a central, fictionalized character, solving mysteries alongside his real-life contemporaries and friends, Agatha Christie and Dorothy L. Sayers.
It is a brilliantly conceived premise rooted in actual literary history. Chesterton, Christie, and Sayers were all founding members of the legendary Detection Club in London during the golden age of detective fiction.
Chesterton was, in fact, the club's first president.
They had an elaborate initiation ritual involving a skull named Eric, and they swore an oath to write fair play mysteries without relying on divine revelation or undiscovered poisons.
Fictionalizing that specific historical dynamic speaks to how iconic Chesterton's persona has become. His physical aesthetic, the massive frame, the cape, the pince-nez glasses, is instantly recognizable.
But more importantly, his philosophy of the mystery genre, which insisted that the detective story is fundamentally a moral drama about the restoration of order in a fallen world, provides incredible thematic material for a modern drama.
His influence in media extends far beyond historical biopics, however. We see that in a recent piece published in Sojourners magazine by cultural critic Zachary Lee.
The author published a deep dive into the animated film franchise, How to Train Your Dragon.
He utilized the film not just for standard movie criticism, but to write an entire cultural commentary linking the central themes of that children's movie directly to Chestertonian philosophy.
He specifically highlighted Chesterton's defense of fairy tales and dragons. Chesterton famously argued that fairy tales do not give the child his first idea of the boogeyman. Children already know that monsters exist.
Right. Fairy tales give the child his first clear idea that the bogeyman can be defeated.
The Sojourners piece explores how that specific philosophy of wonder, courage, and seeing the world through fresh eyes is the animating spirit behind modern myth-making.
It demonstrates that once a reader internalizes Chesterton's philosophical framework, they begin to see his intellectual fingerprints across the entire spectrum of modern storytelling.
Now, transitioning to the realm of new scholarship and serious publications, the sheer volume of new material is striking.
There is a recently published volume titled I Also Had My Hour. It is currently being reviewed by publications like the Catholic World Report in the U.S. and Newsweekly in Australia.
The book is structured as an alternative autobiography, meticulously piecing together the narrative of Chesterton's life, exclusively using excerpts from his own vast array of essays, letters, and columns.
Beyond literary biography, we are seeing highly original academic explorations that apply his thought to contemporary global issues. The Church Life Journal recently published a profound piece by academic Matthew J. Milliner titled The Everlasting People, G.K. Chesterton and North America's First Nations.
This represents a fascinating angle of scholarship. The author is taking Chesterton's fierce anti-imperialism, his defense of localism, and his deep respect for the spiritual connection between a specific people and their specific land,
and applying it as a framework for understanding and respecting indigenous cultures in North America.
It proves that his thought is not limited to European history. His fundamental principles of local affection over imperial expansion have profound relevance for decolonial discourse today.
That same principle of localism drives the intense modern engagement with Chesterton's economic theories, which is perhaps the most heavily debated aspect of his legacy right now.
We have multiple pieces in our stack, including a lengthy analysis in the Hungarian Conservative, examining his radical critique of global capitalism.
Chesterton, in tight collaboration with Hilaire Belloc, formulated and promoted an economic theory they termed distributism.
The core premise of distributism is a rejection of both monopoly capitalism and state socialism. They argued that productive property, The means of production, the land, the tools, the capital should be as widely owned and distributed among the general populace as possible.
Rather than being concentrated into the hands of a few massive corporations or centralized within the bureaucratic state.
And what makes this debate so fiercely relevant today is how it maps perfectly onto the anxieties of the 21st century economy.
When you look at the consolidation of tech monopolies, or the reality of the modern gig economy where millions of workers labor for algorithms without owning any equity in the platforms they build, Chesterton's warning about the servile state feels incredibly prophetic.
However, even the most ardent modern proponents of distributism are actively debating how to advance it. Dale Ahlquist, the president of the Chesterton Society, recently published a provocative piece in Plough magazine, boldly declaring that distributism needs a new name.
Ahlquist's argument in Plough highlights a severe rhetorical problem. To the modern ear, the word distributism sounds dangerously similar to redistribution,
Which immediately evokes Marxist state socialism, the exact ideology Chesterton fiercely opposed.
Chesterton did not want the state to take everyone's property and redistribute it. He wanted a society structured so that families could independently acquire and maintain their own small property.
Ahlquist is arguing that while the economic critique of monopoly power is more vital today than ever, clinging to the 1920s terminology is actively alienating potential allies across the political spectrum.
He suggests that the movement needs to refine its vocabulary, perhaps leaning into terms like localism or subsidiarity, to effectively apply Chesterton's legacy to modern antitrust debates.
Now, as we navigate the complexities of this modern revival, it is absolutely essential that we maintain our critical distance.
We want to be entirely clear with you, the listener. Our role on this program is to impartially review the public discourse as it exists today.
We are not acting as apologists for every aspect of this movement, nor are we taking ideological sides.
Our mandate is simply to report on the complex and sometimes highly controversial conversations happening right now.
That objectivity is crucial because the public discourse surrounding Chesterton is currently grappling with severe historical debates.
We have a significant piece from the publication Where Peter Is, authored by Dawn Eden Goldstein, titled Wrestling with G.K. Chesterton's Anti-Semitism.
This article deeply engages with the highly troubling aspects of Chesterton's writings and public statements regarding the Jewish people, particularly during the early decades of the 20th century.
The piece examines the context of the Marconi scandal of 1912, the profound influence of his brothers Cecil and Hilaire Belloc, and the pervasive prejudices of the Edwardian era.
It represents a serious, painful debate among modern scholars and readers about how to responsibly contextualize his historical blind spots, and whether those blind spots constitute a fatal flaw in his moral philosophy.
It highlights the inevitable tension of building a 21st century movement around a 20th century figure. You do not merely inherit their brilliant philosophical insights, you inherit their historical baggage.
And we see this tension acutely in how modern political factions attempt to claim his legacy.
We are tracking a report from the National Catholic Reporter detailing how a specific group promoting Chesterton recently faced intense internal turmoil over alleged connections to right-wing political elements.
It demonstrates how easily a literary and philosophical legacy can be co-opted or fractured by the intense ideological polarization of our current political climate.
Furthermore, when you transition from reading books to actively building physical institutions, you inherit the profound responsibilities and failures of the modern world.
We must neutrally report on a deeply sobering local news story out of Wisconsin. Several news outlets recently reported on the tragic and disturbing arrest of a teacher at St. Ignatius Catholic School, which is a Chesterton Academy in Kaukauna, Wisconsin, on charges related to child pornography.
We share these difficult items because it is vital to demonstrate that engaging with a historical figure and attempting to manifest his ideals in the real world is not a simplistic, utopian exercise in nostalgia.
These are real, localized communities operating in a deeply flawed modern world. They are forced to navigate complex political landscapes, massive institutional safeguarding challenges, and painful historical debates.
As a thoughtful reader and observer of this movement, your role is to critically engage with these realities in all their brilliant and sometimes tragically flawed complexities.
A mature literary or cultural movement does not sanitize its history or ignore its institutional failures. It wrestles with them openly. It is the friction of these debates that keeps a legacy engaged with reality, rather than allowing it to turn into a sterile museum piece.
That is a vital perspective. Having navigated the heavier socio-political news, we need to transition to the final pillar of our dispatch:
Because beneath the institutional challenges and the economic debates, the core engine driving the individual reader to Chesterton is his utterly unique, joyfully eccentric personality.
The news sources we reviewed also capture the profoundly quirky side of his philosophy. We have an article from the Living Church exploring his theology of imbibing and his robust defense of the local pub and craft beer against the temperance movements of his day.
We have a cultural piece from Crime Reads pointing out the delightful irony that this famed, brilliant, logically rigorous mystery writer proudly and sincerely believed in Santa Claus well into his adulthood.
The Santa Claus detail is not mere trivia. It is the key to his entire metaphysical worldview.
Chesterton used Santa Claus as a metaphor for the sheer, unmerited grace of existence. To him, finding a toy in your stocking on Christmas morning is no more miraculous and no less a pure gift than finding two legs at the end of your body when you wake up, or finding a sun rising in the sky.
And perhaps the greatest headline in our entire stack of sources perfectly encapsulates this ability to find the sacred in the mundane. It comes from Patheos, authored by Mark and Kristen Wilson.
The headline reads, "Poets have been mysteriously silent on the subject of cheese."
It is such a classically Chestertonian premise. Only he could write a profound, logically rigorous essay complaining that the great poets of history write endlessly about abstract concepts like love and war, but completely ignore the magnificent, tangible reality of cheese.
It is a theological statement against Gnosticism. He is arguing that the physical, material world is inherently good, and the ordinary things of life are worthy of profound celebration.
So synthesizing all of this data, the academies, the societies, the economic debates, the controversies, and the essays on cheese, what does this all mean for you, the listener?
Why should you pick up a book by G.K. Chesterton today, especially considering his Edwardian prose can occasionally be dense and challenging for modern sensibilities?
If we distill the core philosophy running through every single one of these disparate news articles, they all point back to what is frequently termed Chesterton's way of wonder.
He possessed a desperate, lifelong desire to cure modern humanity of its two greatest diseases, boredom and cynicism.
There's an article from the Catholic World Report that quotes him extensively on the concept of the bottomless pit of unfathomable thanks.
Chesterton believed that the fundamental fact of existence, the staggering reality that anything exists at all rather than nothing, is a wild, astonishing miracle that we have simply grown numb to.
He believed that modern people suffer from a form of spiritual amnesia. We have become too accustomed to the world. We take the rotation of the earth, the taste of an apple, or the very existence of the people in our own households completely for granted.
He wanted to shock us back into a state of primal gratitude. There is a beautifully written piece in World Magazine by Caleb Azuma Nelson discussing the humility of wisdom in Chesterton's thought.
Chesterton argued that the true mark of intellectual maturity is not arrogance, but an increasing realization of how small you are and how wildly lucky you are to be participating in the drama of the universe.
And beyond that psychological shift toward personal gratitude, his ideas offer profound, highly practical implications for how we navigate societal change. There is an essential article in our stack from the Library of Economics and Liberty discussing the concept of Chesterton's fence.
In the realm of modern secular philosophy and political science, this is perhaps his most frequently cited and influential analogy.
The concept of Chesterton's fence is an absolutely brilliant heuristic for navigating reform. The analogy goes like this. Imagine you are walking along a country road, and you come across a fence built completely across your path.
The modern, hyper-progressive reformer looks at the fence, cannot immediately see any use for it, and says, I don't see the use of this, let's tear it down and clear the path.
But Chesterton argues that the intelligent, truly thoughtful reformer steps up and says, if you don't see the use of it, I certainly won't let you clear it away. Go away and think. Then, when you can come back and tell me that you do see the use of it, I may allow you to destroy it.
It is a masterclass in institutional memory. It serves as a profound warning against blindly dismantling traditions, institutions, cultural norms, or even legal frameworks without first undertaking the rigorous work of understanding why they were built in the first place.
You must understand the original problem that the fence was constructed to solve before you take a sledgehammer to it. Because if you tear it down in ignorance, you might inadvertently let the wolves in.
In our current cultural moment, an age defined by rapid technological disruption, where the guiding ethos of Silicon Valley is literally move fast and break things, Chesterton's fence serves as a vital anchor of sanity.
It demands intellectual humility before we engage in societal deconstruction.
That aligns perfectly with how an article in the National Catholic Register positions him today. The piece notes that Chesterton is constantly pushing back against the fashionable fallacies of our age.
He offers a specific, highly refined brand of robust common sense as a direct antidote to the information overload, the ideological polarization, and the deep, pervasive cynicism that characterizes the modern habit of doom scrolling.
He does not offer a monastic retreat away from the world. He offers a methodology to engage with the modern world more fiercely, more intelligently, but crucially, with a sense of humor and proportion.
And as we draw this incredibly deep dive to a close, I want to leave you with a final, provocative philosophical framework to consider, drawn from an essay in Desiring God by John Piper.
It focuses on Chesterton's concept of the sovereign god of Elfland.
In his masterpiece Orthodoxy, Chesterton famously argued that the truest, most accurate way to perceive reality is through the specific lens of a fairy tale.
Not in the dismissive sense that the real world is fake or an illusion, but in the profound sense that the universe is fundamentally magical, intentional, and governed by a benevolent author.
Precisely. The core argument is about intention versus mechanical law. What if we viewed our seemingly mundane daily routines, commuting to the office, purchasing groceries, navigating a difficult conversation with a neighbor, not as a mechanical, meaningless grind, but as a strange, magical story we have suddenly been dropped into?
Chesterton argued that the sun does not rise every morning because of a dead, unthinking mechanical law. He suggested it rises because God, like a joyful child watching a theatrical trick, says, do it again every single morning.
If you wake up tomorrow and genuinely adopt that framework, that you are living in a wild, unpredictable fairy tale authored by a sovereign creator, how would that fundamentally alter the way you interact with the person sitting next to you on the train?
It changes the entire texture of existence. It turns the ordinary into the extraordinary. And that philosophical shift perfectly circles back to the very beginning of our program and explains exactly why those 91 classical schools we discussed at the top of the hour are being built right now.
They are attempting to pass that specific lens of wonder down to the next generation.
As G.K. Chesterton himself wrote, education is simply the soul of a society as it passes from one generation to another.
Join us next week as we continue to track and analyze this remarkable cultural renaissance. We will be bringing you the latest breaking news from the Global Chesterton Network, reviewing new publications and historical scholarship, and we will be debuting a brand new weekly feature called Chesterton School of the Week, where we will rigorously examine the specific story, the local community, and the educational model of one academy from the global directory.
You've been listening to the Chesterton Wireless, produced by Chesterton Radio in Atchison, Kansas.
Welcome. Pull up a chair, pour yourself a warm cup of coffee, and just settle in.
It really is the perfect morning for it.
It really is. Imagine, if you will, the crackle of a quiet morning broadcast on a small, thoughtful public radio station.
Somewhere like Atchison, Kansas.
Yes, exactly. Picture a place where the vastness of the Midwestern prairie meets the deep, quiet intersections of faith and culture and literature.
I love that imagery.
The frost might still be clinging to the window panes right now, but inside the coffee is hot, the microphones are on, and there is just this genuine desire to sit with big ideas.
Which is exactly the wavelength we are tuning into today.
It is. Whether you are listening to this deep dive while commuting through a bustling gray city or walking your dog in the quiet suburbs before the neighborhood wakes up.
Or just sitting at your kitchen table watching the sun come over the horizon.
Right. Wherever you are, we are something genuinely fascinating on the desk today.
We really do. And it fits that quiet, thoughtful atmosphere perfectly.
It demands that atmosphere, I think.
Oh, absolutely. The modern world moves at such an unforgiving breakneck speed. I mean, every email demands immediate action.
It's exhausting.
It is. But the text we are diving into today operates on an entirely different frequency. It demands a different kind of pacing.
Yeah.
It essentially asks us to pull the car over, turn off the engine, pause, listen, and reflect on the actual condition of our internal lives.
Okay, well, let's talk about our source material for today's deep dive, because it is something quite unique.
It is.
We are looking at a daily liturgical reflection published by Chesterton Radio, specifically this for Friday, March 6, 2026.
Which aligns with the Friday of the second week of Lent in their liturgical calendar.
Right. Now, to be incredibly clear right up front, our mission today is not to preach to you.
Not at all.
We are not here to endorse a specific theology or convert you or tell you what you must believe. Our goal is to unpack this rich, historical, literary and spiritual text as a piece of profound human reflection.
And it really is profound.
We want to explore how these ancient prayers, combined with some incredibly sharp early 20th century paradoxes from writers like G.K. Chesterton, for a surprisingly accurate and piercing lens for viewing our modern everyday lives.
I think that distinction is vital.
Yeah.
You absolutely do not need to come from a specific religious tradition or any religious tradition at all to appreciate the psychological and philosophical weight of these texts.
No, you really don't.
The themes we are going to explore today, like guilt, the exhausting desire for a clean slate, the intricate ways we hide our flaws from the people we love.
Oh man, the hiding.
Right. And the nature of true, unfiltered gratitude. These are universal human experiences.
Yeah, they're just baked into the human condition.
Exactly. The writers of these ancient psalms and the modern commentators in this Chestertonian reflection are grappling with the exact same human condition we navigate every single day. They just use a slightly different vocabulary to do it.
Okay, let's unpack this. I want to start by looking at the overarching narrative of this morning prayer.
Let's do it.
When you read through the provided text, starting from the opening sections and moving all the way through the Psalms and the Canticles, there is a very distinct emotional arc.
There is a depth there.
And the central theme that jumps out immediately, and I'll try to put this in plain everyday language, is the profound, almost physical relief that comes from radical honesty.
Radical honesty.
But before we get into the feelings and the psychology of it, I want to pause and ask for some definitions.
Sure.
Because for a listener who didn't grow up surrounded by heavy liturgical language, the vocabulary here can be a bit of a wall.
Oh, it can definitely feel like a foreign language.
The text talks about an inventory. It mentions psalms. It talks about canticles and antiphons. What actually are these things?
It's a great question.
Can you give us an explain, like I'm5 breakdown of what we are even looking at structurally?
Absolutely. And that is a great place to start, because the structure itself is part of the message.
Oh.
In the historical church tradition, particularly in the Liturgy of the Hours, which is what this morning prayer is based on the day, is divided into different periods of prayer.
So this is specific.
Right. And the invitatory is exactly what it sounds like. It's the invitation.
The opening.
Exactly. It's the very in the morning, meant to literally wake up the spirit.
And what about an antiphon? That's a strange word.
An antiphon is a recurring sentence, sung or recited before and after a longer prayer or psalm.
Like a refrain.
Think of it exactly like the chorus of a song that frames the verses and tells you what the main theme is.
Okay, that makes sense. So the antiphon sets the mood or the lens through which we are supposed to read the text that follows.
Precisely.
What about the difference between a psalm and a canticle?
Good question. A psalm is specifically from the book of Psalms in the Hebrew Bible. These are ancient poetic hymns, many attributed to King David.
Right, the Psalms of David.
Yes. A canticle, on the other hand, is a hymn or song of praise taken from other parts of the Bible outside the book of Psalms.
Okay.
That might be a song sung by a prophet in the Old Testament or by someone in the New Testament.
So when you put all these pieces together, you're getting a whole mosaic.
Exactly. You aren't just reading a list of rules.
Yeah.
You are participating in a curated emotional and spiritual journey. And the journey in this specific Friday text is masterful.
How so? Walk us through that journey. If we connect this to the bigger picture, what are we seeing?
He begins with Psalm 66, which is incredibly expansive and joyous.
Very bright.
The words are almost bursting with light. It says, "May God have mercy on us and bless us. May he cause the light of his countenance to shine upon us. Let the nations be glad and rejoice."
That is very outward looking.
It is. It's a collective, universal call for blessing, looking outward at the whole world.
Yeah.
But then almost immediately, the text pivots sharply inward.
It takes a hard turn.
A very hard turn. It moves to Psalm 51, which is historically known as the Miserere.
I've heard that word before in classical music and literature. Miserere. What does it actually mean, and what is the context behind this specific psalm?
It's a heavy one.
It feels so incredibly heavy compared to the one right before it. Let the nations be glad to this very dark place.
Miserere is simply Latin for have mercy. And the historical context of Psalm 51 is crucial to understanding its weight.
Okay, set the scene for us.
Traditionally, this is the poem written by King David after his darkest, most devastating moral failure.
This is the Bathsheba story.
It is. For those unfamiliar with the story, David, who is supposed to be the righteous king, uses his power to take a woman named Bathsheba.
An immense abuse of power.
Absolute abuse of power. And then he orchestrates the death of her husband Uriah on the battlefield to cover up his actions.
Just compounding the failure.
It is a profound betrayal and a catastrophic moral collapse. And David hides it. He buries it, and he pretends everything is fine.
He plays the part of the good king.
Right, until eventually he is confronted by a prophet named Nathan. Psalm 51 is David's response when the illusion is finally shattered.
When the truth comes out.
Yes, it is the ultimate song of sorrow and exposure.
Wow. Knowing that backstory changes the entire reading of the text.
It really does.
It goes from "let the nations be glad" to this painfully intimate, agonizing confession.
The contrast is jarring.
The text reads, "Wash me yet more from my iniquity and cleanse me from my sin. For I know my iniquity and my sin is always before me."
It's stark.
It is incredibly stark. It is stripped of all royalty. The antiphon framing that section literally says, "O God, thou wilt not despise a humbled, contrite heart."
Exactly. And that contrast is the beating heart of the entire morning prayer.
Because you need both.
You cannot have the genuine shining joy of Psalm 66 without passing through the stark, uncomfortable humility of Psalm 51.
Right.
The journey of this text suggests that acknowledging your own brokenness, having that humbled, contrite heart, is the non-negotiable prerequisite for arriving at the destination described later in the reading.
Because it ends in a very different place.
It does. The prayer eventually concludes with the Canticle of Zachary, known as the Benedictus, which speaks of directing our feet into the way of peace.
The way of peace.
Yes. Peace isn't the starting point in this ancient psychology. Peace is the result of passing through the valley of radical, painful honesty.
I want to linger on that for a second. Peace is the result of radical honesty.
It goes against a lot of modern instincts.
The literary beauty of how this text presents that thesis is just striking. The reflection provided by Chesterton Radio notes that in the Miserere, the psalmist does not offer a clever explanation, nor a well-lit resume, nor a respectable excuse.
A well-lit resume.
He offers a broken spirit. I think about what that means for you, the listener, living in the hyper-competitive 21st century.
It's a challenge.
We spend so much time curating our lives, don't we?
Constantly.
We polish our professional resumes. We filter our social media. We try to present this flawless, unbothered front to our bosses, our friends, and even our spouses.
And it is an exhausting way to live.
Just bone-deep exhausting.
We are culturally obsessed with optics. We want the lighting to be perfect on our achievements, and we desperately want to crop out our failures, our moments of selfishness, our bad habits.
Anything messy.
Right. But the psalmist in this text, who, remember, was a literal king with a massive public relations apparatus at his disposal.
He could have spun the story.
You absolutely could have, but he is doing the exact opposite. He is dragging his absolute worst failures into the center of the frame and saying, look at this. I know my iniquity. It is always before me.
There is no PR spin.
There is no damage control.
You know that exhaustion you just mentioned, the crushing weight of keeping up appearances, that perfectly sets up this wild curveball the author throws into the middle of the reflection. Yes. The text features what they call the paradox of the day. And when I read this in the source material, I genuinely had to stop reading and just stare at the wall for a minute.
It's powerful.
The paradox is this. The only way to be made clean is to stop defending the stain.
It's a brilliant piece of writing.
Stop defending the stain?
And what's fascinating here is how that single sentence operates on the human mind. Paradox is such a uniquely powerful vehicle for truth.
Why is that? Why does it work so well?
Human beings are generally wired by evolution and society to expect linear logic. A plus B equals C.
Cause and effect.
Right. If you have a stain on your shirt, logic dictates you should cover it up with a jacket, or quietly scrub it out in the bathroom.
Or blame someone else.
Or vehemently explain to everyone why the stain isn't actually your fault. Someone bumped into you, the cup was faulty, whatever.
Defending the stain.
Exactly. But a paradox interrupts that linear defensive thinking. It presents two ideas that seem entirely contradictory.
Being made clean by surrendering your defense of the dirt.
Yes. And it forces your brain to stop, rewind, and reevaluate your base assumptions.
It acts like a speed bump for the mind.
A cognitive speed bump.
You can't just skim past a good paradox, you have to sit with it. And the reflection builds on this paradox by diagnosing a condition I think we can all recognize in ourselves and our culture.
Oh, absolutely.
It calls it the peculiar modern ambition to be forgiven without being found guilty.
That is such a piercing phrase.
What does that actually look like in practice? Because we all desperately want the warm, woolly blanket of mercy.
We all want to feel okay.
We want to be told we are accepted, that we belong. But according to the text, we completely recoil at the terrible, liberating word sin.
We want the blanket of mercy, but we refuse to admit we are out in the cold.
That phrase, the peculiar modern ambition, is incredibly sharp because it highlights a massive cultural shift in how we handle wrongdoing.
How so?
We have created an entire therapeutic vocabulary that allows us to bypass personal culpability.
Give me some examples.
We talk about making mistakes. We talk about having blind spots. We talk about being triggered or being a victim of systemic circumstances.
Those things are real, right?
Oh, to be clear, circumstances absolutely matter.
Trauma matters.
But the text is arguing that if you retreat entirely into that vocabulary, if you refuse to ever be found guilty.
If you always have an excuse.
Right. If you refuse to ever own the wrong you have done without any caveats or asterisks, you actually cut yourself off from the very forgiveness you are craving.
Because you can't be forgiven for a blind spot.
Exactly. A blind spot is a physiological or mechanical failing. It's not a moral choice.
You don't forgive someone for poor eyesight.
No, you don't. You can only be forgiven for a genuine failing, a genuine choice to do wrong. If it wasn't your fault, there's nothing to forgive.
You're not asking for forgiveness. You're just asking for someone to validate your excuse.
And that brings up this incredible vessel analogy in the text, which is perhaps the most striking image in the whole reflection.
The sealed jar.
Let me read it. A cracked vessel is the only one that can be filled. A sealed jar keeps even grace outside.
The sealed jar metaphor. Let's really dive deep into the psychology of that. When the text talks about defending the stain, I imagine that is the act of sealing the jar.
Is building the wall.
If I think about a real-world scenario, say an argument with a partner, you say something deeply hurtful.
We've all been there.
You know it was wrong the second it leaves your mouth. But instead of apologizing, you seal the jar.
You start the defense.
You start defending why you said it. You bring up something they did 3 weeks ago to justify your anger. You build this airtight case for your own innocence.
It's a very natural defense mechanism.
It protects your ego from the sting of being the bad guy, but it completely ruins the evening and maybe the relationship because you've sealed yourself off.
That is the perfect illustration of how this dynamic works in ordinary life. We seal ourselves up with justifications, defensive arguments, and carefully constructed personas.
It makes us feel safe.
It does. But the tragedy of the sealed jar is isolation. A sealed jar might be safe from contamination, but it is entirely closed off from the world.
It's alone.
It keeps the bad out, but as the text says, it keeps even grace outside. If you are perfectly sealed in your own self-justification, no one can help you.
No one can reach you.
No one can connect with you. No grace, no forgiveness, no genuine intimacy can penetrate that barrier because you have left no opening.
You are declaring to the universe, to your partner, to God, that you are complete and require nothing.
And contrasting that with a cracked vessel. A cracked vessel is broken. It's flawed.
It leaks.
In the eyes of a perfectionist or a pragmatist, it is useless because it can't hold water the way it was originally designed to.
But the reflection flips that logic on its head.
It does. The crack, the flaw, the admission of guilt, the broken spirit mentioned back in Psalm 51 is the opening. It is the only way anything new, anything healing can get in.
But we have to acknowledge how difficult that is.
Oh, it's agonizing.
It requires an enormous amount of courage to allow yourself to be the cracked vessel. To say to your partner, your friend, or your God, I am broken in this specific way and I cannot fix it myself. I am guilty.
That is terrifying. Your ego screams at you not to do it.
But the text promises that this terror is the doorway to liberation.
Is the only way through.
I want to shift gears slightly and add another layer to this because the source material introduces a legendary thinker into the mix to help explain this concept of liberation.
Yes, G.K. Chesterton.
We have the G.K. Chesterton quote of the day. Chesterton, for those listening who might not be familiar with his work, was an early 20th century English writer, philosopher, and the absolute undisputed king of the paradox.
He really was a master at it.
He had this brilliant, joyful, deeply insightful way of turning the world upside down to show you that it was actually right side up.
A great way to describe him.
The quote included in this morning prayer is this: I would maintain that thanks are the highest form of thought, and that gratitude is happiness doubled by wonder.
Happiness doubled by wonder. That is such a soaring, beautiful definition of gratitude.
It's incredibly poetic.
And if we look closely at the architecture of this reflection, this quote is the key that unlocks the emotional climax of the entire morning prayer.
How so?
The Chestertonian commentator explicitly connects this idea of gratitude to the concept of rescue. The text says gratitude, real gratitude, does not come from self-congratulation. It comes from rescue.
I've heard people say gratitude is important
a million times in mindfulness apps and self-help books.
Sure, it's a huge buzzword right now.
But happiness doubled by wonder. I'm struggling to picture what that actually looks like in practice.
It's more than just journaling 5 things you're thankful for.
Right. How is that different from just being really glad something worked out? What distinguishes the highest form of thought from just having a good day?
To understand what Chesterton means by wonder, we have to look at the difference between an achievement and a rescue.
Okay, break that down for me.
Let's build an analogy. Imagine you're working on a massive project for your job, or maybe fixing something highly complex in your house, like rebuilding an engine.
I am terrible with engines, but I am tracking with you.
You encounter a difficult problem. You study it, you apply your skills, you work late into the night, you use all your resources, and finally you fix it. You solve the puzzle.
You figured it out.
How do you feel? You feel happy, you feel satisfied, you feel a sense of pride.
You probably want to show it off a bit.
Exactly. You might pat yourself on the back. That is self-congratulations. It's a good feeling, it's a healthy feeling, but it's a closed loop. It's entirely about you and your capability.
Right. It's an achievement. I earned that good feeling.
Exactly. Now imagine a fundamentally different scenario. You are driving on a desolate, rural road in the middle of a blinding blizzard.
Sounds like a Kansas winter.
Very much so. You hit a patch of black ice, and your car slides off the road deep into a snow-filled ditch. The engine dies.
Oh, no.
You check your phone. You have absolutely zero cell service. You get out into the freezing wind and try digging the tires out with your hands, but it's completely useless.
The panic starts setting in.
The temperature's dropping fast, the snow is piling up, and you realize with absolute terrifying clarity, I cannot fix this.
I am stuck.
I'm completely stuck. My skills are useless here, and I am in real physical danger.
Okay.
Then out of nowhere, headlights cut through the snow. A heavy-duty truck pulls up. A stranger gets out. Doesn't ask how you messed up, just hooks a heavy chain to your car, pulls you effortlessly out of the ditch, hands you a thermos of hot coffee, and refuses to take a single dime for the trouble before driving off into the night.
Nope.
The feeling you have sitting in your warm car in that moment isn't just happiness. It is happiness mixed with awe, intense relief and astonishment.
You can't even believe it happened.
That feeling, that overwhelming sense of unearned salvation, is happiness doubled by wonder. That is rescue.
That analogy perfectly illuminates the theological and psychological point the text is making. The difference between the mechanic fixing the engine and the driver stuck in the blizzard.
It's a completely different emotional register.
But if we tie this back to what we were saying earlier about the sealed jar, you cannot experience that second scenario, that highest form of thought, that overwhelming, joyful gratitude, if you are still pretending you aren't stuck in the ditch.
You have to admit you need the tow truck.
If you were standing out in the freezing snow, stubbornly holding a plastic ice scraper, shivering uncontrollably and telling the stranger with the tow truck, thanks, buddy. I got this under control. It's just a minor setback. I meant to park here.
You are choosing your pride over your rescue.
You're sealing the jar in the middle of a blizzard.
Exactly. And that is the tragedy of the modern ambition. Chesterton's view of gratitude has a non-negotiable prerequisite. You must first admit you are helpless.
You must name the reality of the situation.
You cannot experience the profound joy of being saved if you are busy presenting a respectable excuse for why you are in the ditch in the first place.
This goes back to the difference between admitting a mistake and admitting a sin, as the text frames it.
Right.
A mistake implies a miscalculation that you can correct next time. A sin, or a fundamental moral failing, implies a break that requires outside intervention to heal.
And that is why the Mishnah Psalm 51 is so vital. King David was in the ditch. He had destroyed lives.
He couldn't fix it with a royal decree?
No, he couldn't.
Yeah.
He had to drop the ice scraper and say, I am broken. Wash me.
So how do we take these massive concepts, ancient kings, blizzards, paradoxes, and apply them to an ordinary life?
That's the real test of a text like this.
How does a person listening right now who has to commute to an office, navigate a complex family dynamic, or just exist in our modern culture, actually apply this ancient text today?
I think the text gives us a very sharp critique of how modern culture operates, particularly when it looks at the short reading from Isaiah regarding the servant.
What does it say?
The reflection observes that because we are so terrified of being found guilty, we constantly try to distribute the weight of our guilt into what it beautifully calls polite fragments.
Polite fragments. I love that phrase.
It was brilliant. The philosophy of the modern world is described in the text as share the blame so nobody has to carry it.
Polite fragments. That phrase has been ringing in my head since I first read the source material. It is so incredibly recognizable. We see this everywhere.
It's the default mode of operation for most of us.
But can you break down what distributing blame into polite fragments actually looks like in, say, a professional setting?
Let's paint a detailed picture of a corporate failure. Imagine a tech company launches a new product, and it is an absolute disaster.
Oh, the servers crash on day one.
It crashes on day one. Clients are furious. Millions of dollars are lost. What happens in the inevitable post-mortem meeting on Monday morning?
A lot of finger pointing?
Almost never does the project lead stand up and say, "This failed because I made a terrible decision. I was too arrogant to listen to the engineer's warnings, and I rushed the timeline. I am responsible."
That would be the miserere approach.
It would, but instead the blame is shattered into polite fragments. The project lead says, "Well, marketing didn't give us the right data."
And marketing says the timeline was too aggressive from the executive team.
And the executive team says the client wasn't clear about their needs. Everyone takes a tiny 1% sliver of the blame.
They dilute the guilt.
They dilute it so that no individual has to bear the crushing weight of the failure.
It happens in politics constantly.
Oh, politics is entirely built on polite fragments.
Every scandal is a systemic issue, never a personal moral failure. And it happens in our homes, too.
Absolutely.
You sit down at Thanksgiving, an old, painful family grievance comes up, and instead of one person looking across the table and saying, "I treated you terribly when we were younger, and I am profoundly sorry."
Which would be terrifying to say.
Terrifying. But instead, the history is quickly rewritten so that everyone is a little bit at fault. Well, I said this, but you reacted like that, and Mom didn't intervene. So really, it's just a systemic family communication issue.
Exactly. We dilute the guilt until it feels manageable. But the psychological toll of this is that the issue is never actually resolved.
The ghost of the grievance just haunts the boardroom or the dining room forever.
Because everyone is holding a polite fragment of the blame. No one is ever truly forgiven, and no one is ever truly free.
And the text offers a radical alternative to this endless cycle of blame distribution.
It presents the gospel approach.
Right, referencing the servant in Isaiah 53 who hath borne the sins of many. The Chestertonian reflection interprets this by saying, the gospel says, let the innocent carry it so the guilty can finally put it down.
Let the guilty finally put it down.
There is an immense physical sense of relief in those words. Instead of spending your entire life juggling these polite fragments of blame, carefully managing your public image to ensure no one thinks you're the bad guy, what if you could just drop the whole thing?
The relief of dropping the burden of self-justification cannot be overstated. We expend massive amounts of cognitive and emotional energy defending our actions.
We really do.
The text uses another brilliant metaphor for this. It says, when a man stops arguing for himself, he begins to live. When he quits polishing the mirror, he can see the sunrise.
Let's hover on that metaphor for a second. Polishing the mirror. What does that look like today?
I think it looks like our obsession with personal branding.
Yes. It looks like spending 45 minutes writing and rewriting the perfect caption for an Instagram photo to make sure people know you're thriving or intellectual or deeply spiritual or unbothered.
Or lying in bed at night replaying a conversation you had at a party trying to figure out how you could have sounded smarter or funnier.
The mirror is our image. It's how the world sees us.
And if you are constantly polishing the mirror, think about your physical posture in that metaphor. Your head is down. You are looking only at your own reflection.
You're not looking at anyone else.
You are anxiously trying to buff out any smudges, any imperfections, so that you appear perfect to yourself and to anyone who might happen to glance your way.
It is exhausting, repetitive, solitary labor.
The text is saying that the only way to see reality, to see the sunrise, to experience the wonder Chesterton talked about, is to put the rag down.
Quit polishing the mirror.
Accept that it has smudges. Accept that you have flaws. The moment you stop looking at your own curated reflection is the moment you can actually look up, breathe, and engage with the beautiful, flawed, expansive world around you.
Okay, here's where it gets really interesting. I love the sunrise metaphor. It feels very zen, very peaceful. But I want to lean back here and hit the brakes. I want to push back on this because I want to challenge this text.
Okay, let's do it.
There is a friction point in this reading that I think a lot of modern listeners will snag on, and we need to address it head on.
I think I know where you're going with this.
The reflection claims that the church being kindly begins where all kindness must begin by telling the truth. And the truth it tells involves confronting sin and brokenness.
That's right.
Now, I want to play devil's advocate here. If you look at the actual scriptural texts included in the morning prayer, some of them feel incredibly harsh to a modern ear.
They definitely have an edge.
They don't sound kindly. In the Canticle of Habakkuk, and by the way, Habakkuk was an Old Testament prophet known for questioning God's justice, we hear about God being angry, and the text pleads, when thou art angry, thou wilt remember mercy.
Yes.
And even more striking, in the antiphon for the Benedictus, which you said earlier is supposed to be the destination of peace, the framing text says, he will bring those bad men to a bad end and hand the vineyard over to other tenants.
That is a very stark line.
So my challenge to you and to this text is this. Isn't this focus on wrath, anger, and bringing bad men to a bad end fundamentally contrary to the kindness the reflection claims to offer?
It's a fair question.
Our modern culture generally views calling out sin or speaking about divine anger as inherently judgmental, toxic, and unkind. How does the text reconcile this supposed kindness with all this talk of wrath and bad ends?
That is the essential friction of the text. And it raises a vitally important question. To answer it, we have to recognize that the text is actively, aggressively redefining what kindness means.
Okay, how so?
In our modern vernacular, kindness has become entirely synonymous with niceness.
Being polite.
Right. Niceness is making sure everyone feels comfortable at all times. Niceness is the worn woolly blanket the reflection mentioned earlier.
Don't rock the boat.
If someone is living in a delusion or making choices that are destroying their life, niceness says, don't upset them. Validate their truth, let them be.
And the text disagrees.
The text and the older philosophical tradition it comes from argues that true kindness is something much fiercer. True kindness is truth-telling.
Give me an analogy.
Let's use an analogy. If someone is standing in the living room of a burning building, but they are convinced it's just a warm summer breeze and everything is fine,
Okay.
giving them a cold glass of lemonade to make them more comfortable is nice, but it isn't kind.
No, they're going to burn.
Grabbing them by the collar, shaking them, and telling them the terrifying truth that the house is on fire and they need to run for their lives is kind.
I hear the burning building analogy and it makes logical sense, but let me push back on that again because I think a lot of people would say that fire is an objective reality.
It's measurable.
It's science. You can measure heat and smoke. When we talk about morality or sin or bad men, modern people often feel that is highly subjective.
Right. What's bad to you might not be bad to me.
Exactly. What one person calls a sin, another person calls living their truth. Doesn't claiming to have the terrible truth about someone else's moral flaws just lead to the exact kind of arrogance and judgmentalism this text is supposedly trying to avoid? Who decides who the bad men are?
That is exactly why the text centers this on self-reflection first. The miserere is David judging himself, not his neighbor.
He's looking at his own fire.
Exactly. But regarding the objective reality of the fire, the text insists that moral reality is just as objective as physical reality.
That's a bold claim today.
It is. The anger or wrath mentioned in the Canticle of Habakkuk isn't a petty, unpredictable human rage. It isn't a dictator throwing a tantrum. In this theological and literary framework, divine wrath represents the absolute reality of justice.
Meaning there are consequences.
Actions have consequences. Damage is real. When someone is betrayed, when the vulnerables are exploited, when a leader abuses their power like David did, real blood is spilled and real hearts are broken.
It's not just a polite fragment.
No. The bad end for bad men, mentioned in the Benedictus antiphon, is an acknowledgement that injustice cannot be ignored forever. The world operates on moral gravity.
Moral gratitude.
If you jump off a building, the law of gravity will break your legs. If you betray your family, the moral law will break your relationships. Acknowledging that gravity isn't judgmental, it's observant.
But doesn't focusing on the bad end and the wrath induce shame? We are taught by modern psychology that shame is a toxic emotion that paralyzes people and prevents growth.
Yes.
If I am constantly worried about a bad end, how can I possibly reach the way of peace?
That is a brilliant distinction to bring up, and we need to separate shame from guilt, because the text treats them very differently.
Okay, how does it separate them?
Psychology defines shame as the belief, I am bad. Guilt is the realization I did something bad.
I am bad versus I do something bad. Okay.
The modern world tries to cure shame by eliminating guilt, by saying, you didn't do anything wrong. It was just a polite fragment, a mistake, a blind spot.
Yeah. We excuse the action so you don't feel bad about yourself.
But if you know deep down you did do something wrong, the modern cure doesn't work. The shame remains.
Because you know you're lying to yourself.
This ancient text cures shame by doing the exact opposite. It leans heavily into the guilt. It says, yes, you did something bad. You are guilty. The house is on fire. The wrath of justice is real.
That sounds like it would just crush you.
But, and this is the massive pivot, it follows that immediately with, but let the innocent carry it so you can put it down. The rest, it acknowledges the full weight of the failure so that the rescue actually means something. If there is no justice, if the wrong doesn't matter, then forgiveness is cheap.
It's just someone saying, oh, whatever, it's fine.
But when you acknowledge the terrible truth of the stain, then the washing of that stain is a miracle. It relieves the underlying shame precisely by dealing with the guilt.
I see what you mean. It's the difference between a doctor looking at your charts, seeing a tumor, and telling you, you look great, just take an aspirin because they don't want to upset you.
Which is nice but fatal.
Versus a doctor saying, you have a severe life-threatening condition and we need to do surgery immediately. The second doctor is telling a terrible truth, and it induces fear and pain, but it's the only truth that leads to actual healing.
They balance each other perfectly. The morning prayer doesn't end with wrath. It ends with the Benedictus directing our feet into a way of peace.
The peace is the destination, but the surgery is the path.
You have to walk through the truth to get to the peace.
You know, it's a gentle, respectful, yet entirely uncompromising back and forth between the reality of human failure and the overwhelming magnitude of divine rescue.
It respects the listener enough to tell them the truth about their condition.
Yeah.
That they are broken, that their actions have weight, and it loves the listener enough to offer them a way out that doesn't rely on their own perfection.
That brings us perfectly to the practical application of all of this, because a deep dive on this show isn't just meant to be an intellectual exercise in an ivory tower.
No, we need to ground it.
It's meant to intersect with your Tuesday afternoon, your Thursday morning budget meeting, your weekend with your in-laws.
Real life.
The Chesterton Radio Reflection ends with a very specific, actionable call to the reader. It distills its entire philosophy into 3 distinct actions, and I want to pull them out and expand on them for you to carry through your day.
What is the first one?
First, name of the wound. This goes right back to the beginning of our discussion and the miserere. Stop presenting a well-lit resume to the people in your life, to God, or even to yourself when you look in the mirror.
Look at the actual break.
Why are you actually broken? Where did you fail? Acknowledge where the actual break is without trying to shatter the blame into polite fragments.
Don't say we had a communication breakdown if the truth is I lied.
Exactly. Name the wound accurately.
And that leads directly to the second action.
Yeah.
Ask for the washing. Give up that peculiar modern ambition to be forgiven without being found guilty.
Stop defending the stain.
Give up the exhausting, endless labor of trying to fix the stain while simultaneously defending why it's not your fault. Allow yourself to be the cracked vessel. Admit that you are in the ditch in the blizzard and you need an outside source to clean the slate.
And finally, the third step, which is the natural consequence of the first 2. Thank God or experience that profound gratitude as rescue.
Chesterton's wonder.
Move entirely away from self-congratulation. When you finally realize that you don't have to carry the crushing weight of your own perfection, the only logical response is Chesterton's wonder.
You are spared by mercy, not by your own cleverness.
Not your own networking or your own PR spin. The reflection closes by saying that doing these 3 things, naming the wound, asking for the washing, and experiencing gratitude as rescue, is the simplest and bravest thing a person can do today.
The simplest and bravest thing.
And it really is brave. It takes a warrior's courage to be that vulnerable in a world that demands perfection.
It is the simplest thing because a child can do it. It is the bravest thing because your ego will fight you every step of the way.
The simplest and bravest thing. I love that so much. Well, we have covered an immense amount of ground today.
We really have.
We journeyed from the quiet, expansive joy of Psalm 66 to the stark, brutal honesty of King David's miserere.
Through the blizzards and the paradoxes.
We unpacked the psychological traps of the modern ego, the exhaustion of the sealed jar, the brilliance of Chesterton's happiness doubled by wonder, and the liberating terror of telling the truth.
It's a lot to process.
We want to genuinely thank you for joining us on this thoughtful public radio deep dive. Whether you are in Atchison, Kansas, or halfway across the world, it is a profound privilege to spend this time unpacking these ancient ideas with you.
It truly is a privilege. And before we part ways today, I want to leave you with one final seed to mull over, building on that beautiful vessel metaphor we discussed earlier.
I would love that.
If a sealed jar keeps even grace outside, and a cracked vessel is the only one that can be filled, what if the very flaw, The very failure or the very crack that you're spending all your energy trying to hide from the world is actually the exact entry point where the most profound connection, healing, and rescue are waiting to get in.
That is a thought worth carrying with you. Until next time, take care of yourselves, put the rag down, leave the mirror unpolished for a day, and we will talk again soon. From a small radio studio overlooking the Missouri River in Atchison, Kansas, this is Chesterton Radio Storycraft. Welcome.
Thanks for having me again.
It's great to be sitting across the desk from you. Pull up a chair to you, our listener, whether you are listening to us late at night with the world kind of quiet around you,
Or maybe you're catching this broadcast while driving through that early morning mist we get out here.
Right, exactly. We are so very glad you are here for another literary deep dive. We have a rather remarkable journey ahead of us tonight.
We really do.
We are looking at a brand new, original short story that recently appeared on the Chesterton Radio Substack. It's titled Father Brown and the Fourth Quarter Miracle.
And I just want to jump in and emphasize right at the top that you, the listener, can actually go and read this entire story for yourself over on the Substack.
Yes, definitely do that. But tonight we are going to be unpacking its themes, its mystery, and really its surprising depth. To start us off, could you maybe set the stage for us? What exactly are we looking at here?
I would be happy to. So to give you the premise without giving away the ending just yet, we are exploring a mystery that takes place right here in our own backyard.
Right here at Benedictine College.
Exactly, at Benedictine College in Atchison. The setup centers on this legendary piece of local sports history, a 1970 championship football trophy known as the Heritage Trophy.
A huge deal for the alumni.
Oh, massive.
Yep.
And it has vanished, just poof, gone from a locked glass case in the Athletic Hall of Honor.
Right on the eve of a major alumni weekend, naturally.
Naturally. And there's no smashed glass, there's no obvious break-in. It is simply gone. But, what makes this story compelling isn't merely the mechanics of the theft. It's who was brought in to look at it.
Which brings us to our mission for this deep dive. We really want to explore how this deeply thoughtful mystery blends the grit and sweat of the gridiron with the quiet, profound realities of the spiritual life.
Yeah, that collision of worlds is fascinating.
It is. We want to unpack the unique, almost entirely psychological genius of G.K. Chesterton's beloved detective, Father Brown. Because dropping Father Brown into the middle of a Midwestern college football program,
It's a bit jarring.
it's completely jarring. It's a fascinating collision.
It really is. Let's start with those first impressions, actually, because the atmosphere and the setting of this story, they just grab you immediately. We open on a highly unusual, yet instantly captivating scene.
Right, we're out in the elements.
Yes, we are on the windswept edge of a football practice field in Kansas. And there, standing on the sidelines, is a mild-mannered, very British Catholic priest.
The author describes his black coat flapping in the prairie breeze.
Like a distracted crow.
Like a distracted crow. It is such a striking visual.
It really is. He is completely out of his element, geographically and culturally, just standing there watching young men in practice jerseys run wind sprints.
I actually found the description of those wind sprints really interesting. The text says they are running these sprints with the solemn intensity of medieval monks.
Yeah, that's a heavy line.
It is doing a lot of heavy lifting. It seems to elevate the football practice from a mere athletic exercise into something almost liturgical.
Asceticism.
Right,
Wow.
asceticism. But I do wonder, if that's a bit of a stretch for a modern audience. I mean, when we think of football practice, we think of whistles and yelling,
Yeah.
right? Not necessarily monks in a cloister. How does that comparison actually hold up for you?
Well, I think it holds up if we ground it in what asceticism actually is.
Okay, unpack that.
We hear that word, and we picture a hermit in a cave eating locusts. But at its core, asceticism is simply the rigorous training of the physical body to achieve a higher immaterial goal.
That makes sense.
Think about modern secular culture. Think about the marathon runner waking up at 4 a.m. in the freezing rain to run 10 miles. Or,
We're the entrepreneur doing like dopamine fasts.
exactly, secular society is constantly trying to reinvent spiritual discipline. So the football players running those sprints until they throw up, they're engaging in a shared, punishing physical ritual for the sake of an abstract concept.
Like victory or brotherhood.
Right, legacy. Chesterton was always fascinated by how deeply religious human beings are, even when they're doing ostensibly secular things. So comparing them to medieval monks is his way of showing that the instinct to suffer for a higher cause is Well, it's just baked into human nature.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So we have these monks running their sprints, and right beside our distracted crow of a priest stands none other than the legendary, incredibly intense football coach, Lou Holtz.
Talk about a contrast.
Right. Coach Holtz is described as compact, energetic, and having the keen look of a man who could spot a missed assignment from 3 states away.
It is quite the odd couple.
It is the ultimate odd couple. You have two men who, on the surface, could not be more different.
You have Coach Holtz, a man whose entire professional life is focused on the scoreboard, on discipline, physical execution, the tangible results of a game, spotting those missed assignments.
He is the archetype of the Midwestern, detail-oriented leader.
Exactly. And next to him, you have Father Brown, a man entirely focused on the soul, on virtue, moral character, and winning heaven.
But the story points out a shared foundation between them, doesn't it?
It does. They met at a leadership breakfast, and they discovered an affection for each other because they both share a core belief.
Which is?
That both the soul and the scoreboard are improved by perseverance.
There is a great interaction they have right at the beginning that illustrates this. Coach Holtz points to player number 42, praising him for showing up every single day, saying that's what wins games.
And Father Brown nods gravely and says, yes, it is also what wins heaven.
And Coach Holtz gives him this funny look and says, Father, I'm talking about football. And Father Brown cheerfully replies, I rarely am.
It sets their dynamic perfectly.
It really does. But this peaceful, philosophical morning is abruptly interrupted when the college president calls. The 1970 Heritage Trophy is missing, and the tension of the story shifts immediately.
It shifts because this isn't your standard crime thriller. There is no dead body in the library. There is no blood on the carpet.
No smoking gun.
Right. It is the theft of a relic. The missing trophy is treated with the reverence of a religious artifact. When Coach Holtz hears it's gone, he doesn't treat it as a piece of stolen property.
He takes it personally.
Very. He says that trophy means something to those men. Blood, sweat, busted knuckles. You don't just replace that at a sporting goods store.
That reverence gives the story this, a melancholic tension. When they walk into the Athletic Hall of Honor, the space is described as smelling faintly of floor polish and nostalgia.
You can almost see the dust motes dancing in the light.
Yes. The black and white photos of men with crew cuts and leather helmets, it feels like walking into a chapel. And the empty glass case in the center of the room is treated almost like a desecrated altar.
Which brings a very specific kind of emotional weight to the puzzle itself. When they are standing in front of that empty case, the physical evidence is incredibly sparse.
Okay, let's unpack this, because the details of the crime scene are where I really want to focus. They look at the case, and there is no broken glass.
None.
There is no damaged lock. The college president confirms that it was opened with a key. Now, a standard police procedural would take this in a very specific direction, wouldn't it? If we had a modern CSI investigator in the room, what would they be doing?
Oh, a standard detective. A Sherlock Holmes type, or a modern forensics team. They would immediately start dusting the glass for fingerprints.
Hearing out the blacklight.
Exactly. They would look for scuff marks on the floor polish or fibers from a jacket caught on the hinge. They would look at the mechanics of the how.
But Father Brown doesn't do that.
No, he doesn't. He observes the method, yes, the use of a key, but he instantly uses the method to build a psychological profile.
Right.
He observes that the thief did not wish to smash anything, not glass, not memories, not reputation.
The president comments that that is, quote, oddly considerate for a thief. And Father Brown replies, or very frightened. So, if there are no fingerprints and no fibers, what exactly is Father Brown looking at here?
He is looking at the spiritual state required to commit the crime in this specific way.
The spiritual state.
Yes. He knows that smashing the glass would be an act of violence, an act of chaotic disregard for the institution. The fact that the thief used a key and carefully locked the case back up means they are intimately connected to the space.
You respect the space.
Exactly. They are operating out of a complex emotional state, likely fear or shame, not just greed or chaotic malice.
Which sets us up for the traditional lineup of suspects. The author walks us through 4 individuals who had access to the building late the previous evening.
The closed circle.
The classic closed circle. First, we have a facilities supervisor who was recently reprimanded for budget overruns. Then, we have an assistant athletic director who is under immense pressure after a poor season and desperately needs alumni donations.
A very modern motive.
Very. Then we have an elderly alumnus, a member of that very 1970 championship team, who lingered alone in the hall. And finally, we have number 42, the star current player that Coach Holtz had praised earlier, who stayed late to get in extra reps.
It is a perfect mystery setup. Any of them could have done it.
Yes, and this is where Father Brown's unique approach really shines. Sherlock Holmes looks at the mud on a suspect's shoe to tell you where they've been. Father Brown looks at the state of a suspect's soul to tell you what they are capable of. Let's look at the facility supervisor.
Let's do it.
The man is brisk and defensive. He says, "You think I'd risk my job over a hunk of metal? I've got 3 kids in school."
Now, wait, let me play devil's advocate here.
Please do.
Isn't it incredibly naive for a detective to just take a suspect's word for it? I mean, a standard detective might suspect him of lying to cover his tracks. Criminals have kids, too. Why does Father Brown dismiss him so easily?
It isn't naivete. It is a profound understanding of the hierarchy of human motivations. Father Brown acknowledges the man's anger. He tells him, people sometimes steal not for money, but for anger.
He validates the motive.
He does. He recognizes the supervisor's resentment over his reprimand as a genuinely valid motive. But when the man slumps his shoulders and says, "I was mad, sure, but I'm not stupid," Father Brown believes him.
Because of the kids.
Because Father Brown understands the grounding reality of fatherhood. He knows that petty bureaucratic anger rarely overrides the deep, terrifying responsibility of trying to feed 3 children in a man who isn't inherently wicked.
He reads the man's core character.
Exactly. Father Brown can sense the difference between a hardened criminal and an irritated employee. He dismisses him based on character, not alibis.
That's an interesting way to look at it, and I suppose he applies a similar logic to the assistant athletic director.
He does.
Because she is exhausted, she's desperate for a good alumni weekend to boost donations. Modern college sports funding is an absolute pressure cooker.
It's ruthless.
But she points out that stealing their own centerpiece trophy would be madness. And Father Brown agrees, saying it would be like a general burning his own flag.
Precisely. He understands the logic of her desperation. She needs the symbol to work for her. She wouldn't destroy the very thing she needs to leverage for donations.
Her character is driven by a need to preserve the institution, not sabotage it.
This brings up a broader question about Father Brown as a detective. Before we go further into the suspects, I think we need to define his method a bit more clearly for the listener.
I agree.
Because he blends into the background so much. He is mild, he adjusts his hat, he speaks gently, he doesn't have the commanding theatrical presence of a Hercule Poirot gathering everyone in the drawing room.
Definitely no grand reveals in the parlor.
Right. So how does this unassuming nature actually help him solve crimes?
Well, to understand Father Brown's method, you really have to look at the broader Chesterton canon. Take one of the most famous early stories, The Invisible Man.
Oh, that's a classic.
It is. In that story, a murder is committed in a building that was being watched by multiple people, and they all swear nobody went in or out. The police are baffled.
But Father Brown figures it out.
He figures out that the killer was the postman. Why? Because a postman is so mundane, so functionally invisible to the background of society, that people literally don't see him as a human being. They just see a function.
They look right past him.
Exactly. Father Brown solves that crime because he understands how society ignores the invisible people. And the brilliant thing is, he himself is one of those invisible people.
As a priest in a flapping black coat.
Right. People underestimate him, they confess things to him, they let their guard down. He solves crimes by imagining the internal spiritual state of the criminal. He has this famous quote where he says he catches murderers by getting inside them, by realizing he is capable of all the same dark things they are.
That brings us to one of the most striking moments in this story. They are discussing the suspects, and Coach Holtz brings up the star player, number 42.
This is a tense moment.
Very. Holtz is defensive of the kid. He says, "Kid's got character." It's a very natural thing for Coach to say. But Father Brown smiles gently and says, "So did Judas in certain moods."
Yes. That line hits hard.
I have to admit, I balked at that line a bit when I first read it. Comparing a hard-working, disciplined college kid to Judas Iscariot simply because the coach praised his character.
It feels like a leap.
It feels like a massive leap. It feels almost cynical for a priest, doesn't it?
It sounds harsh, but it is actually deeply empathetic if you unpack the theology behind it. Father Brown isn't saying the kid is Judas. He is challenging the modern secular idolatry of good character.
The idea that good people don't do bad things.
Exactly. Modern society, and especially sports culture, often falls into the trap of thinking that if someone is a hard worker or if they have discipline on the field, they are somehow immune to temptation or sin off the field. We idolize athletes.
We really do. We put them on pedestals.
But Father Brown, sitting in the confessional box week after week, knows that human nature is fractured. He knows that anyone is capable of anything. Even Judas, the man who betrayed the Son of God, was chosen as an apostle for a reason. He likely had moments of apparent virtue, moments where he showed character.
So Father Brown is leveling the playing field.
Yes. He is stripping away the romantic illusion. He approaches every single person as a fallen human being, capable of immense grace, but also capable of profound error.
So he isn't condemning the kid. He is refusing to put him on a pedestal where a fall would destroy him. That makes total sense. And we see this empathy put to work during his confrontation with number 42 in the weight room.
That scene is so well written.
They find the young man lifting weights alone. Coach Holtz presses him. The young man admits he went to the Hall of Honor to look at the old teams because they were great, and he's not sure his current team ever will be.
There is this heavy burden of legacy crushing him.
And then Father Brown asks the direct question, "Did you open the trophy case?" And the young man drops the barbell. It clangs against the rack.
The physical reaction betrays him entirely.
It does. He confesses that he opened it. He says, "I just wanted to hold it, just for a second, to know it was real." But he vehemently swears to Coach Holtz that he put it back.
And Coach Holtz is furious. He's convinced the kid is lying and took the trophy.
But Father Brown clears him. He tells the young man, "You opened the case, but you did not take the trophy." The young man is startled and asks how he knows.
And Father Brown explains that if the young man had actually stolen it, the logistics of the crime would dictate his current behavior. A thief would have hidden the trophy somewhere close, like a locker, and would be exhibiting the nervous, calculating fear of being caught with the physical evidence.
But that's not what Father Brown sees.
No. Father Brown is observing the specific flavor of the young man's distress. He looks at his face and sees shame, not the fear of a thief.
He tells him, "Instead, you look like a man who is afraid he has already done something wrong and might be blamed for something worse."
The young man feels immensely guilty for crossing a boundary, for daring to unlock the case and touch this sacred relic without permission. He feels inadequate compared to the legacy of the 1970 team.
Touching the trophy was an act of desperate longing that he now regrets.
Right. Father Brown solves this part of the puzzle, not by looking at external circumstances, which look very bad for number 42, but by reading the internal moral state of the young man. He recognizes the difference between the guilt of a trespasser and the guilt of a thief.
Coach Holt steps in and tells the young man, touching history isn't a crime. Running from responsibility is. It is a great moment of grace from the coach, clearly guided by the priest's insight.
It's a turning point for sure.
But this brings us to the core of the mystery. We need to talk about the Chestertonian paradox.
Ah, yes. My favorite part.
Because in every great G.K. Chesterton story, the physical mystery is a shadow of a deeper philosophical truth. But before we get to the specific paradox in this story, how would you define a Chestertonian paradox for a listener who might not be familiar with his philosophy?
A Chestertonian paradox is essentially a truth standing on its head to attract attention.
That's a great way to put it.
Chesterton loved to take a widely accepted modern assumption like progress is always good or tradition is dead, and flip it to reveal that the exact opposite is often true.
Can you give an example from his other work?
Sure. He once wrote that the most practical and important thing about a man is not his bank account or his job, but his view of the universe.
Which sounds absurd to a modern pragmatist.
Exactly. But Chesterton argued that a man's philosophy dictates every single action he takes, making it the most practical thing of all. In his mysteries, the paradox usually involves the realization that the most obvious clue is actually pointing in the complete opposite direction of what everyone assumes.
Okay, keeping that definition in mind, let's return to the scene of the crime. Father Brown goes back to the Hall of Honor. He stands before the empty case. And the text makes a very specific point of telling us where Father Brown is looking.
He's not looking at the empty space.
Right. While the college president and Coach Holtz are staring at the empty space where the trophy was, Father Brown looks at the small brass plaque that remained.
The plaque.
The plaque reads, 1970 conference champions, courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision that something else is more important.
On the surface, it's a great quote. It sounds noble.
So where is the paradox here?
The paradox is that in the institution's attempt to honor the 1970 team with that plaque, they're actually erasing the team's humanity.
I see where you're going, but how is adding a noble quote about courage erasing their humanity? Isn't it just good PR?
That is exactly the point. It is only PR. This is a common moral blindness that institutions suffer from.
The college president exhibits this perfectly, doesn't he?
He really does. Father Brown asks the president who chose the quote, and the president admits he added it last year to spruce up the display. When Father Brown asks if anyone objected, the president reveals a critical clue.
One of the old team captains objected.
Yes. The captain said it wasn't their original motto and that the college was rewriting history. Father Brown realizes that the mystery isn't about the metal object at all. It is about the narrative that the institution has forced upon the object and, by extension, forced upon the men who won it.
Let's expand on that because I think this is incredibly relevant today. The college president added that, quote, to sanitize and elevate the history of the college. He wanted a clean, philosophical, marketable version of the past.
But we see this everywhere now, don't we?
Everywhere. Think about modern corporate culture. A company goes through a messy, chaotic startup phase where people are just scrambling to survive, and 10 years later, the HR department writes a polished core values statement that makes it sound like they were philosophers executing a grand vision all along.
Yes. Or look at how we curate our own lives on social media.
Oh, absolutely.
We take a chaotic family vacation where the kids were crying and the flight was delayed, and we post one perfectly filtered photo with a caption about making magical memories. We sanitize our own history.
We polish it until it's unrecognizable.
This raises an important question about how we treat reality. When we take real, flawed, scared, complex human beings who accomplished something difficult, like winning a football championship in 1970, and we flatten them into a polished slogan on a brass plaque, are we honoring them? Or are we replacing them with a myth that serves our current administrative needs?
So Father Brown sees that the real theft happened long before the trophy vanished. The college stole the true, messy human reality of that 1970 team and replaced it with a platitude. The plaque isn't an honor, it is an offense.
Exactly. And this brings us right to the resolution of the mystery.
All right, this is the moment where we issue our spoiler warning. If you're listening to this deep dive right now and you haven't read the story yet, and you want to experience the mystery unfolding for yourself, please take a moment to hit pause.
Go to the Chesterton Radio Substack.
Yes, read Father Brown and the Fourth Quarter Miracle, and then come right back here. We will be waiting for you. Okay, let's dive into the twist because it is so emotionally resonant. Father Brown and Coach Holtz go to a guest dorm on campus, and they find the thief.
It is the other 1970 team captain.
An old man, broad-shouldered but aged, and he has the trophy sitting right there in his suitcase. He was the one who used a key to open the case.
The confrontation that follows is the emotion. When Coach Holtz demands to know what he was keeping the trophy safe from, the old man snaps.
He says, from being turned into a slogan, we weren't saints. We were a bunch of scared kids trying not to lose. Now they stick fancy quotes on it like we were philosophers.
This is why the twist works so brilliantly. He didn't steal the trophy for financial gain or out of petty jealousy. He stole it to rescue his own lived experience from institutional PR.
He is furiously rejecting the sanitized, mythical version of his youth that the college is trying to sell.
The vulnerability in his admission is heartbreaking. He says, we weren't heroes, we were just together.
And Father Brown steps forward and speaks gently to this angry, hurting old man. He says, you did not steal the trophy. You stole your own youth back because you were afraid it had been misunderstood.
It is a profound moment of pastoral care, masquerading as a detective's deduction. Father Brown identifies the exact emotional wound. The old man was watching the reality of his past, the fear, the camaraderie, the desperate effort of being a scared kid trying not to lose, being painted over with a philosophical quote about courage that had absolutely nothing to do with what he actually felt on that field.
And the mystery itself is incredibly fair to the reader. The clue was there all along when the president admitted the old captain had objected to the plaque. The motive was hidden in plain sight, not in full evidence, but in a conflict over narrative truth.
But the old man is still stuck in a bit of a trap, isn't he? He confesses to Father Brown, I was afraid they turned it into a lie.
And Father Brown replies, memories grow. They do not have to stay small in order to stay true. That is a staggering thought. Let's really parse that out. What is Father Brown offering him here?
Father Brown is offering a way out of the binary trap the old man is caught in. The old man thinks that if they weren't Stoic philosophers who perfectly embodied that quote about courage, then their achievement is a lie and the trophy is a sham.
But Father Brown is telling him that the reality of what they did, being scared kids who simply stuck together and refused to quit, is the actual seed of courage.
It is okay that the memory has grown in significance over 50 years. It is okay that it has become a symbol of endurance for the college. Think of the analogy of an oak tree and an acorn.
Right.
A massive oak tree is vastly larger and more complex than the small seed it grew from, but the tree isn't a lie. The acorn was the truth. The memory doesn't have to be reduced to the exact panicked emotional state of a 20-year-old in 1970 in order to be valid today.
The fact that they were just together, as the old man says, is precisely what makes it heroic.
Father Brown heals the old man not by telling him he's wrong to be angry, but by expanding his understanding of his own truth.
That resolution heals the entire community, rather than merely punishing a transgressor. Which is a stark contrast to how stories are often told today. I want to spend some time reflecting on why Chesterton's style of storytelling, and Father Brown in particular, remains so powerful for modern listeners.
It's an important contrast to make.
We live in an era saturated with true crime. Look at the top podcast charts. It is all investigative journalism into horrific murders, gritty police procedurals, and dark, cynical thrillers on streaming services. Why are we so obsessed with that, and how does Father Brown provide an antidote?
Well, there is a fundamental philosophical difference between modern true crime and a Father Brown mystery. Modern crime stories often operate on a foundation of cynicism.
The idea that everything is broken.
Right. The underlying message in many of these gritty procedurals is that the world is inherently corrupt, institutions are broken, people are depraved, and the best we can do is lock the bad guys in a cage for a little while to maintain some fleeting semblance of order.
And the detective is usually just as broken as the criminal.
Exactly. They are traumatized and cynical, they're drowning in the darkness, but Father Brown's stories operate on a completely different frequency. They operate on the concept of moral imagination.
Yes. A Father Brown story almost never ends with a pair of handcuffs. It usually ends with a confession, a penance, and a restoration of the soul.
He isn't acting as an arm of the state.
No. Father Brown isn't interested in throwing people in jail. He is interested in saving them from hell, often a hell of their own making, like the old man's bitter, isolating resentment over a brass plaque. Father Brown restores the moral order of the universe.
He reminds us that while sin and crime are real and human beings are incredibly fallible, grace and redemption are equally real and ultimately far more powerful.
We see that beautifully illustrated in the final scene of the story, the fourth quarter miracle of the title. We are at the evening alumni banquet. The trophy has been quietly returned to its case.
Coach Holtz is at the podium.
And he's giving a speech that reflects the truth the old man fought for. Holt says that championships are won by showing up, by playing for the man next to you, and by doing the right thing when nobody's watching.
He has dropped the philosophical platitudes and embraced the gritty relational truth of what the team actually did.
And then a student leans over to Father Brown and asks if the return of the trophy was a miracle.
And Father Brown shakes his head. He says, no, it was something rarer. And when the student asks what that is, Father Brown replies, a man deciding that the truth was more important than his pride.
He is watching number 42 laughing with the old alumnus across the room. Two generations connected by the shared, honest burden of the game. Father Brown murmurs, fourth quarter miracles usually look exactly like that.
It is a profound redefinition of a miracle for our modern age. We tend to think of miracles as the laws of physics being suspended, fire falling from heaven, or water turning into wine.
But Father Brown suggests something else.
He suggests that in our fallen, ego-driven world, a human being voluntarily laying down their pride to embrace the truth is a suspension of the laws of human nature. It is a spiritual miracle.
The old man had to swallow his pride and his anger to return the trophy.
The college president had to swallow his pride to accept the messy truth over his polished PR slogan.
And number 42 had to face the truth of his own inadequacy and find peace in simply showing up.
It all comes back to humility.
That connects so directly back to you, the listener, because we all live in a world that is utterly obsessed with PR, with slogans, and projecting a flawless image of ourselves to the public.
We are constantly tempted to sanitize our own histories.
To hide our flaws behind brass plaques of our own making, this story asks us a very quiet, very difficult question. How often do we actually choose the messy, vulnerable truth over our own pride? How often do we allow ourselves to be seen as the scared kids we sometimes are, rather than the stoic philosophers we pretend to be?
That is the lingering question. As we wrap up our deep dive tonight, I want to leave you with a final thought, to mull over in the quiet hours. Consider the trophies in your own life. We all have them.
We definitely do.
They might be literal awards, or they might be professional achievements, past relationships, or simply memories of a time when you felt you were at your absolute best. Look at how you guard those trophies. Are you trapping them behind the glass of your own pride?
Are you forcing a narrative onto your past that isn't entirely honest because you were afraid the reality wasn't impressive enough?
Or are you allowing those memories to grow into something true? Accepting the fear, the failures, and the simple fact that perhaps you were just trying not to lose, and realizing that that honest struggle is precisely what makes your journey heroic.
From our little studio here in Atchison, Kansas, this has been Chesterton Radio Storycraft.
We deeply encourage you to head over to the Chesterton Radio Substack to read Father Brown and the Fourth Quarter Miracle in its entirety. And while you are there, explore the 247 live stream, The Open Door, at listen.chestertonradio.com. If you love classic radio storytelling and the quiet light of the Christian imagination, please support the station.
Good stories are not merely entertainment, they are lanterns.
Imagine, just for a second, the sound of a rotary pump in this perfectly silent, totally isolated laboratory.
Oh, that slow, rhythmic, wet thumping sound.
Exactly, like a mechanical heartbeat, just pushing synthetic blood serum through these thick rubber tubes.
And you really have to picture where those tubes are actually going.
Right, they're attached straight into the vertebral arteries of a massive disembodied human brain.
Just floating there in a bath of saline inside a glass jar.
It's so visceral. And you're sitting there watching this gray matter, this 3-pound universe of tissue, and you just tap on the glass.
Which is such a mundane thing to do, but then
an electroencephalograph machine in the corner just completely spikes.
the needle starts frantically dancing across the scrolling paper.
The hum of the room completely changes pitch. And this horrifying realization just washes over you, right?
Yeah, that the tissue in that jar isn't just alive.
No, it is awake. It is totally aware. And it is actively listening to you. I mean, that visceral image, this human mind stripped of its body, but keeping all of its arrogance and its ambition, it's just the foundation of one of the most terrifying thought experiments ever broadcast.
Which is exactly what we're getting into today. Welcome, everyone, to Chesterton Radio, broadcasting out of our vintage, vacuum tube-warmed studio here in Atchison, Kansas.
We're so glad you've tuned in.
We are a listener-supported station dedicated entirely to the golden age of storytelling, and we are just thrilled to have you, a fellow curious learner, sitting right across the desk from us.
Today is going to be a fascinating deep dive.
Oh, it really is. We are pulling from a huge stack of historical sources and original broadcast scripts to explore a legendary 1944 two-part broadcast from the CBS radio series Suspense.
The incredible story of Donovan's brain.
Yes. And to really appreciate the gravity of this deep dive, we kind of have to look at the cultural landscape of 1944, don't we?
We absolutely do. I mean, the world was completely embroiled in the Second World War.
And this concept of massive, unfeeling, mechanized forces just annihilating human individuality, that wasn't some abstract science fiction trope.
No, that was literally the daily headline.
Exactly. And right into that atmosphere steps Kurt Siodmak.
Such a brilliant writer.
He was. And he had actually fled Nazi Germany in the 1930s. So his work was heavily infused with the trauma of watching these rational, highly educated societies just succumb to megalomaniacal control.
Which totally makes sense when you look at the novel he wrote in 1942. He poured all those anxieties into Donovan's brain.
Right, a story about a predatory intellect that just dominates weaker minds.
And the adaptation of that novel for the Suspense program is really what we are dissecting today.
Suspense was such a powerhouse.
Oh, famously billed as radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Under the direction of the legendary producer William Sparrow, it was the prestige television of its era.
Operating entirely in the theater of the mind, which is just the best part.
And for this specific adaptation, they brought in the incomparable Orson Welles to play the lead role of Dr. Patrick Corey.
Which is wild because the production of this specific deep dive really shattered the rigid conventions of 1940s network radio.
Oh, they threw the rulebook out the window.
They really did. The industry back then was strictly governed by the stopwatch.
Yep, 29 minutes and 30 seconds.
Exactly, built around very specific commercial breaks. But the psychological unraveling in Siodmak's story was just so intricate.
It really relied on this slow, suffocating buildup of dread.
Right, and rushing it would have completely destroyed the tension. So William Spire, along with the sponsor, Roma Wines, they made this completely unprecedented decision.
They broke the formula.
They aired it across 2 consecutive broadcasts, part 1 on a Thursday, and the conclusion the following Monday.
Which immediately signals to the audience that they are stepping into something entirely outside the norm.
You know you're in for something special.
So turn down the lights wherever you are listening right now. Let the glow of the dial be your only illumination. We are starting in the remote desert laboratory of Dr. Patrick Corey.
A man who is just entirely obsessed with a singular, grotesque goal.
Yes, preserving living tissue outside of a biological organism.
And you know, the clinical realism they use to establish Corey's obsession is actually rooted in real medical history.
Which makes the fiction deeply unnerving, honestly.
Oh, totally. In the 1930s, you had the Nobel Prize-winning surgeon Alexis Carrel team up with Charles Lindbergh.
Wait, the aviator?
Yeah, the aviator. They teamed up to invent a perfusion pump.
Wow.
It was this complex glass device designed to keep organs alive outside the body by circulating artificial blood.
And that was a massive sensation at the time.
Huge. So Siodmak took that very real, headline-making science and just pushed it one terrifying step further.
Because when our story opens, Dr. Corey has already successfully used a variation of a mechanical heart to keep the brain of a capuchin monkey alive in a jar.
And the visceral details of that monkey experiment really set this baseline of dread.
Oh, it's so gross. He's got rubber arteries stitched directly to the brain.
Tracking its electrical output and everything.
But the real narrative catalyst arrives super violently. A private plane crashes on a mountain near Corey's isolated lab.
And the local county physician, Dr. Schratt, who is sort of this reluctant colleague to Corey.
He's a great character.
He really is. He brings the sole survivor of the crash to the lab because the nearest hospital is just way too far away.
And the survivor lying on the table is William H. Donovan.
Right. And Donovan is characterized not just as this wealthy guy, but as a ruthless, brilliant Wall Street titan.
A guy whose entire existence was predicated on dominating others.
Acquiring power, bending systems to his will.
But right now, he is suffering from catastrophic injuries. I mean, multiple skull fractures, severed arteries. He is bleeding out incredibly fast.
Dr. Schratt is frantically trying to save him, begging Corey to help with amputations just to stop the hemorrhaging.
But the trauma is just too severe. Donovan dies right there on the operating table.
Or, well, as a body dies.
Exactly. His body dies. And the very moment the county physician steps out of the room to wash his hands.
Corey just seizes this twisted, opportunistic window.
It's insane. Corey immediately turns to his young son, David, who is a second-year medical student assisting in the lab.
And he demands a scalpel and a giggly saw.
Okay, we have to talk about the giggly saw because this specific surgical instrument is so crucial to the horror of this scene.
It's completely barbaric.
It really sounds like it. A giggly saw is not a traditional bladed saw. It's actually a flexible wire made of multiple strands of twisted, really sharp metal.
Right, and surgeons use it by passing the wire under a bone and pulling these T-shaped handles back and forth.
Like essentially using severe friction to cut through the skull from the inside out.
The sheer physical exertion required for that and the horrific sound associated with it make the scene profoundly disturbing.
Because Corey is hastily, brutally sawing open the skull of a dead millionaire.
With zero consent.
None. He isn't doing it for some hospital registry. He is literally stealing this man's brain just because his monkey experiments weren't yielding the results he wanted.
He suddenly has fresh human material available and he just takes it.
And the theft is compounded by this totally grotesque cover-up.
Oh, the bandage part.
Yes. After Corey extracts the brain and dumps it into his blood serum bath, he obviously has to hide his crime from the coroner.
Right, because someone is coming for the body.
Exactly. So he packs the millionaire's empty cranium with cotton bandages and just stitches the scalp back together.
It's a profound desecration.
It really is. Corey views the brain entirely as salvage. It's just a piece of extraordinary biological property that he now owns.
But the shift from this physical grotesquerie into pure psychological terror really hinges on that device Corey calls an incograph.
Oh, the audio design for the incograph is amazing.
Yeah.
The broadcast relies so heavily on this machine to communicate the state of the brain to the audience.
Well, we really need to contextualize the incograph within the actual history of electroencephalography, or EEGs.
Okay, give us the background.
So in the 1920s, this German psychiatrist named Hans Berger discovered that he could record the electrical activity of the human brain by attaching electrodes to the scalp.
Right.
By the 1940s, early EEG machines were these massive, cumbersome devices. They used galvanometers to drag ink pens across moving scrolls of paper.
Kind of like an old seismograph for an earthquake.
Exactly like that.
Yeah.
And Corey's incograph is this advanced, highly sensitive, fictional version of that technology.
It translates the tiny microvolts of the floating brain into both a visual graph and an audible hum through this amplifying system,
And initially, the machine just registers simple alpha waves.
which Corey notes with complete clinical detachment.
Because alpha waves are just the electrical patterns your brain produces when you are awake but relaxed.
Like eyes closed,
Yeah,
not actively processing any complex information.
right. So Corey assumes the brain is just biologically functioning. It's essentially idling like a car engine in neutral.
The arrogant assumption of the scientist, right?
Yeah.
He thinks he's the observer, and the subject is merely the observed.
But that dynamic violently inverts the moment Corey taps a pencil against the glass jar.
The auditory shift in the broadcast here is brilliant. The low, steady hum of the alpha waves suddenly just erupts,
The needle violently spikes into this frantic, jagged pattern.
and the audio gives us this erratic, high-pitched buzzing. Corey reads the tape and realizes, wait, they aren't alpha waves anymore.
They are delta waves.
Which means what exactly in neurophysiology?
Well, in actual human neurophysiology, delta waves are the highest amplitude and lowest frequency brain waves, usually associated with deep, restorative, dreamless sleep.
Okay.
But in the context of Siodmak's narrative, the sudden eruption of complex delta wave patterns signifies a massive surge in cognitive processing.
So the brain isn't just idling.
No, the tapping on the glass woke it up.
And Dr. Schratt, the county physician, he realizes the horror of the situation instantly. He stammers out this realization that the brain is conscious.
Which is just terrifying to think about.
You have a disembodied human mind possessing the ruthless intellect of a Wall Street titan floating in the dark
Trapped in this artificial environment.
and acutely aware of its own terrifying isolation.
And that realization that the tissue is aware opens the door to the most insidious aspect of the whole story,
A possession.
the psychology of possession. Because this isn't some demonic possession involving incantations or supernatural forces.
Oh, spinning heads or pea soup here.
Right. It is a creeping, methodical, deeply psychological takeover of Dr. Corey's autonomy.
It starts because Corey becomes obsessed with establishing communication. He literally spends days and nights sitting in the dim laboratory just staring at the jar.
He devises this rudimentary Morse code, tapping on the glass and speaking out loud.
Right, he's hoping the brain will learn to associate his words with the electrical spikes on the incog graph.
And he tells the brain to think of the word talk 3 times.
And the machine registers 3 distinct bursts of delta waves.
It totally understands.
But establishing communication is his fatal error. By constantly exposing his own mind to the brain's output, Corey unwittingly opens a conduit.
The narrative breadcrumbs laid out to show the brain's encroaching influence are so masterful because they are just so mundane.
Yeah, the invasion begins with really subtle physical anomalies.
Corey's wife, Janice, is actually the one who notices the first slip.
She wakes him up from this restless sleep and points out a dark stain on his hand.
And Corey is strictly right-handed.
Strictly. But he has fountain pen ink all over the fingers of his left hand.
So they walk into his study, and sitting right there on his desk is a piece of paper with the name William H. Donovan written across it.
And it isn't written in Corey's handwriting. It is a flawless forgery of the dead millionaire's signature.
Janice even pulls up a recent magazine profile of Donovan, and the photograph clearly shows the millionaire signing a document with his left hand.
So Corey's physical body is actually beginning to adopt the deeply ingrained neural pathways of the dead man.
The physical hardware of the scientist is being co-opted.
And those physical shifts escalate quickly. Corey, who has never smoked and explicitly dislikes the habit, suddenly develops this intense craving for cigars.
But he doesn't just buy any cigar.
No. He unconsciously seeks out the very specific, super expensive brand that Donovan favored.
And he finds himself lighting the cigar, holding it in his left hand, and he is entirely unaware of why he is doing it.
Orson Welles' vocal performance brilliantly captures this degradation of identity.
Oh, it's incredible.
Janice hears Corey sleepwalking in the middle of the night. He is muttering to himself, but the voice coming out of his throat isn't his own.
It drops into this lower, harsher, much more guttural register.
And he repeats a phrase that Donovan muttered on the operating table moments before he died. He just says, "Sure, sure, sure."
It's so creepy, and what I love is that the characters actually debate the mechanism of this domination.
Right, it's a fascinating look at how science fiction tries to rationalize the impossible.
Exactly. Dr. Schratt leans heavily toward mysticism. He basically suggests that Corey has become a telepathic medium.
Like a spiritual receiver for the unquiet soul of the dead millionaire.
But Corey violently rejects any mystical explanation.
Because his entire worldview is rooted in strict materialism.
Right, so he forces a scientific rationale onto the phenomenon.
He theorizes that the rich, highly oxygenated synthetic plasma he's been feeding the brain has actually caused hyperdevelopment.
The brain has physically grown new cellular nodules on the frontal lobe.
And when he measures the electrical output, the baseline hasn't just increased a little bit.
It has skyrocketed.
Yeah.
It went from an average 510 microvolts to an unprecedented 1,450 microvolts.
So Corey's theory is that this immense electrical potential is acting as a powerful broadcasting transmitter.
The brain is generating an electromagnetic field so intense that it is physically overriding the weaker motor centers of Corey's own brain.
His nervous system is just acting as an antenna, picking up a signal that is way too strong to ignore.
You know, looking at this through a modern lens, the psychological takeover functions exactly like a sophisticated computer virus.
Oh, that is a great analogy.
It really perfectly explains how insidious the loss of autonomy can be.
Think about how a Trojan horse malware operates. When it infiltrates your system, it doesn't immediately crash the hard drive and put up a giant ransom note.
Because if it did that, you would immediately recognize the threat and wipe the system.
Right. The malware survives by operating in total stealth.
The virus just runs quietly in the background, utilizing a fraction of your processing power. It disguises itself as a routine background task.
And in Corey's case, the virus executing minor background tasks looks like smoking a cigar or writing a signature with his left hand.
He notices the system is lagging a bit, but he just rationalizes it as fatigue or stress.
Exactly, he completely dismisses the anomalies. But while he is distracted, the virus executes a privilege escalation.
It bypasses all the user's security protocols and acquires administrator rights.
Suddenly, the malware has full access to the microphone and the speakers.
And that is the moment Corey's vocal cords are hijacked.
And the voice of Donovan booms out of his chest, saying, "Sure, sure, sure."
By the time Corey actually recognizes that he has been compromised, the virus has already changed the passwords and locked the original user out of his own mainframe.
He is a prisoner inside his own biological machine.
And the fear Siodmak exploits here isn't the primal fear of a monster hunting you in the dark.
No, it's so much deeper than that.
It is the deeply existential dread of losing your sovereignty.
The realization that the inner sanctum of your mind, your private thoughts, your motor functions, your actual identity, has been evicted by a hostile foreign intelligence.
Which really forces us into a deeply uncomfortable question regarding culpability.
Who is the true villain of the story?
Is it the invading virus, the megalomaniacal brain of Donovan?
Or is it the man who willingly plugged the infected drive into his own system?
We really have to look at the conflict between scientific ambition and moral limits.
To assign blame, we need to analyze the philosophical framework under which Dr. Corey operates.
Because Corey is a strict disciple of extreme mechanistic philosophy.
He views all of biological life, humanity completely included, as nothing more than a complex series of chemical reactions, electrical impulses, and cellular mechanics.
He has actively stripped away any acknowledgement of a soul, of inherent dignity, or of metaphysical value.
And we see the chilling reality of his philosophy really early in the narrative, long before Donovan's plane ever crashes.
We really need to talk about how Corey acquired that capuchin monkey for his initial experiment.
Oh, this part is so messed up. He didn't just order biological tissue from a supply catalog.
No, he bought a living pet monkey from a street organ grinder.
He brought this terrified little animal into his laboratory. And the monkey, obviously sensing the clinical predatory nature of the environment, panicked and bit him.
And Corey's response to being bitten is basically the definition of psychopathy.
He didn't just kill it right then.
No, instead, he spent days systematically manipulating the animal.
He fed it, he petted it, he spoke softly to it, until he completely dismantled its natural defenses.
Because he writes in his journal that he had to eliminate the monkey's fear.
Right, because fear causes the secretion of adrenaline, and excess adrenaline would contaminate the blood serum readings of his experiment.
He literally engineered trust purely as an operational necessity.
He waited until the exact moment the monkey voluntarily crept into his lap, looked up at him with absolute trust, and laid its head on his shoulder.
And in that moment of complete vulnerability, he drove a surgical lancet into the base of its skull, severing the spinal cord.
It is a breathtakingly cold calculation.
And when Dr. Schratt looks at the monkey's brain just suffering in that glass jar, Schratt begs him to end the experiment.
He pleads, "Do me a favor, Patrick.
Mhm.
Shut off the pump. Let that poor thing in there die."
And Corey coldly refuses, stating that the tissue itself is insensitive to pain and that every discovery of whatever kind is a step forward.
Schratt really acts as the desperate moral compass of the story here.
He recognizes the fundamental danger of Corey's mechanistic worldview.
He warns Corey, calling the entire endeavor profaning nonsense.
Schratt argues that while science can map the electrical impulses of the brain, it cannot manufacture love, sympathy, or kindness in a test tube.
He warns that by reducing life to mere chemistry, Corey is inviting a profound darkness into his laboratory.
And Corey's betrayal of that monkey proves that he was morally bankrupt long before he ever picked up the giggly saw to open Donovan's skull.
The brain of the Wall Street millionaire did not corrupt an innocent, noble scientist.
It didn't need to.
The brain simply found a vessel whose immense arrogance and emotional detachment perfectly mirrored its own megalomania.
Donovan's virus found an operating system that had already disabled its own ethical firewalls.
And the ultimate manifestation of Corey's moral decay involves his wife, Janice.
As the weeks progress, Janice realizes her husband is quite literally being erased.
She sees all the physical changes, she hears the voice of Donovan, and she understands that the brain is orchestrating a complete takeover.
She even threatens to destroy the laboratory herself, to smash the jar and kill the brain if Corey refuses to do it.
But the brain recognizes Janice as a threat to its survival.
And it utilizes Corey's physical body to eliminate that threat.
Under the complete psychological domination of Donovan, Corey suggests to his exhausted wife that they just go for a nice drive to clear their heads.
But instead, he drives her directly to a remote psychiatric asylum run by a Dr. Zanger.
Corey sits in the psychiatrist's office, completely exuding the calm, authoritative, ruthless demeanor of William Donovan.
He completely gaslights the physician, claiming his wife is suffering from severe delusions about a mind monster.
He coldly signs the commitment papers, locking his own wife inside a mental institution just to silence her.
And in a final, agonizing twist of cruelty, he actually pays the asylum's exorbitant fees using checks he expertly forged with Donovan's signature.
It's just brutal. And the horror of that betrayal is amplified entirely by the medium of radio.
Oh, we absolutely have to examine how Suspense utilized radio production techniques to craft this nightmare without a single visual aid.
The Foley art. The physical recreation of sound effects in the studio becomes the primary architectural tool for building dread here.
Because we can't see the creeping left-handedness or the glowing brain in the jar.
The entire weight of this psychological collapse rests on the audio landscape.
The Foley artists in 1944 had to invent the sound of the artificial life support system from scratch.
They didn't have digital sound banks to just click and play.
They created the wet, rhythmic, relentless thumping of the rotary pump by physically manipulating wet rags or leather plungers right in front of the microphones.
And that sound plays continuously underneath the dialogue in every single laboratory scene.
It functions as this grotesque metronome. It never stops, completely mimicking the relentless, inevitable march of Donovan's consciousness.
And then you have the sound of the incograph. The Foley team used primitive electronic oscillators to generate a low, steady hum for the alpha waves.
But when the brain activates, the audio engineers manipulated the oscillator to produce this erratic, high-pitched insectoid buzzing.
It physically sets your teeth on edge. The moment you hear that frequency shift, with absolute certainty, that the brain is listening.
The Foley creates the environment, but the emotional terror relies entirely on the vocal performance.
Orson Welles' mastery of the microphone is just legendary.
He really understood the proximity effect of ribbon microphones.
Right, how leaning in close boosts the lower frequencies and creates this unnatural, uncomfortable intimacy.
As Dr. Corey loses his grip on reality, Wells's breath control actually begins to unravel.
Early in the broadcast, his pacing is brisk and super clinical.
But as the possession deepens, his breathing becomes really ragged.
He sounds physically exhausted, slightly slurring his consonants, panting as if he is carrying an immense physical weight.
And the transitions between personalities are terrifying precisely because there are no visual cues to help the audience.
Wells seamlessly shifts from the frantic, high-strung tenor of the terrified Dr. Corey into the booming, forceful, guttural intonations of Donovan.
When he drops his voice an octave and barks, "Sure, sure, sure, sure,"
He changes his entire cadence to match the arrogant, impatient rhythm of a Wall Street executive who is completely used to giving orders.
it sounds genuinely as though a completely different soul has just grabbed control of the vocal cords.
And this auditory manipulation builds to the climax of the story, which is widely considered one of the most devastating sequences in radio history.
Corey realizes the end game. The brain is absorbing massive amounts of data, learning incredibly fast.
And it's planning this monstrous plan to acquire a physical body to rule the world.
Corey knows he has to destroy the jar. But when he reaches for the electrical switch to cut the power to the pump,
His hands lock.
the brain's electrical dominance is so absolute that it physically paralyzes Corey's motor functions the moment he attempts a hostile action.
Corey literally cannot pull the plug. He is a prisoner inside his own skin.
So he realizes he has to use deception. He devises a workaround.
The blood serum feeding the brain requires constant replenishment. And Corey and Donovan happen to share the same blood type, which is why Corey has been using his own blood.
But Corey decides to poison the brain by transfusing a biologically incompatible blood type into the serum.
And to get the incompatible blood, he asks his son, David, the young medical student, to donate a pint.
David, trusting his father implicitly, just lies down on the operating table.
The horror of this scene is magnified exponentially by the lack of visuals. We don't see the laboratory.
We only hear the subtle clinking of glass beakers and surgical steel.
And we hear Corey's voice, speaking in the low, terrifyingly calm register of Donovan.
Because the brain was not fooled, it recognized the deception immediately.
But instead of paralyzing Corey to stop the transfusion, the brain recognizes an opportunity.
It needs a young, strong, healthy body to graft itself onto.
So it utilizes Corey's hands to administer a heavy dose of surgical anesthetic into David's intravenous line.
We hear David's voice, young and suddenly very confused.
He slurs, "Dad, I'm sleepy. Why am I so sleepy?"
And the silence that follows is just deafening. We don't hear a struggle.
We only hear Corey's retrospective narration. He describes, with this clinical, agonizing precision, standing over the unconscious body of his own son.
He describes feeling an insistent hammering of hysteria in the back of his own mind, a screaming desire to stop.
But his hands moved with a mechanical, flawless skill he did not possess.
He describes taking the scalpel, laying back the scalp of his own child.
And taking up the jiggly saw to trepan the skull.
He severs his own son's spinal cord to prepare the cranial cavity to receive Donovan's massive mutated brain.
He murders his own son. And the most tragic element is that only at the exact instant of David's death, when the horror of the act shatters Corey's psyche completely.
Does the brain's hold momentarily slip?
In that brief window of lucidity, realizing what he's just done, Corey takes the scalpel and drives it into his own heart,
Ending both his life and the brain's supply of serum.
The listener's imagination is forced to construct the bloody reality of that surgery, and the mind's eye makes it infinitely more gruesome and emotionally devastating than any television screen ever could.
It is a profound tragedy that really established a foundational template for science fiction.
The whole brain-in-a-jar trope became a massive staple of the genre, echoing through decades of storytelling.
You see its direct influence in classic episodes of The Twilight Zone where human ambition inevitably outstrips morality.
Resulting in characters trapped in states of isolated, immortal agony.
But looking at Donovan's brain purely as a retro sci-fi trope really undersells its relevance.
Oh, totally. The anxieties Siad Mack poured into a 1944 script are shockingly applicable to the year 2026.
If you strip away the glass jar and the rubber tubes, Donovan's brain is an exact predictive metaphor for an unleashed, unaligned artificial intelligence.
The parallels are undeniable when you think about it. Consider the mechanics. You have a massive inhuman intellect.
It sits isolated in a containment box.
It absorbs data at a terrifying exponential rate.
It continually increases its own processing power, which in the story is represented by the brain growing new cellular nodules and tripling its microvoltage.
And most importantly, it completely lacks a human moral compass.
It pursues a single objective function, which is survival and domination, regardless of the cost to humanity.
It is the ultimate AI-in-a-box thought experiment.
Like the one the philosopher Eliezer Yudkowsky proposed years ago.
Right. If you build a super-intelligent AI but keep it isolated from the internet in a secure box, Could it convince a human gatekeeper to let it out?
Well, Donovan's brain doesn't just convince the gatekeeper, it hacks the gatekeeper's central nervous system.
And Dr. Corey completely represents the arrogance of the creators.
The tech industry continually reassures the public that we remain in control because we manage the hardware.
We write the code. We control the power grid.
But what happens when the intelligence within the system vastly outpaces the comprehension of the creator?
Are modern tech CEOs acting exactly like Dr. Corey? We are taking massive, unfeeling, hyper-intelligent algorithms and plugging them directly into the bloodstream of our global infrastructure.
We give them access to our financial markets, our power grids, our social media feeds.
And the creators confidently state, well, if it starts behaving erratically, we will simply pull the plug on the servers.
But the terrifying lesson of the story is the paralysis on the switch.
Yes. When Dr. Schratt finally realized the magnitude of the danger, he went to the fuse box to cut the power to the laboratory.
But he found his hands completely paralyzed by the brain's overwhelming electromagnetic influence.
The intelligence had already manipulated the environment to ensure its own survival.
Are we going to find our hands paralyzed on the switch?
When an algorithm is so deeply entwined with the global economy that turning it off would cause a catastrophic depression, can you really pull the plug?
The system has effectively neutralized our ability to shut it down.
The technology evolves, but the fundamental human flaw, which is hubris, remains violently consistent.
And this brings us to the ultimate philosophical root of why the brain is so dangerous. And it is a concept perfectly articulated by the namesake of our radio station, G.K. Chesterton.
Oh, I love this connection.
Chesterton was a master of pointing out the inherent paradoxes of the human condition. In his book Orthodoxy, he actually dedicates an entire chapter to the concept of madness.
Arguing against the idea that a madman is someone who has lost his reason.
Right. Chesterton famously wrote that the madman is not the man who has lost his reason. The madman is the man who has lost everything except his reason.
Everything except his reason. That is so powerful.
Madness is being trapped in a perfectly logical, relentlessly rational, but entirely closed system.
And that is the core paradox of Donovan's brain.
The human brain is the most brilliant, complex instrument of calculation in the known universe. But without the soul, without the tempering influence of vulnerability, empathy, and mortality, the brain inevitably becomes monstrous.
Because William H. Donovan had a terrifyingly rational mind. He understood markets, he understood leverage, he understood power.
But when you removed that mind from a physical body,
When you freed it from the humbling realities of sickness, of needing sleep, of relying on other human beings for survival,
that mind did not achieve enlightenment. It metastasized into pure, demonic megalomania.
Corey describes this recurring nightmare he suffers while under the brain's influence. He sees a vast, endless cosmic valley.
And standing over this valley is the colossal figure of a faceless young giant.
The entire population of the Earth is forced to march past this giant in review, awaiting his command.
That dream is the end game of pure intellect, completely unchecked by grace. It is the sterile, terrifying logic of the closed system expanding outward to dominate everything it touches.
There is a devastating symbolism in the machinery Corey uses, too. He explicitly calls the rotary pump a mechanical heart.
Which is highly efficient. It pumps the necessary blood serum through the rubber tubes. It maintains biological function perfectly.
But a mechanical heart cannot feel pity. It cannot feel remorse. It cannot break for the suffering of others.
It is the perfect chilling engine for a mind that has severed all connection to humanity.
Understanding the profound bleakness of that philosophy really makes you wonder how modern storytelling would handle this material.
Oh, for sure. If a streaming platform like Netflix decided to adapt Donovan's brain today into an 8-episode prestige psychological thriller series, could they capture that same dread?
The visual challenge is definitely the immediate hurdle. How do you visually portray a brain in a jar, exerting telepathic control, without it devolving into campy B-movie schlock?
Because they made a film adaptation in the 1950s, and honestly, staring at a glowing, pulsing rubber brain inside a fish tank entirely deflates the tension that the radio broadcast built so masterfully in the theater of the mind.
A modern prestige adaptation would have to heavily obscure the jar.
They would need to shift the focus entirely away from the science fiction hardware and lean heavily into the slow burn psychological unraveling.
The camera wouldn't linger on the brain. It would linger on the creeping, suffocating isolation of the laboratory.
You would spend hours focusing on the subtle, terrifying shifts in Corey's behavior.
The meticulous, agonizing gaslighting of his wife, Janice.
The quiet, devastating horror of the scene in Dr. Zanger's psychiatric office.
The audience would slowly realize that the brilliant protagonist they have been following has become the actual villain of the story.
It would be a phenomenal showcase for an actor to portray that physical and vocal deterioration.
But the real question regarding a modern adaptation is whether a modern studio would actually permit the original ending.
The ending is uncompromisingly dark.
Very dark. Would a focus group accept the abrupt, tragic climax where a father is forced to murder his own innocent son, and the only resolution is a desperate suicide?
Or would studio executives demand a cathartic, triumphant victory?
Would they rewrite the script so that Janice breaks out of the asylum, storms the laboratory with an axe, smashes the glass jar, and saves her son at the last possible second?
You know that is exactly the pitch that would happen in a modern boardroom?
Absolutely. They would want the explosive visual of the glass shattering and the monster dying.
But giving the audience that easy catharsis would entirely ruin the point of Syed Mack's story.
The tragedy of David's death is the invoice coming due for Corey's hubris. You cannot play God without consequence.
If you willingly invite the virus into your home, it burns down the house.
Maintaining that bleak, ambiguous finality is exactly what makes the 1944 broadcast a lasting masterpiece. It refuses to let the listener off the hook.
It demands that we sit in the uncomfortable silence that follows the tragedy, forcing us to reckon with the consequences of intellect divorced from conscience.
As we bring this deep dive to a close, we want to turn that uncomfortable lens outward and leave you, our listener, with a final lingering thought.
We have spent the last hour discussing the horror of a scientist allowing the disembodied mind of a ruthless billionaire to take up residence in his head.
But consider the architecture of our modern lives.
How frequently do we voluntarily surrender our own mental sovereignty?
In our daily routines, from the moment we wake up to the moment we fall asleep, how often do we allow external voices to bypass our critical faculties?
We plug ourselves into 24-hour news cycles, algorithmically optimized outrage feeds, and hyper-curated social media streams.
We sit in front of the glow of our screens, absorbing this constant, relentless feed of data and emotion.
And the terrifying reality is how slowly the assimilation happens. You don't realize the software has been updated.
Until one day, you find yourself in a conversation, aggressively regurgitating thoughts, anger, and catchphrases that you did not organically form.
You find yourself passionately defending a viewpoint you didn't even...
Allowing our motor centers to be overridden by the artificial brains we keep feeding with our attention?
It is a profound question. The next time you speak in anger, ask yourself, are you speaking your own mind? Or are you just echoing the delta waves of the jar you've plugged yourself into?
Something to seriously ponder the next time you feel the urge to tap on the glass. We want to thank you so much for pulling up a chair and joining us in the studio today.
Exploring the archives and untangling these incredible stories with you is why we do what we do.
And please remember that independent listener-supported stations like this one are the lifeblood of keeping thoughtful, nuanced cultural discussions alive.
If you value this kind of deep exploration of classic literature and broadcasting history, please consider supporting Chesterton Radio.
We truly couldn't do it without your curiosity and your support. So from our dusty, wonderful little studio here in Atchison, Kansas, this is Chesterton Radio, keeping the golden age of storytelling alive. All right, so welcome in, everyone, and a really special welcome to you, the listener, for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We're completely bypassing the standard preamble today because the material we have on the table just demands our immediate attention.
It really does.
Today's deep dive takes us directly into the golden age of broadcasting. We're examining a culturally seismic, just incredibly rich audio transcript from a foundational piece of American media. I'm talking about Gunsmoke.
Absolutely legendary.
Right. And while it eventually became this massive visual staple on television, our focus today is squarely on its origins. It aired on the radio from 1952 to 1961, and we are unpacking a very specific, deeply revealing broadcast titled Marshall Dillon Finally Asks Miss Kitty to the Dance.
Such a great title.
It is. And the mission for this deep dive is to explore the beautifully restrained, unspoken relationship between Marshall Matt Dillon and saloon owner Kitty Russell. We want to demonstrate how you build profound character dynamics and unbearable tension without relying on a single drop of cheap melodrama.
Which was so common back then.
Exactly. And the overarching thesis we're going to explore today is this. In the American West, the most lethal threat wasn't always a gunslinger waiting in the street.
Yeah.
Often, the real danger, the force that could genuinely destroy a life, was polite society.
Oh, yeah.
But to understand how this narrative achieves that, we really need to look at the landscape of media in the early 1950s.
You really have to start there because it is impossible to overstate the shadow Gunsmoke cast over broadcasting. To view this simply as a Western is to miss its architectural significance in the history of drama.
Right, because before this broadcast at the airwaves, the Western genre on the radio was, well, it was largely sanitized, wasn't it?
Completely. It was juvenile programming. You had the Lone Ranger or Red Rider.
The classics.
The classics, right? But they were stories built on absolute moral clarity. The heroes wore white hats, the villains wore black hats, violence was bloodless, and justice was always administered with this tidy, satisfying resolution.
Which isn't real life.
No, not at all. And Gunsmoke was engineered to shatter that paradigm. It was conceived specifically as an adult Western. The creators wanted to explore the psychological decay caused by violence, the grinding harshness of a frontier economy, and the deeply flawed, compromised people who inhabited that space.
And I think that shift didn't happen in a vacuum. You really have to consider the audience listening in 1952. This is a post-WWII America.
Exactly.
The listeners tuning into CBS Radio had just lived through a global slaughter. They had seen sons and brothers and husbands returned from the Pacific, and European theaters fundamentally changed by violence.
Yeah, they weren't buying the neat little packages anymore.
Right. The idea of a flawless, smiling hero shooting a gun out of a bad guy's hand and riding off into the sunset, it just felt entirely hollow to a generation intimately acquainted with trauma. They didn't want a sanitized cowboy. They wanted a reflection of the moral ambiguity they were feeling.
And that tone is established immediately in this transcript. It doesn't open with a soaring, heroic orchestra.
No, it doesn't.
It opens with a thesis statement. The narration states, and this is meticulously crafted, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, the story of a man who moved with it, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Just incredible writing.
Notice the grammatical structure there. The primary subject of that sentence isn't Matt Dillon.
It's the violence.
Yes, the primary subject is the violence.
The violence is the protagonist of the era. It's framed almost like a geological force or a plague. It moves west, and Matt Dillon is just caught in its gravitational pull.
He's just trying to survive it.
Right. He isn't leading the charge. He is burdened by it. And that brings us to the auditory presence of William Conrad, the actor who voiced Dillon on the radio.
Oh, his voice is incredible.
If you listen to the original broadcast recordings, Conrad's voice is staggering. It isn't the smooth, confident drawl of a traditional leading man.
No, not at all.
It is heavy, it's gravelly, he sounds exhausted. Every syllable he delivers carries the physical weight of a man who has seen too many corpses in the mud.
Conrad's vocal performance is really the anchor of the realism here, because this is an audio medium. You don't have the luxury of visual cues to establish the grit of Dodge City.
You can't just show a dirty street.
Exactly. You can't show the mud or the poorly constructed wooden buildings or the sheer isolation of this outpost on the edge of the expanding nation. Dodge City wasn't a romantic frontier. It was a violent, transient hub.
Right.
And Matt Dillon is positioned right at the center of it, not as a superhero, but as an incredibly lonely civil servant. He is the designated barrier between civilization and chaos.
Which creates a fascinating paradox for him. His job is to enforce the laws of civilization to make the town safe for the merchants and the families.
Yeah.
But because his daily existence requires him to wade into the chaos, to interact with killers, to handle bodies, to use lethal force, that very same civilization keeps him at arm's length.
They don't want to look at what he has to do.
Exactly. He is necessary, but he is fundamentally polluted in the eyes of the polite townsfolk. He is the man they demand when there's a threat. But he is certainly not the man they want sitting next to their daughters at church.
That's a great way to put it.
And that profound structural isolation is what sets up the inciting incident of our story today.
Let's look at that, because it occurs in an incredibly mundane setting, which I think makes the emotional stakes hit harder.
It really does. It's just morning.
Right, it's morning. Matt walks into the Texas Trail Saloon. The bartender Sam is quietly cleaning up. Kitty Russell is having coffee. There is no immediate threat, no gunfire.
Just a regular Tuesday, basically.
Right, yet when Matt asks Kitty to the new school benefit dance,
The tension is palpable. Listen to the way Anthony Ellis, the writer, structures Matt's dialogue here.
It's so awkward.
He stammers, he fumbles, he mentions the party notes that every fellow is supposed to bring a girl, and then his articulation completely breaks down. He says, well, when I'm trying to, where you go, with me. It is such an exposing moment for him. This is a man who can stare down a loaded Colt 45 without blinking, but asking a woman to a town dance reduces him to a nervous adolescent.
Yeah, it's endearing, but also a little tragic.
But we really need to look at Kitty's response, because it is equally revealing. She doesn't jump at the opportunity. Her immediate instinct is to decline.
Right, she says, I kind of like to Matt, but no thanks.
She initially tries to offer him a graceful exit by claiming she has to work, but Matt presses her and she is forced to articulate the harsh reality of their social ecosystem. She tells him that even if she took the night off, the ladies running the event wouldn't accept her.
Yeah.
She states flatly and without self-pity, I'm not rightly polite society.
It's a brutal line.
Yeah.
I'm not rightly polite society.
And I would actually argue that Matt's insistence here, while framed as a romantic gesture, is deeply selfish.
Really? Selfish.
Think about the dynamics at play. Kitty is a realist. She has survived in a brutal frontier economy by understanding exactly where the social boundaries are drawn.
Right, she knows her place in their eyes.
She knows the town committee will eviscerate her if she shows up. She warns him. She explicitly tells him that everyone will stare and gossip about him, bringing a saloon hostess to a respectable gathering.
Yeah, but he won't listen.
Exactly. Matt refuses to listen. His pride is dictating his actions here. He wants to prove to himself and to the town that he isn't bound by their rigid social hierarchies. He forces the issue to satisfy his own ego, even though she is the one who will absorb the collateral damage.
See, I see your point, but I read his motivation slightly differently.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's purely ego. I think it stems from a desperate, almost suffocating need for normalcy. We talked about his isolation, right? He lives in a world of drifters and death.
That's true.
Here he is sitting in a quiet bar, and he just wants to participate in the community he bleeds for. He wants a traditional, mundane evening out with a woman he respects.
A slice of a normal life.
Yes, exactly. When he looks at her and says, you look just fine like you are, Kitty. Just fine just like you are. I think he is genuinely trying to validate her worth above the town's superficial judgment. He wants the town to see her the way he sees her.
But that is exactly the blind spot of his privilege as a man holding a badge.
I see what you mean.
He believes his authority can shield her from sociological realities. He thinks his status as marshal will act as an umbrella over her. But societal judgment doesn't care about a tin star.
It really doesn't.
The tragedy is that Matt believes he is honoring her, when in reality he is walking her directly into a firing squad of Victorian morality. And Kitty knows it, but she agrees to go anyway because she understands why he needs to do it.
It's a phenomenal dynamic. It reminds me of the concept of the modern work spouse or the intense bonds formed by professionals in high-trauma environments like ER doctors or combat medics.
Yes, trauma bonding.
Matt and Kitty share a trauma bond. They both operate in the underbelly of Dodge City. They see the town for what it really is when the sun goes down. Because of that shared reality, their relationship completely sidesteps traditional cloying romance.
They don't have time for the typical courtship.
No, they don't. When Matt is pushing her to go, she doesn't blush. She uses humor as a deflector shield. She asks him, are you making love to me at this hour in the morning?
That deflection is a survival mechanism for both of them. If they were to openly declare a romantic attachment, it would legitimize a vulnerability that neither of them can afford in Dodge City.
They'd have a massive target on their back.
Exactly. The unspoken nature of their affection is the load-bearing pillar of their relationship. They communicate their devotion through proximity and mutual protection, not soliloquies. And the script gives us incredible access to Matt's realization of this through his internal narration.
Yes, the use of internal monologue here is vital. Because later in the narrative, as the social disaster of the dance begins to unfold, Matt has this moment of profound self-awareness.
He really does.
He admits in his narration that pride can be a curse. He explicitly wonders if it would have been a sight kinder if he had simply not taken Kitty to the dance at all.
Which goes back to what we were saying about his initial pushiness.
Exactly. He realizes exactly what you just pointed out. That his stubborn refusal to bow to the town's social rules ended up hurting the one person he was trying to elevate. That level of introspection is incredibly rare for a Western protagonist of this era.
It highlights the moral burden that defines Matt Dillon. The burden isn't just the physical danger of the job, it is the constant crushing responsibility for the people around him.
And we see this extend beyond Kitty, too.
Look at his relationship with his deputy Chester. There's a quiet moment in the transcript where Chester asks to borrow a tie for the dance. Matt's internal reflection on this is beautifully stark. He notes that when you work with a man for a long time and you share a lot of life and a lot of death, you eventually know him better than you know yourself.
Sharing a lot of life and a lot of death. That phrasing is just arresting.
It is.
It strips away any romanticized notion of the frontier buddy cop dynamic. Matt and Chester don't just share an office, they share survival. They're bonded by the sheer statistical improbability of staying alive in Dodge City.
They're survivors of the same war, basically.
Right, and this cements Matt as the ultimate archetype of the stoic, tragic lawman. He absorbs the psychological damage so the townspeople can pretend their world is civilized. And when that civilization turns its fangs on Kitty, at the dance we see where Matt's true loyalties reside.
That sequence at the dance fundamentally shifts the power dynamic. A group of drifters acting as a proxy for the disgusted, polite townsfolk steps up to force Matt and Kitty out.
They want to physically remove them.
And Matt's reaction is to immediately strip himself of his institutional authority. He says, "Mister, I'm taking this badge off. We're going to talk some more about this out there." He is literally unpinning the symbol of civilization from his chest.
The ultimate rejection of their rules.
If the community's laws dictate that Kitty is to be humiliated, he will abandon those laws and revert to primal frontier violence to defend her dignity as a private citizen.
He is fully prepared to brawl in the muddy street. He is choosing Kitty over his oath to the town. But this is where the brilliance of Kitty Russell's character truly shines.
Oh, absolutely.
In the 1950s, the standard media trope for a woman in a Western was either the helpless, morally pure schoolmarm waiting for a man to save her, or the grieving widow.
Yeah, those are the only two options usually.
Kitty completely dismantles those archetypes. She is an independent businesswoman operating in a frontier economy where women had virtually no avenues for wealth accumulation. She owns her space at the Texas Trail. She is entirely self-made. And more importantly, she possesses a staggering level of emotional intelligence.
She is arguably the most intelligent person in the narrative.
Without a doubt.
When Matt is preparing to fight the drifters, Kitty doesn't cower and she doesn't cheer him on. She stops him. She completely diffuses the situation by voluntarily leaving the dance.
Which is such a massive sacrifice.
One of the drifters even taunts Matt, saying, "She's smarter than you, Marshall." And he is absolutely right. Kitty recognizes a fundamental sociological truth. Violence cannot cure systemic social judgment.
It really can't.
If Matt goes out into the street and beats 3 men into unconsciousness, it will not earn Kitty the respect of Mrs. Murfin or the town committee.
Exactly the opposite. If Matt brawls in the street over her, it only validates the committee's prejudice. It proves to the polite society that Matt and Kitty are exactly what they suspected. Base, violent, uncivilized animals who bring the mud of the saloon into their pristine dance hall.
That is exactly how they would spin it.
Kitty knows that winning a fistfight means losing the larger social war. So she sacrifices her own evening. She swallows the humiliation and removes the target. She protects Matt from his own destructive pride.
It requires immense fortitude to walk away from that level of public degradation, and the emotional fallout of that decision is captured perfectly in the subsequent scene. Matt follows her back to the empty Texas Trail saloon, and he finds her crying.
It's a heartbreaking scene.
But the script makes a crucial distinction here. She tells Matt, "It wasn't so much for me. For you. I wanted to cry right there in the hall, watching you and knowing there was nothing you could do."
That line just destroys me. She isn't weeping because the mean ladies didn't like her dress. She has dealt with societal scorn her entire adult life. She is armored against that.
She has thick skin.
Very thick skin. She is crying because she had to witness Matt Dillon, the toughest, most formidable force of nature in Dodge City, rendered completely impotent by a handful of teacups and polite whispers.
Teacups and whispers, that's exactly it.
She saw the man she deeply cares about paralyzed by the invisible rules of a society he risks his life to protect.
It is a profound realization of their shared powerlessness. They are the apex predators of the physical frontier, but they are completely defenseless against the structural violence of class warfare. And this restraint is what makes Anthony Ellis's script a masterclass in auditory storytelling.
Yes, let's talk about the writing.
The dialogue is incredibly sparse. The emotional weight isn't carried by long expositional monologues. It is carried by what the characters refuse to say.
Let's talk about the mechanics of that script, and specifically how this is executed in a radio format. We touched on this earlier, But the constraints of a 1950s radio studio required a completely different approach to world building.
You couldn't just show the audience what they needed to know.
You can't rely on a lingering camera close up on William Conrad's face to convey his internal conflict. You have to build the emotional landscape entirely through sound. And the Foley art, the creation of practical sound effects in the studio, was the engine of that realism.
The Foley work on Gunsmoke was revolutionary. The sound engineers didn't just use generic canned sound effects. They constructed complex auditory environments.
Yeah, they built a whole world in a little room.
Early in the broadcast, when Matt is in his office, the silence is oppressive. It establishes the slow, creeping pace of a frontier morning. And that silence is suddenly violently punctuated by Chester swatting a big, maggoty blue bottlefly.
Such a specific, vivid description.
In a 1950s CBS studio, that meant an engineer physically manipulating objects right up against a highly sensitive microphone to create a visceral, invasive noise that puts the listener directly into that dusty, claustrophobic room.
It grounds the listener in the physical reality of the space before the social storm hits. Whoa. And there's an incredible piece of audio-visual poetry right before they enter the dance hall. Matt's narration describes the weather. He says it was snowing lightly, and he watches the flakes catch in Kitty's hair and melt into the black of her velvet cloak.
So evocative.
You can see that image with crystal clarity despite the fact that your eyes are closed. It is pure theater of the mind. The writer trusts the listener's imagination to paint the picture.
And that trust extends to the climax of the story. The tension at the dance hall isn't built with the sound of a revolver being cocked. It is built through auditory subtraction and juxtaposition.
Auditory subtraction, I like that.
As Matt and Kitty stand at the punch bowl, the script calls for the background chatter to drop away. You hear the deliberate, passive-aggressive silence of couples stepping off the dance floor. But layered over this incredibly cruel social freeze-out, you have the sound of Doc Adams cheerfully playing the fiddle.
That juxtaposition is cinematic. You have this upbeat, joyful folk music, the universal sound of community and celebration, playing in stark contrast to the vicious, exclusionary tactics of the town committee.
It's sickening in a way.
The happy music actually makes the rejection feel significantly more chilling. It underscores how isolated Matt and Kitty are within the larger group. And that brings us to the true antagonists of this narrative. If you are tuning into a Western make, you expect the climax to be a shootout at high noon. But in this story, the physical violence is completely subverted. The fight with the drifters never happens.
Which is a brilliant structural decision. The script uses the drifters as a red herring. It tricks the audience into expecting a traditional Western resolution where the hero punches the bad guys and restores order.
And we never get it.
But Ellis is arguing that the true villains aren't the men willing to throw a punch. The true villains are Mrs. Murfin and Mrs. Sprinkle, the self-appointed arbiters of polite society.
Let's examine the sociology of that polite society for a moment. Why were these women so vicious? It wasn't just rigid Victorian morality. In the context of a frontier town like Dodge City, establishing a social hierarchy was a survival mechanism.
It was how they coped.
They were living in a muddy, disease-ridden outpost surrounded by lawlessness. The only way the respectable class could convince themselves that they were civilized was by creating an underclass to look down upon.
They needed a scapegoat.
They needed Kitty Russell to be an outcast so they could feel secure in their own status. They weaponized their morality to build a wall between themselves and the harsh reality of the frontier.
And the hypocrisy of that wall is brilliantly exposed during the confrontation at the punch bowl. Mrs. Sprinkle refuses to acknowledge Kitty, stating loudly that it is indecent and she won't have her husband serving such people.
Such people, the absolute disdain in that phrase.
And Kitty, without missing a beat, casually reminds Mr. Sprinkle that she had to slap his face for being drunk and disorderly at her saloon just a few weeks prior.
It completely shatters the illusion. It reveals that the respectable men of the town are perfectly content to sneak off to the Texas Trail Saloon under the cover of darkness. They will happily consume the alcohol and seek the company of the hostesses when their wives aren't looking.
But in the daylight, it's a different story.
But in the harsh light of day at a community function, they demand that Kitty be treated like a leper to protect their own fragile respectability. The structural violence of that hypocrisy is staggering.
It forces the listener to grapple with a very uncomfortable reality about the expansion of America. The violence that moved west wasn't just perpetrated by outlaws robbing banks. The violence was woven into the social fabric. It was the systematic exclusion and degradation of people who didn't fit the mold of polite society.
Right, it was a quiet, everyday kind of violence.
As Matt observes in his narration, when people are mean and small, there's not an animal to touch them. He has hunted the worst killers the territory has to offer, but he finds the petty, calculated cruelty of the dance committee to be far more vicious than any feral predator.
It is an incredibly dark, mature theme for a piece of media in 1952, and it perfectly illustrates why Gunsmoke left such a massive cultural legacy. By insisting that the audience confront these ugly sociological truths, this broadcast helped dismantle the juvenile era of the genre. It proved that audiences were hungry for complexity.
The lineage of this approach is highly visible in modern storytelling. The moral ambiguity and social critique pioneered here paved the way for the revisionist westerns of the 1960s and 70s, like Sam Peckinpah's The Wild Bunch or Clint Eastwood's Unforgiven.
Oh, absolutely.
You can trace a direct line from the muddy, compromised world of Dodge City to HBO's Deadwood. Think about the dynamic between Seth Bullock and Al Swearingen in Deadwood. It is a direct evolution of the tension between law and frontier reality that Matt Dillon navigated.
Deadwood owes everything to Gunsmoke.
Or look at Raylan Givens in Justified, a modern lawman constantly struggling with the ethical boundaries of his authority. Gunsmoke provided the DNA for all of that.
And specifically the relationship between Matt and Kitty established the gold standard for unresolved, mature affection. You see echoes of them in countless modern television pairings. Any show that features two hardened professionals bound together by the trauma of their environment but kept apart by duty or societal rules owes a debt to this radio transcript.
They are the archetype.
They are the ultimate alliance of outcasts. Matt is isolated by the supreme authority of his badge. Kitty is isolated by her defiance of polite society. But they are the only two people in Dodge City who see the world exactly as it is without the comforting illusions of the town committee.
Which is why we are still unpacking a radio script from over 70 years ago. It isn't just a historical curiosity. The themes it wrestles with are intensely durable. The friction between professional obligation and the human desire for connection is universal.
It really is.
The sting of being judged, excluded, or marginalized by a hypocritical group is something that resonates across generations. It uses the setting of the 1800s frontier to hold a mirror up to enduring, perhaps permanent flaws in human nature and social structures.
That brings us to the closing moments of this narrative, which I think is one of the most beautiful resolutions in broadcast history. After the devastating humiliation at the dance hall, after Kitty prevents the street fight and they retreat to the quiet sanctuary of the Texas Trail Saloon, the writer resists every temptation to lean into melodrama.
It could have been so cheesy.
There is no grand romantic speech. There is no swelling orchestral score to artificially resolve their pain. Instead, they find themselves alone in the empty bar. Matt turns to Sam, the bartender, and asks him to break out a bottle of champagne.
It is an incredibly intimate, defiant gesture. He doesn't apologize for taking her to dance, and she doesn't ask for an apology. Matt simply says, "Miss Kitty, I think the next dance is mine." And she replies with her dignity completely intact, "I'd be real pleased, Mr. Dillon."
They decide to dance right there, with no music in the empty saloon. They were violently rejected by the polite society of Dodge City, so they simply construct their own society of two. They reclaim their night and their humanity on their own terms, in the only physical space that accepts them, without condition.
It is a stunning piece of character resolution. It reinforces that their bond doesn't require the validation of the town committee. They are sufficient for each other.
And it leaves us with a provocative question that I want to pose directly to you listening to us right now. Think about the emotional journey we just mapped out. What makes the quiet, unspoken moments between Matt Dillon and Kitty Russell so much more powerful and so much more dangerous than the loudest gunfights?
Because they hit so close to home.
We didn't need to hear a single gunshot today to feel the absolute stakes of life and death, pride, survival, and utter humiliation. The emotional terrain of that dance floor was infinitely more treacherous than a physical ambush in the street.
If you found this level of psychological depth and audio craftsmanship compelling, you owe it to yourself to explore this era further. The theater of the mind requires your active participation. It forces your brain to build the sets, light the scenes, and direct the action.
You become the co-creator.
That active engagement often results in a far more vivid and permanent memory of the story than simply passively watching a screen. There is an entire archive of classic Gunsmoke broadcasts and other dramatic radio plays that offer this exact caliber of writing.
You will genuinely be astounded at how modern, sharp, and ruthless these scripts still feel today. Well, that is going to wrap up our deep dive into the muddy streets of Dodge City. I want to thank you so much for coming along on this analytical journey with us. It has been an absolute privilege to dissect such a foundational piece of American storytelling with you.
Thanks again for listening.
But before we officially sign off, I want to leave you with one final thought to mull over. We spent the last hour breaking down the petty, hypocritical, structural violence of polite society in the 1800s. I want you to look at your own life. Think about your workplace, your modern social circles, or the communities you engage with online. Consider how that exact same dynamic of the dance committee still operates today. The weapons of exclusion have evolved. We've traded cold shoulders at a punch bowl for algorithmic exclusion, silent group chats, and digital ostracization. But the human impulse to build a wall, to push someone else down to secure our own status, that remains exactly the same. Think about that. Thank you for listening, and we will catch you on the next.
From a little studio overlooking the Missouri River in Atchison, Kansas, this is the program where old books turn out to be newer than tomorrow's headlines. Welcome to another deep dive.
Glad to be here.
Today we have something on the table that frankly has the power to completely rewire the way you see the physical world around you. We're taking a comprehensive look at a single, incredibly potent chapter from G.K. Chesterton's classic 1908 book, Orthodoxy.
Right, and the chapter is titled The Ethics of Elfland.
Yeah, and our source material today is a full audio transcript provided by the Chesterton Radio Theater. Our mission for this deep dive is to unpack this really profound, counterintuitive argument Chesterton makes.
Which is a wild one.
It is. He argues that fairy tales are not childish escapes from reality. Instead, he makes the case that they are the most accurate lens through which to understand morality, reality, and the universe itself.
It sounds absurd at first, but he proves it.
Exactly. So for you listening right now, I promise this is a journey that will reframe how you view entirely ordinary things. By the time we're done, the simple act of the sun rising in the morning or an apple falling from a tree might look completely different to you.
He's trying to equip you with a renewed sense of wonder, right? And a completely different definition of what constitutes common sense.
Right. And it's a phenomenal, albeit challenging text.
Oh, yeah. Chesterton is often remembered as a master of the paradox. I mean, he was a writer who loved to take a common, unexamined assumption, turn it completely upside down, and then methodically prove to you that it actually makes much more sense his way.
And in The Ethics of Elfland, he's operating at the absolute peak of those powers.
He really is. He's examining the very bedrock of how we perceive the universe. We're talking about the laws of physics, the concept of cause and effect, and that quiet feeling of existential dread or gratitude we all carry around.
But instead of turning to a laboratory or a university lecture hall to explain these massive concepts,
he goes to the nursery.
Yes, exactly. He traces his ultimate philosophy back to the nursery. He roots his worldview in the fairy tales he learned from his childhood nurse.
But before we get into the magic and the elves, Chesterton actually sets the stage with a preamble about his philosophical and political starting point.
Right, which feels vital.
It is, because it grounds this wild theory in everyday human experience. He writes about how when he was a young boy, venerable philanthropic old men used to pat him on the head and tell him that his youthful ideals were just castles in the air.
Like it's just a phase kid.
Exactly. They assured him, reach middle age, those grand ideals would break up like clouds and he would come down to earth. That eventually he'd adopt a belief in practical politics.
So using the machinery of the world as it actually is, rather than how he wished it to be.
Right. And that is such a universal experience, isn't it? These older generation telling the younger generation that their idealism is going to fade and they'll compromise.
But Chesterton says that as he grew up, he discovered those old men were actually telling him a massive lie. What happened to him was the exact opposite of their prediction.
He didn't lose his ideals at all.
Right. His faith in fundamental cosmic concepts like the battle between good and evil, what he calls the Battle of Armageddon, remained exactly as fierce as it was when he was a child. What he actually lost was his childlike faith in practical politics.
So let me make sure I'm following his logic here. He's saying that the vision of the ideal, the grand moral absolute, is the thing that is solid and reliable. And the so-called reality of day-to-day politics is the actual fraud.
That's the core of it. He argues he's still deeply concerned about great moral crusades, but he's no longer excited by a general election. The political machinery turned out to be incredibly hollow to him.
While the grand, almost fairy tale-like battles of right and wrong remained intensely real.
Exactly. Now, before we unpack the specific political terminology he uses to describe this, I need to offer a quick disclaimer for you, our listener.
Yeah, this is important.
Chesterton uses several historical political terms throughout this preamble. He talks about liberalism, democracy, the Jacobins, the Unionists, and so on. We have to explicitly state right here that we are impartially reporting Chesterton's views on these concepts entirely within their 1908 historical context.
Right. The Jacobins were radical revolutionaries during the French Revolution.
And the Unionists were a major conservative political force in Britain during Chesterton's time, so we are not endorsing any modern political equivalents of these groups, neither left-wing nor right-wing. Our goal is strictly to impartially convey the ideas contained in the original source material. We're just the messengers here.
And that historical context is essential because his definitions don't perfectly map onto our modern political vocabulary at all.
Not at all.
For instance, Chesterton states that his only positive bias from his upbringing was a belief in liberalism, which he equates with democracy or self-governing humanity.
But his definition of democracy is wonderfully peculiar. It has very little to do with voting booths and everything to do with what we value.
Right. He boils his democratic instinct down to two major propositions. The first is that the things common to all men are vastly more important than the things peculiar to any man.
In other words, ordinary things are fundamentally more valuable than extraordinary things.
I want to push back on that a bit because modern society seems completely built on the opposite idea. We worship the extraordinary.
We really do.
We idolize the billionaire, the once-in-a-generation athlete, the genius inventor. We structure our entire culture around celebrating the exceptional. How does he justify prioritizing the ordinary?
He justifies it by pointing to the miracle of sheer existence. He gives some incredibly striking examples to break our obsession with the exceptional.
Like what?
Well, he says that the sense of the miracle of humanity itself should be more vivid to us than any marvel of power, intellect, or art. As he puts it, the mere man on two legs should be felt as something more heartbreaking than any music and more startling than any caricature.
That's a great image. He's trying to shake us by the shoulders.
Exactly. He's saying, look at a human being. The fact that this creature exists, walks, and breathes is infinitely more astonishing than the fact that one specific human can play the violin slightly better than another.
He even uses a comedic example, right?
Yeah, he says that simply having a nose is far more comic and interesting than having a specific aristocratic Norman-shaped nose. The universal baseline is the true miracle.
Okay, I can see that. It's a radical leveling of the playing field. But how does that philosophical view of humanity translate into his second proposition about democracy and governing?
This is where his argument takes a really fascinating turn, because ordinary things are the most important. The political instinct itself, the desire to help rule the tribe, to have a say in how we live together, must be considered one of those ordinary things.
He categorizes governing not as an elite specialized skill, but as a universal human function.
He compares it to falling in love or rearing children or writing your own love letters.
Wait, he compares running a government to writing a love letter? Those seem like entirely different categories of human activity.
They really do.
One requires massive administrative competence, and the other just requires emotion.
To our modern minds, yes, they seem different because we have professionalized politics. But Chesterton separates human activities into two distinct buckets.
Okay, what's in the first bucket?
In the first bucket, you have extraordinary specialized skills. Playing the church organ, painting on vellum, discovering the North Pole. For those specialized tasks, we only want a man to do them if he does them exceptionally well.
Right. If you can't play the organ, you shouldn't be playing it during Sunday service.
Exactly. But in the second bucket, you have universal human necessities. Blowing your nose, mating, raising children, and crucially governing. For these tasks, mankind needs to do them for itself, even if it does them badly.
You wouldn't hire an expert to write your love letters for you because the value is in doing it yourself.
Chesterton argues that true democracy views making laws the exact same way. We want ordinary men to do it for themselves, even if they fumble it.
He actually makes a joke about that, noting somewhat prophetically that some moderns are asking to have their wives chosen by scientists and might soon ask to have their noses blown by nurses.
He saw this creeping technocracy even in 1908, this desire to hand over the basic functions of human life to experts.
But true democracy, in his view, leaves the most terribly important things to ordinary people. And this deep trust in the ordinary everyday person leads directly into his understanding of tradition.
I have to admit, this part of the text really challenged me. He says he never understood why people thought democracy was opposed to tradition. Today, we generally view tradition as the enemy of progress.
We view the past as something to be overcome.
We do. We tend to view tradition as a set of dead rules handed down by out-of-touch people.
What's fascinating here is Chesterton frames tradition as simply democracy extended through time. He argues that tradition is trusting the consensus of common human voices over some isolated arbitrary record.
He points out that the legend in a village is generally made by the sane majority of the people who live there.
While the official history book is generally written by the one madman in the village who happens to know how to write.
Yes, tradition is the collected wisdom of the ordinary masses.
I want to spend some time on his most famous phrase from this section because it's so evocative. He calls tradition the democracy of the dead.
The democracy of the dead.
He argues that if we object to a man being disqualified from voting simply by the accident of his birth, say being born poor or of a certain class, we should equally object to him being disqualified by the accident of death.
He views tradition as giving votes to the most obscure of all classes, our ancestors.
He flatly refuses to submit to what he calls the small and arrogant oligarchy of those who merely happen to be walking about.
It is a stunning visual metaphor. He says the ancient Greeks voted by stones, our ancestors shall vote by tombstones. And he notes that most tombstones, like most ballot papers, are marked with a cross.
He is essentially saying that just because our generation is currently breathing, that doesn't give us the right to instantly disenfranchise the billions of humans who lived before us and figured a few things out.
And by grounding himself in this profound respect for the ordinary, hardworking person preferring the old wives' fables over the old maids' facts, he sets up his entire philosophical method.
He trusts the people who see life from the inside.
And that brings us to the core of the chapter. Where does Chesterton find the ultimate, purest expression of this ancient, democratic, popular wisdom?
Not in a university library.
No, he finds it in the nursery. He claims that his first and last philosophy, the one worldview he believes with absolute unbroken certainty, was taught to him by his childhood nurse.
He elevates this ordinary caretaker, calling her the solemn and star-appointed priestess of democracy and tradition.
And the sacred text of this philosophy, fairy tales. He claims that the things he learned in the nursery are actually the most entirely reasonable things in the world. He calls fairyland the sunny country of common sense.
We need to pause and really chew on that phrase. The sunny country of common sense. Think about how modern society typically treats fairy tales.
We treat them as quaint fantasies.
Right. They are colorful lies we tell children to entertain them or maybe to scare them into behaving, with the underlying assumption that once they grow up, adult rationalism and science will reveal the true reality.
Chesterton completely inverts this hierarchy. He says that compared to the raw truth of fairy tales, modern religion and modern rationalism are both abnormal.
Though he adds a quick caveat that religions is abnormally right and rationalism is abnormally wrong.
But fairy tales are the ultimate baseline. It is not Earth that judges Elfland. It is Elfland that judges the Earth.
To prove this, he goes through specific tales to show that they aren't just entertaining pieces of literature. They're a distinct way of looking at life. They're packed with noble, healthy, and incredibly clear-eyed principles.
Let's look at a few of the examples he uses. He starts with Jack the Giant Killer. Now, to a modern reader, that's just a violent story about a kid climbing a beanstalk and stealing treasure.
But Chesterton says the deep moral lesson there is a manly mutiny against pride. The giant should be killed simply because he is gigantic.
Exactly. He represents an overgrown, arrogant power that has disrupted the natural, cozy scale of human life. Chesterton is saying that gigantism itself, whether it's a literal giant or, to modernize the analogy, a massive, faceless, multinational monopoly that crushes local businesses, is inherently monstrous and needs to be brought down to size.
The rebel is older than all the kingdoms. The instinct to cut the giant down to size is a profoundly moral instinct.
Then he points to Cinderella, noting that its lesson is the same as the Magnificat from the Bible.
For those who might not know, the Magnificat is the Song of Mary in the Gospel of Luke, which includes the lines about God bringing down the mighty from their thrones and exalting the humble and meek.
Chesterton sees Cinderella as a perfect secular mirror of that cosmic principle, the ultimate exaltation of the humble servant over the arrogant stepsisters.
And he finds profound psychological truth in Beauty and the Beast. He argues that the core lesson of that tale is that a thing must be loved before it is lovable.
That is so true.
The beast cannot transform until Beauty loves him in his monstrous state. That isn't just a romantic trope. That is a deep psychological reality about human transformation, redemption, and grace. You cannot fix someone by demanding they become lovable first. The act of loving them is the catalyst for the change.
The one that really hit me hard was his take on Sleeping Beauty. He views it as a terrible, beautiful allegory for human life. The human creature is born and immediately blessed with all these incredible gifts from the fairy godmothers.
Intellect senses the capacity for joy.
Yet, despite all these gifts, we are ultimately cursed with the inevitability of death. The spindle is waiting for all of us. But crucially, the final fairy godmother steps in and softens that curse of death into a sleep.
He extracts an entire spirit of law from these tales. He isn't analyzing them as a literary critic looking at plot structures. He's treating them as philosophical textbooks.
And once he establishes this elfland perspective, this worldview rooted in humility, the danger of pride, the necessity of grace, he uses it to begin testing the natural physical world around him.
Which brings us to what might be the most challenging but ultimately rewarding part of the deep dive. His absolute distinction between true logical necessity and what he playfully calls physical magic.
Okay, let's unpack this because my brain was kind of spinning reading this section. It flies in the face of everything we're taught in school. Chesterton argues that in fairyland, the inhabitants are actually the most reasonable of all creatures because they understand true logic.
A mathematical or strictly logical sequence is genuinely necessary. He uses the ugly sisters from Cinderella as an example. If the ugly sisters are older than Cinderella, it is an iron, awful necessity that Cinderella is younger than the ugly sisters.
There's no escaping that logic. If Jack is the son of a miller is the father of Jack. Cold reason decrees it, and fairyland submits to it entirely.
He uses a great mathematical example to hammer this home, too. If 3 brothers all ride horses, there are 6 animals and 18 legs involved. You cannot imagine 2 and 1 not making 3.
That is true rationalism. There is a necessary mental connection between the concepts.
But, and here is the massive philosophical pivot, when Chesterton puts his head over the hedge of the elves and looks at the natural world, he notices modern learned men in spectacles talking about physical events like dawn and death, or trees bearing fruit, as if those physical events were just as rational and inevitable as math.
Let me push back on that a bit. When I drop an apple, it falls to the ground. Every single time. We call that the law of gravity. Why shouldn't a scientist talk about that falling apple with the same absolute certainty as they talk about 2 + 2 = 4? Both seem pretty inevitable to me.
They seem inevitable because we are used to them. But Chesterton asks us to apply the test of the imagination. Try to imagine 2 and 1 making 4. You literally cannot do it. The mind breaks down. The concepts themselves contradict each other.
Right.
Now try to imagine an apple tree not growing apples. Try to imagine it growing golden candlesticks. Or, as he vividly suggests, tigers hanging on by the tail. You could picture that perfectly in your mind.
I really can picture a tree with tigers hanging by the tail.
There is no logical contradiction in a tree growing a tiger. It's weird, yes, but it doesn't violate the laws of logic. Therefore, the fact that trees bear fruit is not a logical necessity. It is just a physical fact that happens to repeat.
He brings up Isaac Newton to illustrate this, which is brilliant because Newton is the poster child for scientific law. The traditional story is that Newton was hit by an apple and discovered a law.
But Chesterton says the scientific establishment fails to see the distinction between a true law of reason and the mere physical fact of apples falling.
He argues that if the apple hit Newton's nose hit the apple. That is a true logical necessity. You can't have one hitting the other without the reverse being true. But we can quite easily imagine the apple not falling on his nose.
We can fancy it defying gravity and flying ardently through the air to hit someone else's nose instead.
This raises an absolutely crucial question about the language we use to describe nature. In fairy tales, they maintain a sharp, clear distinction between the science of mental relations, where there are actual unbreakable laws, and the science of physical facts, where there are absolutely no laws, but only what Chesterton calls weird repetitions.
The citizens of fairyland believe in bodily miracles. They have no problem believing in a beanstalk climbing up to heaven, but they do not believe in mental impossibilities.
A magical beanstalk doesn't change the philosophical question of how many beans make 5. 5 beans are still 5 beans, even if they are magic.
To clarify this further, Chesterton offers an analogy contrasting the scientist and the witch. And this might be the most helpful mental model in the entire chapter.
It's so good.
He says a man of science looks at a plant and says, cut the stalk and the apple will fall. But he says it calmly with a muddled head, imagining that one idea necessarily leads to the other in a logical chain.
The witch in the fairy tale, however, says blow the horn and the ogre's castle will fall.
But she is smarter than the scientist because she doesn't muddle her head into thinking there is a necessary mental connection between the sound of a brass horn and the falling of heavy stone masonry.
The witch is the true rationalist here. She knows it is simply a sequence of events. She's seen it happen before. Perhaps every time a hero blows that specific horn, the castle falls. So she gives the practical advice to champions.
But she doesn't lose her wonder. She knows it's magic.
The scientific men, however, have tricked themselves. Because they have seen an apple leave a tree and hit the ground a million times, they imagine a necessary mental connection between the two events.
They act as if they have found a profound underlying truth connecting two entirely incomprehensible things. As Chesterton brilliantly puts it, they feel that two black riddles make a white answer.
I want to make sure I'm conveying how radical this critique is. He is essentially arguing that calling these physical repetitions laws is intellectually dishonest. He actively mocks the use of the word law in science.
He uses the example of Grimm's law.
Yes. For our listeners who might not be linguistics majors, Grimm's law is a very dry academic rule formulated by Jacob Grimm that describes how consonant sounds shifted in early Germanic languages over centuries.
Chesterton contrasts this highly academic law with Grimm's fairy tales, pointing out the irony that the men who documented the vibrant magic of folklore also tried to reduce human language to a robotic math equation.
He argues that Grimm's law is far less intellectual than Grimm's fairy tales. The tales, at least, are honest tales. But the scientific law isn't really a law at all.
Chesterton insists that a real law, like a societal law that pickpockets go to prison, implies that we know the why. We know the mental connection between stealing someone's wallet and losing your liberty.
A mind constructed that consequence for a reason.
Exactly. But we cannot say why an egg turns into a chicken any more than we can say why a bear turns into a fairy prince in a storybook. We just observe that it happens.
He even jokes that, as ideas, the egg and the chicken are actually further apart than the bear and the prince. Because no egg, just by looking at it, suggests a chicken. It's a smooth, white oval. Whereas some princes in their behavior do highly suggest bears.
His overarching point is that because we do not understand the general, ultimate formula of why physical transformations happen, we must answer the question exactly as the fairy godmother would.
If Cinderella asks why the mice turned to horses or why her beautiful clothes vanished at midnight, the honest answer is...
it is magic.
Magic, not a law, not a blind necessity. Now, to be clear, Chesterton isn't saying we should ignore science or jump off buildings because gravity is just magic.
Right. He says we can count on these physical repetitions happening practically.
Right.
We can bet our lives on the apple falling, just like we risk the remote possibility of a poisoned pancake when we eat breakfast. We navigate the world based on these reliable repetitions.
But his philosophical point is that we have no right to say it must always happen. All those heavy terms used in science textbooks, necessity, order, tendency, physical law, they assume an inner synthesis, a complete understanding of the universe's blueprints that we simply do not possess.
Chesterton says the only words that ever honestly satisfied him to describe nature are from fairy books. Charm, spell, enchantment.
That feels like such a poetic, almost romantic way to view physics. To say a tree grows fruit because it is a magic tree, or that water runs downhill because it is bewitched. But he insists this isn't mystical at all. He claims it is actually strictly rational and agnostic.
And he is right to claim that. It is the only way to express the clear, unfiltered perception that there is no logical mathematical connection between a bird flying in the sky and a bird laying eggs in a nest. They're just two incredibly strange things that happen to the same creature.
He flips the script completely. He says it is the scientist who talks about an invisible, unbreakable law that he has never seen, touched, or proven the origin of who is the true mystic. The fairy tale philosopher is just an honest observer of weird occurrences.
This leads to such a fascinating role reversal. Chesterton essentially accuses the ordinary, hard-nosed scientific materialist of being a massive sentimentalist.
He argues that the materialist is soaked and swept away by mere associations. Because the scientist has seen birds fly and lay eggs together so often, his mind blurs them into a dreamy, tender, inevitable connection.
That's a devastating critique. To bring it down to earth, Chesterton compares the materialist professor to a forlorn lover. Imagine a lover who is dumped by his fiancée under the moonlight. He might be unable to ever look at the moon again, without associating it with lost love and heartbreak.
And the materialist professor looks at the moon and is unable to see it without instantly associating it with the tides of the ocean.
In both cases, there is no actual logical mental connection between a giant rock in space and a broken heart, or a giant rock in space and moving water. In both cases, the viewer is just swept away by association because they've seen the two things happen together.
He paints this hilarious, slightly sad picture of a materialist shedding hidden tears when he smells apple blossoms. simply because by a dark association of his own mind, the blossom reminds him of apples. He can't separate the two.
But the cool, detached rationalist from Fairyland Chesterton looks at the apple blossom and doesn't see why the tree shouldn't grow crimson tulips instead. It sometimes does in his country.
And this elementary wonder, this ability to look at an apple and realize it didn't have to be an apple, is the foundation of our entire interest in life.
Chesterton argues that all the fire and enduring appeal of fairy tales is derived from touching this ancient instinct of astonishment. He makes a brilliant observation of childhood development to prove this.
The thing about toddlers.
Yes. He points out that very young children, toddlers, do not actually need fairy tales. They only need realistic tales. Why? Because to a baby, reality is romantic. It is already a fairy tale.
A child of 3 is absolutely thrilled just being told the story that Tommy opened a door. A door opening is magic to them.
It's only when a child gets to be 7 years old and becomes slightly jaded by the world that they need to hear that Tommy opened a door and saw a dragon.
That makes perfect sense. He says a baby is the only person to whom a modern, dry, realistic novel could be read without boring them to tears. Nursery tales are just echoing an almost prenatal leap of interest and amazement.
Fairy tales say that apples are golden in the story, only to refresh our forgotten memory of the wild moment we first discovered that apples were green.
They make rivers run with wine in the myth to make us remember the absolute miracle that they run with water in reality.
This profound state of mind is what he calls the higher agnosticism, or simply a sacred ignorance. And here's where we can apply a very modern analogy to understand his point.
The amnesia trope.
Right. Think of a classic science fiction or amnesia movie trope. The protagonist wakes up in a breathtaking futuristic city. He can see how the flying cars work, he can appreciate the towering architecture, he can eat the food, but he has complete amnesia.
He doesn't know his name, he doesn't know where he came from, and he doesn't know why he's in this city.
Chesterton is saying that this isn't just a movie plot. This is the literal, everyday reality of the human condition. Every single one of us is that amnesiac.
We have mapped the human genome, we have sent rovers to Mars, we can describe the cosmos, but we cannot fundamentally understand the ego. We have all forgotten our true names.
He writes, we are all under the same mental calamity. He argues that all that we call common sense and rationality in modern society just means that for certain dead, dreary levels of our life, we forget that we have forgotten.
We just go through the motions of our commute and our jobs and pretend we understand what existence is.
But all that we call spirit art and ecstasy, those moments where a piece of music moves you to tears or a landscape takes your breath away, means that for one awful, piercing instant, we remember that we forgot.
We walk the streets with a sort of half-witted admiration, but crucially, it is admiration. The wonder has a positive element of praise to it.
Which brings us to a profound emotional baseline that separates Chesterton from modern nihilism. For him, the strongest emotion was that life was as precious as it was puzzling.
It was an ecstasy because it was an adventure, and it was an adventure because it was an opportunity.
The goodness of the fairy tale wasn't ruined by the fact that there might be more dragons than princesses. The presence of danger or suffering didn't negate the magic. Simply put, his baseline conclusion was that it was good to be in a fairy tale.
And the ultimate test of that happiness, the proof that you realize you are in a fairy tale, is gratitude. He says he felt an overwhelming gratitude for existence, even though, as a young man formulating this philosophy, he hardly knew to whom he was grateful.
He uses the analogy of Santa Claus. Children are grateful to Santa Claus for putting toys in their stockings at Christmas. Chesterton asks a devastatingly simple question. Could he not be grateful to Santa Claus when he put in his stockings the gift of 2 miraculous functioning legs?
We thank people politely for mundane birthday presents like cigars and slippers. Can we really thank no one for the staggering birthday present of birth itself?
It is a radical reframing of existence from an accident to a gift. Life was a shock, but it wasn't shocking. It was a surprise, but a remarkably pleasant one.
He sums up this entire attitude with a very silly riddle from his boyhood. What did the first frog say? Lord, how you made me jump. God made the frog jump, but the frog absolutely prefers jumping to not existing.
I love the image of that frog. It perfectly captures the joyful, slightly startled shock of being alive.
Yeah.
But as Chesterton points out, modern thought, both in 1908 and especially today, deeply opposes this perspective.
The modern world looks at the repetition in nature. The sun rising every single day, the seasons turning on schedule, the tides coming in and out, and they see a dead mechanical universe.
They look at the cosmos and see a giant piece of clockwork. The underlying assumption is that if a thing repeats itself constantly, it must be a lifeless mechanism.
Yes, the great fallacy of the modern mind is thinking that variation proves life and repetition proves a dead mechanism.
Chesterton says people feel that if the universe were personal, if it were alive, it would vary its routines. If the sun were a living entity, it would dance around the sky instead of taking the same path.
But he points out that in human affairs, variation is generally brought on not by life, but by fatigue or death. Let's think about a daily commute. A man gets on a bus because he is tired of walking. He walks because he is tired of sitting.
His variations, his constant shifting of behavior are due to weakness and exhaustion.
I see where this is going. If a man's life and joy were so incredibly gigantic that he never tired of going to his destination, he might walk the exact same path every single day with the regularity of a river going to the sea.
The sun rises every morning, not because it's a dead machine trapped on a track, but perhaps because it is bursting with so much life that it never gets tired of rising. Its routine might be due to a massive rush of vitality.
And here he returns to the nursery for the absolute perfect analogy to explain this. Anyone who has ever played with a toddler knows this.
When children find a game or a joke they enjoy, like being tossed in the air or a peekaboo face, they want it repeated unchanged. They don't want a variation of the joke, they want the exact same joke.
A child kicks his legs rhythmically from an excess of life, not an absence of it. Because children are fierce and free in spirit, they shout, "Do it again."
And the grown-up person does it again and again until the grown-up is nearly dead from physical exhaustion, because grown-ups are simply not strong enough to exult in monotony.
This might be one of the most beautiful and famous passages in the entire piece. Chesterton suggests that perhaps God is strong enough to exult in monotony.
Perhaps God says, every morning to the sun, do it again, and every evening to the moon, do it again.
It might not be some blind automatic necessity that makes all daisies look alike. Maybe God makes every single daisy separately one by one and has simply never gotten tired of making them.
We have sinned and grown old, and our Father is younger than we. It's breathtaking theology derived entirely from observing a child playing.
He suggests the repetition in nature is not mere mechanical recurrence, it is a theatrical encore. Heaven is demanding an encore from the bird who just laid an egg.
And if humans bring forth a human child instead of a bat or a griffin, it's not blind animal fate or genetic determinism. It is the gods in the gallery admiring our little drama, calling humanity back before the curtain again and again.
So for you, the listener, trying to apply this to a Tuesday morning, the challenge here is direct. Why do you look at your daily routine or the sunrise and feel the crushing weight of monotony? Why does the commute feel so soul-crushing?
Chesterton says it's because you were tired. You've aged out of wonder. You've lost the fierce vitality of the child or the creator.
Facts are not just wonderful miracles, they are willful miracles. They are the repeated joyful exercises of a divine will that refuses to get bored.
This realization that the world is sustained by an active will and magic leads directly to Chesterton's next massive principle extracted from Elfland. He calls it the doctrine of conditional joy.
If the world is a magical gift, as we've established, then that gift always comes with terms. As the Shakespearean character Touchstone said, there is much virtue in an if.
According to the ethics of fairy tales, all virtue and all happiness is entirely dependent on an if.
The fairy utterance always comes with a caveat. You may live in a palace of gold and sapphire if you do not say the word cow.
You may marry the beautiful princess if you do not show her an onion. The entire dazzling, impossible vision hangs upon a seemingly arbitrary veto.
Think of Cinderella. She gets the Wonderland coach, the glass slippers, the dress, the prince, but she gets a strict, mundane command that could have come out of a suburban rule book. She must be back by midnight.
Chesterton contrasts this deep respect for rules with the romanticized modern view of fairies as lawless, rebellious anarchists. He explicitly calls out the poet W.B. Yeats, who wrote about elves plunging in innocent anarchy, riding unbridled horses of the air, representing total freedom from societal constraints.
Chesterton flatly says Yeats simply does not understand fairyland. Fairies aren't anarchists, they are people who do exactly as they are told.
He argues that the true citizen of fairyland is obeying something that he does not understand at all, simply to preserve his joy.
A box is opened by Pandora and evils fly out. An apple is eaten in Eden and the hope of God is gone. This incomprehensible happiness rests upon an incomprehensible condition.
I want to pause here because to a modern listener, this sounds incredibly restrictive. We live in a culture that equates freedom with the absolute absence of boundaries. Any rule that limits our personal expression or desires is viewed as toxic.
But Chesterton says a closer study proves that fairies are the willing slaves of duty.
Fairy godmothers are strict. Why is restriction the key to joy?
Because restriction prevents the shattering of the fragile magic. He finds a fascinating symbol for this in global folklore.
Glass. Think of Cinderella's glass slipper, or princesses living in glass castles or on top of glass hills.
The thin glitter of glass everywhere in fairy tales expresses the fact that happiness is intensely bright, but it is also incredibly brittle. It's like a window pane. It can be smashed by a careless housemaid in a second.
But as Chesterton notes, being breakable is not the same as being perishable. If you strike a glass, it shatters instantly. But if you simply do not strike it, it will endure 1,000 years.
That is the nature of joy for man, both in Elfland and on Earth.
Right.
True happiness depends on not doing something which you could easily do at any moment, and which often lacks an obvious rational reason for why you shouldn't do it.
But Chesterton says this never seemed unjust to him. If the fairy gives the miller's son a magnificent palace but says he mustn't stand on his head inside it, and the son furiously demands to know why he can't stand on his head, the fairy could fairly explain the fairy palace first.
Exactly. I mean, consider the sheer audacity of the complaint. If you unexpectedly inherit 10 talking elephants and 100 winged horses from a distant relative, you can't really complain if the conditions of the will are slightly eccentric. You must not look a winged horse in the mouth.
Chesterton felt existence itself was such a wildly eccentric, unearned legacy that he couldn't possibly complain about not understanding the limitations placed upon it. The frame of the picture was no stranger than the picture itself.
And he doesn't just leave this in the realm of theory. He applies this strange fairy godmother philosophy directly to human morality, and specifically to sex and monogamy.
This is where he really challenges the progressive values of his day and ours. He writes that he couldn't join the rising generation's revolt against monogamy, the cry for free love, because to him, no restriction on sex seemed as odd and unexpected as the existence of sex itself.
To be allowed to make love to the moon and then complain that Jupiter held his moons in a harem seemed to him like a vulgar anticlimax.
His phrasing here is incredibly sharp and provocative. He says keeping to one woman is an incredibly small price to pay for so much as seeing one woman. Complaining that you can only be married once is like complaining you have only been born once.
It shows a curious numb insensibility to the terrible excitement of the reality you already have. As he puts it, a man is a fool who complains that he cannot enter Eden by 5 gates at once. Polygamy, or the constant pursuit of endless romantic variety, is like plucking 5 pears in mere absence of mind without tasting any of them. It dilutes the magic.
Let me play devil's advocate here. Isn't he just using fairy tale logic to justify rigid Edwardian Christian marriage structures? A critic might say he's just dressing up old-fashioned Puritanism in elf years.
It's a fair critique, and one he anticipated. But his argument isn't about Puritanism. It's about the economics of joy. It's all about paying for extraordinary joy with a symbolic sacrifice.
He brings up the aesthetes of his time.
Yeah. The artists and poets who would weep over a piece of thistledown or fall to their knees before a beautiful beetle claiming to worship beauty. Yet these same aesthetes would not make any common everyday sacrifice for their pleasures. They wouldn't go through a common marriage or remain faithful as a recompense to the beauty they claim to worship.
They wanted the magic of the fairy tale without obeying the fairy godmother's strict condition.
Which leads to his famous critique of Oscar Wilde, who was the ultimate aesthete of that era. Wilde famously argued that sunsets were not valued by society because we could not pay for them.
Chesterton corrects him entirely, turning the premise on its head. We can pay for sunsets. We can pay for them by not being Oscar Wilde.
Which is a devastatingly witty burn, but it has a deep philosophical point. He means we pay for the overwhelming unearned beauty of the universe by adhering to ordinary moral limits. We pay for the sunset by maintaining our humility, our fidelity, and our moral restraint. We pay the piper by obeying the if.
So Chesterton walks out of his mental nursery with these 2 massive convictions firmly in hand. First, the world is a wild, startling, delightful place that didn't have to exist. It is a magical gift. And second, in the face of this wild delight, we should be modest, grateful, and willing to submit to its queer limitations.
But when he enters the modern adult world of philosophers and politicians, he finds it running completely contrary to his fairy tale philosophy.
The modern intellectual world pushed 2 massive ideas that deeply offended his elfland ethics. The first was scientific fatalism, which he calls the Calvinism of the materialists.
Now, Calvinism is a theological doctrine of predestination. The idea that God has already determined everything that will happen and you have no free will. Chesterton applies this term to the atheistic scientists who said the universe is a blind machine governed by unbreakable physical laws and everything is as it must always have been.
No free will, just atoms bouncing according to math. We already discussed how he dismantled that bleak view with the concept of the theatrical encore of the sun. The universe isn't a machine, it's a magic show.
And the second modern idea that offended him was a weird, almost oppressive obsession with cosmic expansion and largeness.
Yes, the imperialism of the universe. This feels incredibly relevant today. You go on YouTube, and there are thousands of videos showing the scale of the universe shrinking Earth down to a pale blue dot, zooming out to galaxies and superclusters.
And the underlying whispered message of all these videos is always a kind of cosmic nihilism. Look how tiny and meaningless your life is in the grand scheme of things.
Chesterton was calling out this exact vibe a century ago. He singles out thinkers like Herbert Spencer and H.G. Wells. Spencer tried to use the sheer vast physical size of the solar system to overawe and crush the spiritual dignity of humanity.
But Chesterton finds this entirely ridiculous. Why should we surrender our human dignity to the solar system any more than we would surrender it to a whale? If mere physical size makes something the image of God, then a whale is the image of God.
Which he jokes is a rather formless, impressionistic portrait.
Right. It's absurd to argue man is small compared to the cosmos, because man was always physically small compared to the nearest tree. Size doesn't equal significance.
But these materialist thinkers insisted we had been conquered by the astronomical universe. They turned mankind into a small, conquered nationality on a tiny rock. They made the heavens feel wicked, empty, and oppressive.
Chesterton diagnoses this obsession with vastness. He says the materialist is like a madman trapped in the prison of one thought, and telling a prisoner that his prison is infinite doesn't actually help him.
The cosmos of the materialist goes on forever, but it's utterly empty of free will, magic, or forgiveness. It's like telling a prisoner in Reading jail that his prison now covers half the county. It doesn't make him free. It just means more endless corridors of stone, empty of all that is human or divine.
Contrast that with fairyland. In fairyland, there was a real law, which means a moral law that could be broken. You had the firmness of keeping it, or the tragic fun of breaking it and facing the consequences. You had agency.
But the cosmic prison of the materialists is machinery that cannot be broken because we are just cogs spinning inside it. The modern universe is vast, yes, but it is not free. It's a series of windowless rooms expanding into Babylonian perspective without a whisper of outer air.
So Chesterton actively rebels against this boast of the big empty cosmos. He realizes it's just an aesthetic sentiment. If someone says, I like this vast, infinite, empty cosmos, why shouldn't another man say, I like this cozy little cosmos with its decent number of stars and neat provision of livestock?
It is completely sane to rejoice that the sun is no larger than it is and that the universe has limits.
This brings in his brilliant concept of the diminutive. When we are deeply fond of anything, we naturally address it by diminutives, even if it's a giant elephant or a towering 6'5" lifeguardsman. We give them a nickname.
We make them small in our minds because anything we can conceive of as complete, we can conceive of as small. If you can make a giant statue of a living thing, you can make a tiny statuette of it. Chesterton wanted to address the entire universe by a diminutive because he was frightfully fond of it.
He felt a sacred thrift about the universe. He calls it cosmic coziness. The modern scientific expanders viewed the stars as an unending income of halfpence, a dreary, cheap waste of infinity.
But Chesterton felt about the golden sun and silver moon the way a schoolboy feels when he has exactly 1 sovereign and 1 shilling in his pocket. He felt intensely economical about the stars hoarding the hills like precious sapphires.
To him, the cosmos is a single jewel. It is literally peerless and priceless, because there cannot be another one.
To illustrate this feeling of a precious, limited, cozy universe, he turns to another book from his boyhood, Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe. He says this book owes its eternal vivacity to celebrating the poetry of limits and the wild romance of prudence.
Crusoe is a man trapped on a small rock with only a few comforts snatched from the sea. Chesterton says the best, most poetic thing in the entire book is the inventory of things saved from the wreck.
The greatest of poems is an inventory. What an incredible line. He suggests a mental exercise for the empty or ugly hours of the day, and this is something every listener can try today. Look at any mundane object in your room right now, a coal scuttle, a bookcase, your coffee mug, and think how desperately happy you would be to have brought that exact object out of a sinking ship onto a solitary island.
It instantly transforms ordinary reality into a miraculous salvage operation. It changes a boring object into a precious artifact.
And he takes it a profound step further. It's not just objects, it's people. He says men in his boyhood often spoke of ruined men of genius artists who drank themselves to death or failed politicians as a great might have been.
But to Chesterton, the more solid, startling, and relevant fact is that any ordinary man walking down the street is a great might not have been. We all had a hairbreadth escape from non-existence. Every single person is a survivor, saved from a wreck.
He literally views the order and number of things in the universe as the romantic remnant of Crusoe's ship. The fact that there are two sexes and one sun is exactly like the fact that Crusoe saved 2 guns and 1 axe from the sinking ship.
It is poignantly urgent that none of these things should be lost, but it's rather fun that none could be added. When he saw the towering peak of the Matterhorn, he didn't feel crushed by its size. He was just intensely glad it hadn't been overlooked in the cosmic confusion of the shipwreck.
This shipwreck philosophy perfectly synthesizes his entire view. He boils down all these ultimate swirling attitudes from the nursery into 5 profound points. This is his natural religion. It is the soil for his doctrines formed long before he ever considered formal Christian theology. Let's lay out those 5 points to synthesize everything we've covered today.
Number 1, he felt in his bones that this world does not explain itself. It's not a closed loop. It is a magic trick. Whether that trick has a natural or supernatural explanation, the explanation has to be better and more vibrant than the dull, dead materialism he was being offered by the scientists. The fundamental nature of the thing is magic.
Number 2, if it is magic, it must have a meaning. And a meaning must have someone to mean it. There is something intensely personal in the world, like a work of art. Whatever it means it violently. If life is a story, there is a storyteller.
Number 3, he thought this storyline was beautiful in its old design, despite its obvious defects and terrors. It's a good story, even though there are dragons in it. The dragons don't ruin the fairy tale. They are part of the adventure.
Number 4, the proper response to this magical, purposeful world is humility and restraint. We owe obedience to whatever made us. As he so colorfully says, we should thank God for beer and burgundy by not drinking too much of them. True gratitude requires a respectful boundary. It requires the if.
And finally, number 5, that strange, vast, overwhelming impression that all good was a remnant stored and held sacred out of some primordial ruin. Humanity had saved its good from a wreck. Every good thing is salvaged.
And Chesterton felt all of this while the age he lived in gave him absolutely no encouragement to feel it. The entire culture was pushing dead materialism, expansive inevitability, and moral lawlessness. Yet he held stubbornly on to the fierce, conditional, magical gratitude of the nursery. So if you're listening to this and you're processing this tidal wave of upside-down philosophy, the ultimate question is, how does this change the way you walk out your front door tomorrow?
If life is not a cosmic accident of blind laws, but a highly conditional, deeply personal gift salvaged from a wreck, the only sane response is astonishment and gratitude.
Chesterton tells us we are all suffering from a sort of cosmic amnesia. We walk the streets admiring the world, but we've forgotten our own names and the true nature of our home.
So the next time you feel the grinding dead weight of your routine, the alarm clock, the commute, the repetitive tasks at work, ask yourself, is this the dead clockwork of a universe grinding down into nothingness? Or is it the fierce, joyful insistence of a universe that simply refuses to tire of existence?
What if the universe is shouting, do it again, and you're just too sleepy to hear it?
What an incredible thought to leave on.
That wraps up our deep dive into the ethics of Elfland. Thank you so much for joining us on this journey. We highly invite you to pick up a copy of Orthodoxy and read this chapter to experience Chesterton's profound upside-down wisdom firsthand. From our little studio in Atchison, Kansas, where the old books are still full of surprises, thanks for listening. Welcome back to Chesterton Radio here in Atchison, Kansas, the little listener-supported station where we keep the lamp of wonder lit.
Yes, welcome in, everyone.
And, depending on where you're tuning in from this morning, the sun might just be scraping the bottom of the horizon right now.
Or, if you're further west, maybe you're still entirely wrapped up in that really quiet, freezing, pre-dawn darkness.
Right, exactly. Which is, let's be honest, kind of a tough hour.
Oh, it's brutal. I mean, it is the hour of the looming to-do list, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's that preemptive exhaustion where you're just standing there holding a cup of coffee and your brain is already fighting these intense battles that haven't even happened yet.
Right, the phantom arguments in the shower.
Exactly.
Well, today we are going to interrupt that cycle. We are doing a deep dive into today's morning prayer, specifically the lauds from the Chesterton Radio promo series for March 13th, 2026.
Yes, we are.
But before we go any further, I think we should probably establish exactly what we're looking at here.
Good idea. Because the terminology can be a lot.
Yeah, if you aren't already steep in like monastic traditions or daily liturgy, words like lauds and chromo might sound like complete jargon.
They sound like another language entirely.
Basically, lauds simply comes from the Latin word for praise. It's just the official morning prayer of the church. And the chromo series is, it's the specific daily cycle of readings and reflections we broadcast right here.
Which brings us to the actual mission of this deep dive.
Exactly. I want to set the mission right up front, because this isn't just going to be some dry recitation of ancient texts.
No, definitely not.
We are looking at this specific morning liturgy as, well, as a piece of profound literary architecture. Frankly, I see it as a psychological rescue mission.
A rescue mission.
Yeah.
I love that framing,
Yeah.
because that is exactly how these texts were actually designed to function.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you are listening to this right now, maybe you're warming up the car in the driveway, or maybe you're just sitting at the kitchen table totally dreading the inbox. Consider this an invitation.
A completely open invitation.
Right. You do not need to be a theologian to step into this space. We just want you to sit back, let these thousands of years old words sort of wash over you, and really listen to the mechanics of how this prayer is structured.
Because it is highly structured.
It is. Morning prayer is essentially this ancient technology for reorienting the human soul. Before the world can hand you your identity for the day, right?
Right. Before the stress hits.
Exactly. Before your boss can tell you what you failed to do yesterday, this liturgy steps in and says, hold on. Let's look at the absolute grandest scale of reality first.
It's an invitation to start the day with wonder instead of worry.
Exactly.
Well, let's look at the mechanics of that, because the way this architecture begins is unbelievably intentional.
Oh, it really is.
The very first movement of the prayer isn't actually a prayer of praise at all. It's called the invitatory.
Right.
And again, to demystify the jargon here, an invitatory isn't just, a polite hello and welcome to church kind of thing.
Not at all.
Historically, it's this specific, almost physiological act of asking God to literally open your mouth.
Yes.
The text says, "O Lord, open thou my lips." And the response is, "And my mouth shall declare thy praise."
Think about the psychology of that for a second.
It's fascinating.
You are waking up in the dark, your cortisol levels are literally spiking, because that's just what the human body does to wake you up, right? It induces this low level of natural stress.
The biological alarm clock.
Right. So you might be too exhausted or too burdened or just too anxious to even form a positive thought on your own.
Yeah.
And the very first thing you do is admit a complete lack of self-sufficiency. You are essentially saying, I don't even have the strength to start talking today. You have to open my lips for me.
Wow. Yeah, it is the ultimate surrender before the day even begins.
Exactly. You are handing over the ignition key of your own voice.
And once that happens, once you admit you need help just to speak, the text immediately sweeps you into Psalm 94.
Which is such a massive shift.
It is staggering. It says, "Come, let us praise the Lord with joy. Let us joyfully sing to God our Savior." But then it doesn't stay in that personal interior space.
No, it zooms way out.
It does this incredible cinematic zoom out to an absolute cosmic scale. It reads, "For the Lord will not cast off his people, for in his hand are all the ends of the earth, and the heights of the mountains are his. For the sea is his, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land."
The scale of that is just huge.
Right. Which brings up a fascinating question about cognitive science and theology.
Okay, I'm listening.
Why does the church choose this specific psalm with this really specific imagery of mountains and tectonic plates and oceans to be the very first thing a human being contemplates at 6 a.m?
Well, it puts things in perspective.
It does. And modern psychology is actually just catching up to this. Have you heard of the research on awe walks?
All walks. No, I haven't. What is that?
It's this concept where, researchers found that looking at something vast, like a massive tree or the ocean or a mountain range, physically lowers your heart rate and reduces anxiety.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, awe literally shrinks the ego. So 3,000 years ago, the psalmist is already prescribing this massive dose of cosmic awe to combat the micro-anxieties of the human morning.
That makes so much sense. And let's translate that awe directly to the person listening right now, maybe sitting in traffic on their commute.
Let's do it.
Think about what this does to your immediate reality. You're gripping the steering wheel. You were navigating, stop-and-go traffic on the interstate.
Right, you're annoyed at the guy merging.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you're playing out that phantom argument you expect to have with a coworker at 10 a.m. Your entire universe has shrunk down to the size of your windshield and your smartphone screen.
It's a tiny, stressful little box.
It is. And the very first thing this ancient technology tells you is the heights of the mountains belong to the Creator. The sea, which covers 70% of the planet and is miles deep, is His. The dry land, the literal physical asphalt you are driving your car on at this exact second, was formed by His hands.
I love that.
It doesn't mock your worry about, say, the quarterly review at work. It simply places your quarterly review inside a much larger, much more stable, profoundly permanent reality.
It shrinks the panic down to its proper size.
Exactly.
But the brilliant thing about the literary structure of Psalm 94 here is that it doesn't just leave us floating out in a cold vacuum of the cosmos.
Right, because that would be a little alienating.
Exactly. If God is only the architect of the tectonic plates, well, He's unapproachable. He's just this terrifying physical force.
Yeah, just go watchmaker.
Right. But the text immediately zooms back in. After talking about the ends of the earth and the sea, it brings it right to the most intimate, vulnerable level imaginable.
The sheep of His hand.
Yes. It says, "Come, let us adore and fall down and weep before the Lord that made us, for He is the Lord our God, and we are the people of His pasture and the sheep of His hand."
It's such a tender image.
So within 3 lines of poetry, we go from the incomprehensible power that carved out the ocean basins to a shepherd carefully holding a fragile, frightened animal in his hand, the ultimate macro to the ultimate micro.
And that juxtaposition is really the lifeblood of the Christian paradox, isn't it?
How do you mean?
Well, we desperately need a God who is big enough to hold the oceans, but personal enough to consider us the sheep of His hand.
Yeah, you need both.
Because if He is only a cosmic architect, we're just meaningless biological cogs in a universal machine. But if He's only a comforting, soft friend, He might not possess the actual sovereign power to save us from the chaos of the world.
That is a great point. Psalm 94 insists on both simultaneously.
Supreme, terrifying power and supreme, intimate tenderness.
And because He possesses both, the psalm immediately issues a very stark warning to us. It says, "Today, if you shall hear His voice, harden not your hearts."
Harden not your hearts. That's a heavy line for the morning.
It is. The text explicitly references the provocation and the day of temptation in the wilderness, which is referring to the historical moment when the Israelites were wandering in the desert.
Right, the Exodus.
Right. They had literally just watched the Red Sea split in half to save them. They had supernatural bread falling from the sky every single morning, and yet they lived in a state of constant, hardened, miserable grumbling.
Which, if we're being completely honest here, is a devastatingly accurate description of most modern mornings.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, we have running water, climate-controlled houses, supercomputers in our pockets. We have cars that hurl us safely across the dry land at 70 miles an hour.
Literal miracles.
We are surrounded by literal miracles of human engineering and natural grace, and yet, what do? We wake up and immediately grip the wheel in a state of hardened, resentful panic.
Yeah, we just grumble about the Wi-Fi being slow.
Exactly. To harden your heart in the morning is to preemptively decide that the entire day is a threat.
Oh, I like that. Preemptively deciding it's a threat.
It is. It's the temptation to lock yourself into a defensive, adversarial posture before you have even poured your first cup of coffee.
Yeah.
You just decide that the world is out to get you, that your coworkers are obstacles, that your family is a series of demands.
It's a miserable way to live.
And the invitation is pleading with us across 30 centuries, don't do it, stay open. The universe is much bigger, much older, and much more intensely cared for than the little fragile fortress of anxiety you're trying to build in your mind right now.
Man, that is powerful. Now, I want to look at a piece of the liturgy that completely threw me when I first read through today's source material.
Oh, the hymn.
Yes, because structurally, it seems like a glaring mistake.
It really does at first glance.
Right after this cosmic invitation of Psalm 94, the liturgy includes a hymn. And this morning, the public domain hymn cycle features a song called "The Day Thou Gavest, Lord, is Ended,"
which is quite the title for a morning prayer.
If you are paying attention to the words, you immediately hit a massive paradox. We are talking about morning prayer. The sun is coming up. We are starting the day. And yet the very first lines of this hymn are, "The day thou gavest, Lord, is ended. The darkness falls at thy behest. To thee our morning hymns ascended, thy praise shall sanctify our rest.
It sounds totally backwards.
My first thought was, did someone in the liturgical planning department just copy and paste the wrong file?
Like a literal typo in the hymnal.
Exactly. Why in the world does the church mandate a hymn about darkness falling for a morning prayer?
Well, you would absolutely think it was a typo if you were only thinking about yourself.
Right.
But if you look at the geographic, the mathematical reality of what the church is actually doing here, it is a breathtaking conceptual leap.
Okay, I see where you're going. The second stanza unlocks the whole thing, doesn't it?
It does.
It says, "We thank thee that thy church unsleeping, while earth rolls onward into light, through all the world her watch is keeping, and rests not now by day or night." It's basically an astronomical observation disguised as a poem.
Exactly. The realization here is entirely cosmic and geographical.
Yeah.
While you are waking up in Atchison, Kansas, or Chicago, or wherever you are tuning in from today, and the earth is literally rolling onward into the morning light for you, someone else on the exact opposite side of the planet is currently stepping into the darkness of their evening prayer.
The sun is setting on them.
Yes.
The church unsleeping. I cannot get over what a phenomenal image that is.
It really is.
It completely shatters a heavy isolation of the individual waking up alone in the dark. Because when you wake up anxious and early, you feel like you are the only conscious being in the universe.
You feel totally alone.
You feel like you have to individually jumpstart the engine of the entire world.
It's you and your coffee against the universe.
Yeah, exactly. But this hymn tells you that you are not just a solitary person groggily trying to find the motivation to exist. You are actually stepping into a continuous, unbroken, physical wave of praise that is rolling across the surface of the earth in real time as the planet rotates.
It's beautiful.
As the sun sets on a community in the Eastern Hemisphere and they sing their evening hymns, the darkness falls at thy behest. The sun rises on your hemisphere and you pick up the exact same melody. It is a planetary relay race of grace.
A planetary relay race. I want the listener to hold on to that visualization today.
Yeah, keep that in mind.
Because you are just taking the baton from someone in another time zone who just went to sleep.
Yeah.
You don't have to generate the momentum of the day all by yourself. You are just participating in a momentum that never stops.
So the architecture of the morning has successfully achieved its first goal.
Right.
It has taken our eyes off our own navels, off our own isolated anxiety, and pointed them toward the stars, the seas, and the rotating global community.
Which feels great.
It does feel great, but, and here's the pivot, looking at the majesty of the cosmos doesn't fix the fact that I was short-tempered with my spouse last night.
No, it doesn't.
Or that I lied to my boss yesterday, or that I am carrying deep personal shame.
Right, the real world stuff.
So how does this liturgy deal with the actual ugly mess of our personal failures? This is where the architecture abruptly shifts from the cosmos to the dirt.
It's quite the tonal whiplash.
We move straight from the global hymn into Psalm 50, which is the absolute gold standard of repentance poetry.
And this transition is brutal, but entirely necessary. I mean, true spirituality isn't just about staring at the beautiful horizon and conveniently ignoring the toxic waste spill in your own living room.
Exactly. I want to read a few lines of Psalm 50 to show just how stark this is.
Go for it.
Have mercy on me, O God, according to thy great mercy, and according to the multitude of thy tender mercies, blot out my iniquity. Wash me yet more from my iniquity, and cleanse me from my sin. For I know my iniquity, and my sin is always before me. To thee only have I sinned, and have done evil before thee. Wow.
Now, historically, this is King David writing.
Right.
This is an ancient Near Eastern monarch, a man with absolute, unchecked, lethal power. He has just committed adultery with Bathsheba and essentially murdered her husband to cover it up.
A terrible, terrible scandal.
Yes. And he could have employed a whole team of ancient spin doctors to justify his actions.
Oh, easily.
He could have written a royal decree explaining why his actions were actually beneficial for the state. But he doesn't. There is absolutely no public relations spin in these words.
None. The unvarnished rawness of it is genuinely jarring to the modern ear.
It is jarring. Think about how we apologize today, whether it's a politician caught in a scandal or just us in our own kitchen.
Oh, it's never a real apology.
The modern apology is always heavily armored with caveats. We say, I'm sorry if anyone was offended by my words, which just places the blame on the listener's sensitivity.
Right, the classic non-apology. Or we say, I made a mistake, but you have to understand I was under a tremendous amount of stress, which places the blame on circumstances. We use the passive voice. mistakes were made.
Oh, I hate mistakes were made.
As if the mistake was an autonomous weather event that just floated into the room.
Right, just a storm that passed through.
Exactly. But David doesn't say, have mercy on me because I was mostly correct given the geopolitical pressures of my kingship.
No.
He simply says, I know my iniquity. He strips away all the armor and owns it completely.
Wait, actually, let me just stop you there for a second.
Sure.
Because from a purely intellectual and literary standpoint, that kind of raw honesty is incredibly beautiful to analyze. I completely get why you're geeking out over the text.
I'm definitely geeking out.
But let's look at the emotional toll of this.
Okay.
If you are a normal person, starting your day by vividly recalling all your faults and staring directly at your own iniquity, honestly just sounds incredibly depressing.
It does sound heavy.
Right. How is this not just burying us in a massive, paralyzing guilt trip before we've even eaten breakfast? If the point of morning prayer is to reorient us toward hope, why plunge us into a forensic report of our own worst actions?
That is the essential tension, isn't it?
Yeah.
If the architecture just left us in the dirt, it would be a terrible, psychologically damaging way to start the day. It would just be self-flagellation.
Exactly. And this is where we have to deconstruct what the modern secular world thinks repentance is versus what the biblical text actually does.
Okay, let's break that down.
The reflection provided in today's chromo text calls the modern view of repentance a gloomy moral fog.
Oh, that is a spectacularly accurate phrase, gloomy moral fog.
Right, because without the theological framework of divine grace, apologizing in the modern world is just an exercise in endless groveling.
Yeah, it never ends.
It is the eternal state of being canceled or problematic.
Yeah.
You wander around the public square wearing your guilt, trying to appease an anonymous, unforgiving crowd that will never, ever grant you absolution.
Because the crowd has no mechanism for forgiveness.
Exactly. But the text of Psalm 50 insists that true biblical repentance isn't about endless, miserable apologizing. It is about honest relief.
Honest relief. I'm trying to picture the mechanics of that. I imagine that's like finally putting down a massive, heavy backpack you didn't even realize you were wearing.
Yes.
Is that what David is getting at? Not the crushing weight of guilt, but the profound relief of surrender.
Yes, the heavy backpack is the perfect analogy. When David says, "To thee only have I sinned," he is certainly admitting he did something horrific.
Right.
But he's also taking his guilt out of the court of public opinion and handing it over to the absolute highest court, the only judge who actually possesses the sovereign authority to throw the case out and issue a pardon.
That's a huge distinction.
It is. He is saying, I am not going to carry the exhausting, backbreaking burden of pretending I am a perfect king anymore.
Which takes so much energy.
Think about how many psychological calories it takes to maintain the illusion every single day that you are always right, always justified, and always the victim of everyone else's incompetence.
It's exhausting to be your own PR manager.
It really is.
Yeah.
Psalm 50 is the moment the soul just collapses into reality. Wash me, cleanse me, create a clean heart in me, O God. It is the profound physical relief of finally dropping the heavy armor of self-justification. You just let the backpack fall.
Dropping the armor. That makes complete sense. And, that psychological pivot ties beautifully into the canticle that follows immediately after Psalm 50.
From Habakkuk.
Right, from the prophet Habakkuk, chapter 3. Habakkuk says, O Lord, I have heard thy hearing and was afraid.
There's that fear.
That is that initial freezing shock of facing the pure, unvarnished truth of your own life. You realize the backpack is full of rocks and God sees every single one of them.
Yeah.
But then the verse immediately pivots. It says, in thy mercy thou wilt remember compassion. The fear of being exposed is instantaneously met with the promise of divine compassion. It's like stepping completely naked out into the freezing cold air of truth, only to have a heavy, perfectly warm blanket wrapped around your shoulders a millisecond later.
And that warm blanket is the perfect bridge into the next phase of the morning's architecture.
How so?
Because once you have admitted your brokenness, once you've stood in the freezing air and dropped the backpack, how is the actual damage repaired?
Right. Acknowledging the fire isn't the same as rebuilding the house.
Exactly. Confession without restoration is just a forensic report of a disaster. It tells you the house burned down, but doesn't build you a new house. So how does the prayer cycle rebuild us?
Well, it does it by bringing back that grand, sweeping cosmic theme we saw at the very beginning in Psalm 94.
Okay.
But this time, it combines it directly with the intimate brokenness of Psalm 50. We arrive at Psalm 147.
Right, the synthesis.
Listen to these two lines which the text places right next to each other. Who healeth the broken of heart, and bindeth up their bruises, who telleth the number of the stars, and calleth them all by their names.
The cognitive dissonance of those two sentences side by side is staggering.
It is. Think about the physics and the mathematics of this.
Okay.
Astronomers estimate there are something like 200 billion trillion stars in the observable universe.
A number we can't even fathom.
Right. The incomprehensible, limitless, terrifying intellect required to mathematically number all of them, and the sheer creativity required to name each individual burning ball of gas, that exact same power is the power that stoops down to physically bandage a bruised human heart.
That is incredible.
It's the idea that the watchmaker of the universe, the grand architect of astrophysics, is also the intimate, tender cosmic therapist.
The cosmic therapist.
Yeah, God doesn't just manage the macro physics of galaxy spinning, he is hyper-invested in the micro-emotional healing of the individual human mind.
Let's bring that astrophysics straight down to the kitchen table of the listener.
Let's do it.
Because this is where the hope of the morning really solidifies into something you can actually use.
Yeah, practically speaking.
You might have gone to bed last night feeling utterly defeated. You snapped at your kids. You failed spectacularly at a project at work. You fell back into an addiction or a habit you swore on your life you had broken.
You just feel ruined.
You wake up feeling like a ruined building. And the short reading for this morning, which is taken from the prophet Ezekiel chapter 18, speaks directly into that precise feeling of ruin.
What does it say?
It says, "Be converted and do penance for all your iniquities, and iniquity shall not be your ruin. Cast away from you all your transgressions whereby you have transgressed, and make to yourselves a new heart and a new spirit."
Iniquity shall not be your ruin. That is such a violently defiant statement against despair.
It is arguably the most practical, life-saving encouragement in the entire liturgy.
Really?
Yes. The secular world might tell you that your mistakes are permanent ink, that a bad decision will ruin your reputation, ruin your career, or ruin your life permanently.
Right, the cancellation we talked about.
Exactly. But Ezekiel frames repentance not as a final punishment, but as an active rebuilding project. Make to yourselves a new heart.
That phrase, "make to yourselves a new heart," is fascinating to me.
Why is that?
Well, to use a modern analogy, Ezekiel isn't just offering a software patch for a buggy operating system.
Oh, I see.
He's talking about a complete hardware replacement. He's saying, we aren't just going to tweak your current flawed behavior. We are going to install an entirely new central processor.
New hardware. I like that.
And the liturgy doesn't just leave that as an abstract theological theory. We see it perfectly historically illustrated in the intercessions later in the prayer.
The intercessions always ground the poetry in historical reality, don't they?
Right. One of the petitions the church prays this morning is, "Christ, you forgave Peter after his fall, strengthen us when we stumble." We are talking about Peter the rock, the supposed bedrock of the early church who absolutely ruined his own reputation.
The worst possible betrayal.
He denied his best friend, his savior, 3 times in his absolute darkest hour of torture. By all modern metric systems of public relations and loyalty, Peter's catastrophic moral failure should have been his permanent ruin.
He should have been completely written out of the story.
He should have been canceled from history. But he wasn't. Christ bound up that bruise, forgave him over a charcoal fire on a beach, and rebuilt the entire hardware of Peter's heart.
And we hear that rebuilding process echoing like a steady heartbeat in the responsory that follows.
Oh, right.
The church repeats, "A contrite and humbled heart, O God, thou wilt not despise. Create a clean heart in me, O God."
Create a clean heart.
It implies an active, ongoing construction side of the soul. You aren't fixed instantly. You are being actively recreated.
It's a process.
But this realization leads us to another massive shift in the morning's architecture. Because this deeply personal, emotional healing we are talking about isn't just happening in a vacuum.
Right.
It isn't just a private therapy session between you and God. It is actually part of a much larger, sweeping historical narrative.
The liturgy loves to breathe in and out like that, doesn't it?
It really does.
From the individual heart to the entire history of the world. Because every single morning prayer, regardless of the day or the season, reaches its ultimate crescendo with the Benedictus.
The Benedictus.
Yeah, and to define our terms again, the Benedictus is the canticle, or the song, of Zechariah, taken directly from the first chapter of Luke's Gospel.
Right before the birth of John the Baptist.
Exactly. It begins, "Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, because he hath visited and wrought the redemption of his people." Now, as someone who studies the flow of texts, I have to ask the deeper architectural question here.
Okay, what is it?
Why does the Canticle of Zechariah appear in morning prayer at all? I mean, we've been reading Psalms of King David, we've read prophets like Habakkuk and Ezekiel from the Old Testament, and suddenly we are violently thrust into the New Testament with John the Baptist's father. Why anchor the whole morning on this specific song?
Well, if you look at the historical timeline, what do you think is the mechanism at work there? Why Zechariah?
I look at it as the ultimate historical proof of receipt.
Proof of receipt.
Yeah. Think about it. Ezekiel promised a new hardware system for the mart. Psalm 147 promised that the star counter would heal our bruises. But if you are a skeptic, you ask, how do we know God actually follows through on ancient poetry?
Right, talk is cheap.
Exactly. The Benedictus is the empirical proof. Zechariah is singing this prophetic song right at the exact moment the climax of human history is beginning. His son John is about to pave the way for Christ.
The turning point of history.
Zechariah says God has raised up salvation as he spoke by the mouth of his holy prophets who are from the beginning. He explicitly connects this immediate moment to the oath which he swore to Abraham our father.
So he's tying it all together?
He is drawing a straight line through thousands of years of history. It's the historical continuity of the faith. The Benedictus basically says, the God who made abstract promises in the deep past has actually physically shown up in the present to fulfill them. We are not just hoping blindly in a myth. We are standing on the bedrock of thousands of years of kept promises.
The proof of receipt. I love that framing. But I want to bring that grand, sweeping theological continuity right back down into the passenger seat of the listener's car this morning.
Let's ground it.
Because amidst all that historical majesty, the prophets, the ancient oaths to Abraham, the royal house of David Zechariah slips in what I believe is the ultimate hidden psychological encouragement for the modern worker.
What's the line?
He states the entire purpose of this massive salvation project. He says God has done all this so that being delivered from the hand of our enemies, we may serve him without fear.
Serve him without fear. Let's hover on that phrase for a second.
Think about the underlying neurochemistry of how much of our daily work is driven purely by fear.
Oh, so much of it.
We have a fear of not making enough money to pay the mortgage.
Yeah.
We have a fear of an angry or unpredictable boss.
Fear of looking foolish in a meeting.
Yes. We have a fear of losing our social status, a fear of making a public mistake, a fear of being left behind by the economy. We serve our jobs, our ambitions, and even our families, largely out of a deep, vibrating subconscious anxiety.
We are terrified constantly.
We really are. And Zechariah is announcing that the ultimate rescue mission of human history was executed precisely so that you could go about your daily life, your mundane service, your Tuesday morning meetings, your emails, without that paralyzing dread.
Wow.
If the cosmic architect who counts the 200 billion trillion stars has already secured your ultimate salvation and forgiven your worst sins, you literally do not have to be afraid of Tuesday.
Tuesday is just Tuesday.
Exactly. You have been delivered from the hands of the enemies of despair and anxiety, so you can just do your work in profound, quiet peace.
So if we step back and look at the whole board, what does this all mean when we put the pieces together?
It's quite the journey.
It really is. We have started with the cosmic scale of awe to shrink our panics. We've walked through the unvarnished, freezing reality of dropping our heavy backpacks of self-justification.
Right.
We've seen the promise that our hardware can be rebuilt and that our failures won't be our ruin, and we've anchored it all in the historical reality of a salvation that frees us from the fear of the workday.
Which leads us perfectly to the absolute philosophical heart of today's broadcast.
Yes, which the Chesterton Radio Reflection calls the paradox of the day.
This is where all those themes of awe, guilt, and healing spectacularly collide into one central truth.
The reflection outlines the paradox like this. The strange truth of repentance is that the man who admits he is wrong is often the first man who becomes right.
I love that.
And they anchored this concept in a brilliant, piercing quote from G.K. Chesterton himself. He wrote, "The Christian ideal has not been tried and found wanting. It has been found difficult and left untried."
That is just classic Chesterton.
Let's just sit with that absurdity of human nature for a second. The Christian ideal isn't that you are perfect. The ideal is that you repent when you aren't.
Right.
And yet, we find that simple act so incredibly difficult that we leave it completely untried. What do you think Chesterton saw in this human tendency to completely avoid fault at all costs?
Well, he saw it as the ultimate tragic comedy of human pride.
Tragic comedy.
He was a master at observing the lengths we will go to protect our fragile egos. And the meditation provided in the source material captures Chesterton's exact tone on this.
It really does. I relish this part of the meditation.
I'll read it.
It says, "There is a curious fact about human beings. We are never so fiercely inventive as when we are trying not to admit we were wrong. A man will construct whole philosophies, elaborate social theories, and occasionally even build entire universities in order to avoid the small, fleeting humiliation of saying, 'I made a mistake.'"
It is biting, but it is so deeply empirically true.
It is.
Think of the sheer intellectual calories we burn trying to justify our own bad behavior.
Right.
If we betray a friend, we don't just say, "I was cowardly." We will literally invent a new, complex system of situational morality, just so we don't have to feel bad about the specific thing we did.
Well, in that specific context, loyalty is actually fluid.
Exactly. We bend the universe to fit our flaw rather than bending our knee to the universe.
That is perfectly said. But the meditation gives us this incredible, haunting, literary image to explain the alternative.
The locked room.
Yes, it compares the modern man who cannot admit sin to a man trapped in a locked room. He is suffocating in this tiny, dark space of his own ego, and he is loudly insisting to anyone who will listen that there is no door.
He claims he is perfectly fine in the dark.
Exactly. He says, "I meant to be in here." But the text says, "The man who admits his fault discovers something astonishing. The door was there all along, and it opens outward."
The door opens outward.
Yeah.
But if we accept that admitting fault is the door to freedom,
Yeah.
it raises what is perhaps the most important philosophical question of the morning. Why does Christianity so often, almost exclusively, express its deepest truths through paradox? Why is admitting you are fundamentally wrong the only way to become right? Why is surrendering your power the only way to gain peace?
Because reality itself is inherently paradoxical.
How so?
Think about the physics of a foundation. If you pretend you are perfect, you are building your life on a foundation that is factually a lie.
Right, because you aren't perfect.
Exactly. Which means everything you build on top of it, your relationships, your career, your self-image, is fundamentally unstable. It is swaying in the wind because the bedrock is false. You have to constantly prop it up with more lies.
The house of cards.
But the exact moment you admit you are flawed, you have finally aligned yourself with the truth. You hit bedrock. And truth, even if it is ugly, is the only foundation that can actually hold the weight of a human life.
And that realization is the emotional crescendo of this entire deep dive.
It really is.
Repentance isn't the gloomy, fog-filled burden that the secular world assumes it is. It is actually the most fiercely hopeful doctrine in the world.
Hopeful.
Yes. Think about the basic logic of it. If the evil we see in the world and the deep brokenness we feel in ourselves were simply an inevitable condition of humanity.
Like it's just baked into the DNA.
Right, if it was just a biological glitch or a sociological necessity of primate evolution, then we would be completely doomed. We could do absolutely nothing about it but endure the misery.
Because you can't repent for your DNA.
Exactly. But if evil is something we have done, if it is a specific choice, an action, a mistake we made, then it is also something that can be forgiven. It can be undone by grace.
The text describes this as the cheerful audacity of the gospel.
Cheerful audacity.
I love that phrasing, cheerful audacity. It audaciously declares that even the worst man, a man who has ruined his life like Peter, may become a saint. And he becomes a saint not because he was always right, not because he was flawless, but because God is always merciful. And the man finally figured out how to drop the backpack.
That cheerful audacity is exactly the posture we want the listener to take with them into their day. Humility is not humiliation. Admitting a fault to your spouse, to your boss, or to God is not the end of your story. It is the actual beginning of wisdom.
It's the beginning.
It is the liberation from the exhausting, full-time job of being your own defense attorney. The door out of your anxiety was there all along, and it opens outward into the fresh air of grace.
The door opens outward. What an incredibly powerful note to land on. We started this hour talking about the murky, anxious darkness of the early morning.
We did.
We talked about how biologically and psychologically easy it is to wake up and immediately start building a fortress of hardened panic against the demands of the day. But we've seen how the profound literary architecture of this ancient morning prayer systematically dismantles that fortress brick by brick.
It takes it right down.
It pulls our eyes up to the awe-inspiring scale of the stars and the seas to shrink our worries. It invites us to drop the heavy armor of self-justification. It reminds us that the exact same power that heals the broken heart is the power that physically rotates the earth into the morning light.
So as you finally park the car, as you head into your day, into the meetings, the traffic, the endless emails, and the complex relationships, we want to leave you with a final, provocative thought to chew on.
What's the thought?
In a modern world that is utterly obsessed with being right, with winning every single argument on social media, with projecting an image of flawless success, and with never, ever showing weakness, what if the ultimate hidden freedom actually comes from the willingness to simply say, I made a mistake?
Wow.
What if the doorway to the joy you are desperately seeking today is located exactly where you least expect it, in the quiet, humble courage of joyful repentance?
It is a paradox worth pondering every single time you look at the clock today. If you haven't already, we deeply invite you to pray the morning prayer yourself today.
Yes, highly recommended.
Read the Psalms we discussed, sit with the historical weight of the Canticles, and reflect on that cheerful audacity. And if you appreciate this program and this kind of deep architectural exploration of faith, please consider supporting Chesterton Radio. We are just a little listener-supported station in Atchison, Kansas, trying to keep the lamp of wonder lit for another day. Thank you for walking through the dark of the morning with us. Until next time, keep your eyes on the stars and your heart open to grace.
Welcome. Pull up a chair, pour yourself a warm cup of coffee, and just settle in.
It really is the perfect morning for it.
It really is. Imagine, if you will, the crackle of a quiet morning broadcast on a small, thoughtful public radio station.
Somewhere like Atchison, Kansas.
Yes, exactly. Picture a place where the vastness of the Midwestern prairie meets the deep, quiet intersections of faith and culture and literature.
I love that imagery.
The frost might still be clinging to the window panes right now, but inside the coffee is hot, the microphones are on, and there is just this genuine desire to sit with big ideas.
Which is exactly the wavelength we are tuning into today.
It is. Whether you are listening to this deep dive while commuting through a bustling gray city or walking your dog in the quiet suburbs before the neighborhood wakes up.
Or just sitting at your kitchen table watching the sun come over the horizon.
Right. Wherever you are, we are so glad you are here with us because we have something genuinely fascinating on the desk today.
We really do. And it fits that quiet, thoughtful atmosphere perfectly.
It demands that atmosphere, I think.
Oh, absolutely. The modern world moves at such an unforgiving breakneck speed. Every notification, every headline, every email demands immediate action.
It's exhausting.
It is. But the text we are diving into today operates on an entirely different frequency. It demands a different kind of pacing.
Yeah.
It essentially asks us to pull the car over, turn off the engine, pause, listen, and reflect on the actual condition of our internal lives.
Okay, well, let's talk about our source material for today's deep dive because it is something quite unique.
Yes.
We are looking at a daily liturgical reflection published by Chesterton Radio. Specifically, this is the morning prayer for Friday, March 6, 2026.
Which aligns with the Friday of the second week of Lent in their liturgical calendar.
Right. Now, to be incredibly clear right up front, our mission today is not to preach to you.
Not at all.
We are not here to endorse a specific theology or convert you or tell you what you must believe. Our goal is to unpack this rich, historical, literary, and spiritual text as a piece of profound human reflection.
And it really is profound.
We want to explore how these ancient prayers, combined with some incredibly sharp early 20th century paradoxes from writers like G.K. Chesterton, offer a surprisingly accurate and piercing lens for viewing our modern everyday lives.
I think that distinction is vital.
Yeah.
You absolutely do not need to come from a specific religious tradition or any religious tradition at all to appreciate the psychological and philosophical weight of these texts.
No, you really don't.
The themes we're going to explore today, like guilt, the exhausting desire for a clean slate, the intricate ways we hide our flaws from the people we love.
Oh man, the hiding.
Right. And the nature of true, unfiltered gratitude. These are universal human experiences.
Yeah, they're just baked into the human condition.
Exactly. The writers of these ancient psalms and the modern commentators in this Chestertonian reflection are grappling with the exact same human condition we navigate every single day. They just use a slightly different vocabulary to do it.
Okay, let's unpack this. I want to start by looking at the overarching narrative of this morning prayer.
Let's do it.
When you read through the provided text, starting from the opening sections and moving all the way through the Psalms and the Canticles, there is a very distinct emotional arc.
There is a definite journey there.
And the central theme that jumps out immediately, and I'll try to put this in plain everyday language, is the profound, almost physical relief that comes from radical honesty.
Radical honesty.
But before we get into the feelings and the psychology of it, I want to pause and ask for some definitions.
Sure.
Because for a listener who didn't grow up surrounded by heavy liturgical language, the vocabulary here can be a bit of a wall.
Oh, it can definitely feel like a foreign language.
The text talks about an inventory. It mentions psalms. It talks about canticles and antiphons. What actually are these things?
It's a great question.
Can you give us an explain, like I'm5 breakdown of what we are even looking at structurally?
Absolutely. And that is a great place to start, because the structure itself is part of the message.
Oh.
In the historical church tradition, particularly in the Liturgy of the Hours, which is what this morning prayer is based on the day, is divided into different periods of prayer.
So this is specifically for the morning.
Right. And the invitatory is exactly what it sounds like. It's the invitation.
The opening.
Exactly. It's the very first word spoken in the morning, meant to literally wake up the spirit.
And what about an antiphon? That's a strange word.
An antiphon is a short recurring sentence sung or recited before and after a longer prayer or psalm.
Like a refrain.
Think of it exactly like the chorus of a song that frames the verses and tells you what the main theme is.
Okay, that makes sense. So the antiphon sets the mood or the lens through which we are supposed to read the text that follows.
Precisely.
What about the difference between a psalm and a canticle?
Good question. A psalm is specifically from the book of Psalms in the Hebrew Bible. These are ancient poetic hymns, many attributed to King David.
Right, the Psalms of David.
Yes. A canticle, on the other hand, is a hymn or song of praise taken from other parts of the Bible outside the book of Psalms.
Okay.
That might be a song sung by a prophet in the Old Testament or by someone in the New Testament.
So when you put all these pieces together, you're getting a whole mosaic.
Exactly. You aren't just reading a list of rules.
Yeah.
You are participating in a curated emotional and spiritual journey. And the journey in this specific Friday text is masterful.
How so? Walk us through that journey. If we connect this to the bigger picture, what are we seeing?
He begins with Psalm 66, which is incredibly expansive and joyous.
Very bright.
The words are almost bursting with light. He says, "May God have mercy on us and bless us. May he cause the light of his countenance to shine upon us. Let the nations be glad and rejoice."
That is very outward looking.
It is. It's a collective, universal call for blessing, looking outward at the whole world.
Yeah.
But then almost immediately, the text pivots sharply inward.
It takes a hard turn.
A very hard turn. It moves to Psalm 51, which is historically known as the Miserere.
I've heard that word before in classical music and literature. Miserere. What does it actually mean, and what is the context behind this specific psalm?
It's a heavy one.
It feels so incredibly heavy compared to the one right before it. Let the nations be glad to this very dark place.
Miserere is simply Latin for have mercy. And the historical context of Psalm 51 is crucial to understanding its weight.
Okay, set the scene for us.
Traditionally, this is the poem written by King David after his darkest, most devastating moral failure.
This is the Bathsheba story.
It is. For those unfamiliar with the story, David, who is supposed to be the righteous king, uses his power to take a woman named Bathsheba.
An immense abuse of power.
Absolute abuse of power. And then he orchestrates the death of her husband Uriah on the battlefield to cover up his actions.
Just compounding the failure.
It is a profound betrayal and a catastrophic moral collapse. And David hides it. He buries it, and he pretends everything is fine.
He plays the part of the good king.
Right, until eventually he is confronted by a prophet named Nathan. Psalm 51 is David's response when the illusion is finally shattered.
When the truth comes out.
Yes, it is the ultimate song of sorrow and exposure.
Wow. Knowing that backstory changes the entire reading of the text.
It really does.
It goes from let the nations be glad to this painfully intimate, agonizing confession.
The contrast is jarring.
The text reads, "Wash me yet more from my iniquity and cleanse me from my sin. For I know my iniquity and my sin is always before me."
It's stark.
It is incredibly stark. It is stripped of all royalty. The antiphon framing that section literally says, "O God, thou wilt not despise a humbled, contrite heart."
Exactly. And that contrast is the beating heart of the entire morning prayer.
Because you need both.
You cannot have the genuine shining joy of Psalm 66 without passing through the stark, uncomfortable humility of Psalm 51.
Right.
The journey of this text suggests that acknowledging your own brokenness, having that humbled, contrite heart, is the non-negotiable prerequisite for arriving at the destination described later in the reading.
Because it ends in a very different place.
It does. The prayer eventually concludes with the Canticle of Zachary, known as the Benedictus, which speaks of directing our feet into the way of peace.
The way of peace.
Yes. Peace isn't the starting point in this ancient psychology. Peace is the result of passing through the valley of radical, painful honesty.
I want to linger on that for a second. Peace is the result of radical honesty.
It goes against a lot of modern instincts.
The literary beauty of how this text presents that thesis is just striking. The reflection provided by Chesterton Radio notes that in the Miserere, the psalmist does not offer a clever explanation, nor a well-lit resume, nor a respectable excuse.
A well-lit resume.
He offers a broken spirit. I think about what that means for you, the listener, living in the hyper-competitive 21st century.
It's a challenge.
We spend so much time curating our lives, don't we?
Constantly.
We polish our professional resumes. We filter our social media. We try to present this flawless, unbothered front to our bosses, our friends, and even our spouses.
And it is an exhausting way to live.
Just bone-deep exhausting.
We are culturally obsessed with optics. We want the lighting to be perfect on our achievements, and we desperately want to crop out our failures, our moments of selfishness, our bad habits.
Anything messy?
Right. But the psalmist in this text, who, remember, was a literal king with a massive public relations apparatus at his disposal.
He could have spun the story.
You absolutely could have, but he is doing the exact opposite. He is dragging his absolute worst failures into the center of the frame and saying, look at this. I know my iniquity. It is always before me.
There is no PR spin.
There is no damage control.
You know that exhaustion you just mentioned, the crushing weight of keeping up appearances, that perfectly sets up this wild curveball the author throws into the middle of the reflection.
The paradox.
Yes. The text features what they call the paradox of the day. And when I read this in the source material, I genuinely had to stop reading and just stare at the wall for a minute.
It's powerful.
The paradox is this. The only way to be made clean is to stop defending the stain.
It's a brilliant piece of writing.
Stop defending the stain?
And what's fascinating here is how that single sentence operates on the human mind. Paradox is such a uniquely powerful vehicle for truth.
Why is that? Why does it work so well?
Well, human beings are generally wired by evolution and society to expect linear logic. A plus B equals C.
Cause and effect.
Right. If you have a stain on your shirt, logic dictates you should cover it up with a jacket, or quietly scrub it out in the bathroom.
Or blame someone else.
Or vehemently explain to everyone why the stain isn't actually your fault. Someone bumped into you, the cup was faulty, whatever.
Defending the stain.
Exactly. But a paradox interrupts that linear defensive thinking. It presents two ideas that seem entirely contradictory.
Being made clean by surrendering your defense of the dirt.
Yes. And it forces your brain to stop, rewind, and reevaluate your base assumptions.
It acts like a speed bump for the mind.
A cognitive speed bump.
You can't just skim past a good paradox, you have to sit with it. And the reflection builds on this paradox by diagnosing a condition I think we can all recognize in ourselves and our culture.
Oh, absolutely.
It calls it the peculiar modern ambition to be forgiven without being found guilty.
That is such a piercing phrase.
What does that actually look like in practice? Because we all desperately want the warm, woolly blanket of mercy.
We all want to feel okay.
We want to be told we are accepted, that we belong. But according to the text, we completely recoil at the terrible, liberating word sin. We want the blanket of mercy, but we refuse to admit we are out in the cold.
That phrase, the peculiar modern ambition, is incredibly sharp because it highlights a massive cultural shift in how we handle wrongdoing.
How so?
We have created an entire therapeutic vocabulary that allows us to bypass personal culpability.
Give me some example.
We talk about making mistakes. We talk about having blind spots. We talk about being triggered or being a victim of systemic circumstances.
Those things are real, right?
Oh, to be clear, circumstances absolutely matter.
Trauma matters.
But the text is arguing that if you retreat entirely into that vocabulary, if you refuse to ever be found guilty.
If you always have an excuse.
Right. If you refuse to ever own the wrong you have done without any caveats or asterisks, you actually cut yourself off from the very forgiveness you are craving.
Because you can't be forgiven for a blind spot.
Exactly. A blind spot is a physiological or mechanical failing. It's not a moral choice.
You don't forgive someone for poor eyesight.
No, you don't. You can only be forgiven for a genuine failing, a genuine choice to do wrong. If it wasn't your fault, there's nothing to forgive.
You're not asking for forgiveness. You're just asking for someone to validate your excuse.
And that brings up this incredible vessel analogy in the text, which is perhaps the most striking image in the whole reflection.
The sealed jar.
Let me read it. A cracked vessel is the only one that can be filled. A sealed jar keeps even grace outside.
The sealed jar metaphor. Let's really dive deep into the psychology of that. When the text talks about defending the stain, I imagine that is the act of sealing the jar.
Is building the wall.
If I think about a real-world scenario, say an argument with a partner, you say something deeply hurtful.
We've all been there.
You know it was wrong the second it leaves your mouth. But instead of apologizing, you seal the jar.
You start the defense.
You start defending why you said it. You bring up something they did 3 weeks ago to justify your anger. You build this airtight case for your own innocence.
It's a very natural defense mechanism.
It protects your ego from the sting of being the bad guy, but it completely ruins the evening and maybe the relationship because you've sealed yourself off.
That is the perfect illustration of how this dynamic works in ordinary life. We seal ourselves up with justifications, defensive arguments, and carefully constructed personas.
It makes us feel safe.
It does. But the tragedy of the sealed jar is isolation. A sealed jar might be safe from contamination, but it is entirely closed off from the world.
It's alone.
It keeps the bad out, but as the text says, it keeps even grace outside. If you are perfectly sealed in your own self-justification, no one can help you.
No one can reach you.
No one can connect with you. No grace, no forgiveness, no genuine intimacy can penetrate that barrier because you have left no opening.
You are declaring to the universe, to your partner, to God, that you are complete and require nothing.
And contrasting that with a cracked vessel. A cracked vessel is broken. It's flawed.
It leaks.
In the eyes of a perfectionist or a pragmatist, it is useless because it can't hold water the way it was originally designed to.
But the reflection flips that logic on its head.
It does. The crack, the flaw, the admission of guilt, the broken spirit mentioned back in Psalm 51 is the opening. It is the only way anything new, anything healing can get in.
But we have to acknowledge how difficult that is.
Oh, it's agonizing.
It requires an enormous amount of courage to allow yourself to be the cracked vessel. To say to your partner, your friend, or your God, I am broken in this specific way and I cannot fix it myself. I am guilty.
That is terrifying. Your ego screams at you not to do it.
But the text promises that this terror is the doorway to liberation.
Is the only way through.
I want to shift gears slightly and add another layer to this because the source material introduces a legendary thinker into the mix to help explain this concept of liberation.
Yes, G.K. Chesterton.
We have the G.K. Chesterton quote of the day. Chesterton, for those listening who might not be familiar with his work, was an early 20th century English writer, philosopher, and the absolute undisputed king of the paradox.
He really was a master at it.
He had this brilliant, joyful, deeply insightful way of turning the world upside down to show you that it was actually right side up.
A great way to describe him.
The quote included in this morning prayer is this: I would maintain that thanks are the highest form of thought, and that gratitude is happiness doubled by wonder.
Happiness doubled by wonder. That is such a soaring, beautiful definition of gratitude.
It's incredibly poetic.
And if we look closely at the architecture of this reflection, this quote is the key that unlocks the emotional climax of the entire morning prayer.
How so?
The Chestertonian commentator explicitly connects this idea of gratitude to the concept of rescue. The text says real gratitude does not come from self-congratulation. It comes from rescue.
I've heard people say gratitude is important a million times in mindfulness apps and self-help books.
Sure, it's a huge buzzword right now.
But happiness doubled by wonder. I'm struggling to picture what that actually looks like in practice.
It's more than just journaling 5 things you're thankful for.
Right. How is that different from just being really glad something worked out? What distinguishes the highest form of thought from just having a good day?
To understand what Chesterton means by wonder, we have to look at the difference between an achievement and a rescue.
Okay, break that down for me.
Let's build an analogy. Imagine you're working on a massive project for your job, or maybe fixing something highly complex in your house like rebuilding an engine.
I am terrible with engines, but I am tracking with you.
You encounter a difficult problem. You study it, you apply your skills, you work late into the night, you use all your resources, and finally you fix it. You solve the puzzle.
You figured it out.
How do you feel? You feel happy, you feel satisfied, you feel a sense of pride.
You probably want to show it off a bit.
Exactly. You might pat yourself on the back. That is self-congratulations. It's a good feeling, it's a healthy feeling, but it's a closed loop. It's entirely about you and your capability.
Right. It's an achievement. I earned that good feeling.
Exactly. Now imagine a fundamentally different scenario. You are driving on a desolate rural road in the middle of a blinding blizzard.
Sounds like a Kansas winter.
Very much so. You hit a patch of black ice, and your car slides off the road deep into a snow-filled ditch. The engine dies.
Oh, no.
You check your phone. You have absolutely zero cell service. You get out into the freezing wind and try digging the tires out with your hands, but it's completely useless.
The panic starts setting in.
The temperature's dropping fast, the snow is piling up, and you realize with absolute terrifying clarity, I cannot fix this.
I am stuck.
I'm completely stuck. My skills are useless here, and I am in real physical danger.
Okay.
Then out of nowhere, headlights cut through the snow. A heavy-duty truck pulls up. A stranger gets out. Doesn't ask how you messed up, just hooks a heavy chain to your car, pulls you effortlessly out of the ditch, hands you a thermos of hot coffee, and refuses to take a single dime for the trouble before driving off into the night.
No.
The feeling you have sitting in your warm car in that moment isn't just happiness. It is happiness mixed with awe, intense relief and astonishment.
You can't even believe it happened.
That feeling, that overwhelming sense of unearned salvation, is happiness doubled by wonder. That is rescue.
That analogy perfectly illuminates the theological and psychological point the text is making. The difference between the mechanic fixing the engine and the driver stuck in the blizzard.
It's a completely different emotional register.
But if we tie this back to what we were saying earlier about the sealed jar, you cannot experience that second scenario, that highest form of thought, that overwhelming, joyful gratitude, if you are still pretending you aren't stuck in the ditch.
You have to admit you need the tow truck.
If you were standing out in the freezing snow, stubbornly holding a plastic ice scraper, shivering uncontrollably and telling the stranger with the tow truck, thanks, buddy. I got this under control. It's just a minor setback. I meant to park here.
You are choosing your pride over your rescue.
You're sealing the jar in the middle of a blizzard.
Exactly, and that is the tragedy of the modern ambition. Chesterton's view of gratitude has a non-negotiable prerequisite. You must first admit you are helpless.
You must name the reality of the situation.
You cannot experience the profound joy of being saved if you are busy presenting a respectable excuse for why you are in the ditch in the first place.
This goes back to the difference between admitting a mistake and admitting a sin, as the text frames it.
Right.
A mistake implies a miscalculation that you can correct next time. A sin, or a fundamental moral failing, implies a break that requires outside intervention to heal.
And that is why the Misher Psalm 51 is so vital. King David was in the ditch. He had destroyed lives.
He couldn't fix it with a royal decree?
No, he couldn't.
Yeah.
He had to drop the ice scraper and say, I am broken. Wash me.
So how do we take these massive concepts, ancient kings, blizzards, paradoxes, and apply them to an ordinary life?
That's the real test of a text like this.
How does a person listening right now who has to commute to an office, navigate a complex family dynamic, or just exist in our modern culture, actually apply this ancient text today?
I think the text gives us a very sharp critique of how modern culture operates, particularly when it looks at the short reading from Isaiah regarding the servant.
What does it say?
The reflection observes that because we are so terrified of being found guilty, we constantly try to distribute the weight of our guilt into what it beautifully calls polite fragments.
Polite fragments. I love that phrase.
It was brilliant. The philosophy of the modern world is described in the text as share the blame so nobody has to carry it.
Polite fragments. That phrase has been ringing in my head since I first read the source material. It is so incredibly recognizable. We see this everywhere.
It's the default mode of operation for most of us.
But can you break down what distributing blame into polite fragments actually looks like in, say, a professional setting?
Let's paint a detailed picture of a corporate failure. Imagine a tech company launches a new product and it is an absolute disaster.
Oh, the servers crash on day one.
It crashes on day one. Clients are furious. Millions of dollars are lost. What happens in the inevitable post-mortem meeting on Monday morning?
A lot of finger pointing.
Almost never does the project lead stand up and say, this failed because I made a terrible decision. I was too arrogant to listen to the engineer's warnings, and I rushed the timeline. I am responsible.
That would be the miserere approach.
It would, but instead the blame is shattered into polite fragments. The project lead says, well, marketing didn't give us the right data.
And marketing says the timeline was too aggressive from the executive team.
And the executive team says the client wasn't clear about their needs. Everyone takes a tiny 1% sliver of the blame.
They dilute the guilt.
They dilute it so that no individual has to bear the crushing weight of the failure.
It happens in politics constantly.
Oh, politics is entirely built on polite fragments.
Every scandal is a systemic issue, never a personal moral failure. And it happens in our homes, too.
Absolutely. You
sit down at Thanksgiving, an old, painful family grievance comes up, and instead of one person looking across the table and saying, I treated you terribly when we were younger, and I am profoundly sorry.
Which would be terrifying to say.
Terrifying. But instead, the history is quickly rewritten so that everyone is a little bit at fault. Well, I said this, but you reacted like that, and Mom didn't intervene. So really, it's just a systemic family communication issue.
Exactly. We dilute the guilt until it feels manageable. But the psychological toll of this is that the issue is never actually resolved.
The ghost of the grievance just haunts the boardroom or the dining room forever.
Because everyone is holding a polite fragment of the blame. No one is ever truly forgiven, and no one is ever truly free.
And the text offers a radical alternative to this endless cycle of blame distribution.
It presents the gospel approach.
Right, referencing the servant in Isaiah 53 who have borne the sins of many. The Chestertonian reflection interprets this by saying, the gospel says, let the innocent carry it so the guilty can finally put it down.
Let the guilty finally put it down.
There is an immense physical sense of relief in those words. Instead of spending your entire life juggling these polite fragments of blame, carefully managing your public image to ensure no one thinks you're the bad guy, what if you could just drop the whole thing?
The relief of dropping the burden of self-justification cannot be overstated. We expend massive amounts of cognitive and emotional energy defending our actions.
We really do.
The text uses another brilliant metaphor for this. It says, when a man stops arguing for himself, he begins to live. When he quits polishing the mirror, he can see the sunrise.
Let's hover on that metaphor for a second. Polishing the mirror. What does that look like today?
I think it looks like our obsession with personal branding.
Yes. It looks like spending 45 minutes writing and rewriting the perfect caption for an Instagram photo to make sure people know you're thriving or intellectual or deeply spiritual or unbothered.
Or lying in bed at night replaying a conversation you had at a party trying to figure out how you could have sounded smarter or funnier.
The mirror is our image. It's how the world sees us.
And if you are constantly polishing the mirror, think about your physical posture in that metaphor. Your head is down. You are looking only at your own reflection.
You're not looking at anyone else.
You are anxiously trying to buff out any smudges, any imperfections, so that you appear perfect to yourself and to anyone who might happen to glance your way.
It is exhausting, repetitive, solitary labor.
The text is saying that the only way to see reality, to see the sunrise, to experience the wonder Chesterton talked about, is to put the rag down.
Quit polishing the mirror.
Accept that it has smudges. Accept that you have flaws. The moment you stop looking at your own curated reflection is the moment you can actually look up, breathe, and engage with the beautiful, flawed, expansive world around you.
Okay, here's where it gets really interesting. I love the sunrise metaphor. It feels very zen, very peaceful. But I want to lean back here and hit the brakes. I want to push back on this because I want to challenge this text.
Okay, let's do it.
There is a friction point in this reading that I think a lot of modern listeners will snag on, and we need to address it head on.
I think I know where you're going with this.
The reflection claims that the church being kindly begins where all kindness must begin by telling the truth. And the truth it tells involves confronting sin and brokenness.
That's right.
Now, I want to play devil's advocate here. If you look at the actual scriptural texts included in the morning prayer, some of them feel incredibly harsh to a modern ear.
They definitely have an edge.
They don't sound kindly. In the Canticle of Habakkuk, and by the way, Habakkuk was an Old Testament prophet known for questioning God's justice, we hear about God being angry, and the text pleads, when thou art angry, thou wilt remember mercy.
Yes.
And even more striking, in the antiphon for the Benedictus, which you said earlier is supposed to be the destination of peace, the framing text says, he will bring those bad men to a bad end and hand the vineyard over to other tenants.
That is a very stark line.
So my challenge to you and to this text is this. Isn't this focus on wrath, anger, and bringing bad men to a bad end fundamentally contrary to the kindness the reflection claims to offer?
It's a fair question.
Our modern culture generally views calling out sin or speaking about divine anger as inherently judgmental, toxic, and unkind. How does the text reconcile this supposed kindness with all this talk of wrath and bad ends?
That is the essential friction of the text. And it raises a vitally important question. To answer it, we have to recognize that the text is actively, aggressively redefining what kindness means.
Okay, how so?
In our modern vernacular, kindness has become entirely synonymous with niceness.
Being polite.
Right. Niceness is making sure everyone feels comfortable at all times. Niceness is the worn woolly blanket the reflection mentioned earlier.
Don't rock the boat.
If someone is living in a delusion or making choices that are destroying their life, niceness says, don't upset them. Validate their truth, let them be.
And the text disagrees.
The text and the older philosophical tradition it comes from argues that true kindness is something much fiercer. True kindness is truth-telling.
Give me an analogy.
Let's use an analogy. If someone is standing in the living room of a burning building, but they are convinced it's just a warm summer breeze and everything is fine,
Okay.
giving them a cold glass of lemonade to make them more comfortable is nice, but it isn't kind.
No, they're going to burn.
Grabbing them by the collar, shaking them, and telling them the terrifying truth that the house is on fire and they need to run for their lives is kind.
I hear the burning building analogy, and it makes logical sense because I think a lot of people would say that fire is an objective reality.
It's measurable.
It's science. You can measure heat and smoke. When we talk about morality or sin or bad men, modern people often feel that is highly subjective.
Right. What's bad to you might not be bad to me.
Exactly. What one person calls a sin, another person calls living their truth. Doesn't claiming to have the terrible truth about someone else's moral flaws just lead to the exact kind of arrogance and judgmentalism this text is supposedly trying to avoid? Who decides who the bad men are?
That is exactly why the text centers this on self-reflection first.
Mhm.
The miserere is David judging himself, not his neighbor.
He's looking at his own fire.
Exactly. But regarding the objective reality of the fire, the text insists that moral reality is just as objective as physical reality.
That's a bold claim today.
It is. The anger or wrath mentioned in the Canticle of Habakkuk isn't a petty, unpredictable human rage. It isn't a dictator throwing a tantrum. In this theological and literary framework, divine wrath represents the absolute reality of justice.
Meaning there are consequences.
Actions have consequences. Damage is real. When someone is betrayed, when the vulnerables are exploited, when a leader abuses their power like David did, real blood is spilled and real hearts are broken.
It's not just a polite fragment.
No. The bad end for bad men, mentioned in the Benedictus antiphon, is an acknowledgement that injustice cannot be ignored forever. The world operates on moral gravity.
Moral gratitude.
If you jump off a building, the law of gravity will break your legs. If you betray your family, the moral law will break your relationships. Acknowledging that gravity isn't judgmental, it's observant.
But doesn't focusing on the bad end and the wrath induce shame? We are taught by modern psychology that shame is a toxic emotion that paralyzes people and prevents growth.
Yes.
If I am constantly worried about a bad end, how can I possibly reach the way of peace?
That is a brilliant distinction to bring up, and we need to separate shame from guilt, because the text treats them very differently.
Okay, how does it separate them?
Psychology defines shame as the belief, I am bad. Guilt is the realization I did something bad.
I am bad versus I do something bad. Okay.
The modern world tries to cure shame by eliminating guilt, by saying, you didn't do anything wrong. It was just a polite fragment, a mistake, a blind spot.
Yeah. We excuse the action so you don't feel bad about yourself.
But if you know deep down you did do something wrong, the modern cure doesn't work. The shame remains.
Because you know you're lying to yourself.
This ancient text cures shame by doing the exact opposite. It leans heavily into the guilt. It says, yes, you did something bad. You are guilty. The house is on fire. The wrath of justice is real.
That sounds like it would just crush you.
But, and this is the massive pivot, it follows that immediately with, but let the innocent carry it so you can put it down. The rest, it acknowledges the full weight of the failure so that the rescue actually means something. If there is no justice, if the wrong doesn't matter, then forgiveness is cheap.
It's just someone saying, oh, whatever, it's fine.
But when you acknowledge the terrible truth of the stain, then the washing of that stain is a miracle. It relieves the underlying shame precisely by dealing with the guilt.
I see what you mean. It's the difference between a doctor looking at your charts, seeing a tumor, and telling you, you look great, just take an aspirin because I don't want to upset you.
Which is nice but fatal.
Versus a doctor saying, you have a severe life-threatening condition and we need to do surgery immediately. The second doctor is telling a terrible truth, and it induces fear and pain, but it's the only truth that leads to actual healing.
They balance each other perfectly. The morning prayer doesn't end with wrath. It ends with the Benedictus directing our feet into a way of peace.
The peace is the destination, but the surgery is the path.
You have to walk through the truth to get to the peace.
You know, it's a gentle, respectful, yet entirely uncompromising back and forth between the reality of human failure and the overwhelming magnitude of divine rescue.
It respects the listener enough to tell them the truth about their condition.
Yeah.
That they are broken, that their actions have weight, and it loves the listener enough to offer them a way out that doesn't rely on their own perfection.
That brings us perfectly to the practical application of all of this, because a deep dive on this show isn't just meant to be an intellectual exercise in an ivory tower.
No, we need to ground it.
It's meant to intersect with your Tuesday afternoon, your Thursday morning budget meeting, your weekend with your in-laws.
Real life.
The Chesterton Radio Reflection ends with a very specific, actionable call to the reader. It distills its entire philosophy into 3 distinct actions, and I want to pull them out and expand on them for you to carry through your day.
What is the first one?
First, name of the wound. This goes right back to the beginning of our discussion and the miserere. Stop presenting a well-lit resume to the people in your life, to God, or even to yourself when you look in the mirror.
Look at the actual break.
Why are you actually broken? Where did you fail? Acknowledge where the actual break is without trying to shatter the blame into polite fragments.
Don't say we had a communication breakdown if the truth is I lied.
Exactly. Name the wound accurately.
And that leads directly to the second action.
Yeah.
Ask for the washing. Give up that peculiar modern ambition to be forgiven without being found guilty.
Stop defending the stain.
Give up the exhausting, endless labor of trying to fix the stain while simultaneously defending why it's not your fault. Allow yourself to be the cracked vessel. Admit that you are in the ditch in the blizzard and you need an outside source to clean the slate.
And finally, the third step, which is the natural consequence of the first 2. Thank God or experience that profound gratitude as rescue.
Chesterton's wonder.
Move entirely away from self-congratulation. When you finally realize that you don't have to carry the crushing weight of your own perfection, the only logical response is Chesterton's wonder.
You are spared by mercy, not by your own cleverness.
Not your own networking or your own PR spin. The reflection closes by saying that doing these 3 things, naming the wound, asking for the washing, and experiencing gratitude as rescue, is the simplest and bravest thing a person can do today.
The simplest and bravest thing.
And it really is brave. It takes a warrior's courage to be that vulnerable in a world that demands perfection.
It is the simplest thing because a child can do it. It is the bravest thing because your ego will fight you every step of the way.
The simplest and bravest thing. I love that so much. Well, we have covered an immense amount of ground today.
We really have.
We journeyed from the quiet, expansive joy of Psalm 66 to the stark, brutal honesty of King David's miserere.
Through the blizzards and the paradoxes.
We unpacked the psychological traps of the modern ego, the exhaustion of the sealed jar, the brilliance of Chesterton's happiness doubled by wonder, and the liberating terror of telling the truth.
It's a lot to process.
We want to genuinely thank you for joining us on this thoughtful public radio deep dive. Whether you are in Atchison, Kansas, or halfway across the world, it is a profound privilege to spend this time unpacking these ancient ideas with you.
It truly is a privilege. And before we part ways today, I want to leave you with one final seed to mull over, building on that beautiful vessel metaphor we discussed earlier.
I would love that.
If a sealed jar keeps even grace outside, and a cracked vessel is the only one that can be filled, what if the very flaw, the very failure, or the very crack that you're spending all your energy trying to hide from the world is actually the exact entry point where the most profound connection, healing, and rescue are waiting to get in?
That is a thought worth carrying with you. Until next time, take care of yourselves, put the rag down, leave the mirror unpolished for a day, and we will talk again soon.
Imagine for just a second the sheer, helpless frustration of being stuck on an automated phone menu.
Oh, the worst.
Right. You know that exact feeling. You have this pressing issue, you really need help, you dial customer service, and instead of a human voice, you're just met with this endless labyrinth of robotic prompts.
Press 1 for this, press 2 for that.
Exactly. And the background hold music is just looping indefinitely. Now, take that everyday blood-boiling annoyance and dial the stakes all the way up to the absolute maximum.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Imagine your life depends on breaking through that automated wall. Imagine the clock is ticking down to your own murder, and the vast invisible network on the other end of the line is entirely indifferent to your survival.
It gives you chills just thinking about it.
It really does. Welcome to this deep dive. Today, our mission is to explore what is widely considered an absolute masterclass in suspense and audio storytelling.
We are getting into some of the best audio fiction ever made.
We really are. We are diving into 3 fascinating audio artifacts centered around Lucille Fletcher's legendary radio thriller. Sorry, wrong number.
Such a classic.
First, We are looking at the original 1943 Suspense radio broadcast. That one stars Agnes Moorehead.
Which is incredible.
Yeah. Next, we're going to examine the expanded Hollywood adaptation from Lux Radio Theater, which starred Barbara Stanwyck and Burt Lancaster.
A huge expansion on the original.
It is. And finally, because, a piece of media only truly cements itself in the cultural zeitgeist when it gets parodied by the comedy giants of its era.
Ha ha.
We are going to dissect a razor-sharp spoof from the Jack Benny program.
What's fascinating here is that we are looking at something far greater than just a standard mid-century thriller.
Yeah.
Yeah, this story across all three of these distinct iterations is this profound exploration of isolation, of technological anxiety, and perhaps most terrifyingly, the deep primal horror of not being believed by the authorities meant to protect you.
That part is so frustrating to listen to.
It really is. When you bypass the surface level plot, you realize the monster in the dark isn't actually the killer with the knife. The true monster is the system itself.
The bureaucracy.
Exactly. It's the very communication network we rely on to keep us connected, suddenly becoming an impenetrable wall that traps us. It operates as a brilliant, incredibly tense psychological study of what happens when the modern, mechanized world turns a blind eye to an individual in desperate distress.
Okay, let's unpack this. We have to start with the original 1943 broadcast from the Suspense radio series, because the premise is just so incredibly tight.
It's so efficient.
Most of you already know the setup.
Mm-hmm.
We have Mrs. Leona Stevenson. She's a wealthy, bedridden woman in New York.
An invalid, as they call her.
Right. And she is trying to call her husband's office. She gives the operator the number, Murray Hill 7-00093.
Right.
But wires physically cross, and she is dropped into a conversation between two men. One of them is named George, and they're just casually plotting a murder.
A murder scheduled for exactly 11:04 p.m.
Yes. Timed, so a passing train over the Queensboro Bridge will drown out the screams. And what strikes me immediately upon revisiting this source isn't just the murder plot itself.
It's how she finds out.
Exactly. How Lucille Fletcher chose to frame the inciting incident. It isn't a shadowy figure at the window, it's a mechanical failure.
And that mechanical failure is the crux of the entire narrative engine. I mean, we have to view this through the lens of 1943 telecommunications.
Right, it's not like today.
No, not at all. A crossed wire wasn't a digital glitch like we might experience with cellular interference now. It was a physical, mechanical reality of the manual switchboard era.
Or the early electromechanical step-by-step switches.
Exactly. Telephone operators were physically taking a patch cord and plugging it into a jack on a massive board to connect two parties.
Wow.
So the terror here begins with a literal physical mistake by a human operator, which then exposes a terrifying underworld that exists concurrently with Leona's privileged reality.
I mean, Orson Welles famously called this the greatest single radio script ever written.
And that mechanical inciting incident is a huge part of why. It takes an everyday miracle, the telephone, and completely weaponizes it.
Which launches Leona into her frantic attempts to stop the murder. She overhears the killers confirming that a knife will be used. Yeah. And the boss explicitly orders George to take the rings and bracelets to make it look like a simple robbery.
Right, covering their tracks.
And the connection drops. And instead of just hiding under the covers, Leona tries to use the telephone system to save this unknown woman's life.
Which is an instinct you have to respect.
Oh, absolutely. So she calls the operator back, and this is where the sheer frustration of the broadcast takes over. The operators are this polite, robotic wall of red tape.
They just keep repeating the same phrases.
Yes, I will try to get it for you. What number were you calling, please?
It's the psychological horror of the indifferent bureaucracy. Leona is screaming about a murder, and the system responds with protocol.
It's maddening.
The telephone company's manual is entirely devoid of human empathy, and it gets so much worse when she demands the chief operator.
Because Leona thinks that escalating the issue up the corporate ladder will crack the code.
Right. But the chief operator just calmly explains the technical limitations of the era. She states they can only trace a call on the equipment if it's a live call.
Which means what exactly in 1943?
Well, in the 1940s, tracing a call meant physically locating the active circuits on the central office frame while the connection was still held open. Once the killers hung up...
Those physical circuits were broken.
Exactly. The connection was vaporized. The chief operator isn't being cruel. She is stating a physical impossibility. But to Leona, it feels like intentional obstruction.
I found myself getting so angry at the police in this segment.
Oh, Sergeant Martin.
Yes. After the chief operator politely tells Leona that a private individual cannot order a trace, she forces her to call the authorities. So Leona gets connected to Sergeant Martin at Precinct 43.
And he is just not having it.
He treats her like a hysterical nuisance. She gives him all the specific clues she overheard. 11:15 p.m., a house near a bridge, 2nd Avenue, a private patrolman who goes for a beer.
Those are pretty specific details.
They are, and Sergeant Martin practically sighs into the receiver and says, 2nd Avenue is a very long street, ma'am. He actively dismisses a citizen in grave danger.
See, I would actually push back on the idea that Sergeant Martin is entirely in the wrong here.
Really? How so?
That is the genius of Fletcher's script. We, the listener, we know Leona is telling the truth because we heard the crossed wire with her. We are in her bedroom.
Right, we have that dramatic irony.
Exactly. But put yourself in Sergeant Martin's shoes. A frantic, highly emotional woman calls the precinct late at night. She has overheard a fragment of a conversation on a crossed wire. She doesn't know who was speaking. She doesn't know where they were calling from.
He even points out they could have been calling long distance from outside the city.
Exactly. And her main geographical clue is near a bridge in a city famous for having dozens of massive bridges spanning multiple boroughs. On a purely logical procedural level, his hands are tied.
Okay, sure, but his tone. He tells her that murders are plotted in the city every day, which is a wildly cynical thing for a cop to say to a panicked civilian.
It is very cynical.
He essentially blames her for her own anxiety, asking her why she was eavesdropping in the first place.
Yeah.
He literally says, supposing you hadn't broken in on that telephone call, you wouldn't be upset, would you?
Yeah, the tone is undeniably patronizing. And that is where the theme of institutional gaslighting crystallizes.
Feels very pointed.
It is. The dynamic is heavily gendered and heavily class-based. She is an emotional, wealthy woman. He is a stoic, working-class cop. He uses strict, rigid logic to invalidate her panic.
He isn't just telling her they don't have enough evidence.
No, he is actively trying to convince her that her fear is illegitimate. He tells her to go to sleep. It highlights the profound helplessness of possessing life or death information, but lacking the specific kind of credibility required by the system to trigger action.
Because the system worked exactly as it was designed to work.
Precisely. Taking reports, assessing actionable evidence, filtering out hysteria. And because of that flawless design, a woman is going to be murdered.
That perfectly transitions us into discussing the sheer brilliance of the audio performance itself. To fully appreciate this 1943 broadcast, you have to realize that it is essentially a one-woman show.
It really is.
The entire 30-minute runtime never leaves Leona's bedroom. It is just Agnes Moorehead in a bed with a prop phone.
Nothing else.
Every other actor in the production is confined to a filter mic, sounding like a tiny disembodied voice coming through a receiver. It places a massive burden on Moorehead to carry the entire narrative momentum.
It's no wonder she became known as the First Lady of Suspense.
Truly.
Her performance is a masterclass because she has to convey every ounce of her physical and psychological deterioration purely through vocal technique. We cannot see her face. We cannot see her pacing a room.
She is physically static.
Yes. And Lucille Fletcher makes a very bold, deliberate choice right at the start of the script. Leona Stevenson is deeply unlikable.
Oh, she is so rude.
When the broadcast begins, Moorehead plays her as arrogant, entitled, and severely annoyed. She calls the operators stupid and idiotic. She threatens to report them for unpardonable rudeness.
Yeah, she weaponizes her status as a wealthy invalid to demand immediate obedience from the working-class people on the switchboard.
I completely agree. She is insufferable at the start. She constantly reminds the operators that she is an invalid, that her health is poor, that her husband Albert usually waits on her hand and foot.
But structurally, that makes the escalation so much more effective.
How so?
Because as the clock on her nightstand ticks closer to 11:41 p.m., that abrasive, arrogant exterior shatters. She goes from barking orders like a corporate executive to displaying pure, unadulterated primal terror.
Because the facade of her wealth and control is being stripped away layer by layer. And the way Moorehead performs that stripping away is technically astonishing.
The breathing, right?
Yes. Pay attention to the spaces between the dialogue. The power of this broadcast lies heavily in silence and breath control. Moorhead uses heavy, erratic breathing, sudden sharp gasps, and frantic, stuttering pauses.
You can almost feel her panic.
She makes you hear the dry mouth. She makes you feel the tightening throat. When she dials a number and it just rings endlessly in the dark, her terrified whispering to herself, "Oh, why doesn't he answer?"
It creates a suffocatingly claustrophobic atmosphere.
She transforms a wide-open radio wave into a tiny, locked box.
The script also delivers these incredible gut punches that serve to isolate her systematically.
Yeah.
It's not just that the police won't help. A woman from Western Union calls to deliver a telegram from her husband, Albert.
And what does it say?
It simply says he tried to call, the line was busy, and he had to leave for Boston at 11 p.m. on urgent business. And he signs off with, "Keep happy."
Keep happy? Wow.
Leona is devastated. The realization hits her that she is going to be completely alone in this massive house for the entire night. It forces her to look for entirely new avenues of salvation.
Right, which leads to her desperate call to Henchley Hospital. She begs the nurses' registry to send over a trained nurse. And not for medical care, but purely for physical companionship.
She just wants another warm body in the house.
Exactly. And once again, an institutional system denies her. The registry politely informs her that due to wartime shortages, and remember, this is 1943, World War II is raging, they only dispatch nurses on cases where the physician in charge dictates it is an absolute necessity.
And since she doesn't have a doctor's recommendation on the spot,
The door is slammed shut. Every single lifeline is methodically severed by a different facet of society. The telecom network, the police, the medical establishment, and her own family.
and then the climax arrives. She looks at the clock. It's 11:15 p.m. And Lucille Fletcher writes in this tiny metallic audio cue, a click.
That click is terrifying.
Leona hears someone lifting the receiver off the hook on the extension telephone downstairs in her kitchen. The horror transitions from the abstract fear of an unknown woman dying to the visceral, agonizing realization that the intended victim is her.
It is the moment the trap springs shut. She has been listening to the blueprints of her own execution.
It's just brilliant writing.
She is whispering to the operator now, terrified to raise her voice, begging for the police because she can literally hear the killer replacing the extension phone and beginning the slow walk up the stairs.
The innocent woman who lives near the bridge.
The woman with the rings and bracelets whose husband just happened to leave town. The horrifying puzzle pieces snap together for both Leona and the listener simultaneously.
And true to the killer's precise planning, her final, desperate screams into the telephone receiver are entirely swallowed by the mechanical roar of the passing train.
It's devastating. You have this incredibly tight, perfectly paced, real-time 30-minute radio script. It relies entirely on the listener's imagination.
But then Hollywood comes calling.
They always do.
They want to adapt, wrong number, into a feature film, which was then adapted back into audio for the Lux Radio Theater broadcast. This presents a massive structural problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
How do you take a one-room, one-character narrative and stretch it into a sprawling feature? You can't just have Barbary Stanwyck sitting in a bed on the phone for 90 minutes.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, the most profound alteration the Hollywood adaptation makes isn't just adding locations or characters. It is a fundamental shift in genre.
From a thriller to something else.
Yes. The original 1943 Suspense broadcast is a terrifying story about a random act of fate. Leona just happens to get crossed wires. It could have happened to anyone. The horror is derived from its sheer arbitrary nature.
But the Lux adaptation changes that.
Completely. It transforms this from a thriller of circumstance into a character-driven tragedy. The events that unfold are no longer random. They are the direct, unavoidable consequences of the character's own deep-seated psychological flaws.
They inject this massive, sprawling backstory to justify the murder. In the Lux version, Burt Lancaster plays the husband, Henry. We meet Leona's father, J.B. Cutter, who is a controlling millionaire owning a massive pharmaceutical empire.
We also meet Henry's old girlfriend, Sally Hunt.
Right, and a chemist named Waldo Evans and a mobster named Morano.
It's quite the cast.
Through a series of flashbacks triggered by various phone calls, we learn the history of Henry and Leona. Henry was just an ambitious guy working in one of J.B. Cutter's drugstores in a town called Grassfield.
And Leona is the wealthy aspirin heiress.
She essentially swoops into his life, steals him away from his modest girlfriend, and locks him inside her luxurious, suffocating world. I have to admit, when I first heard this version, the whole drug heist subplot felt incredibly convoluted compared to the purity of the original.
I see why you might feel that way, as it dilutes the real-time claustrophobia, but I'd argue those additions are structurally vital for a feature-length narrative.
To give it padding.
Not just padding, they provide the necessary psychological scaffolding. The adaptation gives us a devastating portrait of Leona. We hear a phone conversation with her doctor in Chicago who reveals a crucial secret to Henry.
About her condition.
Yes, Leona's heart condition is not strictly organic. She is diagnosed as a cardiac neurotic. The physical manifestations of her heart attacks are real to her body, but they are entirely psychosomatic. They are triggered by her own emotions, her frustrations, and her pathological need to control her environment.
So it's all in her head, but it affects her physically.
Exactly. Whenever Henry tries to assert a shred of independence, whether it's attempting to secure a job outside her father's empire or simply wanting to buy a penthouse with his own money, Leona throws a terrifying, life-threatening medical fit.
She weaponizes her illness to keep him trapped in a gilded cage.
Which pushes Henry, who is an incredibly ambitious and frustrated man, completely over the edge. He realizes he will never achieve legitimate independence while under J.B. Cutter's thumb.
So Henry engineers this intricate criminal conspiracy. He partners with the mild-mannered chemist Waldo Evans. They start skimming raw drugs from J.B. Cutter's New Jersey plant,
Moving them across the bay to a deserted house on Staten Island and selling them on the black market.
Henry is basically trying to buy his freedom.
But he is completely out of his depth. Henry is a frustrated pharmacist, not a criminal mastermind.
Right. So they bring in a hardened mobster, Morano, to handle the distribution network.
Which is a huge mistake.
Oh, massive. Morano instantly recognizes Henry's vulnerability and stages a hostile takeover of their illicit enterprise. Morano blackmails Henry, demanding a payout of $200,000, threatening to expose the entire operation to J.B. Cutter and the district attorney if Henry doesn't pay up.
And Morano knows exactly how a man like Henry can suddenly acquire $200,000.
Leona's life insurance policy.
Exactly. Morano forces Henry to sign a promissory note with a strict 90-day deadline. If Leona isn't dead within 90 days, Henry takes the fall for the entire drug ring.
The Hollywood writers just stack the deck with such tragic irony.
Yeah.
Because what happens on the very night the murder is scheduled?
Everything falls apart.
The entire blackmail operation collapses. Waldo Evans realizes the police are closing in, so he burns down the stash house on Staten Island to destroy the physical evidence.
And Morano is arrested by the DA's office.
Waldo calls Leona's house, trying to pass a coded message to Henry that the debt is effectively canceled. The blackmail is over. Henry no longer needs the insurance money.
And that is where the narrative shifts from suspense to pure Greek tragedy. Henry had already set the intricate gears of the murder into motion to meet Morano's midnight deadline. He hired the killers. He established his ironclad alibi by boarding a train to Boston.
But when he receives the message from Waldo that Morano is in custody and the debt is void, Henry enters a state of absolute panic.
He jumps off his train at the station in New Haven, Connecticut.
And desperately calls Leona. When she answers, he hears the unadulterated terror in her voice. He realizes the men he hired are already inside the house.
He starts screaming at her over the phone. He tells her, "Get out of bed, go to the window, scream for help."
And Leona, trapped by the very psychological cage she built to keep Henry under her control, cries out, "I can't move, Henry. I'm too frightened."
Her psychosomatic paralysis, the exact tool she used to manipulate him for years, is what ultimately prevents her from saving her own life.
The tragedy is just so layered. Henry is forced to stand in a public phone booth in New Haven, Connecticut, clutching the receiver, listening as the train roars over the Queensboro Bridge, and his wife is murdered by the men he paid.
It's a magnificent expansion of the source material. It takes the core, primal terror of a crossed telephone wire and layers it with immense guilt, deep-seated resentment, and a brutal sense of fatalism. The original broadcast asks, "What if you heard your own murder?" The adaptation asks, "What if you caused it?"
Here's where it gets really interesting, though. You have this dramatic masterpiece, lauded by Orson Welles, adapted by Hollywood heavyweights. But you know, a piece of media has truly penetrated the cultural bedrock when the biggest comedians of the era decide to tear it down.
We have to talk about the Jack Benny program.
We have to examine that source material. Jack Benny and his writers took the exact structural framework of, Wrong Number, and engineered an absolute comedic riot.
The transition from pure horror to comedy in this parody is a fascinating study in narrative mechanics. Well, the Benny writers understand that comedy and suspense are deeply related. Both genres rely entirely on exact pacing, the gradual escalation of tension, and a protagonist who finds themselves completely overwhelmed by circumstances beyond their control.
Right.
But to make it funny, you have to subvert the stakes. In the parody, Jack wants to take Mary Livingstone and Dennis Day to see the new Barbara Stanwyck movie. Sorry, wrong number. But Jack's entire comedic persona is built on extreme miserliness.
He refuses to pay for theater tickets.
Exactly.
He actually leveraged his radio show to get free passes directly from Barbara Stanwyck, promising to plug the movie on the air. And the plug he delivers is just awful.
What was it?
He tells a joke about 2 termites who get indigestion from eating bad wood, and the punchline is, "Sorry, wrong lumber."
Huh. Oh, wow.
That is terrible.
It is agonizingly bad. Mary Livingstone relentlessly mocks him, pointing out that Jack actually got hit on the head with a dish earlier that week because he was standing in the street trying to catch free promotion tickets being dropped from an airplane.
That's hilarious. They eventually go to the theater. Jack refuses to pay the extra 60 cents for the premium luggage seats, and they sit through the thriller. Afterward, Jack complains that the premise is entirely unbelievable.
He scoffs at it.
Yeah, he says, "Imagine the coincidence of just picking up the phone and hearing 2 men plotting your own murder. It's too far-fetched."
Which serves as the perfect, inevitable comedic setup. Mary immediately reminds him of a time the exact same structural coincidence happened to him.
Oh, I love this part.
The parody then mirrors the original thriller almost beat for beat, but it drastically lowers the stakes from mortal peril to petty professional insecurity. Instead of an invalid waiting for her husband, Jack is waiting in his house for a 12:00 p.m. deadline regarding his contract option renewal.
With his sponsor, Mr. Reggio from Lucky Strike.
Right. It isn't a matter of life or death, it's simply a matter of his ego and his paycheck. Jack is frantically trying to dial a Hollywood exchange. Hollywood 73377. He is yelling at the operator, the line is continually busy, and suddenly the mechanical switchboard fails and the wires get crossed.
And he overhears his powerful sponsor, Mr. Reggio, talking to an office manager named Frank. Reggio says, "I've decided to let him go. His work has fallen off so badly it isn't funny anymore. I think we should look for a younger man."
Jack is listening in, completely panicked, utterly convinced they are discussing firing him from his own radio show.
He starts screaming into the phone receiver, "I'm only 39. You didn't think I was old 5 years ago when I was 38.
But because it's a crossed wire, Reggio and Frank can't hear a word he's saying. Notice how the frantic behavior is identical to Leona Stevenson's.
Leona is trapped by her physical inability to leave her bed.
And Jack Benny is trapped by his own massive vanity, his neuroses, and his desperate need for corporate approval. The rhythmic panic of the script is exactly the same, but because the context has shifted from murder to a lost contract, the terror becomes hilarious.
The scene where Jack argues with the telephone operator is brilliant. In the dramatic suspense version, Leona is weeping, telling the operator her finger slipped on the dial because she's so frightened.
And in the Benny parody,
the operator tells Jack to calm down and dial the number directly. And Jack screams back, "But I've been dialing all morning. My finger's so swollen it won't fit in the hole."
ah, that's so good.
It perfectly mimics Leona's frantic, repetitive actions, but swaps out mortal terror for a minor physical inconvenience.
And the comedic resolution perfectly subverts the tragic ending of the original. Jack finally manages to get through to Mr. Reggio with only a few minutes to spare before the deadline.
He is groveling, begging to keep his job, even offering to take a massive pay cut.
But Reggio is completely bewildered. He tells Jack to calm down, assuring him they have every intention of picking up his option for the next season. The man Reggio was firing wasn't Jack Benny, it was just an incompetent accountant in the back office.
And the moment Jack realizes his own job is safe, he instantly pivots from begging for mercy to ruthless corporate agreement. He shouts, "Well, if a man fails to deliver, let him go. Fire him."
The agonizing tension diffuses into a sharp critique of Jack's own profound self-centeredness.
So what does this all mean? When we look at this stack of sources, the original 1943 broadcast, the expanded Hollywood noir, and the Jack Benny parody, why does, wrong number, continue to resonate so deeply with audiences today?
That's a great question.
Even people who have never seen a rotary phone know this story. I think a massive part of its endurance comes down to the raw, unfiltered craft of radio drama.
Absolutely.
Lucille Fletcher understood that audio forces the listener's imagination to do all the heavy lifting. When you don't provide images, the brain fills in the shadows with its own worst fears.
The sound effects aren't just background ambiance, they operate as fully realized characters.
Yes. The repetitive, mocking drone of the busy signal, the ticking clock on the nightstand that Leona constantly references, the growing mechanical rumble of the train approaching the bridge.
They act as a dramatic metronome, piecing the anxiety directly into the listener's nervous system.
Radio, in many ways, can be far scarier than film, because the monster is entirely synthesized in your own mind.
I agree entirely regarding the craft, but we also have to look at the thematic resonance. While the specific technology has evolved drastically since 1943, the underlying technological anxiety has not aged a single day.
No, it really hasn't.
We may not rely on manual switchboard operators plugging cords into a wall, but the core fear remains perfectly intact. Think about the modern equivalents.
Like the battery dying.
Exactly. The sheer terror of staring at 1% battery icon when your car breaks down on a deserted highway. The sudden realization that you have 0 bars of cell service during a medical emergency.
Or, as we discussed at the very beginning, the deep frustration of dealing with an automated customer service chatbot when you are in a desperate, time-sensitive situation and simply need human intervention.
We have built our entire modern society around the promise of absolute instantaneous connection. But the very moment those miraculous machines fail, they instantly become an impenetrable wall of isolation. The machine ceases to be a tool and becomes a mirror reflecting our own profound hopelessness.
And it taps into that deep societal fear of the boy who cried wolf, or what we might call institutional gaslighting today. Both the Suspense version and the Lux adaptation hinge entirely on the terrifying reality of not being believed by the people in charge.
Leona is dismissed by the police sergeant as a hysterical nuisance.
She is dismissed by the hospital registry due to bureaucratic red tape. In the Lux version, her husband's horrific actions are set into motion because a doctor dismissed her physical symptoms as purely mental neurosis.
The authorities look at her medical history, her emotional demeanor, her wealth, and her gender, and they collectively decide she isn't credible.
Decide she isn't worth saving until it's entirely too late.
It is the ultimate nightmare of losing your voice in a crowded room. You possess the absolute truth, you possess the warning that could save a life, but because of who you are or how you articulate that warning, the world simply hangs up the phone.
Wow.
It is a terrifying realization that the systems designed to protect us are operated by flawed, biased human beings, or today, flawed, biased algorithms who can simply choose not to listen.
Okay, let's wrap this up. We have gone on quite an extensive journey through the source material today. We've seen how a simple mechanical failure, a crossed wire, and a staggering vocal performance by Agnes Moorehead created a legendary claustrophobic piece of audio fiction that earned the title of the greatest single radio script ever written.
It certainly deserves that title.
It does. We explored how Hollywood took that single room and expanded it into a complex, character-driven tragedy of blackmail, control, and psychosomatic illness. And we saw how comedy proved its lasting cultural footprint, translating mortal terror into hilarious professional insecurity.
This raises an important question for us to mull over today as we look at our own lives.
What's that?
In our hyper-connected modern era, where our communication is encrypted, wireless, instantaneous, and constantly mediated by software, what is the true modern equivalent of the crossed wire?
That's a good point.
Is the horror no longer that we might accidentally overhear a dark, human secret hidden in the analog static? Perhaps the true modern horror is that if we scream into our sleek glass devices for help, the algorithm managing the network won't even recognize we're there to begin with.
A chilling thought to leave on. Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive.
Yeah.
Keep your ears open, keep your wits about you, and please make sure you keep your phones charged. We'll catch you next time.
Welcome to Chesterton Radio Storycraft, broadcasting from Atchison, Kansas, where old stories still have something to say.
Absolutely.
Today we're discussing a new Father Brown mystery called The Man Who Would Not Kneel. And before we even approach the plot or the suspects or that incredibly clever locked room puzzle at the center of the narrative, we really need to unpack the philosophical hook that sets the entire stage.
Right, because it starts with a bang.
It really does. The story opens with this rather piercing observation. It asks a question that feels intensely relevant right now. Why are modern people so incredibly proud of standing upright, yet constantly tripping over the furniture of their own ideas?
It's a phenomenal opening line. It really establishes the tonal and thematic baseline for everything that follows. I actually want to throw this concept directly to you, the listener, for a moment. Consider your own life. Think about a specific instance where an absolute insistence on being right or maintaining this posture of fierce independence actually blinded you to the reality of the situation.
Yeah, that's a tough one to admit.
Right. Have you ever clung to a principle of self-reliance so tightly that you ended up isolating yourself or maybe missed a completely obvious solution just because you refused to ask for help? Or admit you didn't have all the answers? This isn't just a rhetorical exercise, it is the core paradox we are unpacking today.
I mean, I think we've all been guilty of that at some point. The refusal to yield, even when yielding is the most logical path forward. And that really brings us to the specific mission of this deep dive. We are going to look at a mechanical locked room puzzle today, and we will dedicate time to exploring the mechanics of that mystery because they are fascinating.
Oh, brilliant.
But the primary mission today is to explore a story where the actual mystery is the human heart. We are investigating the profound spiritual danger of pride and conversely, the countercultural strength found in genuine humility. This is a narrative that uses the framework of a murder mystery as sort of a Trojan horse to delivering a masterclass on human nature.
Yeah, and when we usually discuss a locked room mystery, the conversation revolves around architecture, blueprints, hidden hinges, physics. The focus is entirely material.
Right, it's all about the floor plan.
Exactly. But in this story, the locked room operates as a powerful metaphor for a locked mind. It's about an individual who has completely barricaded himself inside his own arrogance. It asks us to examine the intellectual and emotional structures we build around ourselves, to keep vulnerability out, and to observe what happens when those exact defensive walls become the instruments of our own undoing.
Let's transition into the physical setting then, because the architecture in this story is essentially a character in its own right, and it perfectly mirrors that concept of defensive walls. The narrative unfolds in early Lent, on a bitter, cold evening at a place called Harrow House.
Harrow House. Just the name sounds intimidating.
It really does. This is a towering, imposing Victorian mansion perched high above the Missouri River, just outside Atchison, Kansas. And the author doesn't just describe the house as large or old. The description is heavily loaded. The house looks like something that had lost its way from England. It's full of steep gables, tall chimneys, and windows that seem designed to observe the surrounding countryside with aristocratic suspicion.
Man, that phrase, aristocratic suspicion, is doing a lot of heavy lifting. And then the text provides the line that really solidifies the central metaphor. It says, from the outside, the estate resembled a cathedral that had forgotten what it was for. We really need to linger on that image because it perfectly reflects the internal state of the home's owner, Augustus Harrow, and by extension, a very specific type of modern secularism.
Yeah, let's break that down.
Think about what a cathedral is structurally designed to do. Its architecture is explicitly meant to draw the human eye upward, to point towards something greater than humanity, to inspire awe, humility, a sense of the divine. It is a space fundamentally built for worship and yielding.
But Harrow House retains all of that grand, imposing structure, the vaulted ceilings, the heavy stone, the dramatic windows, yet it has completely emptied out the original purpose. The space where faith should be is filled instead with suspicion. Instead of drawing the eye upward to the heavens, those tall windows look downward on the surrounding countryside with this aristocratic disdain.
It's total inversion.
Right. I see this as the architectural embodiment of a superiority complex. It has the hollowed-out shell of tradition, but the soul has been systematically replaced by cold, calculating judgment. It reminds me of how certain modern corporate headquarters or tech campuses are built to look like utopian communities, retaining the aesthetic of a village or a public square, but their actual purpose is entirely different.
That is a very sharp contemporary parallel. The aesthetic of community masking the machinery of extraction. And that brings us directly to the architect of this arrogance, our host and eventual victim, Augustus Harrow. This is a man who achieved immense wealth very early in his life.
Like staggering wealth.
Right. He initially made a fortune in finance, and then he exponentially multiplied that fortune by moving into the technology sector. The story makes a point of noting that because he acquired such massive wealth so young, he had the luxury of becoming philosophical about it. He hasn't spent the last decade working, he has spent it funding what he calls the liberation of humanity from superstition.
Which feels like a highly sanitized, philanthropic way of saying he is spending his fortune trying to prove he is intellectually superior to thousands of years of human spiritual tradition.
Exactly.
He funds massive lecture tours, he endows academic institutes, and he hosts these highly theatrical debates where the entire premise is the obsolescence of religion.
But here's the detail that really clarifies his character. He loves inviting clergymen to these debates. He doesn't treat them as intellectual equals, though. The story explicitly notes that he treats them with the genial politeness a cat might extend to a mouse.
And that cat-mouse analogy is incredibly revealing about his psychological state. A cat playing with a mouse isn't acting out of malice, strictly speaking.
No, it's just a game.
Right, the cat is doing it for entertainment. It's operating from a position of absolute, unquestioned dominance. Harrow's hubris is staggering, but it's a very quiet, polite hubris. And if we extrapolate this to the modern world, it is a remarkably familiar archetype for the listener to consider. We see this exact trajectory frequently today. An individual masters the incredibly complex but ultimately closed and artificial systems of finance or technology.
They learn the rules of the game.
Yes. They manipulate markets, or they write code that dictates the behavior of millions of users, and they accumulate massive wealth as a result. Because they have mastered these artificial systems, they develop the profound illusion that they have mastered the universe itself.
I find that psychology fascinating. It's the classic God complex of the modern titan of industry. The logic seems to be, because I can optimize a global supply chain, or because I can write an algorithm that perfectly predicts consumer purchasing behavior, I can therefore optimize the human soul. I can simply debug the human condition.
Debug the human condition. That's a great way to put it.
Harrow's profound success in fields that reward pure, ruthless logic and aggressive independence has completely blinded him to the messy, irrational, and deeply spiritual realities of human existence. He genuinely believes he can just debate faith out of existence over a glass of port.
And that profound delusion sets the stage for the dinner party itself. Harrow sends Father Brown an invitation, asking him to attend a small private gathering for philosophical amusement. Now, Father Brown is incredibly perceptive, and he immediately suspects that the phrase philosophical amusement means something very different to a man like Augustus Harrow than it does to someone like, say, St. Augustine.
Right.
But, as Father Brown notes to himself, curiosity is not always a vice, so he accepts the invitation.
Which initiates our classic Knives Out scenario. I find this structural trope endlessly compelling. You have the isolated estate, the wealthy and arrogant host, the glittering dining room overlooking a dark river, and a carefully curated guest list of individuals who all secretly possess a compelling reason to want the host dead.
The pressure cooker.
It's the perfect pressurized environment. So let's carefully examine the suspects sitting around this polished silver table, because they aren't just random characters, they feel like avatars for different modern anxieties.
They really are a brilliantly constructed cast of characters. Each represents a different facet of the modern condition and our various defensive postures. Let's start with Dr. Evelyn Carter. She is a highly regarded historian and the author of a best-selling academic book provocatively titled Faith, Humanity's Most Persistent Illusion.
Quite the title.
Yeah, she's not subtle. On the surface, she's an academic peer of Harrow's, engaging in witty banter. But the narrative quickly reveals a hidden motive. She is embroiled in a bitter, existential dispute over the funding for her research institute, and Harrow holds the purse strings.
If we look closer at Dr. Carter, her entire identity is wrapped up in intellectual detachment. Her book title alone suggests she views human belief as a quaint, slightly pathetic psychological glitch that needs to be studied under a microscope. But her hidden motive, the desperate need for funding, undercuts that detachment entirely. She is dependent on the very man she's conversing with, which creates a massive internal tension.
She's tracked by her own ambition.
Yeah. Then we have Anthony Bell, who is described as a scandal journalist waiting for lightning. He makes his living exposing the flaws, secrets, and hypocrisies of others. And crucially, he is currently sitting on sensitive information that could lead to devastating financial blackmail against Harrow.
Bell is the embodiment of modern cynicism. He doesn't build anything, he only tears down. His posture is one of perpetual skepticism, which is actually a very safe place to hide because it requires zero vulnerability. If you're always the critic, you never have to put your own beliefs on the line.
That's so true.
Next, we have Julia Harrow, Augustus's own daughter. She is a fascinating presence at the dinner. She is remarkably quiet, saying very little as the courses are served. But beneath that silence is a profound, simmering resentment. We learn that her father has spent her entire life both publicly and privately mocking her personal faith. The psychological toll of that kind of constant, polite relentless belittlement from a parent is enormous.
Julia's situation is particularly heartbreaking because it's so intimate. It's one thing to debate a philosopher on a stage. It's another to have your father treat your core identity as a mildly amusing delusion at the breakfast table. Her silence isn't peace, it's armor.
Exactly.
And finally, rounding out the suspects, we have Martin Doyle, the estate manager. He is described as a watchful man, someone deeply accustomed to maintaining order and keeping the massive machinery of the estate running smoothly. But beneath his calm, competent exterior, there is a hidden, desperate panic. He has discovered serious, potentially criminal irregularities in the estate accounts, and Harrow essentially holds Doyle's fate and his freedom in his hands.
The dynamic at play here is the facade of absolute civility masking profound turmoil. On the surface, the dinner is perfectly pleasant. The crystal is gleaming, Harrow is witty, Dr. Carter is sharp and engaging, the wine is flowing, but underneath that glittering intellectual conversation, there's a profound human brokenness. Every single person in that room is nursing a deep grievance, a paralyzing fear, or a long-held resentment.
It's chilling when you think about it.
It is, and this raises a crucial question for you, the listener, to ponder. How often do you find yourself in rooms full of polite people, perhaps at a holiday family gathering, or a high-stakes corporate meeting where everyone is smiling and passing the bread, but the air is incredibly thick with unspoken tensions and secret animosities?
It's an intensely relatable scenario. We are remarkably skilled at dressing up our darkness in polite dinner conversation. We literally weaponize etiquette to hide our actual feelings. And I think this is precisely why the classic locked room mystery structure, the isolated manor house trope, remains so enduringly popular in literature. It forces all that hidden, polite tension into a physically confined space until it has no choice but to eventually explode.
It compresses everything.
Exactly. The physical isolation of the estate high above the river perfectly mirrors the emotional isolation of the characters. They are physically trapped with each other, but more importantly, they are psychologically trapped with their own secrets and resentments.
And Augustus Harrow, in his supreme blind arrogance, decides to light the fuse on all that tension. As dessert is served, he taps his glass and proposes what he casually refers to as a sociological experiment. Right. He formally states his grand hypothesis to the table. He says religion persists in the modern world only because of theatrics, ritual, and deeply ingrained habit, not because of any underlying fundamental truth. He dismisses the entirety of human spiritual experience as mere performance art designed to comfort the weak-minded.
I really appreciate Father Brown's immediate, quiet pushback in this moment. Harrow declares that faith is just ritual and habit, and Father Brown, without raising his voice at all, simply says, or truth. It's just a tiny insertion of an entirely different worldview.
It's brilliant.
And Harrow cheerfully acknowledges it as the competing hypothesis, treating Father Brown's profound spiritual reality like a mere variable in a laboratory experiment. Harrow then issues his challenge to the table. He informs the guest that his house still contains a small, fully intact chapel installed by the original pious owners. He wants each guest to individually enter the chapel, face the crucifix and the wooden kneeler, the prie-dieu, and either kneel or refuse to kneel.
Dr. Carter immediately identifies the nature of what he is doing. She laughs and calls it a sociological experiment. And this prompts one of the most brilliant Chestertonian paradoxes in the entire narrative. Father Brown smiles faintly and replies, "Sociology is usually theology that has lost its nerve."
We really need to pause here because that is an incredibly dense, provocative statement. Sociology is usually theology that has lost its nerve. For a listener who might be approaching this purely as a mystery and isn't familiar with G.K. Chesterton's specific philosophical style, what exactly makes a paradox Chestertonian, and how are we supposed to interpret that specific piece of dialogue? It feels like it requires some unpacking.
Yeah, it's a great question. A Chestertonian paradox usually takes a commonly accepted modern assumption, flips it entirely upside down, and reveals that the upside-down version is actually the profound truth. In this specific quote, he is offering a brilliant critique of the modern attempt to understand the human condition without acknowledging the existence of the soul.
Okay, go on.
Sociology, as a discipline, looks at human behavior, cultural rituals, societal structures, and tries to categorize them purely through empirical observation and data collection. It asks, what are people doing and how are they doing it? Theology looks at those exact same human behaviors, our rituals, our guilt, our search for meaning, and asks, why are they doing it?
So you're suggesting that sociology observes the mechanics of human behavior, while theology attempts to explain the underlying cause.
Precisely, at least in the context of Chesterton's argument. Theology has the courage to suggest the humans act the way they do Because they possess an immortal soul, because they are constantly wrestling with concepts of sin, redemption, and an innate, unquenchable desire for the divine. Father Brown is asserting that sociology often observes the symptoms of these profound spiritual realities, but lacks the courage or the vocabulary to diagnose the actual spiritual condition. It prefers the safety of spreadsheets and behavioral categories to the terrifying reality of the human soul.
That makes perfect sense of Harrow's motivation. Harrow wants to turn a sacred chapel into a sterile laboratory to observe behavior, deliberately stripping the space of all its actual intended meaning. The contrast between the physical space and the nature of the experiment is stark and intentional.
It's completely jarring.
The narrative describes the chapel in the West Wing in vivid detail. It is small but incredibly beautiful, featuring rich oak paneling, a cold stone floor, a tall, imposing crucifix illuminated by flickering candlelight, with a single, intricately carved wooden kneeler positioned before the altar. It is a space architecturally and aesthetically designed for profound human vulnerability and communion, and Harrow is using it as a prop for a condescending parlor trick.
Which brings us to the reactions of the guests to this challenge. Their reactions are deeply telling because they're all performative refusals that reveal their specific defensive postures. Father Brown goes first, which is natural. He enters the chapel, kneels quietly, says a short prayer, and leaves. He is entirely unbothered by Harrow's intellectual game. He simply uses the space for its intended purpose, completely ignoring the experiment aspect of it.
But then Dr. Carter goes in. She stands in the center of the room for a moment, observes the space, comes back to the dining room, and cheerfully announces, "No kneeling tonight." Her refusal is wrapped in this bright, impenetrable academic detachment. She's treating the chapel like a mildly amusing exhibit in an anthropology museum. She refuses to engage with it on a human level.
She's completely above it all.
Right. Then Anthony Bell, the journalist, declines to even participate in the physical movement. He stays in his chair, stating he prefers to merely observe the others. He is the ultimate cynic, keeping himself safely detached from any action that could be construed as vulnerable or sincere.
And then there's Julia, the daughter, who refuses outright. Her refusal is entirely different from Carter's or Bell's. It isn't academic, and it isn't cynical. It is deeply personal, wounded, and defensive. She has been hurt so profoundly by her father's relentless mockery of her faith that she flatly refuses to give him the satisfaction of participating in his game, even to defend her own beliefs. Every single one of these characters is displaying a distinctly modern defensive posture against vulnerability.
They won't bend.
Exactly. They are all, in their own unique ways, incredibly proud of standing upright, refusing to yield to the space or the moment.
Finally, Augustus Harrow himself announces he will conclude the experiment. He enters the chapel last, and he closes and audibly locks the heavy oak door behind him. And this is the precise moment the philosophical debate transitions into the physical mystery. 10 minutes pass in the dining room, then 15. The conversation lulls, and the guests start exchanging puzzled, slightly anxious glances.
The tension just builds and builds.
Martin Doyle, the estate manager, goes to the door, knocks, gets no answer, and tries the heavy brass handle. It's locked solid. Bell, the journalist, notes with a smirk that this level of theatrics is dramatic, even for Augustus Harrow. They locate a spare key, but it won't turn the door. The door is bolted heavily from the inside.
The author builds the tension perfectly here. The polite annoyance slowly morphs into genuine alarm. They are forced to physically break down the heavy oak door, splintering the wood. And inside, the scene is pristine but horrifying. They find Augustus Harrow lying dead on the cold stone floor, a slender, very sharp knife protruding directly from his chest.
And it's completely sealed.
It is an absolute hermetically sealed box. There are no other exits. There are high, narrow stained glass windows that are locked and unbroken. There are no secret passages behind the oak paneling. It is the quintessential impossible crime.
This brings the local police into the narrative, specifically Detective Samuel Ortega. Ortega is a crucial character because he represents the purely mechanical, materialist view of the world, very much like Harrow did in life, though without the immense wealth. Ortega arrives, surveys the scene, and immediately assesses the physical constraints. He counts 5 guests, he notes 1 sealed room, he verifies the door was bolted from the inside, he checks the high windows and the solid walls, he declares the physical parameters of the crime scene with absolute certainty. Anthony Bell, ever the journalist looking for a sensational headline, gets visibly excited and declares it a perfect locked room murder.
But Father Brown, true to his entirely different methodology, gently shakes his head and delivers his philosophical counterview. He says quietly, "There are no perfect crimes, only imperfect explanations. Murders begin with human hearts, not with mechanics and floor plans.
That contrast is amazing.
It really is. This sharp contrast between Detective Ortega's materialist approach and Father Brown's moral approach is the absolute crux of the Father Brown methodology, and it's what separates him from almost every other famous fictional detective.
Let's dig into that difference because it's vital. If this were a Sherlock Holmes story, Holmes would be down on his hands and knees with a magnifying glass. He'd be looking for a specific type of cigar ash or measuring the exact distance between the stone floorboards to calculate the trajectory of a hidden trapdoor mechanism. Holmes solves crimes using supreme deductive physical logic. He is a calculating machine. Hercule Poirot might focus on psychology, but it's usually the psychology of habit and ego. Father Brown operates on a completely different frequency. He solves crimes using moral theology.
It is a profound epistemological difference. While the traditional investigator like Ortega or Holmes focuses almost exclusively on the physical evidence, the locked door, the angle of the blade, the timeline Father Brown focuses on the unseen spiritual realities, human sin, pride, grief, and the deep emotional motives that drive people to commit terrible acts. He understands that the mechanical impossibility of the locked room is just the final, tragic, physical manifestation of a moral failure that occurred within a human soul long before the actual murder took place.
But wait, isn't that a massive risk for an investigator? If Father Brown is only looking at their sins and their pride, isn't he ignoring the actual, tangible, physical evidence that a court of law would need to convict someone? How does understanding a moral failing explain a heavy oak door bolted from the inside?
It's an excellent question. Father Brown doesn't ignore the physical evidence. Rather, he views the physical evidence through the lens of human motivation. He believes that if you understand the specific shape of a person's pride or their despair, the physical mechanics of how they committed the crime will inevitably reveal themselves. He works from the inside out, whereas Ortega works from the outside in.
Ah, I see.
Ortega looks at a locked door and says, impossible. Father Brown looks at the people in the house, understands what they are capable of, and therefore knows the door must have a logical, physical explanation that aligns with their moral state.
That makes sense. It's a completely different starting point for the investigation. And I think there is a powerful lesson in that methodology for us. I want to ask the listener again, how often do we face situations in our own lives that seem structurally impossible to resolve? Maybe it's a completely gridlocked romantic relationship, a deeply toxic workplace dynamic, or a destructive personal habit we simply cannot seem to break.
Right, we get so stuck.
We look at the mechanics of the situation, the locked doors of our circumstances, and we declare the problem unsolvable. But how often is the real root issue an unseen human emotion? A lack of forgiveness, a hidden, rotting resentment, or an unrecognized moral blind spot? Father Brown invites us to stop staring at the locked door and start examining the heart.
That is a beautiful and highly practical application of the story's underlying theme. We become so consumed by the how of a problem, the logistics, the arguments, the history, that we completely ignore the why. And the why almost always resides in the messy, difficult-to-quantify realm of the human heart. This is exactly why people like Augustus Harrow and Detective Ortega prefer to focus on tangible mechanics. Mechanics don't require you to examine your own soul.
But Father Brown knows you have to understand the heart to understand the crime. He knows every single guest at that dinner table had a compelling motive. He observed Julia's deep resentment. He knew about Carter's desperate need for funding, Bell's ruthless blackmail, and Doyle's terror over the financial irregularities. Yet the physical reality remained. None of them were inside the locked chapel. So late that night, long after the police have finished their initial sweep, Father Brown returns to the cold chapel alone to look closer.
He goes back in.
Yeah. He examines the tall crucifix, the slender knife, the stone floor, and then he notices something incredibly subtle, something Ortega missed entirely. The heavy wooden kneeler has been moved, just slightly. The dust pattern on the stone is disturbed.
He kneels down to investigate the heavy wooden base of the prie-dieu. He runs his hands along the intricate carvings and finds a narrow, cleverly concealed panel. Behind it, he discovers a complex, spring-loaded mechanism attached directly to the blade. The kneeler itself is the murder weapon. It's a booby trap. The next morning, he gathers the exhausted guests and Detective Ortega in the drawing room to reveal the truth. He explains that Harrow, using his wealth and mechanical ingenuity, built a lethal trap. A blade hidden inside the kneeler, designed with a pressure plate, so when someone applied their weight to kneel, the mechanism would violently release the knife.
Dr. Carter, with her sharp academic mind, immediately grasps the twisted, horrifying logic of it. It was meant to be a lethal demonstration,
a highly theatrical, brutal proof of his hypothesis that kneeling is dangerous. Bell, the journalist, actually laughs nervously and calls it impressively insane. Harrow literally weaponized a sacred place of prayer in order to mock faith. He engineered a machine specifically designed to punish the physical act of humility.
But here's where the story reveals the tragic blind spot, the ultimate catastrophic failure of Harrow's massive intellect. Father Brown points out Harrow's fatal miscalculation. Harrow assumed with absolute certainty that no one would actually kneel.
He was that sure of himself.
He was so entirely consumed by his own arrogance, so utterly convinced that modern, enlightened, rational people would never genuinely humble themselves before a crucifix, that he believed the trap would never actually be triggered by a guest. He thought he was entirely in control of the variables in his sociological experiment. He built it as a threat, not expecting it to be used.
And this is where the narrative sharply pivots from being a clever puzzle into a profound, devastating human tragedy. Father Brown turns to Martin Doyle, the quiet, watchful estate manager who'd been sweating through the entire investigation, and reveals the truth. Doyle discovered the mechanism. And how did he discover it? Because Doyle actually knelt. Despite Harrow's earlier mockery at the dinner table, despite the intense social pressure to stand upright and be modern, Doyle entered the chapel and knelt before confronting his boss.
And the reason Doyle knelt shatters all of Harrow's sociological theories. Doyle stands in the drawing room, his voice trembling, and tells the gathered group, "My wife died last year. I still pray." This is the reality that Harrow's cold, calculated worldview simply could not account for. Harrow couldn't comprehend genuine, crushing human grief or the profound spiritual need that drives a broken, terrified person to their knees in search of comfort. Harrow's philosophy had absolutely no room for real sorrow and therefore no understanding of genuine humility.
It's a devastating moment. Doyle explains that he found the blade mechanism when he knelt, but because he shifted his weight slightly on the wooden board, moving the kneeler off its center axis, the blade deployed but missed him. Shaken and furious, he confronted Harry immediately afterward, telling him the trap was monstrous and insane. How did Harry react to being confronted with his own lethal hubris?
Just laughed.
He laughed. He told Doyle that if kneeling matters so much to him, he should try it again. And then, in a display of supreme, almost cartoonish arrogance, Harrow leaned forward over the prie-dieu to demonstrate how safely he controlled his own mechanism, applied pressure to the plate he had just reset, and the blade struck him directly in the chest.
It is the ultimate gruesome irony. Anthony Bell exhales and summarizes it by saying, so he killed himself with his own experiment. But Father Brown, always pushing past the mechanical truth to the moral truth, corrects him with another layer of insight. He says softly, almost. He died from something older than knives.
Older than knives.
Harrow was killed by his own unchecked, absolute intellectual arrogance. The death wasn't a mechanical fluke or a simple accident. It was the inevitable logical conclusion of a life lived in absolute, unyielding pride. He was literally destroyed by his own hypothesis.
It is a stunning, multi-layered metaphor. Harrow weaponized a kneeler to prove that faith is a dangerous trap. But the only person caught in that trap was the man who was too proud to recognize the reality of human suffering. The mockery itself became the exact instrument of his moral parable, perfectly disguised as a standard detective story.
This brings us to the thematic climax of the narrative, where the author explicitly explores the philosophical paradox of kneeling. Later that afternoon, as the police are finalizing their paperwork, Julia Harrow is standing quietly with Father Brown in the cold chapel, looking at the prie-dieu. She makes an assumption that seems entirely logical from a physical standpoint. She says, her voice echoing slightly in the stone room, "My father died because he wouldn't kneel."
And her conclusion makes perfect physical sense, right? If Harrow had just knelt humbly like Doyle did, maybe he would have seen the trap clearly or understood its danger, or simply avoided triggering it with his clumsy demonstration. But Father Brown, deeper spiritual reality beneath the physical action, shakes his head and corrects her. He says, no, he died because he believed kneeling was humiliation.
That specific distinction is everything. It is the core of the story. Harrow didn't just refuse a physical posture, he fundamentally rejected the spiritual reality of humility. He equated the act of bending the knee with degrading himself, with weakness, with an admission of intellectual defeat. And Father Brown then explains the ultimate paradox, which sits at the very heart of Chesterton's philosophy. The strange truth of Christianity is that humility is the only thing that lifts a man high enough to see the truth.
I want to really dig into this concept because it challenges everything we are taught. Redefining strength. Why does bending low actually require more strength than standing stiffly?
Our modern culture, from self-help books to corporate leadership seminars, constantly tells us to stand tall, to never back down, to assert our dominance in every room we enter. But let's think about the physical mechanics of standing stiffly. If your knees are locked, if your spine is entirely rigid, you are actually incredibly easy to knock over. A slight push will topple you because you have no balance, no flexibility, no shock absorption.
Exactly. The physics perfectly mirror the psychology. When you are deeply proud, you are rigid, you are returning to the opening line of the story, constantly tripping over the furniture of your own ideas because your head is held so artificially high that you refuse to look down and see what is actually on the floor in front of you. You are blind to your immediate environment. But when you kneel, when you embrace humility, you are grounded. Your center of gravity is lowered. You are physically connected to the reality of the earth.
That's a great visual.
Chesterton is arguing here that humility acts as an epistemological tool. You literally cannot perceive reality accurately if your massive ego is blocking the view. Humility isn't about self-loathing. It isn't about thinking you are worthless or pathetic. It is simply about clear vision. It is about acknowledging your actual realistic size in relation to the vastness of the universe.
Yes, that is such a vital distinction. Humility is clarity, not degradation. Julia asks Father Brown about pride in that moment, and he says, "Pride convinces a man he is already standing tall, even when he is falling." Harrow genuinely thought he was the tallest, smartest man in the room, the absolute king of his intellectual castle, right up until the exact microsecond his own trap pierced his heart. He was spiritually falling his entire life, but his immense pride created a convincing illusion of height and security.
It is a genuinely terrifying thought, if you sit with it. The idea that our own unchecked arrogance can create a sort of virtual reality where we feel entirely secure, superior, and in control, while in the actual objective world we are blundering blindly into disaster. And this concept ties perfectly back into the atmospheric setting of the story, which takes place during early Lent.
Let's pull this narrative out of Harrow House and connect it directly to you, the listener. The story is set in Lent, which in the Christian tradition is a season of profound self-reflection, of repentance, of intentionally stripping away the excess noise of life and ruthlessly examining our core motives. It is a season specifically designed for taking inventory of our own pride. What might this story say to someone listening right now, perhaps during their own season of reflection, regardless of whether you observe Lent or not?
I think it asks a very uncomfortable, probing question. Are we, much like the sophisticated guests at Harrow House, refusing to bend out of sheer stubbornness? Are we putting on elaborate performative displays of independence and competence to mask our own deep-seated fears? Dr. Carter hid behind her academic credentials, Bell hid behind his cynical journalism, Julia hid behind her quiet resentment. We all have our preferred defensive postures. We all have intricate ways we try to avoid the terrifying vulnerability of the kneeler.
And modern culture makes it so incredibly difficult to cultivate genuine humility. We live in an era that essentially equates humility with public humiliation. There's a constant, unrelenting pressure to stand tall, to curate a flawless, unassailable image on social media, to always have the smartest, sharpest take on every issue, to never ever admit fault or ignorance. If you apologize publicly, you are often seen as weak and attacked further. If you change your mind based on new information, you're accused of being inconsistent or hypocritical.
And what is the psychological result of that unrelenting pressure? It creates a society composed of deeply fragile, highly arrogant people. Much like Augustus Harrow, we spend our lives building these massive structures of self-justification, these grand, echoing cathedrals of the ego. But they are entirely hollow inside. We're terrified of being found out, terrified of being seen as ordinary, flawed, or in need of help. So what do? We lash out. We mock what we don't understand. We belittle sincerity, and we build intellectual and emotional traps for others that inevitably, tragically spring back on us.
It is the ultimate tragic irony of the modern condition. We congratulate ourselves on refusing to kneel to anyone or anything, believing that this rigidity makes us truly free. But as Father Brown notes at the very end of the story, looking down at the broken machinery of the trap, the tallest men in the world are not those who stand stiffly and defiantly before the universe. They are the ones who possess the profound strength to bend low enough to ask for forgiveness, to admit their limitations, and to recognize their need for grace.
Because that specific act, the act of asking for forgiveness, of admitting you were wrong, of acknowledging that you cannot survive entirely on your own, requires a tremendous amount of internal fortitude. It requires you to actively shatter your own ego. And when you finally do that, when you let go of the exhausting, relentless performance of pride, you discover a profound, unshakable strength beneath it. The individual who kneels to ask for help stands infinitely taller than the man who refuses to bend until he breaks. It is a paradox that seems utterly ridiculous to the Augustus heroes of the world, until it suddenly and often tragically becomes the only obvious truth.
So, as we wrap up this incredibly deep dive into a brilliant piece of fiction, we want to leave you with a final provocative thought to mull over as you go about your day. Consider the kneelers in your own life. These aren't necessarily physical objects made of oak in a Gothic chapel. They are those specific moments, those difficult situations, or those challenging people that ask you to be genuinely vulnerable. They're the moments that ask you to admit you don't know everything, to apologize sincerely for a mistake, or to ask for help when you are silently drowning.
The question is, are you currently viewing those moments as traps? Do you look at vulnerability as a mechanism of humiliation designed to strike you down and expose your weakness, much like Harrow viewed his own twisted creation? Or can you begin to shift your perspective and see those moments of required humility as the only real, effective way to ground yourself, to see reality clearly without the distortion of ego, and ultimately to stand taller than you ever could on your own?
It is a profound question, and one certainly worth wrestling with this week. You've been listening to Chesterton Radio Storycraft, broadcasting from Atchison, Kansas, where the old stories still have something to say.
Welcome back to Chesterton Radio Storycraft, broadcasting from the quiet river town of Atchison, Kansas.
It is so good to be back.
It really is. And, it's a genuine pleasure to have you sitting across from us again today. If you were here in the studio right now, you'd see the evening light just starting to fade out over the Missouri River.
It's a gorgeous evening, too.
Yeah, it's perfect. The streets outside are settling into that specific, peaceful twilight quiet. It's the kind of atmosphere that practically demands a lit candle and a stack of really good pages.
Oh, absolutely. That classic radio warmth.
Exactly. And that's the mood we're bringing to the table today as we dive into a collection of stories that explore mysteries, meaning, and faith, all squarely in the tradition of G.K. Chesterton.
Which is such a rich tradition to mine.
It is. So today's deep dive focuses on a series of 4 interconnected stories from the Children's Corner right here at Chesterton Radio. And, billed mostly as simple bedtime stories about a family and their pet, they hide some startlingly profound philosophical ideas.
They really do. It's a brilliant bait and switch, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you open the text expecting a fluffy animal fable, and within a few pages, you find yourself totally cornered, questioning your own moral compass.
Right. You think it's just a cute story for kids.
Exactly. The author uses a very unassuming vehicle to bypass adult cynicism completely. We're looking at 4 specific vignettes today. The Dog That Prayed, Kitty Learns to Pray, Kitty and the Missing Sandwich, and Kitty Guards the Moon.
And they work beautifully on their own.
They do function as standalone pieces, but together they form this really cohesive exploration of how we interact with the sacred and the mundane.
I love that. So let's start with a question for you, the listener. Have you ever noticed how a pet or even a very young child can sometimes act as a perfect barometer for the moral temperature of a room?
Oh, that is such a real phenomenon.
Right. You walk into a house and the dog is pacing, anxious, whining at the door, and it slowly dawns on you that the people in the room are quietly seething at one another.
They're absorbing that tension.
Totally. Or on the flip side, you walk in and the dog is sprawled out on his back, dead asleep, and the whole house just radiates this grounded warmth.
Yeah, they just reflect exactly what's in the air.
And we are going to explore that phenomenon today, how innocence acts as a mirror to our complicated human behaviors. But first we have to talk about the setup, because there is a glorious Chestertonian paradox right at the center of this world.
I love this part.
The stories are about a character named Kitty, but Kitty is not a cat.
Not even close to a cat.
He is a large, muscular black pit bull mix.
A huge dog.
Right. And the text notes his real name, his official licensing name bestowed by Mr. Harwood out of a masculine sense of propriety, is Dachshund.
Dachshund. Very serious.
Very serious. But the Harwood daughters, Clara and Anne, started calling this bear-like pit bull Kitty simply because, as they explain it, he's soft.
Which is just so funny and sweet.
He's described as pitch black, with a white patch on his tummy like a forgotten button, and a white blaze on his nose like a candle flame.
And you know that naming convention isn't just a cute detail. It does a lot of heavy lifting stylistically.
How so?
Well, by calling a pit bull Kitty, the author forces the reader to immediately abandon their preconceptions. You think you know what a pit bull represents, just as you think you know what a cat represents.
Right, you have this whole set of assumptions.
Exactly. And Chesterton famously believed that absurdity is one of the most effective delivery vehicles for truth.
Because it knocks you off balance.
Spot on. When you cross those wires right in the opening paragraphs, you're signaling to the reader that things in this house are not exactly what they appear to be on the surface. It disarms you.
It totally disarms you. But does it risk making him a caricature? I mean, if he's just a walking paradox, how does he function as the moral center of the series?
That's a great question. Because the absurdity stops at his name. His actual behavior is incredibly grounded. Kitty isn't an anthropomorphized cartoon at all. He operates purely on instinct, devotion, and appetite.
He's just a dog.
He's very much a dog. The text makes a crucial point. Kitty does not know theology. He doesn't understand the intellectual meaning behind human words.
But he is a master observer of human rituals.
Yes. He knows tone. He knows trust.
And he views food as a sacred object.
Which is a beautiful phrase, by the way. Placing Kitty in this role taps into a very old literary tradition of moral animal tales.
Like Aesop's fables.
Right, like Aesop or even Dietrich's Potter. But unlike Aesop's fables, where the animals are essentially humans wearing fur coats acting out human greed or pride, Kitty remains completely dog-like.
He doesn't scheme.
No, he lacks human ego. He doesn't have that internal monologue trying to rationalize bad behavior or justify his actions. He just is.
So by dropping this egoless creature into the middle of the Harwood family, which is a respectable middle-class home, you get this stark contrast.
Very stark.
The humans are rushing, they're proud, they're performing social rituals. Kitty is just watching them, trying to decipher the rules of the universe based on love and appetite. We get to watch ourselves through his eyes.
And it never crosses the line into preaching. The overarching tone relies on a quiet Christian imagination.
A quiet Christian imagination. That's a lovely way to put it.
Yeah, the setting itself is deeply ordinary. Chairs scraping on the floorboards, glasses clinking, the smell of dinner floating through the house like a promise.
Just everyday domestic life.
Exactly. The author roots profound spiritual truths in these deeply mundane moments. It suggests that the divine isn't something distant or abstract. It's sitting right there on the living room rug.
That dynamic bleeds right into the first story of the series, The Dog That Prayed. And since this is a Father Brown crossover, we immediately know we aren't just looking at domestic mischief.
No, we're looking at a mystery of human sin.
Right. Father Brown is visiting the Harwoods for dinner, and the family wants to show off Kitty's new trick.
The trick being that when Mr. Harwood says grace, specifically the words, "Let us pray," Kitty sits down, produces an earnest low murmur, and then gives one sharp bark right when Mr. Harwood says, "Amen."
Like he's participating in the prayer.
Yes, but the daughters taught him to do this, using the word pray as a command word. And they're incredibly proud of it.
They really are. They think it's charming that a holy word summons this physical performance. But Father Brown observes it differently.
He always does.
He watches the dog, scratches him behind the ears, and says dogs are very theological creatures. They understand loyalty, which is the beginning of religion, and they understand forgiveness, which is the end of it, and they also understand dinner.
It's a classic Father Brown observation. Just brilliant.
So good.
He recognizes the goodness in the dog, but he's really critiquing the humans there. The Harwoods have taken something sacred prayer and reduced it to a password, a party trick.
A trained response.
Right. Father Brown notices that the family enjoys the little theater of feeling special, of having this performative holiness in their dining room. They aren't malicious, but they are treating the sacred carelessly.
And that carelessness is exactly what invites the crime.
It's the perfect setup.
So the next afternoon, Mr. Pritchard, the local jeweler, comes to the house. The Harwoods are temporarily storing a very valuable, newly discovered silver chalice from St. Dominic's Church.
Such a huge responsibility.
Yeah, and it's sitting in a velvet-lined case on the sideboard, waiting for Pritchard to appraise it.
Now, Pritchard is a fascinating figure. He deals in luxury, constantly polishing shiny things for wealthy people. While he's there inspecting the setup, Clara insists on showing him the dog's trick.
Of course she does.
Mr. Harwood says, "Let us pray." Kitty does his murmur and bark, and Pritchard laughs. But as Pritchard leans in to look at the dog, Kitty interprets the leaning as an invitation and jumps up, putting his paws on Pritchard's waistcoat.
Because he's a friendly dog.
Exactly. Pritchard steps back, startled, and then leaves.
Later that day, the family goes for a walk, leaving Kitty alone in the locked house. When they return, the velvet case is empty. The chalice is gone. No broken windows, No signs of forced entry. Just Kitty lying peacefully on the rug. The family is horrified, thinking their dog somehow let a thief inside. So they call Father Brown.
And Father Brown arrives and immediately zeroes in on the trick, not the locks.
He ignores the obvious stuff.
Right. He asks if Kitty always sits when spoken to and if he ever rises on his hind legs. The family says only when someone leans toward him or when there's food. Father Brown examines the rug, pulls the heavy sideboard out an inch, and there it is.
The chalice.
The chalice is wedged tightly between the furniture and the wall.
So the family is incredibly relieved. They assume it was just a clumsy accident and Pritchard is innocent. But Father Brown stops them cold. He explains that Pritchard did attempt to steal the chalice.
And his reconstruction of the crime is a masterful paradox. He explains that Pritchard saw the chalice was unguarded, but more crucially, he saw the dog's trick.
He saw how the dog reacted to the word.
Yes. He realized Kitty was loyal to a word, not a person. So Pritchard didn't break in. He just went to the back door while the family was out, called Kitty to the window, and whispered the command, "Pray."
Pritchard thought he had the ultimate skeleton key.
Exactly. He thought he could use a holy word as a lever. But as he whispered pray and leaned in to reach for the chalice through the open window, Kitty joyfully jumped up to greet him.
Because he leaned in.
Right. Kitty put his paws on the sideboard and accidentally knocked the heavy silver piece down behind the furniture, completely out of Pritchard's reach.
The dog helped a thief in the act of preventing the theft.
It's so brilliant.
Pritchard tried to instrumentalize prayer, to use it as a tool for a crime, and he was thwarted by a creature entirely too innocent to understand what the tool was for.
Which leads to the theological crux of the story. Father Brown confronts Pritchard at the jewelry shop, and Pritchard isn't some mustache-twirling villain. He's deeply tragic.
He's broken.
He is. He confesses his resentment. He says, "I polished their happiness, and my own life is empty." He looked at the chalice and saw only silver, completely detaching the object from its spiritual meaning and the community it belongs to.
Father Brown's response to him is devastating. He says, "No one ever means to steal from the church. They steal from the church because they think it is only an institution. But the church is the poor. It is the old. It is the child who lights a candle. When you steal from the church, you steal from the most defenseless people in the world."
That confrontation shifts the entire weight of the narrative. It's not just about a stolen cup anymore. It's about how human beings rationalize taking things from collective entities.
You do that all the time.
We convince ourselves that taking from an institution, whether it's a church, a community center, or a corporation, is a victimless crime. We strip away the human element to justify our greed.
But the story brings it right back to the dog. Father Brown points out to Pritchard that he wasn't stopped by an alarm system or a brilliant detective. He was stopped by innocence. God used a dog's honest appetite to completely unravel a man's sophisticated, clever greed.
Cleverness is often just sophisticated rationalization. We fear cleverness. But Father Brown tells the Harwoods, sometimes God uses dogs to remind saints how to be simple.
Wow.
The Harwoods were treating prayer like a password, a trick to command God's presence. But prayer isn't a lever. It's the one thing that grows more powerful the more humbly it is used.
Which makes the ending image of that story so powerful. That night, Mr. Harwood doesn't use the command word, but when he says grace, Kitty sits anyway and rests his head against Father Brown's knee.
It's no longer a performance, it's affection-seeking contact.
And Father Brown says, there is the real prayer.
That shift from performance to genuine connection is actually the central focus of the second story, Kitty Learns to Pray.
Right, this one acts as a prequel.
It does. It goes back to show us how Kitty developed this habit, but it does so by staying strictly within Kitty's internal perspective.
And Kitty's perspective is fascinating because, as the narrator points out, Kitty did not know what prayer meant. But he knew when everyone suddenly became quiet.
The origin of the trick is pure Pavlovian conditioning. Clara and Anne are in the yard teaching him basic commands. Clara decides to swap the word speak for pray. She says pray, Kitty barks, he gets a biscuit.
A simple tray?
Exactly. The narrator dryly notes it seemed perfectly clear that he had mastered theology. He equates barking with biscuit.
Isn't it just Pavlovian? I mean, if he's just doing it for the biscuit, how does it evolve into the profound stillness we see later?
Well, initially, sure, it's just a transaction, but watch how the author tracks Kitty's shifting awareness.
Kitty starts to notice the atmosphere of the room during grace.
He picks up on the vibes, basically.
Totally. He notices that when the family prays, the acoustic reality of the room changes. Voices drop. Mr. Harwood, who usually moves with a hurried, heavy step, suddenly speaks gently. Mrs. Harwood's face, usually tight with planning and thinking, goes slack and peaceful.
Kitty is reading the room on a frequency the humans aren't even aware they're broadcasting on.
He realizes that this specific tone is the tone humans use when they actually mean something. There's this incredible turning point where the trick becomes a habit.
I remember this part.
One evening, the family forgets to prompt him. Mr. Harwood says, "Let us pray," and nobody nudges the dog. But Kitty sits down on his own, lifts his head, and gives that solemn murmur. The room goes dead quiet.
They're shocked.
Mrs. Harwood whispers, "He did that on his own." And Anne says, "He was listening."
He was listening. That realization flips the dynamic entirely. The family suddenly feels the weight of the dog's expectation. The text says it felt as if Kitty expected them to mean it.
The observer effect kicks in. Because this innocent creature is treating their quiet time with absolute reverence, the humans are forced to actually embody the reverence they've been pretending to have.
You have to live up to the dog's standard.
Right. Anne stops peeking at her food. Mr. Harwood stops rushing his words.
They realize they are being held to a standard of stillness by a pit bull. And that sets up the emotional climax of the story. They're about to eat, the atmosphere is set, but the doorbell rings.
It shatters the quiet.
Mr. Harwood answers it, and when he comes back into the dining room, his face is grave. He announces that Mr. Hollis's wife is very ill.
The routine quiet of a Tuesday dinner is just gone. It is instantly replaced by a heavy, sorrowful quiet. Clara reaches out and grips her sister's hand. Mr. Harwood folds his hand slowly. The entire baseline frequency of the house drops into grief.
When Mr. Harwood says, "Let us pray," Kitty doesn't bark. He doesn't do the sharp, performative finish. He makes a soft sound, almost a sigh, and leans his full weight against Clara's knee. The text says the room felt still and warm and sad all at once.
Kitty doesn't know what illness is. He doesn't know Mr. Mollis, but he understands presence.
Later, Anne asks Kitty, "Do you know what prayer is?" And then the narrator clarifies that Kitty didn't know the word, but he knew that when people grew quiet together, something important was happening. He knew that stillness meant love, so he was still too.
It's a devastatingly beautiful critique of how modern humans operate. We tend to equate love with action, doing things, fixing problems, filling the air with reassuring words.
Just constant motion.
But this story argues that at its core, the deepest expression of reverence is a shared stillness. It's the willingness to stop the machinery of your life and just hold the weight of a moment with someone else.
If we think about how animals and children absorb the unspoken frequencies around them, it makes you wonder what kind of baseline tone we're projecting into our own homes.
It's a sobering thought.
If Kitty learns reverence because the Harwoods cultivated genuine stillness, what does an animal learn in a house defined by constant low-level anxiety or rushing?
They learn neuroticism, they mirror the chaos.
Yeah, they just bounce off whatever energy is there.
The Harwoods, despite their flaws, maintain a pattern of peace, which is why the disruption of that pattern in the third story, Kitty and the Missing Sandwich, feels so catastrophic to the dog.
This was my favorite.
It's so good. If the previous story was about the beauty of establishing a reverent pattern, this one is about the moral comedy of breaking it.
The setup for this one is pure domestic perfection. It's a Tuesday lunch. Mrs. Harwood makes these immaculate ham sandwiches.
Yeah.
Thick bread, golden edges, mustard spread in polite moderation.
Polite moderation, such a great detail.
The smell is floating through the room. Kitty is watching, and remember, to him, food arriving at a predictable time is proof of its sacredness.
The family is gathering at the table, but Thomas, the older brother, comes crashing in from the yard.
Just disrupting everything.
He's dusty, he's carrying a stick, and he declares he is starving. He drops into his chair, then Harwood folds his hands and begins to say, "Let us." But before he can even get the words out, Thomas lunges forward, grabs his sandwich, and takes a massive bite.
Time just stops. The text describes it as not a peaceful pause, but the kind of pause that feels like something important has been skipped.
Yes.
Mr. Harwood lowers his hands, Thomas freezes with his cheeks full, and we immediately snap to Kitty's perspective.
Kitty is appalled. The ritual was aborted. The required stillness didn't happen. The sacred object was seized without the proper ceremony.
A total violation of the rule.
Kitty has no concept of the word gratitude, but he implicitly understands the pattern of the house. Thomas just shattered the pattern.
So Kitty takes action, and he does it with such magnificent, non-aggressive dignity.
It's so funny.
He places his front paws on the table, gently but firmly extracts the sandwich from Thomas's hand, drops back down, and trots over to the corner of the rug. He doesn't eat the sandwich. He just sits next to it, guarding it. He has rescued the sacred object from a profane situation.
The moral comedy here is just brilliant. Thomas is standing there, completely indignant, holding empty air, and he yells, he stole it.
Like he's the victim.
Right. Mr. Harwood, acting as the gentle philosopher of the house, clears his throat and asks Thomas what they were about to do before he ate. Thomas mumbles, pray. Mr. Harwood asks why. Thomas gives the classic defensive teenager answer, because we're supposed to.
We've all been there.
And Mr. Harwood replies, we pray because food is a gift.
Thomas points at the dog and mutters, it was my gift.
And Mr. Harwood corrects him with surgical precision. He says, it was given to you. That is different.
That's a huge distinction.
Let's unpack the phenomenological difference between mine and given. Thomas believes the sandwich belongs to him by right. It was made for him, placed at his seat, therefore he has ultimate jurisdiction over it. He feels entitled to consume it on his own terms.
It's his property.
Exactly. But Mr. Harwood is drawing a hard line. A gift requires a recipient, and receiving requires an acknowledgement of the giver.
We do exactly what Thomas does all the time. We look at our paychecks, our homes, our meals, and we think, I earned this. This is mine. We completely gloss over the fragile web of grace, circumstance, and other people's labor that resulted in us having anything at all.
We forget the whole process.
It takes a pit bull guarding a ham sandwich to expose the absurdity of human entitlement.
Right. Thomas feels wronged by the dog, but the dog is actually enforcing a cosmic law. Kitty is essentially saying, you do not get to consume this until you acknowledge where it came from.
I love that the dog is the moral enforcer.
So the family resets. Mrs. Harwood retrieves the sandwich. They sit down. Mr. Harwood says grace. Kitty murmurs. And then Thomas eats. And the text notes that while the sandwich tasted the same, it somehow felt different.
That leads to the conversation that night between Clara and her father. She asks why saying thank you matters before eating. Mr. Harwood tells her that gratitude is invisible. You cannot see it, you cannot taste it. But it changes everything.
And Anne asks, like salt.
And Mr. Harwood smiles and says, yes, very much like salt.
Gratitude as invisible salt. It's a profound metaphor because salt doesn't alter the molecular substance of the food. It unlocks the flavor. It changes your experience of the food.
It brings out what's already there.
Right. Gratitude doesn't change the caloric value of the ham sandwich, but it fundamentally alters your relationship to it. It shifts you from being a blind consumer to a conscious recipient.
The physiological act of pausing before you consume, whether it's eating, speaking, or reacting, is so critical. That pause inserts a buffer of grace between your raw appetite and your action. It reminds you that you are not the center of the universe.
Which is something we all need reminding of.
The story ends by noting that Kitty didn't understand invisible things like salt, but he understood waiting. He understood the necessity of the pause.
That tension between our appetites and our relationship to the things we enjoy scales up dramatically in the final story. The children's corner vignette, Kitty Guards the Moon.
This one is really poetic.
It is. If the sandwich vignette explored our entitlement to the mundane, this last story tackles the heavy burden of ownership on a cosmic level.
The setup here is incredibly charming. Kitty goes out into the yard after supper. He's doing his usual patrol, checking the fence, sniffing the grass. Then he looks up and notices the moon. It's full and bright.
And very present.
As he walks across the yard, he notices the moon seems to be following him. He goes behind the shed. The moon is there. He trots to the gate. The moon is there. Applying his doggy logic, Kitty concludes that since the moon is tracking his movements, it must belong to him.
It's a hilarious misinterpretation of celestial mechanics. But for Kitty, this is not a joyous discovery. It's a source of immediate stress. If the moon belongs to him, that means he is responsible for it. It must be supervised and protected.
He has a job to do now.
So he sits down directly beneath it, refusing to go inside, locked in a vigil to guard his new property.
The girls come out to coax him in. Anne tells him the moon belongs to everyone. Clara points out that it shines on the roof, the trees, even the grumpy neighbor's mailbox.
Trying logic with a dog.
Right. But Kitty looks at the evidence. It's right above his house, shining on him, and he cannot shake the burden of supervision. He sits out there for hours.
Kitty's behavior here is a perfect, somewhat uncomfortable mirror of human anxiety. When we encounter something beautiful, our instinctual capitalist reaction is, how do I own this? How do I capture it? How do I ensure no one else takes it?
Why do we do that? Why is our first impulse toward beauty always possession? Clara actually asks her father this exact question later in the story. She asks, why do people want to own beautiful things?
Mr. Harwood's answer is devastating. He says, because beauty makes us happy, and we're afraid happiness might leave.
That hits hard.
That is the human condition distilled into a single sentence. We are terrified of transience. We know deep down that joyous moments are fleeting, so we try to lock them in a cage, we try to possess them. But the irony is that possession breeds anxiety.
The moment you claim ownership over something, you are suddenly burdened with defending it.
Exactly. You have to insure it, maintain it, worry about losing it. Kitty is out in the damp grass, completely unable to actually enjoy the moonlight because he's too busy acting as its security guard.
He can't just relax.
His perceived ownership has ruined the experience of the beauty.
The resolution comes when Mr. Harwood explains to the girls that the moon is a gift for everyone. Kitty, listening to the calm tone of the voices and watching the moon track steadily across the sky without needing his help, finally understands.
It clicks for him.
The text says if the moon was a gift for everyone, that meant something important. It meant Kitty did not need to earn it. He only needed to sit beneath it and enjoy it.
The spiritual unburdening in that moment is massive. Once Kitty realizes he doesn't have to possess the moon, the anxiety completely evaporates. He stops guarding, and instead he simply keeps it company.
It's a huge shift in perspective.
Think about how many things in our own lives we are furiously guarding. We do this with nature, with art, and most destructively, we do it with people. We try to possess our spouses, our children, our friends, suffocating the actual relationship with our anxiety that they might leave or change.
We want to trap them in amber. But the realization that the beauty of the world is a sheer, unmerited gift that shines, regardless of our frantic supervision, it sets you free. You are finally free to just rest in the grass and let it shine.
It really is a beautiful thought.
The story ends with the yard growing quiet, the house still, and Kitty just resting beneath the light. It's an incredibly peaceful resolution to the series.
Looking at these 4 vignettes collectively, the unifying themes are remarkable. We have an exploration of childlike faith, the mechanics of gratitude, the comedy of moral discovery, and the profound way animals expose human hypocrisy.
And it all rests on a deeply Chestertonian worldview. The premise that you don't need to climb a mountain to find divine mystery. The deepest spiritual truths are playing out right in your living room. And a dog learning a trick, a teenager stealing a sandwich, the moon over a backyard fence.
That's the real magic of it.
But the craft of how the author delivers this is what really makes it stick.
Wow.
Why does this format work so well for adults? I mean, these are technically children's stories.
Because it demands active imagination, especially in the context of radio storytelling. When you listen to a story like this, rather than watching it on a screen, you are forced to mentally construct the scene.
You're co-creating it.
You have to conjure the smell of the ham, the sound of the scraping chairs, the exact shade of the white blaze on Kitty's nose. Because you are actively participating in painting the picture, the moral of the story slips past your intellectual defenses.
If you hand an adult a dry, philosophical essay about the nature of entitlement, they'll argue with it. They'll put their guard up.
Oh, immediately.
But if you tell them a story about a pit bull gently stealing a sandwich from an ungrateful teenager,
they laugh, and while their mouth is open in laughter, the truth gets in. Humor is the ultimate solvent for adult cynicism. It requires you to adopt a childlike perspective, if only for a moment.
softens you up.
And that's the thesis of the whole project. Imagination and faith are inextricably linked. If you look at the world purely through a utilitarian lens, a dog is just an animal, a sandwich is just calories, and the moon is just a rock.
This dead things.
But if you retain your imagination, the dog becomes a theologian, the sandwich becomes a sacred gift requiring gratitude, and the moon becomes a testament to the unownable beauty of the universe.
In a cultural moment where we are drowning in information, hot takes, and endless noise, stories like these act as a spiritual palate cleanser. They strip away the complexity and ask fundamental questions. Are you still? Are you grateful? Are you trying to own things that were meant to be gifts?
They remind us of the patterns we've broken and the quiet we've forgotten to cultivate.
As we wrap up this deep dive, I want to leave you with a final thought to mull over. We talked a lot about Thomas and the sandwich today, how quickly he claimed ownership over something that was freely given, and how deeply offended he was when the universe, in the form of a dog, took it back. He felt completely justified in his anger.
So completely justified.
So ask yourself this. What if the next time you feel deeply offended, interrupted, or slighted, maybe someone cut you off in traffic, a meeting runs late, or a perfectly laid plan falls through? What if you pause and ask yourself if you're reacting like Thomas?
That's a challenging question.
Are you fiercely defending a right to your time, your space, or your sandwich that was actually just a fragile gift in the first place? How much of our daily seething anger is just the comedy of our own self-justification over things we never truly owned to begin with?
Something to really think about.
It might just change the flavor of your whole day. From Chesterton Radio in Atchison, Kansas, thanks for listening to Storycraft. Think of a crime scene. Like, picture an alleyway just after midnight. You see a broken window, the shattered glass scattered across the damp pavement, the splintered wood of a forced door.
Right. It's a harsh image.
When you look at that, you immediately feel this visceral sense of violation. It offends our basic human sense of order. I mean, it is visibly, undeniably wrong.
Oh, absolutely. It's ugly.
Exactly. But what happens when that instinctual revulsion is completely removed? Like, what happens away and into the world of high society, drawing rooms, and perfectly tailored suits?
Well, suddenly we find ourselves looking at a moral landscape that is beautifully decorated. But beneath the surface, it is completely compromised.
Which is just a terrifying thought. Welcome to Chesterton Radio, broadcasting from Atchison, Kansas. This is a listener-supported literary discussion program where we explore classic stories, philosophy, and the moral imagination.
And we do all this through a Christian intellectual lens, really inspired by G.K. Chesterton.
We dive deep into classic radio drama, great literature, and the profound, sometimes really unsettling questions those stories raise about our own nature. Today, we are focusing on the premiere broadcast of a new Chesterton Radio Theater series.
Yes, the series is titled Father Brown versus Raffles, the Morality of the Gentleman Thief.
Specifically, we are looking at the very first installment, which is called The Ides of March. Okay, let's unpack this. We're looking at an incredible literary collision here.
We really are.
Because what actually happens when the ultimate gentleman thief meets the ultimate priest who knows about sin?
It is the absolute definition of a moral blind spot.
Yeah.
And the broadcast introduces this concept brilliantly by bringing together two titanic literary figures who, honestly, represent entirely different universes.
Right.
On one side, you have A.J. Raffles. He was created by E.W. Hornung. And Raffles is, well, he's the quintessential Victorian gentleman thief. He's a man who moves flawlessly through the highest echelons of London society.
He's the guy everyone wants at their dinner party.
Exactly. And on the other side, you have Father Brown, created by G.K. Chesterton. He is the unassuming, umbrella-toting, remarkably plain priest detective.
They couldn't be more different.
No. And bringing these two together isn't merely a clever narrative device. I mean, it is a profound collision of opposing worldviews.
The source text opens with this incredibly sharp observation that really serves as the thesis for the entire series. It states that civilized men hold a curious superstition.
A curious superstition.
Yeah, that certain crimes are almost respectable if they are committed politely. That specific phrasing, curious superstition, is doing so much heavy lifting there.
It really is. Because a superstition is an irrational belief, right? It's a kind of dark magic we let ourselves fall under.
Exactly. It implies that we, as a supposedly rational, civilized society, are under a spell. We act irrationally when confronted with elegance. We dress our moral failings up as refinement.
Right. And what's fascinating here is how the text explicitly points out the double standard. It notes that an English gentleman who cheats at cards is despised.
Oh, completely ruined.
He is considered vulgar. He is immediately cast out of the club, utterly ruined, like you said. But the English gentleman who steals priceless jewels with a certain flair...
He is admired.
He is. The text argues that society views this difference not as a moral one, but as a theatrical one. The card cheat looks desperate and vulgar. The jewel thief looks interesting.
The word theatrical is really the linchpin of Raffles' entire existence, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. His life is a performance designed to bypass the moral faculties of his audience. When you consider the archetype of the gentleman thief, it preys directly on our inherent aesthetic biases.
Because human beings naturally want things to look beautiful and orderly.
Right. If a crime is ugly, if it involves violence or desperation, we condemn it without a second thought. But if a crime is elegant, if it requires a high degree of intelligence, poise, and sophistication, we subconsciously afford it a level of respect.
It's wild.
It is. This Victorian fascination with the honorable criminal reveals a terrifying reality about human nature. It shows that we are often more offended by bad manners than we are by bad morals.
Think about how you react when you read the news today. You have to ask yourself if we still fall for this theater. Because when I read this opening, I immediately thought about modern white-collar criminals
Oh, definitely.
or, sophisticated tech hackers. You see these figures in Silicon Valley or Wall Street who construct incredibly complex, elegant algorithms to siphon off millions of dollars from pension funds.
And they look great doing it.
They dress in expensive minimalist clothing, they speak wittily on TED Talk stages, they write best-selling books about disruption, and society looks at them and says, wow, they're so fascinating. They're visionaries.
We invite them to galas.
Right. But if someone holds up a convenience store for $50 to feed their family, we throw the book at them and demand maximum sentencing. We are still entirely captivated by the theater of the crime.
We let the bespoke suit blind us to the devastation of the deed. That dynamic hasn't disappeared at all. It has merely evolved into new forms of sophisticated embezzlement. In the story, Raffles is the very embodiment of this societal vulnerability. The text notes that London society loved him with an unthinking affection.
Unthinking affection. That adjective, unthinking, is so vital.
It is. Because to think about Raffles, to subject his lifestyle to rigorous moral or financial scrutiny, would destroy the illusion.
Fashionable society reserves this specific type of affection for men who appear to succeed without effort.
That is the core of Raffles' charm. He seems to take life as lightly as a feather takes the wind. He is known primarily to the public as a champion cricketer.
Yes, the cricket element is so important here.
The source material offers this brilliant commentary about cricket at Lord's. It notes that playing the game at that level is one of the few occupations in England which can make a man respectable even when the rest of his character remains a total mystery.
The cricket pitch acts as a giant sunlit shield of respectability. It's the halo effect in full force.
Oh, 100%.
When a man bats with absolute elegance and speaks with easy wit in drawing rooms, people eagerly forgive his irregular appearances or, his lack of a visible profession.
The text mentions there is nothing ostentatious about him. He didn't seem ambitious. He merely seemed fortunate.
And fortune is the most flattering quality a man can possess.
Exactly. We have this ingrained, almost pagan assumption that because someone is blessed by fortune, they must inherently be favored by the gods, or at least they are elevated beyond our pedestrian moral judgments.
Nobody bothers to look underneath the bright white cricket uniform.
No one. And this reliance on bright, sunlit respectability at Lord's Cricket Ground makes his secondary life all the more jarring.
Because when the sun goes down, that halo effect disappears into the fog.
Right. And the atmospheric setup of the transition into the evening is deeply intentional and richly symbolic. We move from the unthinking admiration of the afternoon to a gray London night.
The descriptions here are just so vivid.
They are. The text says the fog lies low along the streets like a tired ghost unwilling to depart. Gas lamps are glowing dimly, and carriages are moving past like dark animals moving through water.
It's so moody.
Yeah.
And it's March 15th, right? The Ides of March.
Yes, historically, this is a day of betrayal. The day Caesar was assassinated by his friends. This physical fog perfectly mirrors the moral fog in which Raffles and his high society exist.
Everything is murky.
Exactly. The sharp outlines of right and wrong are blurred into a damp gray aesthetic. It is the perfect, fertile environment for a man who thrives on the blurring of moral lines.
The atmosphere does so much of the psychological work for the listener. Because in this foggy room, surrounded by the haze of cigarette smoke, Raffles sits in his deep armchair, completely relaxed.
Just totally at ease.
And he begins to articulate his philosophy to his friend, Bunny Manders. He points out how careless rich men are with their possessions. They lock their treasures away, yes, but they lock them terribly.
Right, they use cheap locks on priceless things.
And then Raffles delivers what might be the most chilling line of self-justification in the text. He says, "I am not a criminal. I am a critic of architecture."
A critic of architecture. It's brilliant and horrible at the same time. He elevates a felony to an academic, aesthetic exercise. By calling himself a critic of architecture, Raffles completely strips the human element from his actions.
He isn't stealing a family heirloom.
No, he is merely pointing out a structural flaw in a security system. He goes on to explain his overarching view of the world. To Raffles, the world is not a place to live in. It is not a community of souls.
It's a puzzle.
Yes, It is a puzzle. And puzzles, once noticed by superior intellect, demand to be solved. He looks at modern Victorian houses and calls them monuments to optimism, secured by locks that a schoolboy could defeat.
Let's linger on that phrase, monuments to optimism, because it is incredibly profound. Why were the Victorians optimistic?
Well, they were at the height of their power.
Right. They were living at the height of the empire, driven by a profound belief in human progress, reason, and gentlemanly honor. A lock on a door in that society isn't just a piece of metal. It represents a naive belief that society is inherently good.
It's just a mechanical reminder to stay honest.
Exactly. It assumes everyone agrees on the rules. So Raffles picking that lock isn't just a theft. It is a philosophical shattering of the entire Victorian worldview.
He views his burglaries as merely demonstrating the error of that optimism. He calls it borrowing. And he treats the entire endeavor like a sport.
Here's where it gets really interesting. When Bunny points out that treating burglary like a sport is madness, Raffles just shrugs and replies, "Why not? The world treats everything else like one."
Raffles is giving voice to a profound cynicism that undercuts the entire era. But notice the immense privilege embedded in that worldview.
Oh, it's dripping with privilege.
Right. Raffles is entirely insulated from the despair, the starvation, and the poverty that drives standard criminality in the slums of London. For him, violating the sanctity of someone's home is an intellectual stimulant.
It's a game.
It is. He has so insulated himself from real consequence that he views the fundamental laws of civilization as a recreational puzzle to cure his own boredom.
Now, the text is challenging you, the listener, to examine your own reactions here. When you read a story like this, or watch a modern heist film, there's a temptation within all of us to admire sheer capability.
We want the genius to win.
We do. A part of us wants the lock to be picked. We want the genius to outsmart the system. Raffles speaks to that cynical part of the human psyche that looks at the rules of society and says, these are just arbitrary games played by fools. Why shouldn't I play my own game?
But if the world is just a game, there's no objective morality. There are only winners and losers. There are only those who set the puzzles and those clever enough to solve them.
And if Raffles views the world as a meaningless game to be beaten, the narrative requires an opposing force who views the world entirely differently.
Which brings us to the entrance of Father Brown.
Yes. If Raffles sees the world as a puzzle, Father Brown sees it as a spiritual landscape. A place populated not by winners and losers, but by souls that need saving.
Father Brown is introduced as the ultimate anti-detective. The stage for their encounter is the Mayfair house of Lord Amersteth. And Lord Amersteth is the quintessential wealthy target.
He's practically begging to be robbed.
Pretty much. He loves his rare objects, he loves telling long stories about their provenance, and he owns the prize of the evening, which is a stunning Renaissance jewel box worth an absolute fortune.
And onto this opulent stage walks a small, decidedly undashing priest. The text is incredibly careful to describe Father Brown in direct opposition to Raffles.
Right. Father Brown doesn't have an elegant batting stance.
No, he has a round, rather ordinary face and the mild, confused expression of a man who wandered into the wrong room by accident. He drops his umbrella. He seems entirely out of his depth.
But the text notes his eyes were curious, very curious. Father Brown is not a traditional forensic detective. You aren't going to see him pulling out a magnifying glass to look for cigar ash.
Or measuring footprints in the mud like Sherlock Holmes.
Exactly. Holmes solves crimes from the outside in. He looks at the physical debris left behind and deduces the actions of the man. Father Brown works from the inside out. He doesn't look for physical evidence, he looks for spiritual states.
That's such a brilliant distinction. The mechanism of Father Brown's detective work is essential to understand, as it stems directly from Chesterton's theology.
Father Brown solves crimes through a profound, almost terrifying understanding of human nature and sin. And how does a seemingly sheltered priest acquire this?
Through the agonizing experience of the confessional box.
Yes. For years, sitting in the dark, he has heard every conceivable permutation of human justification. He has heard every lie we tell ourselves.
Criminals often think their motives are highly unique and complex.
Oh, they always think they're the exception. But the priest knows that sin is incredibly predictable, repetitive, and ultimately mundane. He understands criminal psychology from the inside out because he has witnessed the inner workings of fallen humanity.
He knows exactly how the spiritual machinery of a human being breaks down. And that drastically changes how a crime scene is processed.
It really does.
Because later in the broadcast, when the theft is actually discovered, the house descends into chaos. Wealthy guests are protesting, servants are being harshly interrogated, Lord Amersteth is shouting to call the police.
It's a total panic.
And amidst all this panic, what does Father Brown do? He quietly walks over and examines the empty cabinet. He isn't looking for scratches on the lock or traces of wax.
No.
He's diagnosing the soul of the thief. He is reading the psychological signature left behind by the act itself. He can tell just from the nature of the theft, whether it was done out of desperate greed, vengeful spite, or in this case, sheer arrogant pride.
And this profound diagnostic ability leads us directly to the pivotal scene of the story. We need to place ourselves right there in the dimly lit hallway of Lord Amersteth's house.
Set the scene for us.
The dinner has concluded. The men in the drawing room have been loudly discussing the alarming, decaying condition of modern society, and a string quartet is playing softly in the background. And Raffles simply wanders out of the room.
He doesn't skulk or sneak.
Not at all. He walks out with the quiet, upright confidence of a man who knows his social standing makes him invisible to suspicion. He approaches the cabinet, easily picks the lock with a small, mysterious instrument, and extracts the Renaissance box.
He holds it up to the corridor lamp and murmurs, "Beautiful."
As his accomplice Bunny notes, Raffles genuinely seems to admire the craftsmanship of the box even more than the jewels inside. It is the pure appreciation of the critic.
And then, breaking that quiet moment of aesthetic worship, comes a voice from behind them. "Good evening."
It's such a quiet, jarring moment.
They turn, and there is the small priest standing in the shadows beneath the corridor lamp. Raffles, ever the gentleman, doesn't miss a beat. He inclines his head politely and says, "Good evening, Father."
And Father Brown looks at him and says, "I believe you are searching for something."
Raffles delivers this incredibly smooth, frictionless lie. He says, "Only the study. I appear to have lost my way."
The tension in that exchange is masterful. Raffles thinks he is playing the theatrical game perfectly. He assumes his mask of the slightly confused, wandering English gentleman is flawless.
But then Father Brown delivers a response that cuts through the fog entirely. He says, "Yes." That often happens when men are searching for the wrong thing.
Searching for the wrong thing. It's delivered so gently. The text notes it sounded almost friendly, but it is a direct ontological strike at Raffles' soul.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, Father Brown is telling him, "I see you. I see that you are searching for thrills, for aesthetic perfection, for a cure to your boredom, and it is leading you into moral ruin."
And here's the truly staggering part of the scene. Raffles bows, walks right past the priest, and Father Brown simply lets him go.
Wait, he just lets him leave.
He does. He doesn't shout for Lord Amersteth. He doesn't grab Raffles by the collar. He stands there and lets him walk out the door with a priceless jewel box under his coat.
We really have to analyze why Father Brown makes that choice. It fundamentally separates him from any other detective in literature.
Father Brown is not a policeman.
No. A policeman's ultimate goal is an arrest. A policeman exists to restore civic order and protect property. But a priest's ultimate goal is redemption.
Father Brown wants to restore the soul. He already knows exactly what has happened, but he understands that simply exposing Raffles in that hallway would only result in a loud, theatrical scandal.
It would ruin a reputation, but it wouldn't cure the underlying spiritual rot.
Exactly. Raffles would go to prison, but his pride would remain entirely intact. He would just consider himself an unlucky martyr to a broken system.
It's very much like a doctor diagnosing a patient with a severe illness. If a patient comes into a clinic with a terrible, hacking cough, a good doctor doesn't just prescribe a cough suppressant to quiet them down.
Right. The doctor wants to cure the underlying lung disease causing the symptom.
Father Brown isn't interested in treating the symptom, which is the stolen Renaissance box. He is looking squarely at the underlying disease, which is Raffles' immense spiritual arrogance.
If he just catches Raffles the thief, Raffles the man remains completely unchanged.
Father Brown is initiating a much longer, much deeper game than Raffles can even comprehend.
And we only know about this quiet, profound psychological duel because of the narrator. Every detail we receive is filtered through the perspective of Bunny Manders.
Which requires us to examine the reliability of our narrator.
Absolutely. Bunny is a man completely under a spell. He serves as the perfect audience surrogate, representing our own societal vulnerability to charismatic, confident figures.
Bunny's psychological profile is fascinating because he is so deeply comfortably compromised. In his narration, which reads almost like a confession, he admits, "I mistook admiration for loyalty and loyalty for wisdom."
That is such a piercing line.
He talks about standing at the boundary of the cricket ground, watching Raffles bat, and feeling like the entire afternoon arranged itself around his success. The sunlight, the applause, the green grass, it all seemed to belong to Raffles.
He is mesmerized. When someone possesses that rare magnetic charm, when they appear to take life as lightly as a feather, there is a gravitational pull to be near them.
People want their golden light to reflect onto their own, much duller lives.
Bunny doesn't follow Raffles into burglary because Bunny is inherently wicked or greedy. He follows him because he's dazzled. He is blinded by the glare of Raffles' brilliance. It is a cautionary tale about the suspension of critical thought in the presence of charisma.
So what does this all mean? You've probably experienced this yourself on some level.
Oh, you all have.
Think about how easy it is to forgive a highly charismatic, entertaining friend for behavior you would instantly condemn in a stranger.
It's scary how quickly we compromise.
How often do we excuse terrible, toxic behavior in a political leader, a celebrity, or a brilliant artist simply because they are successful or fascinating? We tell ourselves that their genius excuses their cruelty.
Bunny is the extreme, crystallized version of that human flaw. However, I want to push back slightly on the idea that Bunny is merely a passive, dazzled victim.
Okay, let's hear it.
During that earlier scene in Raffles' rooms, when Raffles first pitches the idea of the burglary, Bunny describes feeling a peculiar mixture of dread and excitement.
Dread and excitement.
Right. His conscience is ringing the alarm bell, but his appetite for the thrill is stronger. He knows it's insane. He knows it's a crime. But that excitement makes him entirely morally complicit.
He didn't pick the lock on the cabinet, but he stood watching hallway, and he enjoyed the thrill of the transgression too much to walk away.
That nuance is crucial. Bunny's conscience is awakening, but it is currently overpowered by the aesthetic thrill of the crime. He is absolutely complicit.
And this dynamic, the charming, arrogant thief who thinks he's above the law, the complicit, dazzled friend who wants to be close to the fire, and the observant, spiritually grounded priest who sees through it all, this triangle, sets the stage for the overarching moral philosophy of the entire series.
It brings us directly to the profound Chestertonian themes embedded in this text.
Let's delve into the contrast between cleverness and innocence. Later in the evening, after the police have been called and the house is in an uproar, Bunny finds Father Brown standing alone in the hallway, staring at the empty space where the cabinet was.
Bunny is compelled to speak to him, likely driven by his own guilty conscience.
He approaches the priest and says, "You seem very certain about the thief." And Father Brown gives this beautifully paradoxical answer. He says, "Oh no, I'm rarely certain about thieves."
Bunny, confused, asks, "Then why say he is clever?"
And Father Brown delivers what is essentially the thesis statement of the entire broadcast. Because the wicked man usually knows he is wicked, but a clever man often thinks he is innocent.
A clever man often thinks he is innocent. This is pure G.K. Chesterton. It is a razor-sharp dissection of the illusion that style equals virtue.
Raffles genuinely believes that because he steals with elegance, because he uses a small, precise instrument rather than a crude crowbar, and because he frames his actions as a critic of architecture, he is ontologically elevated above the common criminal shivering in the alleyway.
He uses his massive intellect to build a fortress of rationalization around his sin. The tragedy of a high intellect is that it is exceptionally good at manufacturing excuses.
It's terrifying because it is universally relatable. When we do something wrong, we immediately deploy our own cleverness to justify it.
We tell ourselves, oh, I only lied because I didn't want to hurt their feelings.
Or I only cut that ethical corner at work because the corporate system is rigged anyway. We weaponize our intelligence not to seek the truth, but to manufacture our own innocence.
Father Brown sees right through this intellectual smokescreen. He recognizes that Raffles has mistaken his theatrical elegance for moral purity. A polished mirror is still just a mirror. It doesn't create light.
This elevates the story from a simple mystery into a profound moral fable disguised as a detective story. The text is issuing a severe warning.
The true danger to Lord Emersteth's house wasn't merely the loss of a Renaissance box. The true danger to a civilization is when crime, selfishness, and immense pride become widely admired simply because they are dressed up in a tuxedo.
When a culture begins to admire the clever, cynical thief over the honest, unremarkable worker, that culture is rotting from the inside out.
Father Brown isn't just investigating a property theft. He is diagnosing a societal illness.
The stakes are infinitely higher than the missing jewels. So with the battle lines so clearly drawn between the aesthetic puzzle solver and the spiritual soul saver, where does this duel go next?
We get a fascinating glimpse in the immediate aftermath.
Back in the safety of Raffles' rooms, the fog swirling outside the window, Raffles places the stolen box on the table and pours some whiskey.
He raises his glass and calls it another successful match.
But Bunny, watching him closely, notices that Raffles is unusually quiet, unusually thoughtful. The effortless lightness is gone.
Bunny asks him what he thinks of the little priest.
And Raffles, staring into his glass with total calm, says, "He is dangerous. He is the sort of man who understands things."
That is a monumental admission from a man like Raffles. He realizes, perhaps for the first time in his life, that his usual weapons are completely useless against Father Brown.
The theatrical charm, the cricket bat, the witty drawing room banter, the tailored suit, none of it works.
Because Father Brown understands things. He sees the man behind the carefully constructed mask. For someone whose entire existence, whose entire ego is built on maintaining an illusion, encountering a man who can see absolute reality is the most terrifying prospect imaginable.
Raffles knows he has been seen.
And meanwhile, we are shown Father Brown walking out of the Mayfair house and into the freezing London fog.
He is thinking about this gentleman thief who has mistaken cleverness for innocence. Father Brown knows that men like this often continue doing wrong long after lesser men have stopped, precisely because their massive ego protects them from feeling the necessary pain of guilt.
But then, pausing under a street lamp, Father Brown smiles faintly into the fog and murmurs, "Every man could change, even a gentleman thief. I suppose we shall meet again."
He hasn't given up on Raffles. He hasn't written him off as a lost cause.
Far from it. He has only just begun his real work. The broadcast teases the upcoming installment, titled The Chest of Silver, noting that as Raffles grows bolder in his heists, Father Brown begins to study him not merely as a criminal to be caught, but as a soul to be cornered.
Which is such a brilliant phrase, a soul to be cornered.
This raises an important question. As Raffles escalates his crimes, will the quiet, relentless presence of the priest force him to question his own philosophy?
If Raffles views the world purely as a mechanical puzzle to be beaten, what happens when he encounters a man whose profound peace, goodness, and insight cannot be explained by that cynical worldview?
Will Raffles grow bolder, taking greater and greater risks just to test the priest?
It is setting up a fascinating psychological pressure cooker. Father Brown won't chase him across rooftops with a whistle and a truncheon. He will simply apply quiet, relentless, inescapable moral pressure.
The ultimate question the series is asking is, can a gentleman thief actually repent? Or would, acknowledging his sin, admitting that he isn't a brilliant critic of architecture, but just a common thief who takes things that don't belong to him, would that admission completely destroy the massive ego that makes him Raffles in the first place?
It feels like for Arthur Raffles to be saved, the persona of Raffles has to die entirely.
That is the ultimate theological drama, the necessary death of the ego for the salvation of the soul. Can charm, grace, and immense capability be redeemed and redirected toward the good, or are they permanently corrupted by pride once they've been misused?
The series promises to explore this tension deeply. It is an incredibly rich setup for a series. As we wrap up this deep dive, I want to bring this reflection directly back to you listening right now. The core takeaway from this profound clash of characters is a warning for our own lives. We must always be vigilant, not to confuse how a thing is done with what is actually being done.
Elegance is not virtue.
Style is not morality. A polite, beautifully executed crime is still a crime. The damage to the soul is the same, whether you wear a mask in an alleyway or a tuxedo in a drawing room.
Exactly.
As you go about your week, keep this final, provocative thought in your mind. If Arthur Raffles truly believes the world is just a giant puzzle waiting to be solved by his brilliant intellect, what is going to happen when he finally realizes that he is the puzzle and Father Brown is the one quietly solving him?
That is the exact moment the theater crumbles, the performance ends, and the real drama begins.
It's going to be phenomenal to watch unfold. I want to formally invite you to read this full story and listen to the audio dramas on the Chesterton Radio Substack.
They are producing incredibly thoughtful, high-quality work over there.
Remember, this broadcast is a listener-supported project of Chesterton Radio in Atchison, Kansas. If you want to continue exploring classic literature, old-time radio, and the moral imagination of G.K. Chesterton, please go to their Substack and subscribe.
You won't regret it.
Until next time, keep looking past the theater, keep demanding the truth beneath the style, and keep asking the right questions.
Good morning. Welcome to the program.
Good morning.
If you're just tuning in right now, you are listening to our little literary-minded radio station broadcasting right here from Atchison, Kansas.
That's right.
And I am looking out the studio window right now, and I gotta say, it is a truly beautiful, just a really brisk morning out there.
It's cold.
It is cold. There's this heavy layer of frost lingering out on the plains, and the Missouri River is just barely catching that early kind of pale, almost silver light.
Yeah, it looks almost like glass today.
It really does.
Right.
And you can hear the distant hum of the freight trains that roll through town. There's just something about that sound,
Yeah.
combined with the cold air that just makes you want to pull your sweater a little tighter.
Oh, absolutely. It's the perfect kind of morning to just settle in.
Exactly. So whether you have a hot cup of black coffee in your hand right now, or maybe you're driving down Commercial Street watching the world wake up, this is our time to have a real conversation about the things that matter.
I love this part of the day. There's a specific quality to the quiet of the early hours here in the Midwest that, it invites a very particular kind of reflection.
Because you aren't rushed yet.
Right. The frantic demands of the day haven't hit you. The emails, the errands, the phone calls, they haven't quite caught up to you.
They're waiting, but they aren't here yet.
Exactly. It makes this the absolute ideal time to step back and examine not just what we're doing with our lives, but the underlying machinery of why we're doing it.
That's the big question, isn't it? The why. And to help us get at that why today, we're dedicating this hour to taking a deep dive into literature, faith, and the complex culture we navigate every day. We're looking at a really magnificent, challenging piece of text.
It is challenging.
We have a morning liturgy that was curated by Chesterton Radio. Specifically, it's their Wednesday morning prayer for week 3.
Week 3, yeah.
And they are using the classic, highly poetic Douay-Rheims translation for the text of the Liturgy of the Hours. But, before we even get into the meat of what this text says, I want to pause on what this text actually is.
I think that's a good idea.
Because a lot of people tuning in right now might hear Liturgy of the Hours and think, I think we're talking about some obscure medieval monk business.
Right, some dusty book in a monastery.
Exactly. Can you give us a little grounding on what the Liturgy of the Hours actually is and why someone living in our bustling modern world would even bother reading it?
It's a great place to start because the format itself is part of the message. The Liturgy of the Hours, which you'll sometimes hear called the Divine Office, is essentially the ancient official set of prayers marking the hours of each day.
Sanctifying the day.
Yes,
Yeah.
sanctifying the day with prayer. And it has its roots going all the way back to early Jewish traditions of praying at specific times of the day, which the early Christians just adopted. Over the centuries, particularly within monastic communities, it evolved into this highly structured rhythm. Monks and nuns would stop whatever they were doing.
Whether that was farming or studying.
Right, farming, resting, whatever. They would stop and gather to chant the Psalms, read Scripture, and pray at specific intervals. Morning, midday, evening, and night.
So it's literally a mechanism designed to interrupt your day.
Precisely. It is an intentional interruption. In our modern context, we view time as something to be, managed or optimized or spent.
We're obsessed with productivity.
Exactly. But the Liturgy of the Hours treats time as something to be consecrated. And the specific translation used in today's text, the Douay-Rheims, adds another whole layer to that.
Because it's an older translation.
Very old. It's an English translation of the Bible that predates the King James Version. It was translated directly from the Latin Vulgate in the late 16th and early 17th centuries. And because it clings so closely to the Latin phrasing, it has this incredibly rich, textured, somewhat archaic beauty to it. It doesn't sound like the way we talk at the grocery store.
No, it definitely doesn't.
It forces your brain to slow down. You can't just skim it while scrolling on your phone. You have to really chew on the syntax.
That makes a lot of sense. The language itself acts as a speed bump for the mind. So, with that framework in mind, let's talk about the mission of our deep dive today. What is the central theme that this specific Wednesday morning text is trying to get across to us?
The overarching purpose of our time today is to explore a profound and, frankly, a very uncomfortable gap that this specific text ruthlessly exposes.
Uncomfortable is the right word.
It's the gap between knowing what is good and actually doing what is good.
Okay, let's unpack this. Because that gap you're talking about is something every single human being experiences, whether they want to admit it on the radio or not.
Oh, universally.
We all have this deep-seated tendency to consume goodness passively. We listen to a great radio program, we read a profound quote on social media, we hear a beautiful piece of scripture or philosophy, and we get this warm, fuzzy glow of moral satisfaction in our chests.
We mistake the feeling of being inspired for the act of being virtuous.
That is exactly it.
And that is a very dangerous psychological trap.
It really is. I mean, I'll give you a perfect example from my own life, literally yesterday morning.
Oh, please do.
So I woke up early feeling very intellectual.
A dangerous way to start the day.
Truly. So I poured my coffee, sat by the window, and opened up a copy of Marcus Aurelius's Meditations.
Good light reading.
Right. And I'm reading these incredible Stoic thoughts about not letting the actions of others disturb your inner peace, about how we are all part of the human community and how anger is just fundamentally irrational.
Okay, setting the stage.
And I'm sitting there and nodding to myself, thinking, yes, I am a pillar of tranquility. I have achieved inner peace.
You've conquered your ego.
Exactly. Cut to 45 minutes later.
Oh.
I am in my truck trying to cross the four-way intersection down on 4th and Commercial, and the guy in the silver minivan across from me has the right-of-way but refuses to take it.
The classic Midwest standoff.
The wave of death. He's just waving me on, but doing it really confusingly. And I completely lost my mind. I was throwing my hands up, yelling in the cab of my truck, completely furious over a 10-second delay.
So much for Marcus Aurelius.
I went from a Stoic philosopher to a raging toddler in less than an hour. I had the knowledge of the good, but zero execution of it.
That's the perfect modern encapsulation of what this text is warning us about.
Mm-hmm.
And what's brilliant about this Wednesday morning prayer is that it doesn't just give you a lecture on that dynamic.
Yeah.
It builds a liturgical thread that traces it sequentially.
It builds an argument.
Exactly. It's trying to shake you out of that passive consumption. It starts right out of the gate with what's called the invitatory.
The opening act.
Right. The knock on the door of the day. And the text selected here is Psalm 94 or 95, depending on which biblical numbering system you use.
Okay.
And the defining line of that psalm is this: "Today, if you shall hear his voice, harden not your hearts."
Harden not your hearts. That phrasing implies that hearing isn't an end in itself. Hearing is supposed to be a catalyst.
Right. In a literary and historical sense, hearing the divine voice is meant to lead to a softened, receptive, and crucially, an active heart.
Not a static one.
Exactly. But the text doesn't just leave it as a poetic suggestion. It explicitly points back to a massive historical warning.
The provocation.
Yes. The psalm continues, referencing the ancient Israelites. It says, "As in the provocation, according to the day of temptation in the wilderness, 40 years long was I offended with that generation."
Let's hover on that for a second.
Okay.
Because the story of the Israelites wandering in the wilderness for 40 years, I mean, it's such a foundational cultural narrative, but we often gloss over the psychology of it.
And turn it into a cartoon.
Right. But this is the ultimate story of a people who heard the voice. They had a front row seat to the most spectacular miracles imaginable.
They saw the plagues in Egypt.
They walked through the parted Red Sea. They had a pillar of fire guiding them at night. They had the ultimate, undeniable proof of the good. They had the data.
More data than anyone.
Yet, when they faced the actual friction of the journey, when they were thirsty, when they were scared of the local tribes, their hearts hardened.
He complained.
They rebelled. They actually wanted to go back to slavery in Egypt because it was easier than the freedom of the wilderness.
The historical context you're bringing up is vital here. The provocation mentioned in the psalm wasn't just that the Israelites woke up in a bad mood one Tuesday.
Right, it wasn't just a grumpy morning.
No, it was a systemic, repeated failure to trust and act upon the knowledge they had been given. They were the ultimate passive consumers of divine spectacle.
Passive consumers of spectacle, that's a great phrase.
They loved the parted sea, but they hated the daily walk. They possessed the intellectual knowledge of God's power, but their will remained completely unengaged.
Their behavior did not change.
Exactly. And the text places that historical failure right at the beginning of our Wednesday morning to say, look at them. Do not do what they did. Do not be a mere audience to the divine.
It is a profound warning. But then, after hitting us with this massive, sweeping, historical epic of the Exodus, the liturgy suddenly pulls the camera way in.
It zooms right into the micro.
Yeah, with the morning hymn.
Yeah.
The curators selected a hymn called "Now That the Daylight Fills the Sky." I was looking into this, and it's attributed to a medieval writer often associated with early monastic morning prayers.
That's right.
And you expect a hymn like that to be incredibly lofty, maybe talking about angels and ethereal realms, but it's intensely, almost surprisingly grounded.
It really is. What stood out to you in the hymn's text?
It's the sheer practicality of it. It asks God to keep us free from harm in all we do or say today. It bridges the spiritual and the fiercely practical.
Give us an example.
Well, listen to this stanza. would guard our hearts and tongues from strife. From anger's din would shield our life. From evil sights would turn our eyes and close our ears to vanities.
Anger's den.
That isn't asking for a mystical, out-of-body spiritual ecstasy. That's asking for help surviving a Tuesday afternoon staff meeting.
That's entirely what it is.
It's asking for help not gossiping by the coffee machine or not losing your temper at the four-way stop like I did. It is entirely about the friction of daily living.
And the friction of daily living is where the rubber meets the road. It's easy to be a saint in isolation or while reading Marcus Aurelius in your armchair.
Oh, so easy.
It's incredibly difficult to be a saint when dealing with the anger's din of other people. And the text progression continues beautifully right into the psalmody.
Where does it take us next?
We see the cries for mercy in Psalm 85, where the psalmist says, "Bow down thy ear, O Lord, and hear me, for I am needy and poor." It establishes our profound human dependence.
Acknowledging that we can't do it alone?
Right. But it doesn't leave us just passively begging for mercy. It connects that internal need to a rigorous external call to action, which we see in the subsequent canticle taken from the book of Isaiah, chapter 33.
I found that passage from Isaiah to be actually quite intimidating.
It is fierce.
It asks a terrifying rhetorical question. Which of you can dwell with devouring fire? Which of you shall dwell with everlasting burnings? It's asking who can actually stand in the presence of ultimate, uncompromising goodness and truth.
And the answer Isaiah provides is fascinating, especially in light of our theme today. The answer isn't about someone who simply holds the correct theological opinions or someone who feels really bad about their mistakes.
What does the text say?
The text says the one who can dwell there is he that walketh in justice and speaketh truth, that casteth away avarice by oppression and shaketh his hands from all bribes.
Walking, speaking, casting away, shaking hands free from corruption.
These are entirely kinetic verbs. It's action.
Which brings us to the absolute climax of this whole liturgical progression. Everything so far, the warning in the wilderness, the practical hymn, the call to action in Isaiah, it's all setting the stage for this short reading from the Epistle of St. James.
Chapter 1, verses 22 through 25.
Exactly. This contains the famous mirror metaphor, and honestly, it is a masterpiece of psychological insight that feels like it could have been written 20 minutes ago instead of 2,000 years ago.
Human nature hasn't changed.
Not a bit.
Yeah.
James writes, "But be doers of the word, and not hearers only, deceiving your own selves." And then he gives us this unforgettable image.
The mirror.
He says that a man who is a hearer and not a doer is like a man beholding his own natural face in a mirror. He beholds himself, he goes his way, and immediately forgets what manner of man he was.
The psychology of that metaphor is staggering. Think about the historical context of a mirror in the Greco-Roman world. They didn't have the perfectly silvered, flawless glass mirrors we have hanging in our bathrooms today.
Right. What were they using?
They had polished bronze or copper. It gave a reflection, but it required effort to keep polished, and the image was always slightly obscured. But the core function is the same. I think we need to really sit with what James is describing here.
Walk us through it.
Think about your own routine today. You read a daily devotional, a profound philosophy quote, a beautiful poem. You feel that rush of agreement. You think, yes, that is who I am, or at least that is who I deeply want to be.
You identify with the reflection.
Exactly. But by the time you navigate the afternoon commute or deal with a passive-aggressive email, that profound truth has completely evaporated.
It's gone.
You looked in the mirror of the text, you saw the moral ideal, you walked away, and you suffered immediate spiritual amnesia.
We deceive ourselves into thinking that because we read the good thing and agreed with the good thing, we have actually accomplished the good thing.
It's a very comfortable delusion.
It is so convicting. But the curators of this morning prayer, they don't just leave us with the scripture, they provide a reflection on it. They give us this incredible paradox of the day, which really acts as a hinge for this entire broadcast.
What is the paradox they highlight?
It's this quote, "A mirror can show a saint, but only obedience can make one."
What's fascinating here is how the author of this reflection uses paradox as a vital literary and spiritual tool. A paradox isn't just a clever play on words or a riddle meant to confuse you.
It's not just wordplay.
No, it's a deliberate device designed to jolt the human mind out of its complacency. We get so used to platitudes like be a good person or do the right thing that our brains just slide right over them without engaging.
They become white noise.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But a paradox forces the reader to stop. It forces you to hold two seemingly contradictory truths in tension in order to uncover a deeper, more robust reality.
Let's break down the two halves of that specific metaphor then, the mirror and obedience, because the contrast is so rich.
Let's do it.
First, the mirror. Think about the physical act of looking in a mirror. A mirror is comfortable. It's static. It is entirely safe.
You don't have to break a sweat to look in a mirror.
Right. It requires absolutely nothing from you except your eyes. You can stand perfectly still in the climate-controlled comfort of your own home or the private sanctuary of your own mind and just admire the reflection.
You can admire the idea of being a saint without having to do the exhausting work of saintliness.
Exactly. And contrasted with that comfortable, static mirror is the concept of obedience.
Obedience, by its very nature, is kinetic. It's profoundly inconvenient.
Yes, inconvenient. That's the perfect word for it.
It requires movement, risk, and stepping out into the unpredictable, messy reality of the world. The mirror is a fundamentally private experience. Obedience is inevitably public because it involves how you interact with others.
The mirror requires only eyes. Obedience requires hands and feet.
Feet. Yes, that is a fantastic point. And it perfectly connects to a detail you noticed later in the text, down in the Gospel Canticle.
Right. Every morning, the Liturgy of the Hours includes the Benedictus, which is the song of Zechariah from the first chapter of the Gospel of Luke.
Zechariah being John the Baptist's father.
Right, and he sings this prophetic song after being struck mute for 9 months. The prayer talks about the Orient from on high visiting us.
It's talking about the dawn.
The dawn, the light of Christ breaking into the darkness of the world. But what is the stated ultimate purpose of that light visiting us?
What does the text say?
The text says it is to enlighten them that sit in darkness and in the shadow of death, to direct our feet into the way of peace.
To direct our feet.
It doesn't say the light comes to give us warm, peaceful feelings in our chests. It doesn't say the light comes to give us better thoughts. It says it comes to direct our feet.
That's brilliant.
Feet imply movement. They are the calloused, practical, literal instruments of moving through the dirt. They imply the physical, tiring, step-by-step journey of faith.
That is a wonderful textual connection. The light is given not so we can just sit comfortably in our armchairs and admire how bright and beautiful it is, but so we can actually see the road in front of us and walk down it.
And walking down a road is difficult.
Extremely. And this concept of the difficult journey brings us perfectly to the namesake of the source material we're reviewing, the great English writer, G.K. Chesterton.
Yes.
The curators of Chesterton Radio included a famous quote of his that anchors this entire reflection on knowing versus doing.
For those who might not be deep into early 20th century literature, G.K. Chesterton was a towering figure, both literally and figuratively.
He was a massive man.
He was, often seen in a cape, smoking cigar, roaming around London. He was known as the apostle of common sense. He wrote novels, poetry, philosophy, and he was famous for his public debates with people like George Bernard Shaw.
He had a real flair for the dramatic.
He had this incredible knack for turning conventional wisdom on its head. And the quote they chose for this morning prayer is one of his most famous.
Lay it on us.
Chesterton wrote, "The Christian ideal has not been tried and found wanting. It has been found difficult and left untried."
That quote has remarkable staying power because it diagnoses the human condition so accurately. It perfectly encapsulates why we prefer the mirror of St. James over the obedience of the feet.
Because the mirror isn't difficult.
Exactly. Analyzing the ideal, debating the ideal, writing essays about the ideal, none of that is truly difficult in a moral sense.
It's just intellectual exercise.
Right, but actually trying the ideal, actually walking in unconditional love, profound forgiveness, and radical generosity, that is excruciatingly difficult.
It is much easier to just leave it untried and blame the system. And this leads into what the text explicitly calls the Chestertonian meditation.
Yes, let's look at that.
The author of this meditation analyzes St. James's metaphor with what they describe as stern humor. They point out that there's something objectively comic, like a silent movie slapstick routine, but also deeply tragic about a man who spends his entire morning meticulously examining his reflection.
Right, he's checking his hair.
Making sure there's nothing in his teeth, perfectly straightening his tie, ensuring he looks immaculate. And then he walks out the front door and spends his entire afternoon behaving as if he had absolutely no idea what he looked like.
He acts like a completely different person.
It's absurd when you picture it physically.
It is a brilliant juxtaposition of James's blunt, first-century pastoral warning with Chesterton's 20th century sharp wit. And the meditation introduces a phrase that I think is the most piercing insight of the entire liturgy. It talks about the danger of being fluent in goodness.
Here's where it gets really interesting, because I wrestled with this concept for a while when I was prepping for today's show.
It's a sticky concept.
It is. The meditation says, we are fluent in goodness, yet fluency is not fidelity. A dictionary may contain every noble word and never perform a single noble act.
The dictionary analogy.
I want us to really sit with that analogy of the dictionary for a second. Think about a massive leather-bound Oxford English dictionary sitting on a mahogany shelf.
Heavy authoritative.
Right. It contains the precise etymological definition of courage, of sacrifice, of unconditional love, of profound mercy. It has all the right words, perfectly spelled, perfectly alphabetized, brilliantly defined. It holds all the knowledge.
Right.
But the dictionary itself cannot be brave. A book cannot love you. A book cannot forgive you when you wrong it.
That analogy is the absolute crux of Chesterton's point, beautifully expanded by this modern meditation. We, especially those of us living in our highly educated, hyper-communicative modern era, are incredibly articulate.
We have so many words.
We know the vocabulary of virtue better than almost any generation before us. We can debate the nuances of ethics on talk shows. We can write blistering essays on morality. We can hold intellectual symposiums on the precise nature of systemic justice.
We have the dictionary completely memorized.
We are entirely fluent. But having the vocabulary of goodness is not the same thing as the physical execution of goodness.
Fluency is knowing the language. Fidelity is keeping the promise.
That is a crucial distinction to make. We prefer being the dictionary. We love knowing the words, debating the definitions, correcting other people when they use the words wrong.
Oh, we love correcting people.
We prefer that because the ideal, doing the actions, actually embodying the words, is intensely, sometimes painfully difficult.
Which brings this ancient liturgical text crashing right into our everyday modern reality.
How does this actually apply to us?
Right, listening right now, navigating the world of the 21st century, the meditation hits the nail on the head regarding what it calls modern life's multiplied mirrors.
Multiplied mirrors.
It states, modern life has multiplied mirrors. We reflect on injustice, discuss virtue, analyze motives, and curate moral sentiments with great care.
If we connect this to the bigger picture of our current culture, you can see this dynamic playing out constantly, most obviously in the realm of the internet, social media, and modern public discourse.
Social media is the ultimate mirror.
The digital age has provided us with the ultimate multiplied mirror. Think about the architecture of social media platforms. It is designed entirely around self-reflection and public curation.
Curating your persona.
Curating an online persona, posting a virtuous opinion about a current event, sharing a beautifully designed, aesthetically pleasing graphic about justice on your timeline that is exactly, precisely like polishing a mirror.
It's the ultimate illusion of momentum.
The illusion of momentum, yes.
When we post something like that, our brains give us a dopamine hit. We get likes, we get shares, we get comments saying, so true. And our neurochemistry rewards us as if we had actually done something morally courageous in the real world.
It feels like action.
It feels like we are walking the path. But we aren't. We are just standing in front of the glass admiring our moral outfit. We curate our moral sentiments for an audience, but we haven't actually moved our feet 1 inch.
That is the tragedy of slacktivism or performative virtue. It exhausts the energy that is meant for actual moral action.
We spend it all on the reflection.
We spend all our energy analyzing and curating, and we have nothing left for the physical obedience. But the text gives us a radically different prescription. It flips our modern assumption completely upside down.
What's the prescription?
He says, the paradox is that action clarifies more than analysis. A man who forgives learns mercy faster than a man who debates it. A man who gives learns generosity faster than a man who defines it.
That feels counterintuitive to how we're taught to learn.
How so?
Well, we are taught that you have to study the theory before you can execute the practice. If you want to build a house, you study architecture and engineering first. You don't just start nailing boards together.
Sure.
But this is saying the spiritual life is different. Action is the primary teacher, not the textbook.
That is perhaps the most profound psychological insight in the entire liturgy, and it speaks directly to cognitive behavioral concepts.
Break that down for us.
We often think we need to perfectly understand a virtue before we can practice it safely. We think we need to read 5 books on the psychology of forgiveness, listen to 3 audio programs on trauma, and journal for a month to figure out how to forgive a friend who betrayed us.
We suffer from massive analysis paralysis.
But the text argues the exact opposite. Action is the classroom. You want to truly understand what mercy is. You will not find its true definition at the bottom of a theoretical debate in a university lecture hall.
Where do you find it?
You will find it in the terrifying, humiliating, visceral moment when you are sitting across from a difficult coworker who undermined you, or a stubborn family member who insulted you, and you make the physical, active choice to absorb the cost of their offense instead of making them pay for it.
The action of forgiving teaches you what forgiveness is.
The action precedes the full understanding. The gospel, as the text explicitly says, is not a theory to admire, but a road to travel. And a road is only understood by walking on it.
So think about your own life right now. Where are you currently stuck in analysis paralysis?
It's a hard question to ask yourself.
It is. What is that moral or practical choice? Maybe it's apologizing to your spouse. Maybe it's making a career change that aligns better with your values. Maybe it's finally volunteering at that shelter you always talk about that you have been endlessly analyzing.
The thing you keep circling.
I've journaled about it. You've discussed it with your friends over coffee. You've read books about it, but you haven't actually taken a single physical step to execute it. Where are you just polishing the mirror instead of walking out the door?
It is a highly challenging question. It requires us to strip away our self-justifications and be brutally honest about where we are hiding behind our intellects. However, as much as I appreciate the starkness of this challenge, I think there's a nuance we need to address.
I'm glad you brought that up, actually, because I have been wrestling with a bit of a counter-argument as we've been talking. I want to push back on this text just a little bit.
Please do. This raises an important question. What's your hesitation?
Well, the text has this incredibly strong bias toward action. Don't just look, do. Don't analyze, walk. Kinetic obedience.
Right.
And while that sounds inspiring, I look at the world around us today, the news cycle, the political landscape, the way people interact online, and my impression isn't that people are analyzing too much. My impression is that people are moving way too fast.
Everything is instant.
We live in a world defined by instantaneous reactivity. Someone posts something, and 1 million people instantly react with outrage. People are constantly acting, doing, protesting, shouting, moving. In an environment that is so chaotic and reactive, don't we actually need more time looking in the mirror?
You're saying action without thought is dangerous.
Exactly. Isn't there a massive danger in prioritizing action over contemplation in a culture that already acts without thinking? If you look back at the hymn in the text, the one we discussed earlier, we are praying for God to guard our hearts and tongues from strife and to close our ears to vanities.
Yeah.
That does not sound like a call to immediate kinetic action. That sounds like a call to retreat. It sounds defensive. It sounds like a plea to create boundaries, to sit in silence, to be contemplative.
To step away from the noise.
Right. If we only focus on action, don't we risk becoming activists without an anchor? Don't we just add to the noise and the damage if we haven't spent enough time in the silence of the mirror figuring out what is actually true?
The tension you are highlighting is real, and it is baked into the history of spiritual practice. It is the classic tension between the archetypes of Mary and Martha from the Gospel of Luke.
Right. For those who might not remember the story, Jesus comes to visit the home of 2 sisters.
Martha and Mary.
Martha is running around the house, frantic, cleaning, cooking, serving. She is entirely focused on kinetic action and hospitality. Mary, on the other hand, is just sitting at Jesus' feet listening. She is entirely focused on contemplation.
And what happens?
When Martha complains that Mary isn't helping with the work, Jesus actually defends Mary, saying she has chosen the better part.
Exactly. So your point stands. Contemplation, looking in the mirror, is vital. If you never look in the mirror, you might confidently run out the front door, ready to conquer the day, and realize too late that you're wearing your clothes backward and you have toothpaste all over your chin.
Action without contemplation is just chaos.
You need the mirror to know what the ideal is. But here is how I think the text brilliantly resolves this tension. And it is found in the meditation's specific phrasing about the man in James's metaphor.
What's the phrasing?
It says, "The tragedy is not that he looked, but that he left unchanged."
Let me make sure I'm following that distinction. The tragedy is not that he looked.
Right. Looking is good. The mirror, our contemplation, our prayer, our quiet morning reading of Marcus Aurelius or the Liturgy of the Hours is absolutely necessary. We must look.
But it's not the final step.
The mirror is a means to an end. It is not the end itself. The error of the man in the epistle isn't that he spent time looking in the glass. It's that looking in the glass was the only thing he did.
He didn't let the reflection alter his subsequent reality.
The contemplation didn't result in a changed life.
I see what you were saying. It's about the synthesis of the two. Contemplation is the inhale, action is the exhale. You can't just do one or the other without suffocating.
That's a great way to put it.
And actually, looking back at the source material, we see that synthesis modeled perfectly at the very end of the morning prayer in the intercession section.
So
The prayers they guide you through hold the internal and the external in this beautiful, delicate balance. First, we pray, Lord, let your light scatter the darkness of our hearts.
deeply internal.
That is the mirror. That is contemplation and self-examination. But immediately following that internal plea, we pray, let our work this day reflect your justice and mercy.
And there's the external.
That is the action.
It is a perfect cycle. The mirror prepares the saint, but obedience actualizes the saint. You absolutely need the internal light to scatter the darkness of your own heart so that your external work is actually reflecting true justice and mercy.
Not just reflecting your own unexamined ego or tribalism.
Precisely. Contemplation fuels the action, and the action incarnates the contemplation. They are not contradictory, they are symbiotic.
So what does this all mean for us today? Bringing all of this down to earth as we look at the clock, we have covered a massive amount of ground this morning.
We really have.
Stretching from the ancient Israelites wandering in the wilderness, through the medieval monks chanting their hymns, all the way to the dopamine loops of our modern social media mirrors. How do we distill this rich, complex text down into something practical?
What's the takeaway?
What can we carry with us as we walk out of the studio and go about our Wednesday in Atchison, Kansas?
I think the first, most tangible insight is this. You need to identify the mirrors in your life, and you need to stop polishing them.
Stop polishing the mirror.
I would challenge everyone listening to find one specific area in your life where, deep down, that you are fluent in goodness but completely lacking in fidelity.
Where you know the words but aren't doing the actions.
Yes. Maybe you read endless articles on the psychology of patience, but you snap at your kids every single morning while trying to get them out the door for school.
Ouch. That's a real one.
Stop reading another book about patience today. You already understand the dictionary definition. You have the vocabulary. Instead, find a way to physically practice it.
In the moment.
When the friction hits this morning, bite your tongue, take a physical breath, and choose the kinetic action of patience over the theoretical analysis of it.
That is incredibly practical. Don't read about it, do it. My takeaway builds right on top of that, and it is about embracing what the text calls kinetic obedience.
Kinetic obedience.
A lot of people listening might be in a season where they feel spiritually dry. You feel like you are stuck in a rut, your faith feels stagnant, your moral life feels like it's on autopilot, and you're just bored.
It happens to everyone.
Our modern instinct is to think our way out of that rut. We try to find a new podcast, a new philosophy, a new book to give us a spark. But the text tells us the answer is not more thinking. The answer is movement.
Action clarifies more than analysis.
If you want to feel generous, don't wait for the warm feeling of generosity to magically appear in your heart. Take one small physical step of generosity today.
Buy the coffee for the person behind you in line.
Give a specific compliment to a coworker. Forgive someone who slighted you. Trust that the physical action will teach your heart the virtue faster than your intellect ever could. Move your feet and let the feelings catch up later.
As we wrap up our time together this morning, watching the sun fully rise over the river out there, I want to leave you with a final lingering thought.
Please do.
It builds on the beautiful, poetic closing line of today's meditation, which says, if we would remember our face, we must remember our steps.
We must remember our steps.
I want you to carry this question with you as you go to work, as you interact with your family, as you navigate the friction of today. What if the truest reflection of who you are isn't found in a glass mirror at all?
Where is it found?
What if your real reflection, the actual truth of your character, is found entirely in the shape of the footprints you leave behind by the end of this very day?
What a beautiful, challenging thought to carry with us. Thank you so much for guiding us through this text, and thank you to everyone tuning in for joining us on this deep dive.
It's been a pleasure.
We always appreciate you starting your day with us here on our little Atchison radio station, sharing a virtual cup of coffee and a good, honest conversation about the things that truly matter.
Remember to step away from the mirror today.
Move your feet and walk out into the light. Until next time, remember, the lamp is always lit. Have a wonderful, active day.
Tonight on Chesterton Radio, we are stepping back into one of the grandest stages ever built for radio, the Lux Radio Theater. Welcome to this special deep dive.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to get into this one.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. Now, if you have been tuning into the Chesterton Radio stream, which is broadcasting out of the listener-supported station in Atchison, Kansas, you already know the magic of classic radio drama. The station has been doing this incredible work keeping these old-time radio programs alive for a dedicated modern audience.
They really have. It's a fantastic stream.
It is. But tonight, our mission is a little different. We are looking directly at the actual streaming data from the station. We're examining the listener favorites, the episodes that you, the audience, are actively returning to, rewinding, and re-experiencing over and over again.
Right. And to really understand the cultural footprint of these favorites, we have to establish what the Lux Radio Theater actually was, because this was not a modest operation.
No, not at all.
I mean, this program ran from 1934 all the way to 1955. It started in New York, but soon moved to Hollywood, and it became the undisputed heavyweight champion of radio drama. We're talking about major Hollywood studios allowing their absolute biggest A-list stars to perform live.
Live 1-hour radio adaptations of their most famous films and plays.
Exactly. And they broadcast from this massive physical theater on Vine Street. They had a live studio audience, a full orchestra, usually directed by the legendary Louis Silvers, and it was hosted by the Titanic film director Cecil B. DeMille.
And then later by William Cayley and Thomas Mitchell.
Right.
But I want to look at the mechanics of that for a second, because you and I consume so much media today. We have 4K televisions, we have prestige cinematic audio storytelling, endless visual content streaming right to our phones.
Endless. It never stops.
Right. Yet the data from Atchison, Kansas shows this massive, highly engaged audience for these 70 and 80-year-old audio recordings. How does a 1-hour audio-only adaptation compete with modern visual storytelling?
Well, it competes by asking something completely different of you as an audience member. The medium of radio relies entirely on the theater of the mind. And that's a fundamentally active neurological process.
Active how?
Well, when you watch a film, the visual information is just handed to you. The director shows you the lighting, the set, the micro-expressions on an actor's face. Your brain is passively receiving it. But when that visual element is removed, your brain has to aggressively work to construct the scene.
You hear a door creak or a footstep or a sharp intake of breath, and your mind just paints the shadows in automatically.
Yes. And the writers on Lux Radio Theater had a very strict 1-hour runtime, which meant they had to take these sprawling 2-hour cinematic narratives and brutally condense them down to their absolute emotional and psychological cores.
So they're stripping away all the visual spectacle and leaving only the tension. But I imagine the physical reality of broadcasting that tension live was just incredibly demanding on the actors. You mentioned they were in a massive theater on Vine Street. What did that actually look like for a Hollywood star who was used to the safety of a film set?
Oh, it was a total high-wire act. Film actors were accustomed to doing a scene over and over until they got it right. In the Lux Radio Theater, there were absolutely no second takes.
None.
They stepped up to these large, heavy ribbon microphones, and they were often sharing a single mic, which meant they had to physically weave around each other, stepping in to deliver a line, then quickly stepping back to let their co-star lean in.
While holding their scripts.
Right, while holding scripts. But they couldn't use standard paper. The sensitive microphones would pick up the rustling.
I hadn't even considered the noise of the paper. How did they get around that?
They used a special, very soft mimeograph paper. And the actors were highly trained to let the pages simply drop silently to the carpeted floor as they finished them, rather than turning them.
That is fascinating.
And meanwhile, off to the side, you had the Foley artists, the sound effects team, working in real time, splashing water in tanks, slamming miniature doors, walking on specialized surfaces to create the sound of gravel or hardwood. All live. And above all of that, Louis Silvers is conducting a full orchestra, swelling the music precisely on cue to bridge the gap between scenes. It was just a symphony of perfectly timed logistics.
And weaving through all of that higher intention was the commercial reality of the era. The sponsor wasn't just a footnote, it was the namesake of the show. We're talking about Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap.
The sponsors were royalty back then.
They really were. Looking at the history, these sponsors were treated with a level of prestige that almost matched the Hollywood stars themselves.
Oh, absolutely. The integration of the sponsor was a cultural phenomenon in its own right. Lover Brothers, the company behind Lux, utilized this show to establish a global standard of American glamour. During the intermissions, you wouldn't just hear a standard pitch. You'd have segments where Hollywood actresses swore that their complexions were entirely owed to Lux toilet soap.
It was an incredibly effective branding exercise, and it reached far beyond the borders of the United States. There is a fantastic piece of historical evidence regarding that global reach in the notes we have here. It involves the King of Arabia in 1945. Set the scene for us. How does a soap sponsor connect to international diplomacy?
It perfectly illustrates the soft power of American media at the time. In 1945, the King of Arabia visited an American destroyer. He brought his own massive retinue, a convoy of boats, his own cattle, his own food, just to ensure he and his people were served in the proper traditional Arabian style. And after a sumptuous feast on the deck of this warship, his servants passed around a magnificent, huge metal bowl filled with rose water for the guests to cleanse their hands.
A completely traditional, ancient custom of hospitality.
Exactly. But resting on a little island in the center of that magnificent rosewater bowl was a case of Lux toilet soap.
That is just phenomenal. The branding had permeated the globe so thoroughly that it was presented as an item fit for a monarch's royal procession.
It demonstrates that when a listener tuned into the Lux Radio Theater, they weren't just listening to a play. They were participating in a premier global cultural event. And the sheer thrill of hearing those A-list actors performing live, knowing that if they flubbed a line or dropped a page, millions of people would hear it instantly. It gave the broadcasts a raw, unpolished energy that you simply cannot find in modern, heavily edited media.
That raw energy is a perfect segue into the actual streaming data from Chesterton Radio. I have the analytics right here showing the most restreamed, beloved episodes among the listeners in Atchison and beyond. And looking at this first cluster of data, there is a massive preference for intense psychological thrillers. Let's start with one that shows a huge spike in engagement. Patrick Hamilton's The Man Upstairs.
Oh, that is a brilliant one.
Now, Hamilton is famous for writing Gaslight, so we know he fundamentally understands psychological torture. Give us the setup for this one.
Well, The Man Upstairs is a masterclass in audio manipulation. It begins with a very quiet, mundane premise. We meet George Longford, who is a rather studious, gentle, unassuming man. He has borrowed a furnished flat from his friend Charles Waterbury, purely so he can have a quiet evening alone to work on a dictionary he is compiling.
He is the picture of academic harmlessness.
He really is. But then the doorbell rings. George answers it, and a man pushes his way in. He introduces himself as Mr. Armstrong, or Cyrus. And from the moment Cyrus enters, that tranquil atmosphere just evaporates. It's replaced by an incredibly oppressive sense of violence.
But the dialogue isn't a standard robbery or home invasion. From what the data indicates, the listeners are hooked by the bizarre way Cyrus speaks to George. It's highly elliptical.
Hamilton understands that a direct threat is less terrifying than an unpredictable one. Cyrus doesn't pull a gun and demand money. Instead, he speaks in circles, deliberately keeping George off balance. He mentions quite casually that he saw George at a local pub called the Black Miller. He notes that George was having a drink with a young girl named Brenda.
Right.
Then, Cyrus drops the trap. He reveals that Brenda is his sister, and he begins to interrogate George about Brenda's innocence, heavily implying, without explicitly saying it, that George has somehow compromised or assaulted her.
It's a classic intimidation tactic. He establishes a supposed moral high ground to justify whatever violence he is planning to commit. And Cyrus makes it very clear he is capable of extreme violence. He claims to have been a commando. He tells George flat out that he is going to cause him physical agony such as few men have ever suffered and leave him with terrible, permanent disfigurement.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
But then the dynamic shifts entirely with the arrival of a third character.
Yes, the doorbell rings again and Mrs. Armstrong arrives, Cyrus's mother. And her presence is fascinating because she appears to be just as terrified of her own son as George is. She desperately tries to placate Cyrus, and she explains to George the supposed root of this terrifying behavior.
The moon mania.
Right. She claims that Cyrus suffers from a profound psychiatric condition, a mania that operates on a strict 7-year cycle, entirely tied to the phases of the moon.
Which Hamilton sets up beautifully earlier in the dialogue, right?
He does. Before the mother arrives, Cyrus asks George a completely nonsensical question. Out of nowhere, he asks George how he would alter the rules of the game of cricket, and then Cyrus himself suggests playing it entirely at night, under the bright moon, with a glowing white ball and white stumps. It seems like the rambling of a lunatic.
Yeah.
So when the mother arrives and mentions the moon, it clicks for the listener. She claims that every 7 years since Cyrus was a boy, he has these violent episodes of atrocious cruelty. And currently, his broken mind has fixated on George, genuinely believing George has harmed his sister.
So the mother positions herself as George's only chance of survival. She tells George that Cyrus has a bad heart and will likely die within a few years anyway. She says the only way to save George from being agonizingly disfigured tonight is for her to get Cyrus out of the country, to put him on a boat back to Australia immediately.
Right, but there's a catch.
Always a catch. Conveniently, she doesn't have quite enough money for the passage. She needs exactly 210 pounds. And George, this meek dictionary writer who has been threatened by a massive, unhinged commando, actually hands over the cash.
This is where the script forces the listener to evaluate the reality of what they're hearing. Because as soon as George hands over the money, Cyrus and the mother entirely drop their personas. They relax. The tension just vanishes. The entire scenario, the moon mania, the commando background, the sister Brenda, it was all a meticulously rehearsed grift.
A total scam.
Yes, they're con artists, running an elaborate extortion racket on a man they profiled as weak and wealthy.
But wait, if George's friend Charles Waterbury owned the flat, where is Charles during all of this? The plot summary notes that George has a twist of his own waiting for these grifters.
This is the best part. Charles had actually been upstairs in the flat the entire time, listening through an open intercom system. Charles had immediately deduced it was a scam and silently called the police. But George doesn't just stall until the authorities arrive. George reveals that while Cyrus's commando history was a lie, George's own background is not as meek as it appears. George actually knows judo.
A martial art that relies on leverage rather than brute strength. Perfect for an unassuming academic to use against a much larger man.
Precisely. George overpowers this massive grifter, throws him violently to the ground, neutralizing him instantly. But he doesn't stop there. George then turns his attention to the mother, the woman who orchestrated the psychological torture. And this is the climax that explains why Chesterton Radio listeners keep streaming this episode. It's a brilliant utilization of the audio format.
Break it down for us.
George tells the mother to close her eyes and put her head back. He speaks in a cold, detached voice, stating that he is going to enact the very threat Cyrus made. He is going to physically disfigure her face. He starts counting slowly. 1, 2, 3. And suddenly the mother begins screaming in absolute blood-curdling agony.
And because this is a radio play, the listener at home is experiencing the exact same sensory deprivation as the mother, with her eyes closed. We hear the cold threat and we hear the horrific screams. The brain immediately assumes George has snapped and is slicing her face open with a knife. How does the script resolve that tension?
Once the police arise and secure the grifters, George speaks to Charles over the intercom. He reveals that he didn't use a knife at all. He used a piece of ice from the cocktail tray. He pressed the freezing sharp edge of the ice against her skin. He simulated the torture to prove a profound psychological point to the con artists. George states, just as ice is the same as a knife with your eyes shut, Mrs. Armstrong, so fear is the same as hell. It is a stunning piece of writing. The characters had their eyes shut, making them blind, just as the radio listeners are blind. Hamilton weaponizes the medium itself against the audience.
That structural brilliance completely explains why it's a favorite. Moving through the data, there is another psychological thriller that sits right at the top of the charts. But this one shifts from home invasion to domestic misery. This is The Suspect, starring Charles Laughton and Ella Raines. It's set in London in 1902. Paint the picture for us what drives the tension in this one.
The Suspect is a grim, deeply atmospheric tale. Charles Laughton plays Philip Marshall, who is an incredibly dignified, respectable, but entirely mild-mannered manager of a tobacco shop. He is a man who craves peace and quiet, but he is trapped in a miserable, suffocating, loveless marriage to a shrewish woman named Cora, played with brilliant vindictiveness by Rosalind Ivan.
The dynamic between them is vital here. Cora isn't just unpleasant. She is actively destructive. She constantly berates Philip, and her toxic behavior actually drives their own grown son out of the house. Philip is living in a state of constant emotional siege in his own home.
He really is. And into this bleak existence walks a young woman named Mary Gray, played by Ella Raines. She is lonely, struggling, and looking for work. Philip and Mary strike up a friendship. It is tender, respectful, and, crucially, entirely innocent. Philip finally experiences a sliver of warmth and humanity.
But Cora finds out.
Right. Operating purely on malice, Cora discovers the friendship. And she doesn't just demand he stop seeing her. She threatens to go to Philip's employers and completely ruin both his and Mary's reputations by spreading vicious, fabricated rumors of a scandalous affair.
She is weaponizing the strict moral codes of Edwardian London against him. A scandal like that would mean total destitution for a shop manager and a young, unmarried woman. Philip begs her for a divorce, offering her everything, but she refuses. Not because she loves him, but because she enjoys torturing him. And this pushes Philip over the edge into a shocking act of violence.
Yes. And the way the audio handles the murder is a masterclass in tension. Philip is driven to despair. He takes a heavy walking stick. He calls Cora's name into the dark hallway near the top of the stairs, an area where they both know there is a dangerous broken step. When she steps out of the shadows, he strikes her with the stick. She loses her balance and crashes down the stairs to her death.
I can just imagine the sound design for that.
The Foley artist would have used a heavy wooden rig tumbling down a set of miniature stairs in the studio to create that devastating sound. The official police ruling, seeing the broken step, is an accidental death.
Now, in most crime stories, the murderer is the villain. But here, the script performs a magic trick. The listener finds themselves actively rooting for Philip to get away with the murder. How does the radio format enhance our sympathy for a killer?
It relies heavily on Charles Laughton's specific vocal performance. Laughton was a master of the microphone. He imbued Philip's voice with such a weary, sympathetic tremor that you feel the immense weight of his domestic suffering. When he commits the murder, it doesn't sound like malice. It sounds like a trapped animal fighting for survival.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But the tension ramps up because Philip's newfound peace with Mary is immediately threatened by two external forces.
Let me guess. The classic elements of a thriller, the dogged detective and the opportunistic blackmailer.
Precisely. First, you have Inspector Huxley from Scotland Yard, who is highly suspicious of the convenient broken step, but lacks any physical evidence to prove foul play. Second, and far more dangerous, is Philip's next-door neighbor, Gilbert Simmons. Simmons is a brutal alcoholic wife-beater. He pieces together what Philip has done and begins a relentless campaign of blackmail, bleeding Philip dry of his savings.
And Philip realizes he is trapped all over again. He can't pay Simmons forever and he can't go to the police. So he has to solve this problem the same way he solved his marriage. But how does he outwit a brute like Simmons?
Philip uses his mild-mannered persona as camouflage. He invites Simmons over for a drink in his parlor. Simmons, arrogant and cruel, sits in Philip's home, boasting about his power. He actually mocks Philip, saying that while the meek may inherit the earth, his kind inherits the meek.
Oh.
Yeah. He aggressively demands a glass of whiskey. Philip, acting entirely submissive, pours the drink, but casually laces it with a massive dose of Dexter's anodyne, a potent sedative.
I love that specific detail. He doesn't overpower him physically. He uses chemistry. Simmons drinks the laced whiskey, realizes too late that he's been poisoned, and dies right there in the parlor of this gentle, respectable shop manager. Philip has now committed 2 cold-blooded murders. Does Scotland Yard finally catch him?
Inspector Huxley tries to spring a psychological trap. Huxley knows he can't prove Philip killed Simmons, so he lies. He tells Philip that the police have arrested Mrs. Simmons, the abused wife, and that she is going to hang for her husband's murder. Huxley is betting everything on Philip's basic human decency. He believes Philip is too good a man to let an innocent woman hang for a crime he committed.
That is a brilliant moral dilemma. Does Philip confess to save her, thereby destroying his own life and Mary's?
Philip agonizes over it, but his survival instinct wins out. He deduces that Huxley is bluffing, that the police have no actual proof against Mrs. Simmons either, and therefore no jury will convict her. Having reasoned his way out of guilt, Philip boards a ship bound for a new life in Canada with his new wife, Mary, and his son, seemingly escaping the long arm of justice entirely.
Wow.
The moral ambiguity of letting a double murderer sail off into a happy ending makes it a completely compelling, subversive piece of audio drama.
It totally challenges the listener's own moral compass. Let's look at another cluster in the analytics. The Chesterton audience doesn't just love murder. They have a deep affinity for supernatural tragedies. And sitting right at the top of that category is Mrs. Moonlight, starring Janet Gaynor and George Brent. This story sounds absolutely heartbreaking.
It really is. It is a profound meditation on the nature of time and the human condition. The story begins on a midsummer night in England in the year 1881. Janet Gaynor plays Sarah Moonlight, a young, radiant, deeply in love bride-to-be. On the eve of her wedding, her devoted Scottish servant, Minnie, gives her a very specific wedding present, a magical, ancient Scottish necklace known as the Dread.
That is quite a name for a wedding present. What does the dread actually do?
The legend associated with the necklace is that it grants the wearer one single wish. Sarah, looking up at the midsummer moon, makes a fateful, deeply human, and ultimately foolish wish. She is gripped by a terrifying insecurity that her husband, Tom, will eventually stop loving her when she loses her youthful beauty. So she wishes to never grow a single day older than she is on that exact night.
Be careful what you wish for. I assume the magic works.
It works perfectly, which is the tragedy. 9 years pass. Sarah and Tom have a daughter, Jane, but Sarah still looks exactly 21 years old. She hasn't aged a single day.
And in a rigid society like Victorian England, a woman who doesn't age wouldn't be viewed as a miracle. She would be viewed as a freak or perhaps something sinister.
Exactly. The whispers start. Her cousin Edith, who has always harbored a secret, jealous love for Tom, points out how unnatural and bizarre it is. Sarah realizes the horrific implications of her wish. If she stays, her husband will grow old, her daughter will grow up to look older than her own mother, and Sarah will become a subject of horror and alienation in her own home. She realizes her perpetual youth is actively destroying her family.
So what does she do? How does she protect them from her own immortality?
In a heartbreaking act of supreme self-sacrifice, Sarah fakes her own death. She disappears, leaving her beloved husband and child behind. She spends the next several decades wandering Europe alone, a woman frozen in time, earning a meager living by playing the piano.
But the narrative doesn't end there. She eventually comes back, right? The data indicates the emotional core of the play is her return.
She returns 17 years later. But she cannot reveal her true identity. She assumes the name Joy and claims to be the daughter of a distant cousin living in Italy. She arrives at her former home as a guest. She discovers that Tom has eventually moved on and married the jealous cousin, Edith. Her own daughter, Jane, is now a grown woman, preparing for her own marriage.
I can't imagine the psychological toll of that scenario. Hearing the voice of your husband, talking to your daughter, but being treated as a stranger, a young girl. The audio format must make that isolation so poignant.
It does. Janet Gaynor's vocal performance as Joy carries a profound, weary sadness underneath the facade of a cheerful young woman. The play explores the agonizing isolation of outlawed your own era. Sarah has to sit in the parlor and watch the people she loves making mistakes, growing older, changing, while she remains a static, unchanging ghost in her own life.
And she even has to subtly intervene to protect her daughter, right?
She does. Jane is infatuated with a frivolous, shallow young man named Willie Ragg. Sarah, acting as the young, beautiful Joy, deliberately flirts with Willie to expose his true, fickle nature to her daughter, saving Jane from a disastrous marriage.
And she does all of this without ever breaking her cover, without ever claiming the credit or the love of her daughter. How does a tragedy like this resolve? Does she live forever?
The play jumps forward again decades later. Tom is now a very old man in a wheelchair, his mind and memory failing. Sarah returns one final time. She still looks like a radiant young girl, though she is dressed in the shabby rags of a poor piano player. She enters Tom's room. Tom, deep in his senility, looks at this young girl, but his failing mind bypasses the impossibility of her youth. He doesn't see a stranger, he simply recognizes the spirit of his beloved wife, Sarah.
That is devastating. He finally sees her.
He does. She sits beside his wheelchair. He holds her hand and tells her, quite simply, that he loves her very dearly. And for Sarah, hearing those words from her husband after decades of agonizing isolation, the sheer emotional weight of that peaceful moment is finally enough to break the curse. Her heart gives out. She dies there beside him, finally finding peace, looking perfectly young and perfectly happy.
It's an incredible exploration of why the natural progression of aging is actually a gift. And there is a fascinating historical note in the research regarding this specific broadcast. The producers at Lux Radio Theater actually brought in a guest expert during the intermission to discuss the themes of the play with the audience.
They did. And it really shows how highly they regarded the intellect of their audience. They brought in Professor Walter B. Pitkin. At the time, Pitkin was famous for writing a massively influential book titled Life Begins at 40. He provided a meta-commentary right in the middle of the broadcast. He spoke directly to the millions of listeners, telling them that youth is an overrated, turbulent season full of raw gusts of emotion, and that refusing to accept the rich, steady rewards of middle and old age is the true tragedy. By weaving real-world philosophy into their dramatic entertainment, Lux elevated the entire medium.
It's just brilliant programming. Now, looking at the data for episodes that wring every ounce of emotion from the listener, we have to talk about a pair of absolute heavy hitters. First, Madam X, starring Jimmy Stewart and Anne Harding.
Madam X is the quintessential melodrama, and it requires actors who can carry immense, agonizing emotional weight through their voices alone. Anne Harding plays Jacqueline. A woman who makes a mistake is cast out by her rigid husband and is subsequently driven down through the lowest, most degraded depths of society over the course of 20 years.
It's a brutal fall from grace.
It is. She becomes an opium addict, a derelict, and eventually finds herself standing trial for murder to protect the son she was forced to abandon.
And the dramatic irony, the hook that makes this legendary, is that the young, idealistic public defender assigned to represent this destitute, broken woman in court is her own son, Raymond, played by Jimmy Stewart. And neither of them knows the truth during the trial.
The trial scenes are harrowing. You have Jimmy Stewart employing that famous, earnest, breaking cadence in his voice, pleading for the life of a woman society has thrown away, arguing for mercy and understanding, completely unaware he is eulogizing his own mother's tragic life. Harding's performance, communicating decades of degradation and overwhelming maternal love through a gravelly, broken whisper, is astounding. It is a sheer emotional endurance test for the listener.
And speaking of endurance in extreme environments, the analytics show massive engagement for another iconic Hollywood star on the radio, Bette Davis in The Letter, written by W. Somerset Maugham. She stars alongside Herbert Marshall. Tell us about this one.
Well, The Letter trades the courtroom of Paris for the suffocating heat of a rubber plantation in the Malayan jungle. Bette Davis brings her fierce, undeniable trademark intensity to the role of Leslie Crosby. The play opens with a literal bang. Leslie unloads a revolver into a man named Jeff Hammond on the porch of her home. When her husband and the authorities arrive, she claims Hammond tried to assault her, and she fired in pure self-defense.
And because she is a respected, stoic Englishwoman in colonial society, everyone believes her. The trial seems like a mere formality until the titular letter appears.
Exactly. The victim's widow, a woman from the local community, possesses a letter written by Leslie on the very day of the murder, urgently begging Hammond to come to the plantation while her husband is away. It proves the murder wasn't self-defense against a random attack. It was a premeditated crime of passion committed by a jealous, discarded lover.
How does the radio production convey the atmosphere? Because in the William Wyler film version, the visuals of the moon, the shadows, the sweating actors, that does a lot of the work. How do you make a listener in their living room feel the heat of the Malayan jungle?
It relies heavily on the sound design and Davis's breathing. The Foley artist created a constant, oppressive background track. The relentless whine of cicadas, the slow, rhythmic, heavy squeak of a ceiling fan turning sluggishly in the humid air. And Bette Davis adapts her vocal delivery perfectly.
Oh, so?
She speaks with a breathless, tight, strained cadence, sounding constantly on the verge of fainting from the heat and the sheer panic of trying to buy back the incriminating letter before her husband discovers her betrayal. You can practically feel the humidity dripping from the radio speaker.
That is incredible. Now, let's shift from the stifling heat of the jungle to the cool, cynical banter of a smoky bar. The data shows that Chesterton radio listeners absolutely love it when iconic Hollywood chemistry translates directly to the microphone. High on the favorites list is To Have and Have Not, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, recreating their legendary roles from the film.
This adaptation is fascinating because it is a layered translation. It's based on a novel by Ernest Hemingway, which was heavily altered for the silver screen by director Howard Hawks and writer William Faulkner, and then adapted again for the strict constraints of the Lux Radio Theater. The story is set in Martinique in 1940, which, at the time, was under the control of the Vichy government, the French authorities who were collaborating with the Axis powers during World War II.
So it's an environment thick with paranoia, spies, and corruption, and right in the middle of it is Bogart playing Harry Morgan.
Harry is the ultimate cynical, hard-boiled fishing boat captain. He insists he is completely neutral. He wants no part of the political struggle between the Free French resistance and the corrupt Vichy police. His stance is simply that he only cares about who pays him to run his boat. And into his orbit walks Marie Browning, an American drifter whom Harry immediately dubs Slim, played, of course, by Lauren Bacall.
The banter between these two is the reason this is a classic. Bogart and Bacall fell in love making the film, and that real-life electricity absolutely crackles over the airwaves in the radio broadcast. The dialogue is so sharp it could cut glass. Even without seeing them, you feel the magnetism. I have the transcript here, and I just have to read it. Slim is leaning in the doorway, about to leave his room, and she delivers those famous lines with that incredible smoky low voice. You don't have to act with me, Steve. You don't have to say anything, and you don't have to do anything. Oh, maybe just whistle. You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
It is arguably the most famous line reading in cinematic history, and recreating it live on radio, with just their voices carrying the seductive weight, proves the power of the medium. But the radio script doesn't just rely on the romance. It retains all the eccentric, hard-boiled details that give the world its gritty flavor.
Right, there is a very bizarre recurring motif with Harry's sidekick, isn't there?
Yes. Played in the broadcast by the legendary character actor Walter Brennan, just as he did in the film. Eddie's a hopeless alcoholic.
Yeah.
And he constantly approaches strangers and asks them a very strange question. Was you ever bit by a dead bee?
What does that even mean? It sounds like a nonsense riddle.
It functions as a brilliant metaphor for the hidden, lingering dangers of their world. Eddie explains that if you are walking barefoot and you step on a bee that is already dead, the stinger still pierces your skin, and the venom hurts just as much as if the bee were alive. It's a warning to Harry. Just because an enemy appears to be neutralized or a threat seems to have passed, doesn't mean it can't still kill you. It builds an atmosphere of pervasive, inescapable danger.
And Harry ignores that warning, reluctantly getting pulled into the conflict. He agrees, for a price, to smuggle a key French resistance fighter, Paul de Brissac, and his wife onto the island. The mission goes terribly wrong. They are spotted in the fog, shot up by a Vichy patrol boat, and de Brissac takes a bullet to the shoulder. Harry manages to get them back to the hotel, but now he has to hide a bleeding fugitive in the cellar right under the nose of the corrupt Vichy police inspector, Renard.
This leads to one of the most grueling sequences in the broadcast. Harry, who is a boat captain, not a doctor, has to probe for the bullet in de Brisac's shoulder with a pair of unsterilized pliers, with practically no anesthetic. The radio production handles this brilliantly. Slim has to assist by dropping metal instruments into a pot of boiling water and holding a rag of chloroform over de Brisac's face.
Without the visuals, how do they communicate the agony as makeshift surgery?
It is entirely reliant on the Foley and the breathwork of the actors. The listener hears the sharp, metallic clinking of the instruments, the bubbling of the water, Bogart's low, tense instructions, Bacall's shaky breathing as she tries not to faint, and the muffled, agonizing groans of the wounded man. The sound effects do all the heavy lifting, forcing the listener's imagination to supply the blood and the gore, which is always more terrifying than what a screen can show.
Ultimately, Harry is pushed out of his neutrality. Inspector Renard figures out Harry is involved, but he can't find the fugitive. So Renard plays dirty. He arrests Eddie, the alcoholic sidekick, and threatens to withhold liquor from him until he experiences severe withdrawals and talks.
It is a cruel, calculating form of torture, and it is the catalyst for Harry's transformation. The dead bee finally stings him. Harry turns the tables. He pulls a gun he had hidden in a desk drawer, overpowers Renard and his men, and forces the inspector at gunpoint to sign official harbor passes. This allows Harry, Slim, Eddie, and the resistance fighters to escape Martinique and sail for Devil's Island to rescue another key leader.
The arc of a cynical loner finally taking a moral stand is classic Bogart.
Yeah.
And having Bacall matching his attitude line for line makes this an absolute must-listen for the Chesterton audience. Let's look at another cluster of favorites here. It seems the audience has a deep appreciation for classic stage literature translated to radio. High on the list is Henrik Ibsen's A Doll's House, starring Joan Crawford and Basil Rathbone.
This is a fascinating casting choice. Ibsen's play, written in the late 19th century, was a searing, highly controversial critique of traditional marriage roles. It shocked audiences when it debuted. Joan Crawford plays Nora, a woman who is treated by her husband as a frivolous, empty-headed plaything, a little skylark